Rosen's, that's a loss. You have been. And his pairs are in.
Look at it! He popped off! He popped off!
No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Welcome to Saturday here at Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's our second out of 3 days for the week, and we're going to be working through all our quarterfinal matches today, Gia. A lot of exciting action yesterday, culminating in a pretty heartbreaking but very exciting and memorable end to the day, and I expect no different today.
That's right, one that we had to actually test, but we can take a look a bit more in the recap later, because today the focus is all about the 4 players that we did not see on stream on day 1 because they did go 2-0 in the initial matches, particularly Lambi Series and High 3, looking to cement themselves away from the relegation zone. And we are going to have LHS once again, where it is 4 decks per player, 1 ban, and just like Conquest in that regard, but it is opposite in the sense that when you win with a deck, you keep playing it.
Yeah, and that's led to some very interesting deck building that we see from some of our different players, because it's not about trying to target one deck from your opponent, it's about making sure that you're not vulnerable to one deck in particular. We've seen a few times already this weekend just a straight up 3-0 sweep with a deck that if you do not have a strong counter available to it, things can get very, very messy. But it has led, I think, to some very, very different aspects of a player's skill being tested. Q order has become a very, very important factor as well. And overall, I'm just loving what we're seeing here in Last Hero Standing. Very welcome, spicing things up from the usual Conquest.
That's right, the lineup building has been quite interesting from a lot of players. We were already seeing the Japanese practice group bring Control Warrior last week. Although they have moved away from it this week, it seems that a lot of the Control Warrior players have actually seen some success, namely Bank Yugi and Chonsu yesterday with a huge win.
Yeah, Chonsu kind of scraping through with by the skin of his teeth there against Tom Ray at the end. But let's take a look at what he will have got himself for that win as we take a look at the prize money. Every win bumps you up an additional $500. And as Chonsu has got himself up to at least 8th place by going through to the quarterfinals, he has $1,500 to his name this week. But of course, for him, it is more about making sure he can rack up those points, because Chonsu kind of just below middle of the pack, still not safe from relegation. He's looking good, especially if he can get a win here today and rack up at least 3 points for the weekend. But even having said that, it's looking far from 100% secure for him, as is also the case, as you were saying, for High 3 and Lambi Series.
That's right. If they take that first place, of course, getting a commensurate amount of points as the $3,000, that can propel them away from the relegation zone and thus make it more dangerous for players like Chonsu who are towards the middle of the pack. Even for Alan in particular, this is a big, big day to try and stay away from that bottom half in general, because if you are away from 9th to 12th place, there's no in between, right? You're just going either straight to playoffs or you're not coming back for another season.
Yeah. And that would be pretty heartbreaking for Lambi and High 3, as they have both just qualified through. But I mean, in its own right, Tyler and Tom60229, they've been here since the inaugural season of Hearthstone Grandmasters. And with Tyler guaranteed relegated, Tom looking pretty likely at this point. It's going to need a miracle to save him now. It would be sad to see them go for sure. But still, that's the way the cookie crumbles here in Grandmasters. We've got to make room for the new talent to come through and fight for their spot here in Grandmasters. But let's take a look at some of the recap, some of the action that went down yesterday, as Possessi, with some pretty cool plays, targeting his own Baron's Blacksmith off of Jandis with a Brain Freeze to buff up his board. He saw all the tricks you need to get the job done as Rogue.
Yes, this was an absolutely brutal game 1 against Shaxi, and Possessi was not able to turn it around for game 2, but with the Token Druid as the counter queue against Mage, it looked absolutely easy. And then we did get a lot more Token Druid action here in Alutamu versus Glory, the 119 card mirror between the 2 Eternal practice partners, where Glory quickly went up 2-0 with the Token Druid, both winning the fastest mirror ever and then beating the Rogue with some very timely only Gibberling action. But Alutemu came back with Demon Hunter.
Yeah, almost getting the job done. He fought incredibly hard and played really, really well, especially in the Demon Hunter mirror, where if I remember, it was 2-star student Stalinas that were played over the course of the game that just managed to save him from Glory's OTK for that one extra turn to get the win. Very, very well played. But in the end, his Demon Hunter against the Rogue, just showing again, I think, that matchup not as good as I initially would have hypothesized it to be. And Alutemu tweeting afterwards, maybe there was an avenue to victory for him in that game, but if it was too difficult for him to find in the short allotment of time he had.
And in this next series, unfortunately, I don't think there was very much that Alan could have done in the first game, but that sentiment was very true for Give Please following that, because he was absolutely taken apart by this control Warlock from Alan. Slotted in the lineup mainly to beat up on Priest, but still teched well enough with the double twisting nethers to get past 3 McGurgle Primes, or was it even 4, including the ones that were burned throughout the course of that game. And then it did end up on the favorable matchup against Priest, where Alan made it look easy, even though it did come all the way down to the bottom of both decks.
Yeah, it's easy to chalk these losses up to never lucky rubber ducky, but I think Give Please did get a little bit hard done by in that series. Tom, though, starting things off very well with a win on the Priest, looking like he could be in a position to sweep the series at that point, given how strong Priest is in general, how much Chonsu wanted to ban it, but the Paladin overall was just too much for him to contend with. But he did get the win with the Mage against the Druid, which was absolutely crucial to turn things around, and they even almost got the win with the Mage against the Druid, but the real winner for him was this Control Warrior that somehow, after winning the expected matchup of Druid, got the win against Demon Hunter.
Yeah, the Vol'jin pulling out not Il'gynoth, but the Ooze at the very end there meant that Chonsu's Bulwark of Azzinoth coming down when Tom was already starting to fatigue meant that Tom didn't have the time to take down all the 5 charges. And even though there was a bit of a question mark as to how the interaction of Bulwark and Warblades of Azzinoth when Il'gynoth is down was not known to both of us. It was definitely known to Tom. He could not have gotten lethal, but one turn later and he would have won that game and possibly saved himself from relegation. Huge implications that one game.
Yeah, so heartbreaking, especially as he played around the Vol'jin very well by copying a bunch of Moargs, keeping them in hand. It was literally just the Ooze that he couldn't afford to lose in that hand. But it does now mean that sadly for Tom, he will not be going through to the quarterfinals. But happily for Chonsu, we will be seeing him in our second match of the day against High3. And these first 2 matches right out the gate here, just of the utmost importance. Lambie and Glory. Obviously, Glory close to the top, very far away from relegation and definitely looking at that spot in the playoffs. But Lambie really, really looking to get a win here today.
Yeah, hungry for wins and hungry to just propel himself out of the relegation zone, because I do think he's the caliber of player that does not belong in the bottom 4. This is Last Hero Standing, a format that's not very well known to Lambie, but he has managed to go 2-0 in the initial matches, so already a big improvement on last week. But Glory was looking absolutely on point yesterday in his series against Alutemu. The rogue play in particular, getting the job done against Demon Hunter was quite fearsome.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that Lambie Series is definitely feeling confident, even if he is going up against the World Championship, tweeting out that winning is the easy part, trying to hide the designer eye bags that he has, given that he hasn't got enough sleep, is going to be the hard bit of this series, which is the most Lambie Series quote I think I've ever heard. But even with that said, it does look like a relatively similar matchup that we're seeing here from both players. The real big difference, of course, being a Warrior available to Lambie Series, as opposed to the OTK Demon Hunter for Glory. And I will say that despite not being the biggest fan of OTK Demon Hunter as a deck, can't quite seem to make it work for me, and it works for my opponents perfectly every time they play it. But I do think it's a very, very welcome addition to Last Hero Standing and puts Glory in a pretty good position.
That's right, it has that kind of matchup spread where you can pretty confidently queue it into the likes of Warlock and Control Warrior, barring the Vol'jin madness, and get a win there. And it does have pretty good matchups across the board, nothing that's too disastrous, even including Priest. They don't always get the Elucia. But for me, the real highlight of the series is this Rush Warrior from Lambie series, because it is packing N'Zoth at the top end, taking advantage of the fact that you're already running 10 Trashers in the normal list, and then he's he's just added a Moonfang in there for that resurrection pool of a beast.
Yeah, you already have a pretty strong kind of menagerie feel to the deck with Watley and the Tent Trashers, as you said. That honestly, I'm just becoming more and more of a fan of seeing 2 Tent Trashers in the list. Like, even if it's just a 4-mana 5/5 rush, that's insane. Even if it's a 5-mana 5/5 rush, that's not that bad. And when it often gets down to 3 mana, then you just start getting absolutely ludicrous. And even though N'Zoth isn't going to be resurrecting for the most part the highest impact minions, you're mainly looking at like the Dragon and the Beast being the big one. The rest, like the Demon on Gnarg, not that impactful. But I guess the fact that he's actually not running Crab Riders at all in this list, given the most recent nerf, does mean there won't be any Murlocs in the pool. But that is, of course, how he made room for the N'Zoth and the Moonfang. So overall, he hasn't had to sacrifice too much early game to make for a more impactful late game, which in this metagame I can see making sense. There's a lot of Priest knocking about, a lot of Warlock, and even with the Priest banned away, it does mean that once the late game comes, he's looking in a good spot.
That's right. And namely, the Moonfang in there also has some great synergy with conditioning. I find just any way to buff the Moonfang, get it to an even higher health range, means that if your opponent's not running Penflinger, it's almost impossible to remove. And that's very true for Glory's lineup in particular, where he doesn't really have any transformation effects. What he does have, however, is counter aggression that can get through and maybe prey on the slower early game that Lambie has, that he had to pay for to get that strong late game package. And the Token Druid is certainly not the worst matchup into Rush Warrior. They can build the types of boards that demand specifically Samuro.
Yeah, I think this is a matchup where losing Crab Rider is really gonna hurt, because if a Druid goes for 6 or 7 Glowflies on turns 4 or 5, as the expected early game play, very often you'll have enough minions on board to deal with 2, 3 of them, maybe 4 if you're lucky with a weapon in play already. But the playing out of a buffed up Crab Rider was so often the way to kill off those 1 or 2 extra Glowflies to lock down the board, because without that, you're running into Arbor Up, Soul of the Forest, Pride's Fury, all this nonsense. Just becomes that little bit more difficult to actually clear the board. And so, as you say, Samuro becomes even more of a crutch in the matchup, which you really don't want to rely on all too heavily. You want to make sure that you have strong alternate game plans. But again, Glory has just been looking absolutely unstoppable on this, this Token Druid so far. So I expect him to do very, very well in the start of this series. But even if that should happen, I do still think that Lambie series has some decent counters, or at least cues into it, with the Rogue being okay, and at the very least, just the mirror with the Druid.
That's right. I do think perhaps the Warrior is his first matchup into the Token Druid from Glory, but he has other decks to rely on to not get swept. And even having said that, the Rush Warrior, despite not always drawing Samuro, does have things it can do in the early game. For example, tempoing out Rakara just to get buffs on any sticky minion. If they don't have exactly Lunar Eclipse to deal with that, you can just deal the lethal before they're able to get the buffs on their Glowfly, because they often take a turn to Glowfly and then take advantage of the value trades after that turn. And Lambie series, the last time we saw him on stream the other week, I think he did go 3-0 with Rush Warrior, barring the series that he then lost after that.
Right, yeah. And just waiting for players to get into the game now. Apologies for the delay to start things off. But again, if we'd see, I was describing Glory take the win, Lambie series does have a couple of decent counter cues. For Glory, if Lambie series takes the win on the other side with the Demon Hunter and the Rogue left over, does feel like things could be a little bit harder. We have seen Lambie series get the sweep with the Rush Warrior last week, and even though it's a slightly different build of the deck with an N'Zoth put in there as well, I think it's great against Rogue and pretty good against Demon Hunter as well, even if he doesn't have the anti-weapon tech that we've seen with Neophytes and Ogremancers in some Warriors. And so for Glory, I'm thinking this is a pretty important win here with the way that Last Hero Standing can often go with the first deck being potentially able to sweep.
Definitely. The OTK Demon Hunter in particular for Glory, I feel, has no super polarized matchups. I would put it on having the best chance against Rogue, but again, we were seeing how Glory completely picked apart Alutamu yesterday just by timing his huge board to a extent where it was high stats and Divine Shield, which forced Alutamu to use double Immolation Aura and Talented Arcanist, and that was too much to come back from afterward. We do have Glory on a decent start here with Guess the Weight, but the Lunar Eclipse keep, I think, is in respect of what I was mentioning a while ago, just Tempo Rakara, Tempo Playmaker.
That's crazy, because it's like with a hand that has limited draw and no way to generate a board, one card slot being eaten up is a very, very big deal. And like you said, shows great respect to the potential for Warrior to develop the board early on. Quite a few choices actually for Lambie Series as to how he should start this off. Coin one of the 2-drops is looking pretty tempting to me to corrupt these stage dives and get something on board.
Yeah, I definitely like the look of that. The stage dives being corrupted means that he's able to just potentially curve out with strong minions. And if this isn't exactly Lunar Eclipse from Glory, he's also just threatening putting down a rush minion in the near future. Although having said that, the lack of Crab Rider in the list makes it such that Glory doesn't necessarily have to Eclipse it this turn. But he might as well, right? Not just take the 2 damage because he's gonna Eclipse that at some point.
Yeah, I think if they're going to follow up with Bumper Car, you may as well just go for it now. There's the upside of waiting for Gibbling for another proc, but that seems niche enough to not want to just take a bunch of damage at the start of the game.
Well, I think this is exactly 50-50 because the way the token druids are built, the most streamlined list is like you have an exactly even amount of 2 cost cards and then an even amount of cards that cost less than 2 as more than 2. So Glory just guesses wrong here, unfortunately.
Spidey Sense is not on point today. But as Lambie Series... Yeah, it goes with just playing out the stage dives, the 1-cost spells. We have to do a mandatory drip check, as I believe that is an HCT Singapore t-shirt he is wearing there. I have one myself. It is very high up on the priority of rotation of free Hearthstone shirts I've got. So I respect it big time.
That was the shirt I was wearing during rehearsal.
Oh.
We're all just in sync today, aren't we? And aside from his drip, he's got a buffed up Samuro off of stage dive, which is absolutely huge because Glory has now hit the Glowfly Swarm. He does, however, have the Soul of the Forest and quite a bit of mana cheat. So if he wants to play around Samuro, he can, but it'll take quite a lot of waiting time to get to an actual mana breakpoint where he's able to do both in the same turn.
These are honestly all intriguing options for Glory. I think Overgrowth doesn't... I was going to say Overgrowth doesn't do it for me, but to be fair, if you can get to a point where you can go Glowfly plus Soul of the Forest on the same turn, that does have its merits. Obviously, Resizing Pouch can get you those key Lightning Bloom or Innovates if you play it with 0 mana left over. And Solar is just in the deck. It's just super powerful.
That is true. I was also looking at the Overgrowth, but I think what Glory's concerned about is he doesn't actually have that many spells in hand, right? So if he takes that and plays it down, and he can do the Glowfly turn with the Soul of the Forest the turn after, but it's not actually that many minions, and perhaps he was looking for something a bit higher impact. We could see him go for a 6-minion Glowfly here. Not the worst, but if there is the Samuro, or even just bumper card tokens with, say, Playmaker, that type of thing, because there's discounts that he knows about, it's going to be tough to rebuild the board.
I like it a lot. Let's just hold off for a turn, wait till you can get down the Soul of the Forest. Next turn, another spell means, of course, you get the full suite of Glowflies, assuming you don't get a Gibbling. And even though it gives them another full turn of development, unless they're going wide, you don't care that much. Individual big minions are not going to deal with what you're about to put down as Glory throws down the one ultimate turn. I love that our players on Token Druid are getting greedier with their plays. I feel like as the weeks go on, we're seeing less just throwing out cards willy-nilly and setting up for these ultimate unbeatable turns.
And because Lambie Series cannot clean this up efficiently, the most he can clear is the first layer of minions into 10 trash or taking a value trade. He might potentially just ignore it for now. Say drop the Moonfang and go face, which is pushing 10 damage currently because of the rush tag and synergy with the ETC. It would... a lot of situations force Glory to take the trades, and maybe he cleans up with Samuro afterward. I might be getting too fancy, though. Of course, the Samuro will get rid of this first layer, but the scariest cards are still scary, even if he does clear up the first layer, right? It's Pride's Fury. I guess what Samuro denies this turn is exactly second Soul of the Forest. Sorry, by not playing the Samuro, I mean.
Yeah, so by Samuro this turn, you meant not Samuro this turn.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, if he does Samuro and clear, then the second Soul becomes better.
No, for sure. The only other line I'm thinking about is it worth going for the Crab Rider bumper card? Because yes, it clears off another Glowfly, but it also just gets in more ETC damage immediately. I'm not entirely sure how relevant that is, but it can do something, you know. It clears off another 2 of the Glowflies, and you push quite a lot of damage phase.
That's true. This is a halfway point that Lambie is going for. He does end up sending the Tent Trasher face. Bloodboil Brute used to be amazing in this matchup. Not necessarily sure how many damage minions there will be at the end of this, but now Glory has a hold of the Arbor up. No mana to play it. Lambie knew that he would be overloaded, so he's not respecting the attack burst, but Glory has plenty of refill.
Yeah, very cleverly trading away the minions without Death Rattle as well, partly to make room for the Thorn Growth, but I think even more so just because he's very cognizant of that Samuro. You want to make sure you're playing around it as much as possible. And even putting the taunts in the way means that Samuro can't attack into one of the Glowflies. It has to attack into another one, which it would kill anyway. So just making it even harder for this board to be efficiently cleared.
Oh no, it only has 1 HP with the Samuro Playmaker, I mean.
Yeah.
But it can still get rid of a Glowfly because that first Samuro will leave 4 Glowflies left on the board. Although by that point, if you are just getting like 1 minion, perhaps it's worth saving the Playmaker to go with the Dark Moon tokens instead. The problem is Lambie will just be floating a lot of mana if it's only Samuro this turn.
And there's no way that you can get Blood Boil down as well, is there? No, because nothing gets damaged, yeah.
Only the Samuro. So it looks like he is going to take the copy to clear an additional Glowfly.
Yeah. And it's, you know, it's bad. It's the one thing that Glory doesn't just insta-win against. But he does still have Solar Eclipse plus Arbor up. He really can only be so upset. He has the literal best possible follow-up.
Right, and as long as he trades the Playmaker to avoid disaster, I think he's completely fine. Could even VT the Samuro, sure. There's just nothing that deals with this board at this point except a generated second Samuro that is also immediately buffed, which is just not possible with the amount of cards that Glory has seen.
Yeah, I mean, if that Blood Boil in hand was a Samuro and he had conditioning, then we could talk. But obviously, well, he would actually have a board clear then, right, with the double Dark Moons as well. But obviously that is super, super niche. We're not going to bother playing around that. And Lambie Series just throws it down. Glory getting the win with the Druid, as we are seeing not only from Glory, not only from the Japanese players, but just time and again here in Asia Pacific. I think the play is being brought down to a science. This is one of those Hearthstone decks with little random generation, a whole lot of card draw, and those are the kind of decks that you can figure out. You can pretty much just see a lot of the same thing every game, and there just becomes a correct way to play it. And I think Glory has found that absolutely at this point.
Yep. I definitely like Lambie's approach, though, not going for the immediate Samuro because he realized it didn't actually give him that much of an advantage on board to get rid of the first layer of Soul of Forest. And the Moonfang play I was suggesting also would have just died to 3 trades, so perhaps going a bit wider with those minions, taking value trades and partially clearing the board while still pushing the damage because he had ETC was the best way to approach it. He just did not have the answer for Arbor up with the Solar Eclipse right on time from Glory. It was the perfect storm, and it absolutely is down to a science how to play Token Druid at this point. The only real difference that Glory went for was keeping the Lunar Eclipse in this matchup, which potentially saved him a lot of health.
And now for the Q order here, because this is where, if I was in Lambie Series' shoes, I would have to put my money where my mouth is, because I've been saying over the last couple of weeks, you know, Miracle Rogue, I don't think it's that bad of a deck against Token Druid. I've had favorable matchups against it on ladder, but would I queue it over the Token Druid, which is obviously a 50-50 because they're the same deck. And I think in this instance, I like what Lambie Series is doing by just going for the Miracle Rogue. If you're playing it well, I think you can get yourself over a 50% win rate just about against the Token Druid, as long as they don't do something like they just did in the last game, because you can shut that down very often with Cult Neophyte, a whole bunch of removal. I like the Q.
That's right. Lambi also picked apart this matchup when we saw him on stream last week with the Kazakus discounting one-cost Golem off of Octobot to be very, very powerful, not really to shoot individual minions, but to buff the board that Lambi had already built, which he then shadow stepped the Golem and then just took all the value trades, which meant that the next board that the Token Druid built still was not able to stick. And it's that kind of proactive line that Rogue can take that I feel is really, really backbreaking for the Token Druid. If he's queuing this, then he feels like it's greater than 50-50 in the matchup, or perhaps he doesn't want his own Token Druid to be cornered and wants it to be saved, particularly for Glory's OTK Demon Hunter.
Very possibly, yeah, that's a good point. You of course have to consider what is left from your opponent as well after you supposedly win this first matchup. But again, with Token Druid still available to both players, I don't want to call it over. Even if Lambi Series loses here, there's still obviously the potential for Token Druid to just clean sweep for him. So it really is wild card in terms of the Hearthstone decks. Anybody's series here still. But I hope for the best here for Lambi Series because it's a matchup that I think when played well can work out very well for the Miracle Rogue. And as you said, we've already seen him play a very, very cool version of the matchup where you go for one-cost Kazakus Golem, replay it a bunch of times with your field contact. He clearly knows what he is doing, and let's see if he can put it into action already with Efficient Octobot in hand, ready to go. The dream card against Token Druid. And Glory doesn't even want to keep Guess the Weight in the starting hand. I was thinking you might hold on to that to try and guarantee yourself some card draw. But he goes with a full mull.
Wow, it seems like we're just seeing newer and newer iterations on how you treat Guess the Mull. Glory keeps it on the play. I think we were seeing from Shaxi the other day, just not keeping it on the play either. Or was it Tom, maybe? And then I just kind of thought you would keep it most of the time, except if you're on the coin already with Fungal, because then hand space becomes an issue. But Glory is just going for the even higher roll here, trying to turbo into Glowfly. But not only does he have a very bad situation to play Thorn Growth into, I don't think he even plays it, he has no card draw.
Yeah, I think maybe if you had like another Innovate in hand, you could mess around with Gibbling Coin Thorn Growth into Vate Pride's Fury or Bloom Arbor Up, something like that. But as it currently stands, nothing doing there. And so Glory takes the initiative to proactively proc the Octobot, a play that we see more and more as time goes on. Because even though he wasn't planning on playing anything, with the threat of both Guardian Orc Merchant and Prize Plunderer, it's too scary to leave it on board for them to draw as much as they want.
Right. Even though it would take a card from Lambi to activate it the very next turn, so you would technically discount the same amount of cards that Glory did, it's just the fact that you give the Rogue initiative of how they want to plan the discounts if you leave the Frenzy on the Octobot. And so Glory does not want to take that risk. He is just hoping to draw into something to do with the Gibberling or the Glowfly in the near future. As it happens, the Cult Neophyte might not actually be that bad for him for this particular turn. But if he top decks Fungal, it is very bad indeed.
Lambi Series here, I wonder if you ever go Tenwu on the Octobot, because you could play it again immediately, and discounting this hand again is pretty good just to get Foxy Fraud to 0 mana. Like, he could turbo draw through most of his deck at that point. But obviously Tenwu really wants to go on the Neophyte as well, if you are going to go for that plan to replay it. So there was a lot actually going on that turn. I think it was deceptively complicated.
Right, he did have some opportunities to get even more discounts, like you said, but I think he's just trying to save all the battle cries for the field contact turn, and now with the Shadow Step, see things get insane here. That Neophyte is getting stepped every day of the week.
Yep, 100%, and this is the hand. The Mask of Cthulhu over the AI, I love that as well. I think that's great understanding of how you can clear a board or just go for lethal as the game develops. Glory chuckling to himself here as, I mean, that's really all you can do here. The Rogue drew the good hand, and this is what you don't beat as Druid.
Lambi's only first world problem is that he doesn't have a good use of his combo cheapening from the Foxy Fraud, but it does not matter. This is just end turn, be happy with your life, because you're going to draw your deck next turn if there is no Lunar Eclipse, and for now, there is none.
Yeah, he just goes for Fungal Fortunes, accepting that he's probably going to overdraw.
Yeah.
Sure. Or, well, definitely going to overdraw 2, actually, as it just so happens. Fine.
All right, start with the 10. Glory's like, yep, I know how it works.
It really is just what Druid players wake up in a cold sweat having nightmares about is Cult Neophyte. It's the one card that just deletes the deck if you draw it, and Lambi Series doing a very, very good job there. Again, while there were a couple of other decisions he could have messed about with in the mid-game, I think the few decisions he had, looking back on it retroactively, just played it perfectly. Not especially complicated, but well done.
Yeah, he had a very good understanding of saving on to the battle cards to get the most value off of his field contact. Because while Neophyte is good, if you're not actually developing pressure alongside it, the Druid can just wait. They can build their board turn 7 and still kill you turn 8 a lot of the time. So for Lambi there, he balanced getting the Neophyte down alongside a lot of minions that could threaten counter lethal. And we saw there, even if Glory didn't go for the immediate concede, Lambi still just had Og Merchant for his field contact, so it couldn't immediately be killed by Lunar Eclipse. And Glory certainly knew not only was that a possibility, but just the Neophyte coming down X number of times more was just not a game he wanted to stay in, and you absolutely cannot blame him. But now we're going to see Glory on the opposite end of the matchup he played against Alu Temu yesterday.
Right, the Demon Hunter against the Rogue. And again, as I said, Rogue against Demon Hunter is looking closer to a 50-50 than we anticipated. I still don't think it's a disastrous matchup by any means for the Demon Hunter. The Neophyte can mess you up a little bit, similarly to Demon Hunter, but to nowhere near the same degree. You can still usually find some way to draw cards, and as long as you're able to play Skull at some point, you're usually able to get there before the Rogue can kill you, because really you have like till turn 10 a lot of the time, because turn 10 is where both the Wicked Stabs obviously upgrade to 6 damage, but also that's when a lot of the times the Alex Straza combo comes down with Tenwu as well. So you have a good amount of time as OTK Demon Hunter to get there. It's just about making sure you're not overly pressured in the early game so that you don't have to use all your combo to clear.
Right. Importantly, it also just has ways to deal with Neophyte that are not spell-based. The Eldraki Warblades is the main one, and this list from Glory is also running Ooze in there, so that's just a fine tempo play, and a lot of these minions are redundant. They can be thrown onto the board for presence or just dumping your hand a lot of the time, and that means that Glory does have ways to fight back. I find that the most skilled Rogue players, though, know when to get a lot of pressure on the board. They don't want to overextend after they've just seen a Skull, for example, and both the Immolation Aura are still unplayed. That is often asking for trouble, and when they do go very high pressure on board, they want to go for some type of stickiness as well. Divine Shield on the Golems or attaching a Neophyte to the end of the turn is definitely one of the strongest ways to complicate Demon Hunter's removal plans. Oh.
Very, very true, but Glory here just has already the Stone Cold Cocoa Nuts with Illidari Studies into Coin Skull. Even the Warblades just to buy him some time. This is the dream. Whereas Lambi Series on the other side has, I don't know, whatever the opposite of a coconut is, he's got that.
I thought you were going to say the opposite of a dream, and I was going to say nightmare, but I don't know what the opposite of a coconut is. I am so sorry. Keep of the Warglaives, I definitely respect. Ooh, Sigil Runner is also a way to get the card draw rolling, but of course he just wants earlier Skull. The reason for keeping Warblades, I think, is to get rid of Cult Neophyte. If it comes down earlier than into the Skull turn, then he can clear it so it doesn't get stepped, doesn't get Tenwooed, and the Skull is undisturbed.
No, that's a very, very good point. And I really like Kurtrus as well as a card. Like, you have to remember the Outcast part is the invulnerability. It still attacks the left and rightmost minion when you play it, which very often against Rogue will just kill 2 minions. A lot of them are 2/3s, 3/2s, or 2/1s, things like that. Very, very small minions that Kurtrus can happily chew through. But if we needed any indication of how bad the hand was from Lambi Series, this is a turn 3 secret passage, and he gets the other 4 worst cards in his deck. This is a disaster.
I'm going to go ahead and say the opposite is Cocoa Nuts. This is not it, Derek. What is he going to do? Just Wicked Stab face? Oh. That's depressing. And on top of all of that, Glory with the Kurtrus, it feels like Alutamu has just passed on his spirit from yesterday after Glory got double Kurtrus as token druid for Alutamu to stabilize like the gazillionth board that Glory had built. Now he has the Kurtrus for his own revenge. And we could see just an easy Warblades into Coin Skull, and there is not much Lambi can do about it.
Yeah, he's at 7 cards, so he goes up to 8. Yeah, doesn't even need to play anything out. Just not even hand space being an issue. That is an interesting draw, though. Obviously, Field Contact plus Org Merchant would be a way to maybe make it a little bit more survivable. But he is just going with the Wand Thief right out the gate and bouncing back the Field Contact. Okay, I think the two ways to go about that were either like Field Contact Org Merchant and pray that they can't kill it because they have to go Coin Skull, or you just go for this line where you bounce it back and then go for a bigger Miracle turn next turn.
I think that's very reasonable from Lambi. He didn't have a hard read on Coin Skull either. Of course, you can kind of assume it because Glory kept the 2 left-hand cards, but even if there's Coin Skull, sometimes they just get 1 more damage card plus the weapon swing, and then even a Divine Shield Field Contact is not safe. So Lambi is trying to draw towards his own counter-offensive, but he's not hitting any of the good cards. Kazakus, Mankrik, Jandis, all unseen.
Yeah, he can go Octobot and then shoot it with the Prize Plunger and it would survive at 1 health, in which case, you know, he discounts a pretty good hand, arguably. Like, Alex Straza getting cheapened is okay and the rest are all 1 cost. But he instead just goes with killing off his own Wand Thief, a truly dire proposition, but I guess the best he can muster.
It was a good hand, but not good enough to discount, says Lambi, and definitely getting the Cult Neophyte in the mix can make some miracles happen. But I think he was really digging for Tenwu to simultaneously discount and get the Alex Tenwu combo to a point where he can cheese it, because it already seems like he's in that bad of a situation. As for Glory, he has the discounted Moarg with double Philosophy, so already breakpoints are out the window. Glory just does not have to care about putting Lambi to 24 or 28. All he has to do is not die and draw Il'gynoth.
Yeah, literally just Il'gynoth is the only thing that matters. Don't know, I went a bit American when I said that. It's literally all he cares about. I was kind of looking at Kurtrus there, I have to be honest, because I know that it just dies instantly, but the play of going for specifically Immolation Aura is a very valuable card in the matchup. You could argue he's so far in the lead anyway, like he still has just 0 mana Fellscream Blast if he needs to, plus all this other removal. But it was a relatively liberal use of one of the key cards in the matchup.
It's true. I think he is just viewing the Kurtrus as a substitute for Immolation Aura, because with this type of opener from Lambi where he's not played Mankrik, he's not played Kazakus for any golems, the actual only threat to Glory on this turn is Jandis. And against Jandis, your Kurtrus attacks the left and right generated minions, so it will immediately kill off one illusion.
True.
And then he just has like other answers to get through the rest of the turn with the weapon still up. So I think it's absolutely fine from Glory.
And again, he gets something on the board, but this is just... I mean, even against a tempo deck, this would be too slow what Lambi Series is doing, but against a combo deck, he is putting no pressure on the board, applying no kind of threat whatsoever. He's going to have to rely on some pretty funky stuff with this Cult Neophyte to have anywhere near enough disruption to stop Glory from just getting the win.
And for Glory, this does look like at least a decent Kurtrus plus swing turn. Even if he gets frozen, it is not a big deal. Oh, okay. He's going to swing into the smaller minion, and then Kurtrus gets rid of the Water Ellie. That's just better.
Yeah, very clever.
All he needs to do is potentially dump enough cards so that if the double jump rips second skull next turn, that he can immediately play it. And that is no problem. He can actually just evaluate next turn if he wants to throw some Moargs in the mix, because he absolutely does not need all 3 of them.
And as Lambi Series is losing on board against Demon Hunter at the moment, he, you know, obviously he could swing it back very, very easily on this turn. It's just about how does he do that with maximum efficiency, because I'm still looking at the fact that you kind of want to go, what, Neophyte, Step, Neophyte? I don't know.
I mean, maybe not what he was thinking about before, but look at the cards he's discounting now.
It's a lot of damage.
I think he even steps his Octobot and brain freezes it.
Whoa.
Isn't that spicy? He can go for the combo
very spicy.
next turn. And then the frickin' stabs are free. He doesn't have
That's
enough damage, but
24?
it's a lot.
It's very spicy.
Choose soon.
Could
Okay,
then also
perhaps
play the neophyte.
Could be. I don't know if there's a way to maneuver this where you can get the Shadow Step onto Tenwu instead, so you can get more damage, but the mana's just not there if he doesn't step the Octobot. However, because it's still a ways off before he actually gets to turn 10 with the upgraded Wicked Stabs, he's just saying, I might as well save the Shadow Step for the Tenwu anyway. Alright. Hand space, a big issue because of that Neophyte, but health, not an issue whatsoever.
Yeah, as long as you kill the neophyte, you're happy here.
And then Warglaves at the end to get it out of hand. Sure.
Very nice. Yep. Still just keeping his card economy nice and low so that he has, or hand economy, so he has plenty of room for the Skull of Gul'dan. Another Octobot being found for Lambie is not what you want.
Oh, it's almost so good. If it somehow goes off, if there was some miracle, then he can just deal, like, lethal next turn if that Octobot could go off, but alas. I think he still just plays it on the off chance it does go off. It swings into the Kurtrus.
Oh my god, that would be so sick. Can you imagine?
I mean, the other play is complete pass, right? Because if you proc Aug Merchant or Brain Freeze or Prize Plunder, then you proc the Octobot, and then you deal the lethal on turn 10.
Many options.
I don't think I've ever seen quite so stark a matchup of OTK Demon Hunter versus OTK Rogue.
Yep.
Choose
So
soon.
currently, if Lambie waits for turn 10 with no further discounts, he's not actually able to play everything all together, right? So he does need an Octobot discount at some point. It just depends on whether he thinks this is likely at all to get a proc on it, which Glory is not going to give if he can say anything about it. But currently, he doesn't actually have a way unless he wants to spend Moarg and Talented Arcanist, although that's probably just worth it, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could just like play Fell Screamer and then it can't kill it. But as he has every combo piece you could possibly want, this is a quadrillion damage, but no way to do it because the Il'gynoth is not in hand. Lambie series surprisingly close to lethal here, I will say.
Oh, so close, but so far.
So far.
Just can't proc the Octo. Is there any damaging minion you can get from Jandas on your own minion? I don't think so.
Not that I can think of.
So many options.
So does he deviate now to Jandas, Tenwu, Jandas, and then he can step the Tenwu because like he'll have enough mana to work with next turn anyway?
Yeah, but then it's only 22 damage he can deal in a single turn. It kind of needs to be the full suite.
Well, it never gets higher unless he discounts the Octobot.
I know, yeah.
So he has to go for some type of hybrid game plan. I'm just not sure which is better.
I can just imagine if we want to roleplay this, like Valera just begging, please let me stab you. Please, come on, just one time. Please.
It's so strangely close, but it is not getting there.
Oh. Just imagine if that was a 3 attack and not a 4 attack, the game literally just ends. Crazy. But Skull off the top is a huge pickup for Glory.
I think a lot of the time the game literally just ends, like you were saying here. Glory can just spend this not actually zero cost Moarg, and then sure, an Arcanist not necessary here. Even if you use the spell damage on the Skull, it's so fine for him. Oh.
Okay, but if he goes for this... Okay, he can still kill the Octo. That's okay.
Yeah. Glory's upset with something. I don't know if it's because he started with Arcanist instead of Aug Merchant. Maybe he was like thinking, oh no, I play the Arcanist, so I can't waste the Skull spell damage. I think it was fine for him to waste the spell damage.
Yeah, yeah.
It's really small things. All right. Currently, 20 No, it's not even enough damage, right? He can only play Alex twice, max.
You can go Alex, Tenwu, Alex, all of it pointed face, and then Shadow Step the Alex, so that you can then next turn go Alex double Wicked Stab. Obviously, you are expecting a big heal from them, but I mean, you're not winning this game, right? You need some miracle to go right, and I don't really see what else you can get.
So many options.
Yep. Oxyfraud not able to do anything here as well. Tenwu sadly not a combo card.
Or you could go Alex face and then double Wicked Stab face and then step your Alex instead and then go Alex, Tenwu, Alex. It's basically much of the same that you're working with there.
Yeah, I think your line is best. It's just max damage, right? Because if there's Il'gynoth, you're dead no matter what the board state is. And so he instead is pretending there's no more healing, potentially, because he has just seen a Fell Scream Blast. It's very niche, but it is the only out. So Lambi's going for it.
Okay, I don't know if I like this line quite so much, because it means he doesn't have mana to fit it all in next turn. But it does not matter. Glory has just drawn the Il'gynoth, and he can get the win now. That was surprisingly close, and I'm not even sure if Glory knows how on the precipice he was that game.
Wait, he's not going for ultra mega damage here? Much more he can do. He could have played the Aug version or the Arcanist and then Fell Scream. I just wanted to see record-breaking Il'gynoth breakpoints. I'm sorry. I'm a Lambi fan, but it's not often you get 4 Moargs and a spell damage minion to deal lethal.
It's not often, but Glory is humble in victory. He doesn't want to BM his opponent too heavily. And so Lambi Series seeing his best counter queue here as the Druid, or really I guess actually his only one, sorry, as he only has the Druid left over to try and sweep both the Demon Hunter on the other side and the Rogue, I believe, is the one deck remaining for Glory. Not what you want to be queuing into the Demon Hunter, I would argue. It's a close matchup, but I still feel that the Demon Hunter does, if played correctly, have a little bit of an edge. You have the board clears to survive the early turns, and then even if they're developing boards into like turn 6 or 7, very often you can just kill them at that point.
Although this was just such an interesting mid-game situation for Lambi.
Yeah.
Obviously, he had the worst possible opening hand into a very bad secret passage. That's why it got to this kind of situation where he had to rely on Alex Tenwu to get the win. You don't often do that in this matchup. But I really wonder if there was a different line that could have been taken. Obviously, what I was suggesting to Shadow Step the Octobot wouldn't have given him an OTK. It would have been 28 damage with Dagger, which is just short of lethal. But it gives him a Shadow Step out to be able to just deal lethal if he draws Shadow Step for that big combo to play the Tenwu again. What Lambi went for was giving himself outs to draw instead like other activators for the Octobot if he had held onto it for a turn longer. It was just really, really difficult to navigate. But I just find it cool that Rogue can get into those situations.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason it's my favorite deck at the moment. I think it's very, very skill testing, and you end up in a lot of varied situations where you have to test the board development plan, the removal plan, and the burst plan, all of which are extremely potent in the deck. But Lambi Series is going with a slightly different build of Toku Druid from what we usually see. 1 Pride's Fury, 1 Soul of the Forest, and double Resizing Pouch, a card that definitely is knowledge testing. You know, you have to know when are the correct places to play it. But after you did a little bit of homework a couple weeks ago when I was maybe a little bit mean to Give Please, I think it was. If you play it with 0 mana left over, I think you were saying it's 60% to hit either Innovate or Lightning Bloom at that point.
It's 60% to hit exactly Lightning Bloom. There's only 5 0 cost cards that you can get as Druid. 3 of them are like Druid cards, so it's like Pounce, Innervate, Lightning Bloom, and then you have 2 neutral minions, Desk Imp and Murloc Tinyfin. So you are very likely, almost guaranteed, to get extra mana, and then for it to be exactly Lightning Bloom is 60%. So that card can be maneuvered to give you even more mana cheat, and if you're Eddie, it can be maneuvered to give you Alexstrasza for a bit more reach as well.
Indeed. But nothing doing in Lambi Series' starting hand, so we're going to mulligan away for the card draw, you'd have to imagine. And finally, while Glorious has got himself not a terrible hand, he hasn't drawn the absolute nuts here. He doesn't have an early skull guaranteed yet. So it's going to be, I think, a close game. Lambi Series needs a little bit of help, but this hand can do some stuff.
The opener from Glory is so bad that I was considering him maybe holding on to the studies for one more turn to give him the out of outcasting Spectral Sight the next turn. Picks up Sigil Runner, so it's all good. But I think the potential to draw an extra card when this hand needs card draw so badly was maybe worth waiting a bit because he had nothing to do on turn 2, theoretically anyway.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I guess if he did get, like, Spectral Sight, you'd kind of want to pick it over Sigil Runner there, but you wouldn't be able to outcast it. I guess the thought process might be that the left-hand side of his hand is very easy to dump. But even so, getting Sigil Runner here is still very nice.
Sorry. He's on the coin. I'm being stupid. He could have just coined it out if he got this Spectral Sight discounted.
Sure. Yeah.
And he was offered the Spectral Sight, but then he just said he would rather have the coin in hand. I'm not necessarily sure if you would prefer that, though, because I felt he needed more card draw.
Well, he's got it in the Skull of Gul'dan anyway, so the card draw is not in any fear of drying up yet. He just needs to be given boards that he will happily dump this removal on, because you don't just want to go Arcanist Fellscream on nothing in this matchup. But aside from that, this is starting to look much more amenable to Glory. It's a good hand.
Decent against what Lambie has to offer for this turn, which is potentially Glowfly. However, you really want to give the Glowfly some insurance against Demon Hunter. You don't want to just feed them an Immolation Aura that takes nothing extra to deal with it. Problem for Lambie is that he's quite a bit of extra mana generating spells away from being able to tag the Pride's Fury onto the end. So he's just asking the first question here. If it's not Immolation Aura, he just wins on the spot. Although if it's a partial clear, it's still pretty good.
It's pretty good, yeah. He can clear all but one if he wants to.
But for Lambie, just like Bloom, Solar Arbor, even with one remaining minion, is pretty okay.
I mean, that's what he's been setting up for, right? That's why I was okay with the Glowfly on the previous turn, just because he has guaranteed strong follow-up.
I grow impatient.
Glory deciding if he can get away with Og Merchant potentially here.
Interesting. And these two left on board are going to be a real nightmare for him. That one extra buff is a big deal.
That's a terror. From Lambie's perspective, the only worry is that he doesn't actually get the Glowflies out of a health range of something like Talented Arcanist, the second one, with Immolation Aura. But like the Demon Hunter's drawn barely any cards, right? You just play the Token Druid saying, I'm going to go all in here. If you have it, you have it. And then I just have Fungal Fortunes to keep on chugging along. And a lot of the time, you don't have it.
Yeah, 100% agree with this play. There was some thought process to going Bloom, Adorable Infestation, Pride's Fury just to save the Arbor up for the turn after, but it would have meant you can't even play it next turn because you were overloaded for 2. This just works out so much cleaner. Still have Pride's Fury for the next turn, and Glory finds Crimson Sigil Runner, so he can at least just go for a redo on the mana. But he keeps digging, finds the Immolation Aura with spell damage as well.
Oi, oi, oi. That's huge.
However,
Og Merchant.
It dies after the first hit, though, so it only does 3 damage of AoE.
That's true.
Which is a big difference.
All the difference in the world. Glory can still just I-beam one of them. It's unfortunate. You saw him go for Spectral Sight over Crimson Sigil Runner in particular because he wanted a 2-card combination, right? He wanted like Moarg with Immolation Aura or Talented Arcanist with Immolation Aura. Didn't get those, got only half, so he had to settle for this mediocre board clear. And Lambie, even though he used a ton of resources, is very happy with this outcome. He is just gonna put Glory to 3, and he's seen so much removal already.
Yep, I love this use of the Pride Fury. Let's not mess around with drawing cards. You have everything you need already. Force them to have the answer, and it has to come off this skull. Glory gets Fellscream Blast, Chaos Strike, none of it going to be clearing this board though. And the Druids getting wins on either side now. Oh, sorry, getting a win once for Glory and once for Lambie series. And now it all comes down to this. The Druid left over for the Lambie series and the Rogue for Glory. The matchup that Lambie series won earlier on today in this series. And now needs to break serve, I guess, and win the matchup from both sides to win the series.
And if you're in Lambie's shoes, you gotta not be feeling so confident, right? Because he was willing to queue his Rogue into Token Druid as opposed to the Mirror, which means he most likely favors the Rogue in that matchup, at least ever so slightly. And so Lambie's gonna be looking for, I guess, just the same game plan as always. It's really more up to the Rogue to have the goods that can actually stop this type of pressure happening.
Interesting matchup again. Glory close to stabilizing there. And I think Lambie series, just at all points, they're realizing you do sometimes want to go for the greedier lines. As I was saying just earlier on today, I like that players have been playing a little bit more greedily with the Druids, saving up for these big Glowfly plus Soul of the Forest or Pride's Fury turns. But just by going for it more liberally there, he was able to force removal from his opponent. Glory did not have the Immolation Aura right at the start. If he had, maybe it would be a different story. But it was enough to get the job done. So I think good recognition of when you want to play liberally rather than greedily.
Yeah, I think particularly for Lambie, the difference maker was the fact that he had Fungal to follow up in case there was Immolation Aura for that first Glowfly board. He really had no board to build afterward, but he had card draw, right? And by that point, maybe enough mana to play second Glowfly or Gibberling with one of those insurance cards you were talking about, the Pride's Fury or the Soul of the Forest, which actually function very similarly against Demon Hunter because of the way Immolation Aura works, which is dealing damage twice, and so you can get through the Death Rattle layer as well. And if it's additional health on the minions, a lot of the time you still need Immolation Aura plus spell damage instead to get through that high health. In the case of Token Druid versus Rogue, though, we've already seen this at the beginning of the series, and Glory will very much be looking for that Octobot once again.
Absolutely. That's the primary game plan you just want to be going for. Maximum development right out of the gate. Removal is nice, of course, to be able to go for a reactive game plan after they go for their Glowflies, Arbor Ups, Gibberlings, whatever it may be. But getting ahead on board, getting those Neophytes down is, as we saw, just so back-breaking. And Glory, of course, going to be knowing exactly what he's looking for. Man, just to try and get into Lambie series' head going into this final game, like it's all down to this one Druid that could potentially be the difference between staying in Grandmasters and being relegated out at the end of this season. So he is sat there just praying to whatever will listen to him for a good draw one last time on this Druid.
Gonna have to get past the world champion to do it, though, and this is obviously not the kind of hand you want to start with for the Druid. We're looking for a card draw, card draw, card draw. Ooh.
Okay, respectable hands for both players. Obviously, Lambie wishes he was on the coin with this hand. You know, Gibberling, Fungal, Glowfly all get a little bit better. But Glory has got the juice, my goodness.
It's not just Octobot, it's Neophyte with Shadow Step. That's so powerful here. And Glory just going to hold on to the Octobot because he has no good way to activate it the very next turn. And he's just chiming the Neophyte into what I believe will be Fungal Fortune's turn.
Yep, the Gibberling turn here, I think, is time to go. It uses up a couple of spells, but the you know, it refreshes itself effectively in terms of Glowfly with the nature studies, and it just means that if there isn't a clear, he can just start going in with the Fungal Fortunes draw while still developing. It's a very strong start.
Yeah, he just gets the best of both worlds, right? This is the type of play that is able to shut down just Neophyte on the next turn because Glory has to get rid of the 1/1. I honestly wonder if it was ever Octobot there for Glory.
Maybe. I mean, I think what Glory is really shaking his head at is why didn't I Octobot on turn 1? Coining Octobot was, I think, a play that a lot of players would have gone for.
It's true. Definitely didn't mess with his curve. Gonna go for it here, and it's still pretty decent.
Oh man, this is going to be so close. Like the rest of Glory's hand is just absolute straight fire. But if Lambie series can find a way to get down this Glowfly now, he is looking in a great spot.
He can't, but he can potentially deny the Octobot with Resizing Pouch. I don't know the odds on this one. There's too many 3-cost cards in the pool, but Moontouched Amulet and Feral Rage, both possible to just take down the 1/4 without the Frenzy effect. And a lot of the times that makes him home free to go for Glowfly, but Lambie is not going to mess with those odds. Probably knows a lot better than I do what the odds of getting a good pouch are. And, oh no, misses on Lightning Bloom, but gets Innervate.
Yeah, I think this was smart because it gets the board down now, and if he got Bloom that you were talking about, he can just go Bloom Solar Arbor, which pretty much instantly ends the game. But it does mean that he had to proc the Octobot, which means Glory gets a turn of being able to pop off now.
Oh man, it's double Neophyte, or even a single one is fine, I guess. As long as he coins some removal as well, or coins it in this order, sure.
Prize Plunderer can step that, but you really want the Neophyte down more importantly, don't you?
Right, because if you go Prize Plunderer and then they have, say, worst case scenario, Lunar Eclipse into Glowfly, then the Neophyte feels pretty bad there. So I was more interested in getting it down this turn. He's going for halfway point though, where it's double Prize Plunder, so he gets the full board clear instead. I don't mind this either, as long as he goes for maximum disruption, either on board or in hand.
Well, it does just open up straight up Glowfly as, well, actually I was going to say a good option for Lambie series. He only actually gets 5 Glowflies, right? Because most of his hand is Marsuls. So a lot less impactful than I was initially suspecting.
Not great.
What to do?
It's the only play though. He has no way to get rid of the field contact this turn. And if he does any other board development, it requires spells, right? So it's going to weaken the Glowfly even further.
And for Glory, this honestly is great news compared to what you could see from Token Druid at this point in the game. Another Prize Plunderer is massive. You just go. Field contact is always killed on the turn it's played, because when it isn't, this happens. You just start going absolutely bananas.
You just win the game.
Yeah.
No two ways about it. Og Merchant able to shoot down another Glowfly after the Octobot trades in as well. Oh, you hate to see it for Lambie. You can tell from his expression.
Yeah, it's backbreaking. It's a horrible matchup to have your potential run in Grandmasters be dependent on. Because there was little he could have done.
Is there any top deck that gets him out of this? Like a Lightning Bloom? Nope. Neophyte will shut everything down.
Yeah, I mean, Bloom still technically gains him 1 mana, but there's nothing he can even really do with that. You just have to go for second Glowfly here and trade off the field contact, I think.
You know what, Derek? I take back everything I said about Token Druid having a chance versus Rogue. It's just never happened this entire weekend where Token Druid has beaten Rogue. Never.
Like, to be fair, the Rogues have been drawing the cocoa nuts every single game, I feel like, with the Neophytes, Octobots, field contacts. Like, on both sides, they had the absolute dream. But I agree. It's just looking more and more like, unless you get a ridiculous start as the Token Druid, you just fall too far behind early on.
Oh, is it really not Jandis here? Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking you just lock the board down with that, but even that is not strong enough. Flurry is honestly premium here, just because it allows you to push face if you want to.
Yeah.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
He's just drawing his entire deck.
Just enough space for Mankrik consumed by hatred to come down. Trade there. Can flurry after this.
Yeah.
There is not lethal on board for the next turn, but he has double stab in hand, so okay, I guess Glory's a trade gamer till the very bitter end.
I mean, you don't want to flurry just so you don't overdraw.
Man. Winning too hard is when Glory is like, oh no, what do I do?
Yeah, suffering from success. Lambi Series calculating, of course, as he should do, any possible avenue back into the game. If he draws, sorry, not Solar Eclipse, Lunar Eclipse, can he make anything happen there by killing off the field contact or even maybe the Neophyte first? Because Tenwu is very likely to have been found at this point, but no matter how dig I deep, even if you want to stack the deck perfectly however you want. Oh, how deep I dig, sorry. I'm losing my mind here. I just don't see it coming together. Yeah, not even Jubble Dump can save him here.
It just doesn't work. There's nothing off of... Okay, if he goes Guess the Weight, gets the other resizing pouch. What's there for 4 mana? I'm not seeing it. I am not seeing it. One thing we do know about Lambi is that he never throws in the towel until it is truly and completely over. To be fair to him, Glory kind of messed up last turn in terms of like trading the Mankrik. I think that was not strictly necessary. Maybe it's still just fine, but like...
I mean, I think the first thing you do here is just get rid of your field contact. That is just going to mess you up this game. You do not want to be bothering with drawing any more cards. Like, if you play Kazakas here, you literally just overdraw a card.
Efficient is sufficient.
Really hope he picks 10 here, because it would just be funny.
I'm pretty sure it's a 1, but it would be funny. What do you know? He can now trade the field contact to not overdraw. Unless he... Okay, he really wants to keep it around.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, it literally doesn't matter losing a card. This is also just kind of funny. How hard Glory is winning.
Yeah, funny for some, less so for others, sadly.
Rough for Lambi. You can see how much it means to him because he really needed these points. Glory kind of wants the points to just secure him being in playoffs, but it's not nearly as necessary for him as it is for Lambi to get out of those bottom 4 slots. And we talk about how, for Lambi in particular, it's not about him actually getting relegated because of his stacked up points from the Masters Tour system. He's very likely to re-promote, but that does have implications for other hopefuls who are trying to get into Grandmasters, right? Because there is possibly a GM just re-promoting right back. That means there's only 3 slots potentially for newcomers to actually enter into the system. That's big for players like, I think, Xiaobai and Okashinsuke, who are doing well in recent Masters Tours.
But there it is. I think finally, I mean, Lambi Series knows better than anyone that he's been out of the game for a while, but he just throws in anything he can to try and get himself a chance. But unfortunately, no cap. He's out of this game.
That was great, Derek.
Thanks. Yep, Glory closing out the game, going through to the semi-finals. Another good week for Glory. Another good week for the Japanese practice group again, because even though Alutemu was not able to get through to the quarterfinals, the only reason he didn't was because he was up against Glory, who did manage to defeat him and go through, doing very, very well. And I am always happy to see our world champion continue his streak of dominance here within Grandmasters. Commiserations to Lambi Series, of course. Definitely not out of Grandmasters at this point even. He had a reasonable week here, getting himself 2 points for his effort, but it's definitely looking a little bit scary. A win next week, of course, could turn everything around, as there is one final week before we head to the playoffs, but it is a big deal that he took the loss here in terms of who ends up down at the bottom of the ladder.
And honestly, looking at the replay of this game, it kind of begs the question, Lambi did have a potential out to maybe get rid of the Octobot. It's probably not high odds whatsoever, so I'm not going to knock him for it. But it's more a question for Glory, right? Because he had the opportunity to coin the Octobot and pretty much guarantee that it got the activation, or if it didn't get the activation, just denies the Gibberling turn, which in turn allows Glory to just play Cult Neophyte, which in turn deletes Lambi's next turn. So it's all these cascading implications, and the fact that Glory won so hard, even without coining the Octobot, it just means that like if the Octobot goes off at any point, it's almost lights out for Druid immediately.
Yeah, I will say that I did like Lambi series play because two things had to go wrong with his play. He had to miss the Bloom, which he missed, and Glory had to be able to completely delete his 4-minion board, which he was also able to do. Like, it went as bad as it possibly could, because otherwise, even with just 1 or 2 minions in play, he goes Bloom, Solar Arbor, he's way ahead on board, and maybe could have even got there to go for the win. It was just, of course, the fact that Glory had the absolute nuts, and even though, as you say, Octobot absolutely is the key card in the matchup, I think Glory had the right, Lambi series had the right idea of trying to work around that, letting it go off, but having such an overwhelmingly powerful response that there was nothing that his opponent could even have done. But that is, of course, all wrapped up. Lambi series taking a loss. As I was saying, big implications as for who is relegated out of Grandmasters, and a player who's going to be keeping very, very close eye on that in particular is, of course, High3, who's going to be in our next series, Gia, up against Chonsu. I think I'm just going to send us to a break. We can talk about anything we need to with High3 versus Chonsu after this, when we're back with the second series of the day, right after this. just witnessed our world champion Glory narrowly scrape a victory over Lambi Series in our first quarterfinal of the day. Now, Gia, we're going over to High 3 against Chonsu to kick things off. Any opening statements about this match between our two competitors?
Yeah, just that Chonsu is still not banning Priest, and it's been working for him. He's pretty much the only player in the field other than Alan, I believe, who has been leaving it up, at least in APAC. Although we have seen in other regions there's been quite some success to that strategy. Oftentimes you'd see people who are leaving a Priest, they do that because they have Warlock or Weapon Rogue in their lineup. But for Chonsu, it's a bit different. He instead has Mage, which I believe from his perspective is what he relies on as the counter queue into Priests. And that actually might be a really smart way to go about it for LHS, because Sodal put it pretty succinctly, right? Where if you are bringing Priest to LHS, then you should build your Priest for the lineup that wants to beat Priest. And so maybe you have some Oozes in there to tech against Weapon Rogue, and that is a very bad card against Mage.
That's true. That is very true. Interesting fact that these two players have never played against each other. We, of course, randomly seed the 4 groups each week, so it's kind of luck of the draw as to who you do get to play against, and I guess these two just haven't lined up before, so it's a first time here in APAC Grandmasters, which will be exciting to see. But right out the gate, we have High 3 on the Rogue, I believe, and Chonsu on his Control Warrior, which, even though I do have some pretty big questions about Control Warrior this week, specifically, as you mentioned yesterday, I believe, because of the rise of Paladin. N'Zoth Paladin is a pretty disastrous matchup for the Control Warrior. I will say that this matchup is premium for the Control Warrior, specifically for the way that Chonsu has built it. You have loads of armor gain, loads of removal, just enough punch in the late game, to the point where I think Rogue struggles to stick aboard, and they really struggle to burn you down at the end as well.
That's right, the pioneers of this Control Warrior in LHS, who are Alutamu, Glory, and Possessi. Alutamu pretty much speaking for the group when he says that the Warrior is in there to absolutely demolish Druids and Miracle Rogues. But other than that, don't queue it on ladder, don't play this deck, because it has quite a few disastrous matchups on the other end. And looking at Chonsu's lineup as a whole, it does look like he has nothing good to specifically beat N'Zoth Paladin after factoring in the likelihood that his Priest will be banned away. And so it kind of makes sense holistically that Chonsu is going for this off-the-wall strategy. He has good counter queues into other popular decks like Token Druid because he has this Warrior, and then the Mage is in there specifically to check Priest.
Yeah, I will say I think it's a little flimsy in regards to anti-Priest. Like, I appreciate that Mage is a good matchup against Priest. I don't think it's an insane matchup against Priest. Like, if you don't get the good draws, or if Priest is playing well, has these high tempo starts, I think they can definitely turn it around. But it's not to say that Chonsu doesn't have a strategy at all, obviously. He has very well thought out how his ban, his queue order works, because as you say, even just not queuing the Mage first does mean he's leaving that available as a counter queue. But to be honest, it looks like he won't even need it at the start, because the way I kind of envisage this going is we see Warrior win here, Priest will counter queue, very likely win. It's an insanely good matchup for the Priest, and then the Mage comes in. You can kind of start to plan out the way this series will likely go in advance, but obviously there is the potential for upsets at any point. If High 3 can get the win here on his Rogue, honestly, he's just looking pretty good for the rest of the series.
Yeah, the Rogue has a great matchup against the Paladin, and honestly, for Chonsu's own N'Zoth Paladin, you can see how much he respects the deck just because, one, he's brought it, and two, he's banning it. I don't actually know what it's slotted in for if there's no Control Warrior on the side of the opponent, because this deck is not the strongest counter queue into the likes of Rogue. You definitely don't want it to face off against Priest, so I'm not sure altogether whether that's going to play a significant role for Chonsu. It's really more about this Warrior, like you said, getting that first strong queue in there, and then the Mage potentially preying on the Priest. And this Warrior is built pretty much exactly the same way we saw last week from the likes of the Japanese players. Very consistent in terms of being able to draw, because you play the Corsair caches to get to the Outrider's Axe, which just gets you even more stuff to do. And Rogue will always play minions of that size in order to swing into, almost always.
Yeah, they pretty much have to. Like, obviously we saw the kind of hand from Lambi series that can be good in this matchup, where you go for the pure Alexstrasza burn plan, deal a whole bunch of damage at once. But honestly, this warrior gains so much armor, and it's you can't even avoid the kind of boards that are good into a Rancor. They are so often going to be gaining 10, maybe even 12 armor off of a single Rancor, and it's very, very difficult to play around. But High3, getting to see him on stream for the first time in a couple of weeks now, given that he's gone 0-2 2 weeks in a row, I believe. Excited to see our newcomer in action, with Kazakus being kept on the mulligan. You love to see it, as it's one of the really most impactful cards in the early game, and one that Warrior can potentially struggle to deal with.
Yeah, and for Chonsu, I definitely like the Outriders Axe Keep. The Kargath is a bit interesting too, because I don't necessarily view that as a great card against Rogue, but it's just a curve, right? If you're planning to play the Outriders Axe, means you're going to coin out one of those 4 drops likely, and then you can follow up with the other. And it turns out he's just drawn into Shield Maiden. So once turn 3 rolls around, it can be very strong for Chonsu every turn going forward. Cult Neophyte on curve. Generally, I think breakpoints for warrior spells are tough to play around for High3, so this is mostly just a tempo play for him here.
Mancrick off the top as well. Okay, this is a straight up curve for High3. And Chonsu kind of has the hand that can deal with it, because he of course has Outriders Axe into Kargath to be able to clean all this up, but he doesn't necessarily have the removal cards right now. If this is Divine Shield plus copy on the Kazakus Golem, you know, we could potentially be looking at a board that sticks. Maybe.
Right. It's just interesting on the ordering of whether you want to go Kargath first or the Outriders Axe. I was looking more heavily at the Kargath, honestly, because it sticks a minion on board. I don't think he was particularly worried about like the Cult Neophyte getting stepped there, because he had already used the coin. And then the Mancrick is also pretty threatening as a step target to put another 3/7 in the deck. And the 4/1's a bit relevant to make plays like Kazakus on curve a bit worse. So maybe you could have seen something a bit different from Chonsu, but there's still a lot to be said for getting card draw rolling as soon as possible.
You'd have to imagine that Divine Shield plus Draw 2 was the option that was picked by High3. I know that Draw 2 isn't premium, but honestly, just being able to guarantee that you are turbo drawing through your deck when you have Mancrick consumed by Hatred in there does feel pretty powerful. But the fact that we're seeing this play from High3 makes me think maybe he went for +2/+2, which is, you know, a questionable concept against Warrior. He did not get the good option, obviously, of summon a copy, but it's very, very difficult to stick any kind of a board to make a buff happen.
I mean, you can already see just how awkward the shape of the Kargath makes High3's life. Grand Finale is the pick for High3. Sure, it's just another big minion. Those have traditionally been good against Control Warrior. Yes, they're playing double Coerce, but they're going to run out at some point, or at least if the Rogue has any shot of winning the matchup, they need to run out.
Well, High3 definitely not going to be running out of value anytime soon, with Swindle and a whole bunch of small minions. So really, this game plan, I think, at the moment is dump everything onto the board and just pray that by some miracle it sticks. Assuming, of course, that he went for +2/+2. We can't see the Kazakus Golem options, unfortunately. But that's what this smells like.
And so for Chonsu, you'd have to assume first order of business is just keep drawing. I'm very likely sensing that we're going to see Shield Maiden at the end of that turn, because it doesn't really line up poorly against any golems. Even if it has Rush, that means it won't have Divine Shield, and so the Shield Maiden takes down 1 if it's copy. We're seeing Chonsu just not kill off the 1 Thief, instead valuing the weapon charge a little bit more, which I can also see being relevant. He does have enough stuff to get through Divine Shield copy, if that is the case, with the double coerces. And I guess 1 Thief is not the most threatening Shadow Step target.
Yeah, 1 Thief's okay. I'm wondering on this turn for High3, if even just because 1 minion stuck on the board, you go for another 1-drop and greater Golem. The problem is, of course, that it's kind of difficult to actually deal with the Shield Maiden at the same time.
Just lines up a little bit too awkwardly, I think. So High3 gonna go digging.
Potion?
No hand space.
Yeah.
I guess for a little bit later, the other spells were just not good, so I can definitely see this being the play. I guess there's some argument for counterspell, but not at this position in the game, right? High3 just wants to get rid of the Shield Maiden.
Yeah, exactly. And there's also some merit, like being able to go Greater Golem, and if it sticks into Potion to get a 1 mana +2/+2 is very, very powerful. Like, there's some stuff going on with this hand. It's not easy to make it work at all, but it's coming together potentially as he does go wide on the board on this turn, getting a lot of minions in play, but it is just child's play for Chonsu to clean this up.
Right. High3 going for the Og Merchant at the end there does make Blade Storm potentially a bit more awkward because now there's two quote-unquote health and 1 health minions there, and also just spends his mana. But again, if this is the +2/+2 golem, then he's pretty sad about it. And also, it's not just Blade Storm. Rancor is always a pain for Rogue to have to deal with. Not to mention, Chonsu's just drawn his Kargath Prime and a 1-drop off the top to make sure he's a spend your mana gamer.
Yeah, I like as well that he's going for 1 extra card draw instead of 2 extra armor there, as the order could have been changed, because he has, like you said, Kargath Prime already. He's going to be gaining 1 million armor this game. Just about making sure you have the brawls, you have the answers to clear off anything the Rogue can do.
I'm just impressed High3's drawn this much without a field contact.
True. That is true.
This definitely feels like next turn could be grand finale, and then you go for the golem with a bunch of minions. But I don't know where the Potion of Illusion slots in there, because like you said, he really wants to be able to copy a high value minion, not just like One Thief Foxy Fraud.
Yeah, it's not quite good enough, is it? Like, the problem is as well that off One Thief, you don't even have the cheesy options of Pyroblast or Puzzle Box of Yogg-Saron anymore. There's very little insane outcomes that can just win the game on their own. Deep Freeze is about as good as it gets.
And so maybe he just plays the One Thief to have something to do with the rest of his mana. And then you can use Potion with the Golem, but I guess he's just going to get a little bit greedier with it, which I can also see the reasoning for, but man, does it feel bad to do this.
Yeah, I think the thought process is go for the Kazakus buff on the same turn that you play the minions. So holding back all these 0, 1 and 2 cost minions just to be buffed on the turn they're played. Again, you know, we know that Brawl, Blade Storm, Coerce, Shield Slam, all these removal options will make quick work of it. But maybe for High3, if by some miracle they're all at the bottom, he can stick a big enough board.
Carpet options were interesting for Chonsu. Bladestorm is definitely the most safe pick because he does already have 2 coerces. But I wonder if there was any merit for taking something a bit more proactive, because he does have that much removal. But he also just has good proactive stuff with the Troublemaker and Kargath. So Bladestorm definitely still fine here.
Well, it was a decent turn to get Kazakus, if he is, as I suspected, if he was setting up for this big buff turn. So let's see if he can get it to work.
Ruined Orb is great. More value and also a bit of burn.
Foxy Brain Freeze.
That Penflinger back into the hand, and then the Golem can buff this board. You are pretty much expecting a brawl by this point. Oh, wow.
I was wrong. Interesting.
This is... like... there's only one card that really gives value that he's calling, which is the One Thief. The Foxy Fraud can give him fluidity a bit later on, but even if he gets field contact, he has enough cards to deal with it. So maybe this Golem is just not what we think it is.
Yeah, I mean, for all I know, it could be draw 2 or whatever the third option was. I can't even remember. I think it was like deal 3 twice or something like that.
And it does at least do a good job from High3's perspective of denying just Troublemaker. This is not the shape of board you want to play that into. So for Chonsu, relatively simple to go for Kargath Prime instead, and then set up for potentially a Blade Storm or just Troublemaker the next turn.
Alright, if it was the buff Golem, this literally has to be the turn you play it, right? You are never sticking more than 3 minions this game. Never.
I wonder.
Buff Penflinger? That's a pug. In terms of best ways to get rid of the Kargath Prime, so it's like Penflinger into the Golem, then trade Brain Freeze, if this is the +2/+2. I guess he played some other minions before that. Okay, he's not going to overextend into Brawl. That's smart, I think.
Is it? I feel like these minions are doing nothing. Like, what is a 1/1 Foxy Fraud and 1 Thief doing? I just wanted to get them down, so if they don't have it, you win. Because, I mean, if they brawl this, you lose anyway.
Not necessarily. After this 3-4 trades in, it's like a decent-ish board to brawl. And he is trading the higher health minion to play better around Bladestorm as well.
Fair.
This is the type of board state that Warrior does struggle with, to be fair. Obviously, it looks lackluster because it's come down so late, and Chonsu's on 31 health. But this is the type of board that Chonsu would rather coerce part of, at least, and then maybe High 3 gets a safer grand finale.
That's fair. That's fair, okay. I think for Chonsu, with the way this shapes out, though, you just go Axe, Shield Slam, Coerce. Like, I know you have to use 3 individual pieces of removal rather than getting a good Bladestorm, but it's just so clean.
Yep. Big fan. Starting with the Axe to see what's in the box as well. Nice to get usage out of Shield Slam because he also knows that this is the point in the game where his armor might be chipped away. Okay, Bladestorm Minefield instead is an alternate way of dealing with it. I was interested in getting the card draw, but maybe Chonsu is just trying to use these cards that are a little bit more difficult to maneuver because the single target removal is pretty premium, to be fair.
Yeah, just in case they get some kind of generation of a big minion, and obviously Alex, Jandis, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of burn in hand now with double Wicked Stab. And with both Rune Orb and Wand Thief, you know, if he can get double Fireball, sorry, the Rune Orb will give Rogue Spell, so if he can get another Wicked Stab and then Fireball off the Wand Thief, then maybe we're talking that is a lot of damage with a Shadow Step still in hand, Alex, Tenwu, all this nonsense. The burn damage is potentially there.
And that's why we see High 3 front-loading at least part of it. I do like this compared to playing down a smaller minion because that would just give Chonsu the card draw. Of course, the 8-8 High 3 almost never gets to see this stick, but wow, the Vulcan is so premium as well because Chonsu potentially deletes a relevant battle cry. Not that one, but you'll take it.
Yeah, draw a card, gain some tempo. Very, very nice. Stage Dive is doing literally nothing, so
that's right.
You may as well just save it. Maybe you get Scorpied into Athletic Studies into another Kargath. It's just not doing anything here.
Or maybe the Rogue generates counterspell, something like that.
Sure.
It's just that he's not worried about hand space and he has mana spare, so might as well hold on to it. Finally, Field Contact comes down for High 3. Looking for Alex Tenwu at this point, you'd have to imagine.
I was kind of looking at Primordial Studies there, actually. I guess you can just go for a redo on the One Thief with this line.
But the hand space becomes a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it really does.
Give me that. Look what I was.
Vanessa gets him a Vulcan. That's decent.
Are there any tricks you can do there, like Vulcaning Alex back to your hand? I don't think so. Something silly like that.
You can Vulcan a Tenwu? I don't know.
Yeah, there's something maybe.
You can Vulcan a discounted Jandis. Okay, it's getting a little bit out there now. Okay. Next boost is some additional burn.
Yeah.
Still worried about High 3's hand space. Looks like he's just dumping the secret passage so he doesn't overdraw.
I don't think he was overdrawing anyway. Oh no,
but he would want the Penflinger back in hand.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, very reasonable. It's not going to be doing much for the rest of this game.
And now for Chonsu, this looks like a very simple Troublemaker turn as long as he swings into the Field Contact to guarantee it dies.
It does, yeah. He's getting a little afraid of taking all this damage. I don't think he's going to be afraid of dying yet, but it's definitely something to bear in mind. Bulwark can obviously stave off a lot of that pressure.
It's just about the fact that He is quite far from being able to... Okay. This line is probably just better, right? Because he doesn't have to tank 3.
Yeah.
And then the Troublemaker has no failure rate in the sense that minions get left on the board. Chonsu's health total, because he hasn't seen any discounts, he's not scared yet of like Alex coming down twice. He's also just seen 1 Wicked Stab, so I think he's able to hold off on the Bulwark at least 1 turn longer.
Yes. For sure. Awkward that you can't just play Vanessa as a battle cry and then throw down your own Troublemaker, but I guess even that would just be a little bit too unimpactful. This really does kind of demand a clear, actually, on the Troublemaker.
Yeah. Chonsu's threatening counter-lethal over 2 more turns if High 3 doesn't deal with this.
Efficient is sufficient.
First order of business is discounting the hand. That seems reasonable.
No one crosses the uncrowned.
Okay, can get a 7 mana Troublemaker.
Not bad, I suppose.
Yeah. You can potion some of this.
Yeah, I mean, they're decent potion options. He can get himself another Troublemaker. Obviously, Efficient Octobot doesn't do anything because it can't proc the Frenzy. It's just a 1/1.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that it's chump change of a board, right? Chonsu,
I guess.
It's so easy for him to deal with this. Even if his 3/3s have to die in the process.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, that top deck is illegal.
Very illegal. Yep. Trade 1/3/3 into Big Vanessa. Rancor. High 3 can get out of this game.
Oh.
Okay, he does have like double Troublemaker, but the thing is Chonsu's own Troublemaker is not dying, so High 3 doesn't have unlimited time to play these.
Yeah, he'd have to go like Troublemaker and then double Penflinger plus Wicked Stab the other one, and then there's still a bunch of 3/3s on the other side. I'm hard-pressed to find a lethal here, or an avenue to victory at all for High 3.
I don't see it either. Alex not being hit by the discount means that any burn game plan is unavailable, not to mention there's just the Bulwark equipped as well. Just not there.
Respect that he's staying in it, though, for so long, trying to find any chance to a victory. He's played it a little bit different to what the standard plan-out is, which is reasonable, of course, given that the standard pan-out does not win you the game in this matchup.
Right, he did have, like, many opportunities to use a sooner Golem, but on less minions. I wonder if that path could have been explored, but more so than that, it was like Chonsu having perfect understanding of what to keep in the matchup. The Outrider's Axe is so strong, and the early Kargath into Kargath Prime made it such that High 3 was never really able to get a foothold onto the board until that Golem turn, and then it was so easy for Chonsu to pick up hard.
Literally just missing both the hits, meaning that Chonsu is 1 damage off lethal here. Honestly, that may have just been good for High 3 to get that, because he's never winning if the Bulwark isn't destroyed anyway.
So funny. Chonsu set up the 2-turn lethal, go face with the Bulwark, and then High 3 has to attack Chonsu to delete the weapon. That's so dumb.
That is very dumb.
Rattlegore? VT Penflinger?
I think so. I think the runway is clear. Just go for it.
He can VT the 1/3/2 if he cares enough about it. It's just that the Rattlegore never gets dealt with, right? He knows there is one more generated spell, but it's a rogue spell, not a mage spell, so no chance of devolving missiles.
Yes,
not even gonna respect the flinger, sure.
With Sap no longer even in standard, you can't even hope for that as an out. Jandis, we are looking for a miracle here. One more time.
Taunts? 2 taunts? No, 2 coerce in hand.
Yuck. I think that's Vectus, which is not a miracle. So we 10 woo.
Coaster.
Yeah, go again.
Mm-hmm.
This
gotta trade something first to make room also.
Step Vectus doesn't do anything right because there's no death rattle. Step Coaster doesn't do anything. Yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
Be funny if Chonsu got the Vectus and then a billion Rattlegores on the...
That would be hilarious.
Yep.
How would that even work with the text? Would it summon a 3/3 Vectus then? Or a 0/0 egg? I don't even know.
I have no idea.
That would be hilarious. Yeah, exactly. I think Hydra here, even just going for one minion, right? Oh wait, he can go for a Penflinger line to kill his own guy. Okay, this is all very, very cute, and it's a nice optimization by Hydra to give him some miracle out. But obviously, it's in the forest-flung depths of desperation.
Yeah, Chonsu just watching with a little bit of impatience, you'd have to imagine, because he does have Shield Slam, double Cores, double Blade Storm, and Barrel. Even if that Jandice produced 6 taunts for the total time she was played, Chonsu had all the answers there. Just a clinic on how to play the matchup, and it's no surprise that this matchup is... Oh my gosh, I got frozen in a bad position this time. No surprise that the matchup is so heavily favored for the Warrior.
Indeed, yeah. And it's why the deck is brought, right? Overall, it's just absolutely absurdly powerful in the matchup. I was kind of at first of the opinion that maybe Control Warrior isn't quite so good against Rogue. I had a couple of good experiences against Warrior on ladder. But again, after having played it a little bit more, you just realize it is very, very difficult for the Rogue to win indeed. So we do need the counter Q now from High3 in the form of either the Priest or his own Rush Warrior, as opposed to the Control Warrior. And I do think the Priest is absolutely the way to go. This matchup, from what we have done in testing, just feels apocalyptically bad for the Warrior. It's so difficult for them to stick anything against all the Priest's removal. And even if you use all your removal in the Control Warrior's arsenal, you're still not even going to come close to dealing with all the value that Priest can generate if they play super greedily.
I wouldn't put it quite so apocalyptically bad. It's like 2021 level bad. It's not the apocalypse, but it's a pretty bad year. Because they do have Rattlegore, right? And this particular build with the Vol'jin and the Venomous Scorpid, there is a way to cheat out a lot of pressure.
Sure.
And then the Priest still has to generate something to deal with the Rattlegore. It's not in the basic deck. There's many ways to generate it off of Sethic/Palm Reading. So, and it being either Focused Will to silence the Rattlegore and then you just Shadow Word Death it, or Psyche Split to copy the Rattlegore, or Initiation to copy it in a bit more of a difficult roundabout manner. But yes, there are definitely ways for Priest to deal with that one checkpoint. Other than that, though, every minion is very easy to deal with, and that's why I do agree that the Priest is favored in the matchup.
Yeah, I will say that even though there's a couple of things working in High3's favor, as we obviously saw South Sea Scoundrel there, which can be nice to further the fatigue of your opponent and pick up some extra value, maybe a Rattlegore, who knows. And of course the Onyx Mage Scribes for extra value. There was no Sethics in the list, which is a big, big deal. Sethic Veilweaver is one of your premier ways to generate huge amounts of value versus Warrior. Effectively, you can just generate infinite value with Raised Dead Sethics, Raised Deading them again off the Raised Deads you get from Sethics. But that's not a possibility. So High3's deck is working a little bit more with just what's in there. Obviously, there's still a fair amount of card generation, but not quite to the same absurd degree.
Yeah, I completely missed on that. Without Sethic, it's harder to get to those answers to Rattlegore, and I absolutely think Chonsu will be keeping that card.
Oh, yeah.
Scorpid to go alongside it. Okay, that's the wrong 5-drop. I got so excited there, Daryl.
That would have been sick. Yeah, obviously cheating out your own Rattlegore with Vol'jin early on is game plans A through Y with this deck. Z hoping for lightning to strike your opponent, I guess.
Oh, man. Not just an internet disconnect? Lightning striking your opponent. Okay, Daryl.
I'm here to win, Gia.
But we did talk about how there is still a decent amount of card generation from High3. We already see this Wand Maker, which can get you Renew into more card generation, and of course Palm Reading. But I think it is totally fine for High3 to start with Draconic Studies, because he can also just turbo out the first dragon if there is no Scorpid. But we do see from Chonsu a way to fight back.
Yeah. Barricade, not a bad outcome. Just a bit of extra apologies there. A bit of extra minion development to fight back. and try and just go for some kind of an early aggression game plan. Because to be fair to him, he does have, aside from Vol'jin, the most tempo-heavy hand I think you can have. He can go 4-5 something, coin 8 or coin Rattlegore. There's a lot going on here.
And the way that i3's Priest is built, because he's running these greedy cards like the Scoundrel and the double Mage Scribe, he's not only cut Sethic, he's also cut the Holy Smites, which means that these Scorpions are actually pretty problematic to deal with. Outrider's Axe gives him a way to deal with it, but it also just gives Chonsu an Axe. And i3 is probably just okay with that in general, because if the Warrior's drawing, as long as you can keep parity with the draw, Priest should generally still just be in the lead.
Yeah, 100%. I like the option of going for the Outrider's Axe there. The other two, like, obviously Shield Slam does nothing for you, basically. And giving them another Troublemaker is just the one way that you potentially lose.
Instead, i3 has double Psychic Conjurer, which I feel is a really weird inclusion over Sethic /
Right.
But, I mean, i3 has clearly built this deck for a matchup that we don't normally have in mind. It's maybe in line with the theory that if you are having Priest in your lineup and it's being left up, then you should be building it to beat decks that Priest would be weak against. I'm not necessarily sure if that means an opposing Priest, though, which I feel is the only use for Psychic Conjurer.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, I don't really see the power of this card. Like, we saw it as a tech in Specialist Week from, like, Glory, I think it was, where you just tech it in for the Priest Mirror specifically, but it wasn't even very good then. But
Scoundrel definitely is, but you would rather have a Sethic. I will explain what I owed at. The Focused Will. That's the check to Rattlegore. Chonsu's A through Y game plans are almost entirely deleted now. In fact, they are entirely deleted, because I was going to say i3 still lacks a Shadow Word Death, but he just has Barov with Condemn.
Yeah, true.
That's a strong combo too.
Yeah, as long as this Focused Will is not played, in which case I will be staring angrily at i3 through the monitor. He should have this game looking very, very good for him now. That's the one check you have to pass, is an answer to Rattlegore.
Other than Rattlegore, there's still ways to get pressure with Troublemaker, and Priest generally can deal with that easily. But again, there's no natural Shadow Word Death for i3, no natural Soul Mirror as well. He's just got all these weird cards that I don't really like. The double Desperate Prayer, I'm not a huge fan of as well. Like, one of them, okay, if you're running Zyrella, I don't hate it. But it honestly feels like this Priest has half of the techs that are good against Mage, the 2 Prayers and the 2 Mage Scribe. But it also has Scoundrel and Ooze, which are like techs for other matchups. It just feels unfocused.
Yeah, I mean, any game plan or any Priest build that doesn't involve going to Xerios's chat, typing !Priest, and copying whatever you get off of that, I'm not a fan of, because I think he's just going to have the best build of Priest, assuming he's not going for some kind of a meme build at that point. But agreed, there's a reason that the standard build is the standard build. Like we were saying, you know, if you're going to bring Priest, you do want to tech it specifically for what it's going to be countered by in this metagame, which is why Desperate Prayers, I can understand, you know, because against Mage, you do want to have a lot of extra healing in order to fight back against all their ridiculous burst damage. But the lack of Sethics, I just can't get behind. It's one of the best cards in the deck, in my opinion.
I honestly thought that card would get nerfed before Lucia a second time.
Yeah.
Well, from i3's perspective, this looks like a pretty juicy Condemn. He doesn't have to save it to go along with Barov, although it's also a good opportunity to keep drawing with the Outrider's Axe. Oh, and he can ooze away Chonsu's Axe. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's all just pretty good for i3 again, just making sure he's not falling behind, and we are all Gucci for the rest of this game. And I think even for Chonsu, he's probably unlikely to coin Troublemaker, because without the follow-up, you'd rather just get Rattlegore down. It's the one important minion. And, you know, while we've talked about in practice testing the possibility of not playing Rattlegore for the entire matchup, because then it doesn't give your opponent the possibility to initiation it, or to Psych Split, or to Soul Mirror to get a copy of their own. I think if you don't have Cthulhu, that's just not even a possibility. You have to play the Rattlegore and just pray they don't have an answer.
That's right. Don't mind high 3 going for palm reading instead there, because if it was just an ooze turn, the rest of the turn would be just renew. Maybe not the greatest use of palm reading overall. Information, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's the only one that does anything useful in the matchup, so we're going to take it.
That's right.
I don't know, maybe if you can get Tyrion, or what are the big taunts even left in the game now? None that instantly win the game. Sleepy Dragon, it's not that big.
Yeah. Fresh weapon to ooze. High 3 to keep drawing. Honestly, his only problem is that he has not enough hand space to do everything he wants to do. I didn't think it was to the point where you just leave the Mage Scribe and not get value. I thought he would maybe like play one Maker.
Right.
And something like that, because you might still need this value a little bit later on.
I agree. But I guess at the very least, if you're expecting Coin Rattlegore, it's very likely to survive, would be the thought process. Or at the very least, it disrupts the turn. You know, if you have to sacrifice 2 cards in order to stop Rattlegore for a turn, still don't think it really makes a difference because you just instantly have the answer to Rattlegore, of course. But, yeah, just trying to get into his head as to why you'd go that way.
Once you're going to go ahead and coerce this at the end of the turn, you'd have to imagine.
Okay.
Never see Ring Matron outside of Battlegrounds.
Yeah.
I did not know this was a standard card.
I had that with a couple of Battlegrounds cards where I just have to think back, like, was that ever in the game? I feel like it was, but then usually they're just not.
Interesting pickup for high 3. I don't feel that the Elucia is especially earmarked for any point of the game. He might just not play it at all, unless he wants to do something like the bouncy Sarah back into your own hand play. But it's a bit difficult to maneuver without any discounts.
Oh, look at that tempo. That's why you put Psychic Conjurers in your deck.
Well, here it is.
Oh, man. Yeah, there it is. The one ray of hope for Warrior in the matchup, instantly silenced away.
Oh, and a Mage Scribe to immediately play alongside the Focus Will as well.
Sounds great.
And Germana. High 3 immediately sits up in his chair. He knows that he's well in the driver's seat.
I must consider.
Yeah, I guess the only consideration is how do you actually kill the Rattlegore? It is going to have a whole bunch of health, and if you go Mage Scribe, Focus Will, and then Barov, then you're obviously effectively killing your own Mage Scribe at the same time, which doesn't feel great.
I mean, even if he has to tank this 9, I really don't care about that. Just trading 2 minions, Holy Smite, actually trade the entire board and Holy Smite, I think is not bad at all. He would maybe take 1 swing and then keep the 3/4 around. But then he also has to just, I guess, dump the Gift of Luminance at the end of that turn to not overdraw. Okay, so he's just gonna order it like this. So he fits in the heal. I was kind of more of a fan of taking the draw and then using Luminance.
Just to not dump a card, yeah. I mean, either way, I think we can agree it's not going to have all too much impact. I guess he has the answers to like the Troublemaker, which would be the next thing. That is the benefit of saving Barov, of course, is that he, no matter what happens, no matter what was generated by information, I still think he's just got the game pretty much on the lock.
Onsu's best hope is the Troublemaker, and he can use it and coin out Coerce for the 4/9. But it looks like he is going to hold on altogether. Weaving in hero powers. I'm not sure what this does. From Chonsu's perspective, I feel like his 0.01% outer here is if the Troublemaker doesn't get answered, and he did just see quite a lot of resources into the Rattlegore.
Yeah, literally just dumping value, jettisoning it off the ship just to make room for his other value that he's trying to use in this game. Oh, and Shield Maiden, perfect. That's a minion that you can just play, make it harder for your opponent, Chonsu, he's just going to die to fatigue this game. If not the inordinate amounts of pressure that High3 can throw down.
You're in my school now.
Okay. Troublemaker 3-3 is likely to get some value trades. Not technically dead on board is the Troublemaker, but the second Condemn is going to make quick work of that. Also, a Zyrella play available for High3 if he wants it.
Oh, I mean, you got a bunch of plays. Like, obviously, I want to get rid of hand space as quick as possible so that you can go Mage Scribe, Gift of Luminance, just to keep the value train rolling even faster. So maybe you're right. It's just renew Zyrella.
You can't do that right now, right? You can go. Although it would gift the Shield Maiden instead of the Onyx Mage Scribe.
Oh, okay, okay.
In order to VT the 6-8 and then Condemn deals with the rest of the board.
I mean, that's not bad. I don't hate that idea.
There's many ways to go about it. I don't hate starting with Renew either, because just Zyrella and then trade the 1-1 after the hero power comes down is also very powerful. He can end with Scorpid or Rally.
Great. This will get the job done too. Chonsu, I can respect that he's going on as long as possible. Taking a look, I suppose, at what cards he has left, we can see if there's any ray of hope in this list. Vol'jin, I mean, there's no real key cards to pull out from your opponent's deck. Kargath to get Kargath Prime is obviously nice against aggro decks, but is nowhere near high value enough to win the game. And the second Troublemaker, I just don't see it.
Yeah, the only real way for Warrior to win this matchup, if not Rattlegore, is to run Cthulhu in the Warrior, which obviously weakens a lot of Warrior's other matchups, like versus Token Druid and Miracle Rogue, because you're not consistently getting to your removal with those extra pieces in the deck. So I don't fault Chonsu whatsoever for playing it out here and having the Warrior built this way. I think this is the optimal build for this meta. There's just not very much he can do in this specific matchup, and it often feels that way in LHS. Very polarized matchups often dictate the way that the meta plays out. Oh, Protodrake.
Oh, yeah, don't pick Malagos and you're all good. That's the one stipulation of this game.
Okay, holding on to one for Bulwark, I guess. Not that the Bulwark matters in this matchup.
I love how our one addendum to our regular casting routine is just to stick "I guess" onto the end of every statement, because nothing matters from here on in for High3. As long as he doesn't just throw, he's all good here. Like, you could have thrown down Gift of Luminance there. I think that would have been fine. But you can also just save it, I guess, and go for it on Onyx Mage Scribe. That's also fine.
Vol'jin can make him worry about the Protodrake a turn later, I suppose. If he pulls the Mage Scribe, that's kind of good for Chonsu. He can immediately coerce it. But again, it's just an, I guess it's good for him.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding. Oh, please Vol'jin that, so High3 can uproot it.
That would be sick. That would be the perfect way to end this game. Or, well, to enter the mid-stage of this game, I will say, the way it's currently looking.
Will he ever have the hand space to do the gift thing? I just wish that High3 could. But there's absolutely no reason for him to rush here. Speaking about High3 as a player, in terms of our newcomers for Grandmasters, I think it's fair to say, like, alongside Lambie, they haven't been performing up to the standards we might expect, because High3 has been a very, very consistent Masters Tour player. And I think he really, really puts a lot of work into the game, and he cares about it a lot. He does have a Twitter, I think relatively new, and he tweets in English for everybody's convenience, at least on our English-speaking side of the Twitter sphere. And I think that's considerate of him. He has a lot of humor as well when it comes to some of how his games play out. And you can see that when he did take those losses in the first couple of weeks, it was quite a blow to his confidence. So I'm really happy that he's able to get back on stream and play, I think, a very clean game of Priest so far, although this is, quite frankly, not the hardest of matchups. Later on, though, we'll get to see him on some other decks.
Yeah, exactly. When we see the counter queue, most likely from Chonsu on the Mage. But you're right, I am glad we're getting to see a bit of High3's mojo back. He is a player who is kind of suffering from one of the unfortunate side effects of this new system of Grandmasters, which for the most part, I think the individual weekly tournaments make for much more exciting gameplay. We get a very excited winner each week. But if you lose both your matches, you're not going to be going on stream. And so High3 unfortunately hasn't had the airtime to express that personality that we wish we could get a closer look at. But here with the Priest, I mean, again, even though we disagree with the build of it, I'm sure if we questioned him about it, he could have many, many reasons to give us as for the way he built it. Because I will say at least that against Warrior so far, the lack of Sethx is not looking even close to mattering.
Right. Palm readings, wand makers, and to an extent, the Psychic Conjurers give him stuff to do. The Mage Scribes that he's running also somewhat fill the void of value that he might have lost from not including Sethx. In terms of what Chonsu can do here, it is really easy to just math this out if you can take a look at all the remaining cards in hand and in deck. For every threat that Chonsu can put forth, High3 has an equal or greater answer. And so it really just comes down to who has more cards at the end of that after you cancel all those out. And it is High3 by a country mile.
A pretty cute play here, I suppose, by Chonsu to get a double activation of Barrel, clear the board. He is in the lead now for the first time in a very, very long while. And now he's not. That was quick.
Who'd have thought? Ray's Deadpool does include quite a few whiffs now for High3, just all the tokens that are generated plus the oozes. But other than that, it is premium minions, things that generate more cards, things that put him even farther ahead on the long-term value. Chonsu doing everything he can here to maybe stick a board, but it feels like he's getting a bit sleepy himself.
I don't think I've ever seen the golden animation for Ring Matron, and it is just objectively hilarious. A static, unanimated demon just leaping through the fire.
I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even...
I was not okay with Mage Scribe being played for 0 value. Right now, I am very okay with it.
Yeah.
In fact, I just want to see it so High3 can create some hand space so he can play the other Mage Scribe with the Gift of Luminance.
I mean, Ysera doesn't even give Dream here, right? It only gives Nightmare. So you can't even bounce it back to hand if you wanted to. Yeah, I mean, the thing to bear in mind is you don't have to clear this minion. You can just develop your own stuff and then follow up later on with clearing whatever may need to be cleared.
Magic is not a toy. Do not lose this.
Sure, there you go.
He generated a good card to dump as well. Even the wave was pretty good. Okay. I mean, even if he dumps Condemn, he's totally fine as well. There's still like one more troublemaker in the deck, but he has a gazillion other ways to deal with it.
Yeah, he does. It could look a little bit scary, I suppose, but if you can find a way to dump Ysera early, you can just go Ysera Awakens plus the Condemn as well. We'll very, very happily deal with it. But Chonsu does, for the moment at least, have board control, kind of punishing High3's very liberal use of Shadow and Ruin, and Hysteria as well, for that matter. And so it's for High3 just going to be what? Straight up Ysera for one card? Literally just the Nightmare? Okay.
Has to just get it on board. This all feels like he only wanted the Nightmare to go with Samuro potentially, in case Apo buff isn't enough for something as big as Troublemaker. But Chonsu is going to end the game, and this was no surprise at all once we saw the focus well come down on the Rattlegore. But long fought for high 3. He's looking at least a little bit relieved, but now the series truly begins, Dark.
That's right, yeah. The win goes either way with the expected decks, and I feel like we've got the closest to a 50-50 now if we see the Mage come down from Chonsu. We definitely expect it as the main way he's got to counteract Priest. It's kind of funny as the time he conceded, because I was just about to say, is it possible he actually has any way back in? Because he would have shuffled Kargath Prime back into his deck. Like, he was losing, of course, but High 3 had been very, very liberal with his removal options. Ysera as well had just gone down. I don't know, it was still like fringe outs for Chonsu to have any chance there. It just felt interesting as a time to concede there. But either way, it is going to be High 3 taking the win, going on and having another shot with the Priest.
Yep, and if Chonsu's previous Q order choices are to be expected, yeah, no surprises here. He is going to run the Mage into the Priest. I will say the build of Priest from High 3, while I called it unfocused, like half of the un-auto-include cards, like the Mage Scribes and the Desperate Prayers, are good against Mage. It's just the Conjurers and the Ooze, and particularly the lack of Sethic, that I think will really hurt this matchup for High 3, because I find that without Sethic, you don't really have the ability to build boards that force Mage to take a turn of removal. Maybe you can even force out an early devolving missiles, which then makes your Mage Scribe a bit safer, and if that's safe, then Mask of Cthulhu is not as strong.
Yeah, it does feel like one of the things that you very often fall into when you're building these decks like Control Priest that have so many different ways that you can tech it, that you try and make a Swiss Army knife that's good against everything, but then in the end you inevitably just kind of make it okay against everything, whereas it's often better to make your deck a well-targeted arrow to just pierce the armor of one particular deck that your opponent may be bringing. But Chonsu does have, for the most part, a pretty standard build of the deck. One Shooting Star over one Ring Toss could definitely hurt him in the matchup, but even having said that, you know, Shooting Star is not useless, even if it's Control Priest. They have a bunch of early game minions, Ooze, One Maker, Conjurers, that you can just use to clear off. Even the Scorpid, if you have a bit of spell damage, you can use to clear it off as well. And for the most part, it's just a matchup that, whether or not you stand by it being super favored for Mage, Chonsu clearly does, because otherwise his entire strategy just leaves himself super vulnerable to Priest.
I do stand by it being favored, maybe not super, but I think it's definitely favored, especially against the list from High 3 that is kind of unfocused in its build. The build of Priest that I find is possibly even favored against Mage is the one that includes Sethic on top of those Onyx Mage Scribes, and then the Desperate Prayers as well, to make sure that there's tons of healing. Although we did see yesterday that when Chonsu did face off against, was it Tom's Priest, there was so much healing for Tom generated, but the Mage can just get over the line with their persistent value generation off of minions from Fawn of Power, from Primordial Studies, and additional burn generated from Ruined Orb. The thing is, it's very hard to do that all fluidly when you don't hit Encanter's Flow. And so for Mage, it's not often about how much total damage you can generate throughout the game. It's just how much damage you can put through in that window where Priest is not able to get all their healing through.
Very true. Very, very true. It's kind of akin to Token Druid, where you don't want to have a bunch of small threats. You want to have one big threat. You don't want a bunch of chip damage. You want one big burst. But Chonsu, here we go, getting into the game, has got himself a bit of a whiff in terms of his starting hand, to be perfectly honest. No card draw to go with this. Primordial Studies, Ruined Orb, it can dig him out, but unless he finds, I guess, exactly card draw / Incantus Flow off of it, things are looking a little rough.
Yeah. Even this choice to start with the Studies instead of Ping is a bit interesting here. It does mean such that if Chonsu picks up a 2-cost minion, that he can play it alongside Ruined Orb the next turn, which he couldn't have done if he goes for the Ping. And 2-cost is the most common breakpoint for the spell damage minions. It also means if he got Thalnos, he could draw immediately. But Chonsu's diverting already, seeing that he did not get any card draw. He's going for value with the Aegwin, but the downside of that is that it makes top decks such as Cram Session pretty hard to maneuver.
I mean, this is a pretty big downside, right? His hand is looking really slow by comparison. This is a tough choice, though, right? Because Fireball is premium in the matchup, but his hand was just really awkward unless he had another mana to work with.
Right. I do like the Primordial Studies pick here. He's just looking for a way to draw with the Cram Session as soon as possible. Although having seen the Scorpid, I'm pretty sure next turn will be Aegwin Shooting Star instead. As for High 3, the Raise Dead can keep his value going.
I mean, High 3 is just hitting the absolute nuts. Like, he is spending all of his mana. He has plenty of ways to recoup all these minions with Raise Dead. Could have gone for another one or a rally. But he's just going with buffs to get the damage in.
Yeah. So Chonsu starting with Primordial here. He can still go Aegwin Shooting Star at the end of it. Probably Mini Mage for this pick because I think this turn is going to be Aegwin clear. Then you expect your Aegwin to die. And then you kind of just want to draw with Cram Session. Oh, wow.
He could have gone Mini Mage Lab Partner Cram Session on this turn, right? Because he had a triple discount on the Mini Mage.
He could have,
Whatever
but
worth
I think...
considering.
I think he was just potentially trying to clear the board if he had done that because leaving the Scorpid while drawing is not that great. What he's done here instead, though, is use Devolving Missiles very early in order to mess with High 3's Raise Dead pool. Unfortunately, misses on the Conjurer, though, so there's really only one bad minion in the pool at the moment.
And High 3, you'd have to imagine, is just going to keep on spending his mana. I wouldn't even have been surprised to see just Powered Feast there as well.
Well, for Chonsu, waiting with the Aegwin is definitely still strong here because he can get the 3 draws of Cram Session and with Shooting Star if he needs to, or he can just get 4 draws with Lab Partner. I'd be more interested in clearing the board to protect Aegwin. Yep.
Agreed. Encounters Flow found now, double Fireball. Okay, things starting to come together here potentially. We also have to bear in mind the synergy between Aegwin and Astromancer Solarian, because when Aegwin dies, the minions don't have to be in your deck to get the Death Rattle effect. It's just the next one you draw. So Solarian Prime very likely to have +3 spell damage. So that could be a very strong finisher later on in the game.
It could be. High 3 actually has to spend a huge resource here to get rid of the Aegwin this turn. He's not naturally running Shadow Word Death in the list, so I think it was very valuable for Chonsu to stick Aegwin on an empty board. Now means High 3 doesn't automatically have access to Samuro Apotheosis. He can still potentially get it from Raise Dead if Chonsu does not devolve this, but it kind of feels like he's going to devolve this.
It's a pretty premium devolve target. Otherwise, it's really difficult to stick anything. I mean, you could start with just like Lab Partner. I was going to say Runedorp Face, but I was kind of interested in going for the other way around. But he's just saying, get it in play now. And don't even bother going for the devolving missiles, which is interesting.
This is his second missile, so he'll obviously want to have that earmark for Mage Scribe. So he's just kind of softening up the Samuro here, but it honestly feels so awkward to do the Solarian this early. It makes the Font of Powers really bad top decks from this point onward, and it makes a Pexus Blast a lot weaker.
Does? Oh, wow. Oh, I'm looking at Incantus Flow. Isn't that insane in Priest?
Yeah, obviously. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wow.
It was never Lunacy there, I was just memeing, but I kind of thought that the Encounters was very, very good.
Yeah, that looked insane to me. Okay. Either way, High 3 now does give himself the ability to clear the board, still sets up for an insane Flame Strike, which, I don't know, is kind of why I wanted to see maybe him not attack into the Solarian, because it does lead up to a very, very clear and kind of telestrated play. Like, you knew they were setting up for a Flame Strike here.
I guess not 100%. Although the funny
100%.
thing is, because High 3 silenced the Solarian Prime, Chonsu gets full value of the Font of Power, and I think he's still in a pretty good spot. It could be High 3 who runs out of value from this point, honestly.
Interesting. Now it's time for the missiles. Oh! Guff is insane, right? Oh no, wait, it's a nature spell, not any spell. Oh, damn it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also, Chonsu can just kill these with Combustion. I think you're pretty happy to Are you happy to put Guff in the raise that pool? Yeah, it's nature spells. It's kind of useless for free. I think Chonsu might just be looking over the deck list. Is there anything that's nature that I'm not sure is nature?
Yeah, I don't think so.
It says explode.
Okay. Gonna brain freeze it instead, get some board presence. This is his last spell damage minion, especially after having seen both of the primordial studies, so that's something to note, that Chonsu's card draw and reach might be a bit limited from this point on.
Ooh. Interesting options. I'm pretty interested in that Malagos. I've got to say, drawing all the rest of the cards in my deck is going to be giving you, plenty more healing that you're going to need, because with double flow already played, there's going to be an onslaught of damage.
All things considered, a pretty good conjurer for high 3, and you're right, the pickup of Malagos means that high 3's worries about value are all completely alleviated, and it's Chonsu who is very far from being able to do anything significant. Of course, he can push 9 with the Mask of Cthulhu and Ping this turn.
And it was a tough play. I was kind of interested in the Mask of Cthulhu, I've got to be honest. I know that a big dragon is coming down. Oh, well, sorry, you're expecting a big dragon, and I know that he has devolving missiles. But even then, it's still likely going to be a pretty big minion that's going to be tough to chew through with all this damage. It's a close one.
I don't think Chonsu can get there anymore, given that high 3's just drawn all of this stuff. To the point where he is willing to dump a heal spell, a premium heal spell against Mage.
And so if you're not getting there, is it ever Deck of Lunacy after double Incantus Flow? I know it's bad.
I mean, he's just put more power on high 3 side of the board. I mean, he can deal with it with like combustion, and sometimes Mask kills it, or at worst you can trade it down. But it's essentially healing high 3 for at least 5 HP here. Yikes.
Big yikes.
Okay, Chonsu, after having seen the Malagos draw all of these spells, kind of knows that he's not getting there based on purely burn, because a lot of these spells will be healing, but he can never get there on board. And the Lunacy is just... I don't know if it's even good at this point. Like, the 8-drop whiffs, there's like very few of them at this point.
Yeah. I mean, really what we're looking for at this point is some kind of a massive, as you were talking about, swing turn where you deal a whole bunch of damage in one turn, where they can't go for the big heal. If you can generate Phoenix and go double Phoenix, Phoenix, double Rune, Phoenix, double Apexis Blast, maybe a Rune Orb in there as well, but he's actually used both Rune Orbs already, so the amount of burst damage he has is actually kind of low.
It's just not there. He's used both studies as well, so really the only way to get spell damage at this point is the other Font of Power, and that's so... It's not very likely to get that from the Mage pool. Anything is a win here for high 3, it feels like. I mean, he's just able to combust this Occult Conjurer. He can also steal it, but I'm interested in maybe fitting in the Hero Power as the one way he might lose. But then again, this puts a minion on board, so Apo targets are better, potentially.
Right, like his healing is somewhat dependent on getting a minion in play. I'm not even necessarily sure that that means you should have gone for the initiation there, because maybe it was better just to go for another palm readings and cheapen your hand even further. But either way, Apexis Blast is a good card to find. Honestly, I'm interested in just going Flame Strike here to clear off the board.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Rather than pointing it at a minion.
Gurabashi can be pinged to go up to 5 attack.
We're going old school.
Gubarashi? Alright, Mage Scribe comes down. High 3 has seen both devolving missiles. This 6-9 is so hard to get through. He's also seen one Brain Freeze. He's seen, I guess, a generated combustion. It's not impossible for Chonsu to clear without burn, but Chonsu's only on 3 cards in hand. So the Mage Scribe, even if he preloads Apotheosis onto it, I don't think it's bad. Looks like he might be going for a Hysteria play to immediately get rid of the Goober.
Yeah, he didn't quite have mana to go Apo plus Hysteria on this turn, thanks to the nerf that made it 1 mana too expensive. But no matter what, it's still just, I think, going to be winning. A rally here. Maybe it's Ruin even, just to make sure nothing can stick.
The Ruin feels a bit redundant with the other Hysteria in hand, so I am a fan of the rally, First Instinct. Hansu has not hit a lot of card draw this game. The other Cram Session, 2 AIs, and the other Springwater are all in the bottom 10, which is obviously not great for him, but the burn is kind of getting there because, again, it's all dependent on Chonsu sticking a minion if he's able to heal.
It's kind of getting there, isn't it? If, like, it's Font of Power into Lab Partner and High 3 forgets to heal, we've got a game on our hands.
And it's not like he'll forget to heal. He could just be thinking, oh no, the only minion I can play that has a lot of health is Ysera. So he might have just said, if you don't have the fireballs plus spell damage here, then I can stick a big minion and Apo it. But obviously, that is a little bit too risky. From High 3's perspective, the fireballs could be discounted cards. We see that they're not. Phoenix? Phoenix?
Okay, that's good.
But he can't deal with this board, unfortunately. So High 3 is just going to heal for so much. Double Apo next turn.
If he goes Firebrand Fireball on the minion, even that doesn't clear.
And it's not like Chonsu can just pray there's no Apo because there's so many cards drawn for High 3. And from the Malagos, he has to know that these are mostly spells in High 3's hand. I just don't see a way out. Maybe it's just play all 3 minions here?
High 3 just had too much stuff at the start. There was too many minions in play for Chonsu. He couldn't get any kind of a board presence stuck. And although you don't need minions in play to get lethal, it helps a lot against Priest, especially when they draw every heal spell in their deck.
It might be a bad enough situation where Chonsu does just go for Lunacy. If we look at his remaining cards, like Brain Freeze costs 0, Combustion costs 1, so that can go up into a Fireball. I don't know, I think it's that desperate.
Right, yeah. I mean, I'm not coming up with anything better.
I mean, Apo on both of these looks really strong.
Yeah, I think that would probably just win you the game if you were to go for that. This looks good too. You could get down the Mage Scribe for even more value if you needed that. Mage Secrets, yeah, that's not bad.
Irella can clear up the 3/5. Seen both fonts now, except for 1 minion, so I don't think there's a big reason to hold on to Zyrella. Yep, I like just maximum pressure here. He's seen Flame Strike as well. He's seen double devolving missiles. Chonsu just has nothing left.
Yeah, even the ring toss you're looking for, I guess. Doesn't even want to go for it, just the heal instead. Fair enough.
I don't blame High 3 whatsoever. When you see a Phoenix, you always feel like you're kind of dying, even though he is so far from dying here.
Yeah.
I do think Chonsu has the Lunacy. His current deck just does not get there. It's very unlikely that the Lunacy ever gets there, but if he's to win this game, that has to generate, I guess, a gazillion fireballs off of the 1-cost spells that were previously 3-cost spells left in his deck.
Yeah, it can get him fireballs. Maybe it can get him Hysteria in order to actually clear this board. He knows as well as we do he's losing this game. So let's pray for a miracle.
He does get 3 draws next turn with a free Cram Session and the Phoenix waking up. The thing is, even if it is all fireballs, it's just not enough. Because I3 is healing back to full.
Even oops, all fireballs doesn't get there. Like, if they cost, what would they cost at that point? 1?
4, still, right? Oh, wait. I keep
That's
the
not how
original call.
Deku
Yeah,
loses.
you're right. You're right. Yeah.
They
sorry.
cost 1. So if he gets double Fireball and it's not Counterspell, he has lethal, right? With the plus spell damage?
But he does have to test. I guess you can test with Force of Nature, because that's the out we were talking about, is he needs fireballs.
Yeah, I mean, now he doesn't even have mana. It's just nothing happening.
Like an accident.
Hellfire, Glide. Yeah.
Glide into fireballs? I guess there's nothing within that cost range anymore, because these were the potential fireballs, is the Glide and the Hellfire.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, killing
Hi,
off his
Phoenix.
own Phoenix dying. All hope dying.
You get burned.
That's pretty funny, though.
That is pretty funny. Another Hellfire that literally just kills him.
Hey, alive on board. Runic carvings for Rush.
Alive on board, dead to shadow form. GG. Let's go next game. A valiant effort from Chonsu, but for high 3, man, his deck just firing on all cylinders. The curve all the way throughout this game was just brutal.
It truly was. And Chonsu's opener, the flows came like not at the latest possible point, right? They were still decently early. Not ideal that they didn't discount the natural fireballs, but for me, the real kicker was Chonsu having to use both the devolving missiles super early, and he didn't necessarily have to, right? We saw his thought process is to use the first one just to deny a good race dead pool from high 3. But I'm not necessarily sure if that would have helped him in the long run. Perhaps Ego in a turn earlier would have been really tough to deal with, getting card draw a bit earlier. I don't know. It's truly the early game where the biggest decisions mattered, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. And it's a huge deal in terms of a victory for Mr. High 3, with Priest 2-0 up now, potentially with a chance to just get the sweep. The real question is, can it stand up against the likes of N'Zoth Paladin? Obviously a very recent addition to the metagame, ever since N'Zoth was changed from 10 mana to 9 mana, which is a huge difference, it turns out. Everyone was kind of initially saying, it doesn't really change that much. It's the difference between 9 and 10 doesn't make much difference. Surprisingly does. One turn earlier, in terms of your pressure, really can ratchet up those lethals one turn earlier, which makes all the difference. But can it beat Priest is the question. It's very good against Control Warrior, another premier control deck at the moment, but things work a little bit differently against Priest.
Yeah, I don't really see this getting there. Priest, as we saw from high 3 in both those games, has value for days. So many different ways to generate it. And this Paladin doesn't really have ways to disrupt the value from the Priest. Notably, they can also just play the one N'Zoth with this list. Whereas if Priest is potentially running N'Zoth, they can play a whole lot more. You don't necessarily see that from high 3's list, unlike the Priest from Tom yesterday, which Chonsu banned out. I am getting it wrong. It's Chonsu's Priest that runs N'Zoth, so it's super greedy as well. And in terms of just that one big board that the N'Zoth can push, if the Priest has held on to a couple Hysterias, they're generally able to deal with that. If they can generate Soul Mirror, they're in a very, very good position as well. And not to mention, the Priest can just get ahead on board, maybe a bit tougher without the Sethics, but it's not as though this Paladin curves super consistently.
Well, let's see. Already for Chonsu, Northwatch Commander is one of the better cards to keep in the early game, or to find in the early game, if you can activate it. But if it means holding on to Reckoning in your starting hand, then, I don't know, maybe you just keep it as a 3-4, but that's secret. It's not going to be doing the job for me. I think you just want a much more higher impact start, because it's not just about aggroing down the Priest in the early game. It's about not losing board. Priest very often can just push you out of the game with all their early 1, 2, and 3 drops.
That's right. For Chonsu, I think we're looking for Knights of Anointment, looking for Murgurgle potentially, looking for First Day of School, and the Sword of the Fallen, because you never want to play out a secret for full mana cost and have it take up a slot in your hand. That is just not the way the deck is built to function. And now Chonsu has hit much better opening cards.
Peace.
Yeah, got himself a nice start here. Obviously, Hand of Adul was a lot better here, but just drawing any kind of a card, you're definitely not going to turn your nose up at. But high 3, once again, he just has a better curve than his opponent. 1, 2, 3, palm readings, Hand of Adal. This is illegal.
He did generate the good card, but thankfully Chonsu did trade the 1/1 there, and he'll be the first to land Hand of Adal.
Okay, Wave of Apathy is at least a little bit of a whiff from high 3, because outside of that, this hand is just pure fire.
The secret is a bit scary for high 3 though.
True.
Not going palm readings that turn because of the threat of Oh My Yog. Focused Will? Are you kidding?
That's insane. I mean, those were all insane. I was kind of tempted by the Plague instead, but yeah, this is just so disgusting to deny the Prime.
Why is it correct for Chonsu to trade off his Murgle into the poison? He won't do that, but it's like, it's correct here to deny the focus. High 3 Focus Will, even more iconic than Yarla and Celestial Alignment these days.
Wow, just slams it down straight away.
Didn't even test for Oh My Yog, okay?
Yeah, like, obviously you don't want to start palm readings, but I kind of thought you might start with Coin just to test for it here. That was pretty speedy.
I think the order would have been Coin, you don't see Oh My Yog, then you go Focused Will, and then you trade the Scorpid, and then you can palm reading after, so that the Scorpid takes a VT before the Galloping appears.
Sure, yeah, that's true.
Like you miss a discount, but I think it's pretty fine.
I mean, honestly, I would kind of be okay with not taking a VT, leaving a 2/4 on board, and just going Coin. You see it doesn't go off. Wand Maker, palm readings, and then you get down the Focus Will. I think getting Wand Maker and reducing another spell was worth it, just to not take a VT with the Scorpid there.
Sure. It's all fine. Hey, Inspector is here in case you do draw the secrets. At least it didn't shuffle the broom.
Okay, Chonsu's got some juice in his hand. Hammer into Carousel Griffin is very, very nice. He's thoroughly entered the mid-game now next turn. And this is where I think Priest could potentially struggle. Obviously, dealing with the early game is child's play to them. But it's whether or not they can deal with these 6/6s, 8/8s, Ysera afterwards. That is where things potentially can get a little scary.
For high 3, he's completely fine to not proc the 4/9 because there's actually very little ways for Paladin to kill this on that turn. He also didn't want to play the 3rd spell to proc the Galloping Savior, and now he has like a very strong Condemned trade play. I guess he doesn't necessarily want to trade this because it will die to Reckoning, but as long as he gets the spells into hand first, it's not bad.
Right, and Samuro... Does Samuro proc if it triggers Reckoning? Like, if you go Samuro, Hand of Adal, and trade here, would it clear the board? I honestly don't know.
All these interaction questions.
Yeah.
Because
it's pretty good.
Yeah, it is quite good.
My blade seeks vengeance.
Oh, I guess we're going to find out.
Yeah. The one I do know is that if it's with Rikara, the Samuro proc happens before the Rikara buffs its attack.
Okay, he's going with the trade first. Yeah, we're not going to find out in this instance, but this does, of course, give him a full board clear. It's like after an enemy deals 3 damage, so like it deals the 3 damage. Does that mean after it's that, so it resolves the fact that it survived? Very, very complicated. Hard to figure out.
But Chauncey just playing it out here. The speed of his play has increased quite a lot since we've entered the unfavored matchup, at least from his perspective. You can see him making very considered plays on the mage, even trying to eke out any small percent he had to win last game. But now it is plain simple that he is trying to be aggressive on this paladin, knows he can't get there on the late game alone.
Zyrella, a huge pickup here. As long as you are... Oh, okay, doesn't even want to go for it on this turn. I guess you can just go Shadow Word Ruin instead. That's fine. It develops a little bit less.
Actively good for him.
Oh, that's a good card as well. Sick. Priest rules.
It is kind of good, isn't it?
Okay,
hey,
strictly better.
Something to do for Chonsu. Oh. Stealth Pala. And then he has Ysera the next turn. It's a curve.
More like a whisper
Ish.
warden.
It's something. It's something. Obviously, High 3 has his pick of the litter as to how you want to clear up this board. Zyrella obviously gets more minions in play, but it uses up a more potent board clear for later on. And with the raise that he's just found, sure, let's find other ways to develop the board. Save the Zyrella for when it's absolutely crucial, because with that, how it currently stands, Desperate Prayer and Renew, that could be like 13 damage of AoE, maybe even more with another Desperate Prayer. Although it probably is palm readings here instead.
And the nail in the coffin is that as soon as Chonsu slams this Ysera, High 3 can Illusia, put the Ysera back in his hand. Of course, he'll be dumping quite a few cards before that. Maybe it's not even good. He can just deal with the Ysera the normal way as well. Point is, Chonsu doesn't get there.
Yeah, he is not looking like he's going to get there. If we look at the value, like N'Zoth is still super, super powerful. It plays a Divine Shield. I don't know. I'm trying to be super generous if he gets the perfect top decks, but even then, just Zyrella, I think, more than happily answers that.
Corpet's just out of range of the hammer here as well.
That's pretty sick. I was going to have a go at High 3 for not going for not going for exactly the palm readings and then the renew to conserve more mana. But with this blind, he just gets to stick a Scorpid. It's so sick.
Bunch of resources used once more for Chonsu. He's gonna get a demon in the pool after this dormant thing dies.
Can High 3 or the Observer please move your mouse? We can't see what any of the cards on the right are saying.
Observer's just trying to tell us it doesn't matter, Derek.
Yeah.
Sarah Dream.
Yeah.
And then High 3 has... Like, he doesn't even have to kill the Ysera immediately. The only thing he's worried about is, of course, like, the weapon pressure plus this Nightmare. If he wants, he can Nightmare the Homunculus and Hysteria.
That looks good too. Ooh, Soul Mirror.
Or just this.
Yeah, this will get the job done too. 13 AoE. Zyrella is such an illegal card.
The Soul Mirror gives him a backup plan to deal with N'Zoth because he has just used Zyrella this turn and now he just has a second mirror. I was potentially thinking using the other line so that with the Hysteria in order to... Oh, sorry, I'm being stupid. High 3 doesn't have Nightmare in his hand. I just never see classes other than Priest play.
Yeah. It's not right. That is a Priest card and it has been since the start of Hearthstone. Yeah, and as High 3 starts to figure out how he wants to deal with this particular board, you really start to appreciate how big of a deal this is for High 3. Obviously, looking after 0-2, 3 out of the 5 weeks so far. Things are looking very, very rough for him. So if he gets the win here, as we are definitely expecting him to do, it could be a huge turnaround for him. We've seen Lambie series who's very much in the relegation zone lose. We've seen Tom in the relegation zone lose yesterday. High 3 could be one of those few players right down at the bottom to achieve that miracle run to salvation.
That would be big news for him. Just widening that gap between himself and the likes of Tom and Lambie, as you said. Tyler not even in the conversation anymore because pretty much he is relegated already, and so it's only 3 slots that we need to talk about here. Chonsu picking up Kazakas for a 10-drop, you'd have to imagine, is maybe his one hope.
Yeah, Stealth, I think, was what I was looking at there. These are not great, though. Like, +4/+4, I really don't think you can expect your board to survive, but the rest just do nothing.
Stealth copy was the one he was hoping to hit. Of course, we can see these double soul mirrors for High 3 have something to say about that. But from Chonsu's perspective, he might have been thrown a bone here in what has been a very one-sided matchup for the past, like, since turn 1, basically.
Yeah. And obviously the Soul Mirror getting the proc there just does not really matter at all. It's just a very clean way to clear the board. He can even heal twice for 1 billion off of the Runway Blackwing, as well as he'll heal for 22 on this turn, if you can believe it.
That's pretty impressive. It is, however, still a stealth golem, so somewhat problematic for high 3. Nah,
Survives.
it's really not.
Survives at 1 health against the Blackwing. Like, there's so many things that kill it. You just need 1 damage of AoE. But I mean, like you say, what else is there really?
Hansu's just dying. I was thinking his 1 out is consecutive golem into N'Zoth, and High 3 did just use one of the Soul Mirrors, so maybe the N'Zoth sticks around, but it's just not getting there. High 3 simply goes face with this, waves of apathy, and then he's won the very next turn.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't even have to go for the Soul Mirror, does he? To clear off, he can just hold on to that if he likes.
I like Mage Scribe Wave here. I think it wins just a little bit harder than the Soul Mirror. That's why.
I must consider.
Sure, can fit in the Scoundrel, spend your mana, develop more pressure. Chonsu has literally no answers.
I think you pick Galloping Savior here, right? It does nothing for you, but it does nothing for your opponent, most importantly, and you've played a 2-mana 5/5.
Sure. Like one less thing that can come off the sword as well.
Yeah, true.
Magic is not a
That means if Chonsu doesn't draw Oh My Yogg, that's what's guaranteed to come off the sword, but it really does not matter.
From Superior Golem to Weenie Golem in 1 turn. Priest truly embarrasses you.
It is the size of a lesser golem now, but without the cute card art. The worst of both worlds.
peace.
Yep.
You're just procking High 3's Galloping. That's so funny.
Yeah, there we go. Chonsu throwing it down. And what a win for High 3. What a result overall for what this means. And even if we don't get the biggest reaction from him, I promise you, this means the absolute world to him. Such a breath of relief there, because he was looking very, very likely to be relegated again if he didn't get a good result this week. Through to the semi-finals now, guaranteed at least 3 points for the week, very possibly 4 or 5 if he can get second or first. It's absolutely monstrous for his chances of staying in.
It's huge, and as much as I was ragging on this build of Priest, it just did not look close in either of these games that it won versus the Mage and the Paladin. The lack of Sethic, I thought would hurt the Priest overall, but there's still just a lot of value as it turns out. But to be fair, Chonsu did not have the best of draws here, and pretty much any build of Priest should be favored heavily against this Paladin, which even if Chonsu had drawn the N'Zoth like 6 turns earlier, High 3 just had Soul Mirror. He had so many ways to answer, and just never felt close, you know?
Yeah, and I think this is really the one weakness for Chonsu's lineup, is that if similarly to last week, Paladin didn't really exist, he had the nuts, right? You can ban Priest, and then you're in a very strong strategy. The Warrior is going to take down the it's going to take down the Rogues and the Druids with very high efficiency. But the problem is the added addition of Paladin means he had to ban that, and then Priest, he only has Mage that is even a half-decent counter queue. And honestly, Mage, I'd struggle to call it above like a 55% matchup for the Mage, maybe 60 if you want to be super generous. But it's just not that powerful in terms of a counter. And therefore, High 3, with his slightly more optimal strategy for this week, does go through to the semi-finals. Gonna be taking on Glory in our first match tomorrow, Gia.
Very exciting stuff. And over on the second half of the bracket, we are just halfway through the day, so we do get to see Tiz on stream for the first time in quite a while, facing Possessi, who had a very convincing win using his own priest yesterday. Then later on, we have Bank Yugi versus Alan, which is my highlight for the day. I think Bank Yugi has been very impressive every time we've seen him on stream, despite not bringing the most conventional decks. And then Alan with the leave-up priest strategy that feels a little bit more focused than Chonsu's because he has Warlock, potential to show that there is a way to get under the skin of the Anduins out there.
No, I agree. I think Bank Yugi had a couple of blips last week, but overall has been playing very, very solidly this season and is definitely a potential runner to go back-to-back World Championship performances. We're going to take a break now, I believe about 8 minutes or so before we kick off our second 2 matches of the day. Tiz versus Possessi will be coming up next, and then of course Bank Yugi versus Alan to close things out. So when we come back, we'll bring you the final 2 matches of the day here in APAC Hearthstone.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Mull It Over. This week we take a look at the most potent combo deck in the current meta, OTK Demon Hunter. The deck's ability to churn out huge amounts of both healing and damage make it a strong counter to several archetypes and thus a popular choice for last hero standing. The deck is heavily dependent on Skull of Gul'dan for both the draw engine and the ability to cheapen combo pieces. So obviously, Skull is the best card to keep. When it's far left, it's a snap keep even in aggressive matchups, but otherwise, the rest of your mulligan and early turns should always revolve around a simple question. How do I get Skull outcast from the left as soon as possible? When Tom60229 faces Blitzchung's Druid, he keeps Skull in the far right position as well as Scorpid on the left. He knows he wants to go Scorpid on 3, and most of the other cards in his deck will be playable in those other early turns, so the Skull can easily be moved to outcast position. The one card that could have ruined his game plan is Il'gynoth coming back from the mulligan. Even though Il'gynoth is the centerpiece of the OTK, it's also the only combo piece you can't throw away at least one copy of, and therefore it can lock the Skull in hand. When that unfortunate situation happens to Rami, his reaction says it all, because he knows he's never going to be able to get discounts off his Skull. A few turns before Disaster though, Rami kept the other 2 most common cards in the mulligan, Illidari Studies and Double Jump. While Double Jump can technically be used to draw and immediately outcast Skull on 7 mana, it's rare that you actually have the time or hand space to do so as OTK DH. And so it's just a fine way to begin cycling through your deck on turn 1. You're more likely to get outcast cards that aren't Skull, and of those, Spectral Sight is often fine to play on turn 2, even without outcast value. Although that does depend on how badly your hand needs card draw. And even if you do get the Skull early, it's fine as long as you can get it to the left by turn 6. That's exactly what happens with Zim versus Bunny Hopper's Miracle Rogue. He does have 4 cards and the coin left of Skull, but they're easily expended. Ooze and Fell Screamer can potentially come down on curve, the Immolation Aura is likely to see use against Bunny's early board development, and even if Zim doesn't draw a Moarg, it's usually fine to use the first Philosophy for no value in this matchup. With Demon Hunter, you've got to map out your next few turns right from the get-go because budgeting hand space and banking mana are important to keep the fluidity of your draw and board removal. Illidari Studies is a good keep because of its flexibility. If you don't have anything to do early, it can grab card draw, and later in the game it can be removal, board presence, or disruption on demand. With only 13 outcast cards in the current standard pool, you're 23% likely to hit any one specific card you need. But most importantly, if you already have Skull in hand, Studies can get it down 1 turn earlier, as Frenetic demonstrates. When No Hands Gamer faces Luna's Rush Warrior, he gets the best of both worlds with his 2 studies. On turn 3, faced with a bumper car, all 3 of the options from his studies have their merits. The weapon clears on curve, the Sigil Runner keeps his cycle going, and the Vilephian can be coined out for max board presence. However, the weapon is low impact later on, and he already has a way to gain board presence. So he takes the Sigil Runner, uses the rest of his mana on another Moarg on board, and banks the discount for Skull, which was his initial and best plan. The Skull comes down nice and early on turn 5, and the Sigil Runner can also eventually be outcast from the left for further draw. He was under barely any pressure at that time because at the beginning of the game, he kept Moarg Artificer. Rush Warrior does not play any damage spells and therefore cannot abuse its effect. The Moarg is a 2-mana 2/4 with upside for no hands, which is great for early tempo. Or, since he ripped a Philosophy off his first Illidari studies on turn 1, a 2-mana 3/5 with upside. It's quite strong on turn 2 to challenge Luna's bumper car, and she has to respect it by the time she builds a big board or Immolation Aura is too scary. We actually saw this kind of keep and play from Glory all the way back in week 2, this time faced with mid-range Demon Hunter which doesn't play I-Beam. High 3 was forced to make trades to clear the Moarg, and I suspect this tempo keep would also have the same effect against decks like Aggro Paladin. Glory was still killing it as DH in week 5, especially versus Dawn's Rush Warrior. In addition to double jump and studies, he keeps I-Beam in outcast position as a cheap, easy way to answer a potential Parade Leader, Playmaker, or Rakara early on. On turn 5, the reigning world champ definitely wants to dump that I-Beam along with his left-hand Moarg in order to free up his consecutive skulls in the next turns. If he does only that though, he floats quite a bit of mana and his hand space becomes an issue. So, he decides to include the Fell Screamer in his clear turn, recognizing that he almost certainly won't need the discount for his combo if he gets to play 2 skulls, and gets way ahead on board for his trouble. Identifying what you can and can't afford to throw away is key to top-tier DH play, and as early as the mulligan, Alutemu identifies that his Ethereal Aug Merchant is better on turn 1 than being held until the combo when he faces Bank Yugi's Control Warrior. With Outcast Position Skull and Double Jump already in hand, Alutemu can afford to keep such a niche card because his draw is already spoken for. Unless the warrior plays out exactly Armor Vendor, the Aug Merchant is unlikely to be cleared until the Outrider's Axe turn, and could have pushed 4 to 6 damage in the meantime. Unfortunately for Alutemu, Bank Yugi does have the Vendor, but on turn 2, he identifies that he's free to send the Aug Merchant face, as Bank Yugi will certainly trade it for him. In addition, he saves his double jump for turn 3 in case he gets Spectral Sight off of it. Against Control Warrior, Alutemu can definitely afford to be a bit greedier with his card draw, and floating mana is not the end of the world, especially if the hand has nothing better to do on turn 3. On the opposite end of the matchup spectrum, Killin All Day keeps 2 circumstantial cards versus Face Hunter, Immolation Aura far left, and Spectral Sight. The Immolation Aura is going to be necessary to clear early boards, so it's a keep, just like versus Token Druid. And because the Spectral is right next to it, Killin is reasonably likely to be able to outcast it. The toughest part about facing aggro as OTK Demon Hunter is timing your removal turns. Monsanto is very keen on denying a Skull turn, so ideally, Killin should fully clear the board the turn before Skull. That's why, even if he's under quite a bit of pressure, Killin holds his ground on turn 3. He's preparing for a full clear with either Moarg or Talented Arcanist plus Immolation Aura on turn 4, and saves his coin for turn 5 Skull. He'll certainly end up in a dangerous health range, but he does have Arcanist and Fellscream Blast in hand for tons of healing. And that's all for this week. OTK Demon Hunter is no doubt one of the toughest decks to pilot optimally, and if you want any more in-depth explanations, I highly recommend checking out America's Grandmaster Frozen streams because he is a master at the deck. Other than that, tune in again to GM this weekend because with all these greedy N'Zoth decks getting popular, I'm sure OTK Demon Hunter still has a place in LHS lineups. Catch you next time!
Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters here in the Asia Pacific region. 2 of our matches done for the day, and now it's going to be Tiz against Possessi Gia. And I was showing a little bit of my bias, cheering on Possessi this morning on social media, because I am a big fan of Possessi. I think he's a player who has that kind of doesn't give us many reactions, but when he does, it feels like he has a very dry sense of humor. And I also love that both Alutemu and Glory kind of rag on him a little bit for giving absolutely zero emotion and saying, like, you know, when he has a completely deadpan face, Alutemu is like, yeah, that's him smiling. That's as close as you're going to get.
If I could perfect my Japanese, and if Possessi could somehow do a stand-up comedy show, I would be first in line. I think he would be excellent at that type of thing. I do agree. He is definitely a fun player to watch, even if not for the lack of emotion he shows, but just the quality of play. Almost always, whenever we see Possessi, the macro game plan is always on point. I don't always necessarily agree with mulligans, but whenever he does make a decision, there's very strong reasoning behind it. Strangely, when Possessi does make mistakes, it's never of like a lack of understanding type of misplay, but it's more like a brain fart, like, oops, I aimed my card the wrong place, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to add that despite not speaking a word of Japanese, I would sell my kidneys to see 10 minutes of material from Possessi doing stand-up. That would be absolutely hilarious. But like you say, from Possessi, it's, I don't know, it's kind of weird to even describe his misplays, because they're often not even rope misplays. Like, a lot of players, when the rope is burning, they obviously misclick or they make the wrong decision because they don't have time. Possessi sometimes just does the wrong thing. It's very rare, but it's so stark because the vast majority of the time, he does literally just play close to perfect. I really think he is one of the best players that we have here in Asia Pacific Grandmasters. But either way, jumping into the series now, it's going to be the Miracle Rogue for Tiz, the standard list. Nothing crazy going on here. Pretty much just the build that all players here in APAC are bringing now with the double Foxy Fraud, Vanessa, Neophyte, double Orc Merchant. Some of them swapping out one Pen Flinger for one Orc Merchant. Not going to be too big of a deal, though. But on the other side, for Possessi, it is the Druid. Once again, the Token Druid against Miracle Rogue, really becoming one of the defining matchups of Asia Pacific.
And you know what? I'm just gonna swallow my pride about everything I said about Druid being potentially favored in the matchup, even if just slightly. Now I think it's Rogue that's, you know, not just slightly favored in the matchup. It just has never seemed close. If the Rogue can hit early Octobot or Neophyte, it doesn't even have to be both, and just time them at the right disruption points against the Druid, it feels like the Druid becomes so helpless. And the Rogue, if they're on the coin, that problem is exacerbated even further. And so while I do think that Possessi might have gotten the short end of the stick for this first matchup, I think overall lineup wise he should still be fine, because it's this Paladin from Tiz that I don't really see getting that much work done. I don't think it has any favorable matchups lined up against what Possessi has to offer.
Yeah, the Paladin could get very, very strange. Like against Demon Hunter, I could see that the current build maybe applies enough pressure, because you obviously have all this the secret that disrupts what the Demon Hunter is trying to do. Very often they do want to play more than 3 cards in a turn for the Galloping Savior to proc. But we won't be getting there quite yet, as Possessi does have the most standard build of Token Druid against the most standard build of Rogue. It's about as generic of a matchup as you can possibly hope to get. Which honestly, I kind of like seeing these exactly identical decks going up against each other time and again, because then you only have the one independent variable, or dependent variable, I could never remember which way it was. I was terrible at GCSE science. In order to figure out what is going on. It's just like the draw and obviously the play that the players are going for, the different play styles that could mess things up. Because even though I've been saying that against Rogue, the Druid should go for these big sweeping boards where you go for a huge Glowfly, try and get down Soul of the Forest on the same turn maybe, or Pride's Fury on the same turn. That kind of hasn't been working. The Neophytes have shut down those big turns, so maybe we should be seeing earlier Gibbling being the priority, and early Thorn Growth sentries just getting on the board in some capacity could be the priority.
I am a bit stuck on what you said about variables, because I did take a science course, so I feel like out of pride I need to answer that. And if we're talking about what the different, or what that variable is in the first place, if the deck list is held the same. It's just the play of the player, right? So that's got to be the independent one. And then dependent one is the result of the gameplay. Like who has the better win rate is the dependent variable. And then you would have to see what is actually causing that if the lists are completely similar. And it's just how you approach the matchup, how you get the mulligan, and whether or not you get card draw in the opener, I think is a big one for Druid.
Well, G, if you keep correcting me on my science, I'm going to be an independent variable and cast by myself soon, okay? So deal with that.
I guess I couldn't get dinner. Enjoy. Well, opener for Possessi, while it does look very bad, for Tiz, he does have like a curve option if he really wants it, of 2-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, but it often feels like the hand gets better from Rogue, right? Any combo card makes holding onto Foxy Fraud a little bit better, and the coin, if you do hit early Octobot, it can allow you to go for some fancy plays with Shadow Step potentially.
Wow, this is already so different from what we've seen previously. Both players with pretty suboptimal hands, but with single draws that could turn things around so drastically. Like, if Tiz goes Man-Crick, Tenwu Man-Crick again, as we're kind of expecting next turn, if he draws one of the Man-Cricks from his deck, he's looking in a great spot. Possessi, conversely, on the other side, if he gets himself Innovate, Nature Studies, one of the ways to proc these Gibblings, he himself could just explode before the Glowfly is even necessary. Whoa! What?
Okay, Possessi shows reaction, and it's warranted. Hello?
Yeah. That's
Never mind
not
turn
legal.
6 wife. This is turn 3 wife. Yeah, and he just goes again. Put another one in the deck.
Man, I'm thinking, if Man-Crick finds out his wife is dead that quick, that has to be a self-report, right? That is just suspiciously fast. Like, oh my god, guys, look, she's dead, oh no.
I'm angry, oh no.
Yeah, raw, smash. Oh, man. Either way, Possessi still not really with the ability to go off on this turn, right? He can go double Gibbling Adorable, which does put some amount of stats on the board, but it just gets wiped off the board.
Yeah, it's... I mean, the ones with Spell Burst on them, even if it's only those that get traded down, Possessi's still in an awful position. I'm trying to think of what top decks can dig him out of this. Even if it's exactly Lightning Bloom, he's still a little bit short of being able to go Gibberling, Bloom, Arbor up, Solar Eclipse the very next turn, which is what I see as his way back into the game. Of course, Solar before the Arbor, but yeah, I don't know. I guess you can throw one Gibberling if that's your out. Like you can go Gibberling, Adorable, Marcel, or maybe just Power of the Wild for a minion at that point. I don't know.
Problem is then you've used up 2 spells from your hand and you kind of need the Glowfly to go off next turn.
I can understand the line from Possessi for sure. It's one spell used, Glowfly very likely going to get 5 flies next turn if Possessi isn't just dead by then. And then hopefully he can top deck either Vate or Lightning Bloom by turn 6 to go for the Arbor up with Solar Eclipse game plan. Oh. Octobot now though.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards just going Secret Passage, right? This hand doesn't do enough for me.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a single Prize Plunderer or Brain Freeze, it's already super worth it.
Right.
Like, all he wants to do is clear as many of these minions as possible this turn. Even if he completely whiffs on the passage, he gets to Dagger. But I guess Tiz is saying on average, I'm only going to be able to clear 1 more of them, so might as well get down the Octobot. And to be fair, it's only 2 minions left on board after that.
Yeah, it was close, right? Because obviously, if you get exactly Orc Merchants or Prize Plunderers, the benefits of actually sticking them on the board is worth a lot, in my opinion, just to proactively trade back against the next board that Possessi tries to develop. But at the same time, it could go disastrously wrong. Maybe you get Kazakus, Jandis, Alexstrasza, whatever, just all the unplayable cards, and then you can't do anything there.
Here for Possessi, I think he knows that just Glowfly for 5 is not good enough here. It's not only just going to give an Octobot activation, like 3 of them are immediately dead on board, assuming he trades a Morsel into a 3-1. So I think this is actually a draw turn with Fungal Fortunes. I'm just not sure if it's Solar Fungal on top of that, just so he spends all the rest of his mana.
Usually I would say I hate that, but it kind of makes sense because you really need to find Bloom and Innovate so that you can go Glowfly and Soul on the same turn.
Yes.
Time waits for no one.
It's super desperate looking, but I just don't think the regular game plan ever gets there against the super early Enraged Mankrik plus Octobot activation.
Again, though, it gets a little bit deeper because if you go Fungal first, you still have the mana to go for... Wow, he's just going Glowfly. I was going to say you still have the mana for Nature Studies, so you could play that to bank a mana for the following turn. But Possessi just saying, you know what, this is hopefully good enough and just throws it down. But I think for Tiz, this is going to be a very easy secret passage and then just discount everything with the Octobot.
Really?
Wow.
He's discounting 4 cards here, but I'm pretty sure you still just want to play Passage, so wouldn't he rather get like the ability to almost guaranteed play all the cards from the Passage?
Yeah, I definitely disagree with this. I was thinking like maybe he's going to play the Foxy Fraud so that you can then go for a cheaper Vanessa or Swindle afterwards that kind of saves an extra mana, but even then, he just can't play the Swindle now, right?
Well, he still just did pick up enough stuff to deal with the whole board.
Yes.
It's a field contact. Both lines very good on average because really all he needed was just a way to clear like 1 or 2 more minions, and he got that. Possessi back to the drawing board. Fungal into Fungal is available.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is now, though, that he doesn't even have the ability to stick that big board. It's too late.
Yeah. And now he goes for the thing I was talking about this turn, but there's no ability to play Lunar unless he gets, more mana to work with, and he does. So thankfully for him, the contact is dealt with, because with the pre-discounted hand, if that lived, it was GG next game for sure.
Again there, I kind of preferred the Guess the Way instead of the Thorn Growth. Like, I think you have to hit Innovate or Bloom to make anything happen with this hand.
Thorn Growths are somewhat challenging the 3-1 on board, so I don't hate it, but he does need something more than that. It could be he's thinking just take a whole nother turn off by drawing, and then another halfway play of just Thorn Growth for defense. But by then it might be too late, and also in any of these turns, Tiz could have hit the Cult Neophyte.
Shooting Star is obviously incredibly powerful in the matchup, but I would honestly hear out the argument for just Spring Water. Like, as long as you don't draw completely dead for the next few turns, you should be absolutely fine. Okay. Honestly, I kind of preferred even just stepping the Mankrik there, just to heal it up to a 3-7 again after you trade.
Yeah, it is like a guaranteed decent expenditure of mana, whereas One Thief sometimes whiffs. I would call the Flurry a pretty big whiff here, but Tiz is winning so hard that it does not matter.
Yeah, it's all good, especially as an Octobot cheapening this Alexstrasza means that we're just looking at straight up lethal in the next couple o turns. Possessi, I mean, just nothing. Both Gibblings gone, Glowfly gone. He only has one way to even really generate a big board left in the deck, and he has not found it.
Doing his best to put stuff in the way. It's a decent amount of stats for the mana he spent, but Tiz has just preloaded so much on the board, can discount this hand even further, and now there is second field contact. He can also just step one of these to start the train going on the field contact.
I believe at this point the kids would say, go off, King, because Tiz can just do whatever he wants. I mean, I was kind of looking at just proccing the Octobot there because you want to get a discount on this hand, but...
What do I know? This wins too. He can flurry these two at the very worst and just push for the counter lethal. But I like the discount, so Alex could come down next turn.
Yeah, same. Same.
Okay, can proc it.
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Wow.
But he's
For the
targeting the
BT.
Foxy instead.
Okay.
Is he going to shooting star his own Octobot here? Like, I don't know.
I don't think so. And these past few games have felt so one-sided, but I'm really glad that I've switched over to the side of saying that Rogue is very favored in the matchup.
Yeah. Instead of chanting tree, 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 we chant efficiency, efficiency,
It's
efficiency.
efficient.
Yeah, I don't know. Arms, arms, arms.
But.
There we go. Possessy throws it down. Just absolutely nothing doing there in that mid game. We can talk, of course, about his early game options, like going for a very underwhelming Glowfly. Personally, I still think with the way that panned out, if anything, he actually made his opponent's turn better by going for the Glowfly, because a lot of cards in Rogue's hand can be very difficult to use. The Orc Merchant, Prize Plunderer, Brain Freezes, you need targets to use on them. And so I think going for the card draw, setting up for one big Glowfly turn afterwards, in my opinion, was a slightly more secure route to victory. Or give you a chance, at least.
Right. I mean, it was obviously a bad situation to make a desperate play as the one I suggested with the Solar for card draw, because you do generally want to save Solar to go with Arbor up for the immediate lethal, but the more pressing problem was just building a board that actually stuck for a turn, because the 5 Glowflies against 3 against 3 minions that were already on board there was just never going to stick whatsoever. We do know, however, that Possessy is able to fight back with this OTK Demon Hunter, which I know Derek has been saying pretty often is not actually that favored against Rogue, but I still think it comes out with a slight advantage in the matchup, and I think it is a very decent counter queue.
That's fair, that's fair. I mean, my opinion on all Rogue matchups is basically, what has my win rate been on ladder for the day with Rogue? Did I win my 3 games that I played pre-broadcast, or did I lose all of them and come on salty? Pretty much defines all of it. But I do think, you know, having played a lot more Rogue this expansion, I think that it has a lot more ability to actually put on pressure in the early game. I think that it's very often underestimated how aggressive Rogue can be, and really how little damage you need in the early game to actually push for lethal. Because obviously it's different against Demon Hunter that can massively heal in huge burst turns. But if you can just stick a bit of damage, and then going into turn 6, they want to play Skull instead of removing, there are aggro game plans that can get it. In addition to, of course, the slower burst Alex game plans later on. But Tiz right out of the gate with an interesting old mulligan here. Field contact solo kept on the play.
It's the Gabby school of thought. I don't necessarily know if I can attribute that accurately, because I don't think I remember seeing him playing or making that keep against specifically Demon Hunter, but just every other matchup that I saw him on stream, at least during Orgrimmar, he was keeping field contact all the time. The argument being that field contact is kind of the centerpiece that allows all of your other tools to actually draw you into more value. However, I'm not necessarily sure if that's game plan A against OTK Demon Hunter. I think game plan A is trying to go for the 3-4-5 curve, ideally with the Mankrik and Kazakus Golem. He does have the Jandis to top that out, but it takes a while to get there.
Yeah, plan A for me is Kazakus, 5-cost Golem, and then replay it with Shadow Steps and 10 Woos to try and just get huge pressure on the board that the Demon Hunter really can't deal with. Field contact, like, again, you need Octobot for it to do anything at all before turn 4 or 5. Or, I mean, really turn 5, to be honest. But if you have Octobot, your hand's kind of good anyway, because you can just go for the high tempo curve. So I am yet to be convinced by this mulligan from Tiz, but I am very much convinced by this mulligan from Possessy. Finding Skull, outcast position available on his side, it's just easy breezy.
Feels like Oasis is the only one that really does anything here. He can maybe set it up next turn, and a lot of the time Demon Hunter would think about attacking into a small minion just to clear it off the board.
I kind of like the look of Evocation, not really to actually use it as it's intended, but just to go Evocation Secret Passage and keep all the cards in your hand after it comes back. Like, it comes up more than you would think. It's a niche play, but it's a powerful one when it's offered.
Is it though? Is random mage spells the way to beat Demon Hunter?
It's better than the other stuff. I don't think that Oasis Ally was really doing that much. Having to spend 3 mana on it is so much in the early game.
Because what is he doing next turn? Just contact Og Merchant?
I think so. I mean, he kept it. Play it.
Okay. Well, for Possessy, the game plan is so simple. All he needs to do is make sure that this philosophy is played before turn 5 so that he can coin out the skull in outcast position. Possessy just going to make quick work of the Wand Thief, spend your mana, all good.
It's quiet. Too quiet.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
This hand's still just looking kind of slow, kind of clunky, not really coming together. Possessy, the obvious play is just to go Fellscream Blast, Philosophy, Swing. Deals with it very easily, but is there any benefit to like using the I-Beam because it's a little bit harder to use given that it's stuck in the middle of the hand?
I don't necessarily think so because the I-Beam, if you do use the Fellscream Blast, is very likely going to get unstuck after next turn. So I quite like using Fellscream instead. Potentially, the mana expenditure gives you some reasoning for like it's kind of the same this turn because like he doesn't necessarily just want to play out a Moarg. And so if the Fellscream, if all it lets you do in the end is float some mana, then I can see the usage for holding on to it.
Yeah, I think Fellscream Blast is probably going to be a little bit more impactful as a board clear with this hand. So I think it's a subtle but slight optimization from Possessy, and Tiz again just left with nothing. At this point, I kind of am considering just Evocation. If you can get yourself
Oasis Ally?
Oasis Ally? Yeah, rigged fair game. I don't know. Maybe you just bite the bullet and play a 5-mana Oasis Ally instead.
Sorry, I'm just being salty because this could be an Oasis Ally and it's like cheaper to play here.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Yeah, I do think the Evocation is the play here. The rest is just not doing enough. He can't afford to try and get the fancy play with Secret Passage because he's just not pressuring Possessy at all in the mean. Oh my gosh. Second heal contact.
Oh. Tempo contact and then shoot it. Oh my goodness.
He's just shooting his own minions. It hurts. Okay, it's back in the hand, but Step is a valuable resource.
I don't even know if that was good to do at the end. Like, maybe you want to save the Step to go with the Jandis.
Yeah, maybe.
It's better. It's a tough one. But I mean, so far, I think we can agree. This is just... It's like being on holiday for Possessy. It couldn't be any better.
It could be. Like, Tiz could just be dead next turn. We've seen that from a lot of Demon Hunters, but it's very good.
Okay, it's like going on holiday in the UK. It's nice, but it could definitely be better. Whoa! Okay. That's a thing.
It survives past Moarg Immolation. That's a big deal. At worst, he can Arcanist Immolation with I-Beam.
Yeah.
The thing is, it feels like a waste to use the Immolation that way because these other two minions are just at 1 health. The Earth Elemental is the only one that survives most of this AoE.
Okay, starting with the card draw. Yeah, I can get on board with this. Maybe you get something a little more impactful. Fell Screamer is interesting. You do really want to play that because then all of a sudden the combo actually just starts coming online next turn.
It does, but he's got to respect this part, right? The Throw Glaive is pretty good here.
You have to respect this.
I grow impatient.
14. I guess the reach is not there, right? That's fair. But if the Moar gets dealt with, How much burst does he even actually have next turn? It's like 18. It's not lethal, I think.
He has double Fell Screen Blast, right? He has quite a bit. Maybe it's not... Yeah, probably not quite there. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Let's be a little more sensible.
It's not guaranteed, for sure. Like, it was a lot of damage, but it would require there being 3 minions on Tiz's side of the board, which is not always the case. Like, he might trade one of them into the Morg, and sometimes he doesn't play more. Like, it's pretty reasonable that it happens, but I think this eliminates all chances of disaster for Possessi.
No, I think you're right. I was just getting a little bit too fancy. Like, I was thinking maybe there's a way to set up essentially guaranteed lethal, but it was not there. So this is the much more sensible play from Posan.
Having to use the Arcanist for the second throw glaive is a little bit painful though, because now the combo is kind of far away, but he's definitely under very much less pressure.
Oh, I mean, he's under so much less pressure. Like, here from Possessi, you absolutely can just go Fell Screamer Acrobatics or, I don't know, Immolation Aura maybe is worth it. Whatever. You just set up for the lethal in the next couple turns.
Just trying to figure out what he's cut from the list to make room for those double acrobatics. We're not seeing that all the time. He's still fitting the ooze in there.
Spectral Sights?
Oh yeah. Okay. So the acrobatics is like not strictly better nor worse than the Spectral Sight?
Yeah.
Because it will always draw you 2 even if it's not Outcast. But a lot of the time you are only drawing for 2. It's very rare you actually get to draw the full 4.
Yeah, I mean, you very rarely, if ever, have hand space to draw, even if you have the mana available. But Talented Arcanist is a very juicy pickup.
Yeah.
Now with Raging Fell Screamer, we've got to be looking close to lethal, if not actual guaranteed in the next couple turns.
Definitely feels like it.
I grow impatient.
Also, I miscalculated a while ago. If it had to be double Fell Screen Blast, it's only actually the first one that gets the buff from the Arcanist, so it was probably pretty far away.
And I think if he has minions to play it on, he is actually just guaranteed lethal now, because he has 18 off the first Fell Screen Blast, sorry, and then 6 and 6 off the next 2, so it's just exactly 30 with Fell Screen Blast and I-Beam, which would then become Outcast for perfect mana utilization.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So Tiz probably just takes Cram Session here so he can spend his mana. From his perspective, he's not dead. So his best out is, you know, trying to land the Alex into Tenwu, something like that in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, his out is his literal next card is Cold Neophyte. Outside of that, it's just game over. Oh, obviously he doesn't know that, but it's yeah. At this point, we can see his only real shot. It's an impressive board, but at the end of the day, everything Tiz did this game was just 3 or 4 turns too late. You have to do this way, way earlier, which is why I think it was just a little bit too aggressive in his keeping of, or too optimistic, I suppose, in his keeping of field contact. I just think that in this matchup, it's not as important as he seems to think it is.
Nicely calculated from Possessi. It's a bit scrappy in terms of the combo, having 3 spells. You don't often see that, but it's because there's all these different breakpoints and combinations of ways you can get over the line as Demon Hunter that you need to be quite experienced on the deck in order to actually see the immediate lethals. They're not always that obvious. It wouldn't have been the first time we would have potentially seen somebody miss the lethal setup or the lethal itself on OTK Demon Hunter. But the big story is that Possessi has gotten the successful result on his counter queue, which is very, very good news for the lineup as a whole now. I do think that Tiz would probably queue the Druid into this because I'm not necessarily a fan of Paladin into that matchup. I don't think it puts on enough pressure to get there against Demon Hunter, but I'm still worried if the Paladin has any good matchups at all.
Yeah, I mean, everything that we say about N'Zoth Paladin has to be taken with a grain of salt because it is a relatively new deck in the metagame overall, especially with some of the more niche decks you find a little bit less often on ladder like OTK Demon Hunter. But he has gone with the Paladin as his first port of call against the Demon Hunter. Taking a closer look at the archetype that Tiz has gone for, or the list of OTK Demon Hunter, of the Libram N'Zoth Paladin. N'Zoth Paladin. I'm stumbling over my words here, I apologize. He doesn't have any of the anti-spell tech like Neophytes in there or Ogremancers, as sometimes makes its way into there. It's really just a very, very standard package with Dragonwar Skystalker and Alex Straza as the dragons, and just hoping, I think, that he can get enough damage in the early game to get there.
Not to say that it has 0 spell disruption because there's still the secret package including Mayog, but you're right. The game plan is definitely trying to curve out reasonably well and then beat up on the Demon Hunter that way. Although it feels like every time we've seen the deck, it just doesn't curve that consistently compared to, of course, Aggro Paladin and Libram Paladin. There are quite a few 2-drops, but in the 3-drop slot, it's only Northwatch Commander, and then in the 4-drop, of course, it's only Kazakus, because if you're running Kazakus, you can't run anything else for that cost to keep it active. And it feels like every time we've seen the N'Zoth Paladin on stream, it either gasses out super early because it doesn't hit the N'Zoth, or the N'Zoth is drawn too early and it's just been dead in hand for a very long time.
Yeah, it hasn't been looking all too impactful yet. And, I mean, you can't really imagine it's going to be all too good against OTK Demon Hunter. I think the main thing you're looking at in this matchup is corrupted... what's the card called? I'm drawing a blank already. Carousel Griffin, yeah, apologies. Which I still don't know why it's a mech. I still am annoyed about this, because if Omega Defender, which is literally a tiny guy in a massive mech suit, isn't a mech, but Carousel Griffin, which is literally just a guy on a ride, is a mech, I don't know. I have some arguments to be made here. But either way, I think that is one of the most difficult cards for the OTK Demon Hunter to deal with. 8/8 Divine Shields, be it from Libram of Hope or the Carousel Griffins, are very, very tough to answer.
You've just given me an existential crisis. Like, are we even human type cards, or are we souls within human bodies?
No, we're flesh mechs. That's how I like to describe us.
Well, secret to start off for Tiz here. This could be Omayog, but I don't think it's a disaster for Possessi if the double jump doesn't go off. And he would still have potentially the studies to follow up. He sees it does not go off. Skull drawn a bit early, but he should reasonably be able to get that in outcast position because all the left-hand cards are unnecessary for the combo later on.
Just looking like a hand that kind of plays itself. I would honestly argue that even in this matchup, dumping Immolation or a Throwglaive, I-Beam, whatever, it's not the end of the world. Like, these early plays, they're not especially easy to clear up with these kind of cards anyway. Once it gets to the mid-game, they're going to be playing minions that are difficult to kill anyway, so it's more important to just plow through that card draw and get Skull, if possible, on turn 5, or turn 4 even, as it could be.
I don't necessarily agree. While there are like punchy mid-game minions, I do think Immolation Aura has some value to get rid of first day of school minions. Even the likes of a 3/4 or a generated Galloping Savior is what's mainly on my mind here, because now Possessi has narrowed the secrets down to either Galloping or Reckoning, and if he holds on to Coin Throwglaive with Immolation, he might be able to engineer a turn where not only he clears what Tiz has developed, but also the horse.
Premium top deck there for Tiz. His hand was looking very, very dry without that, whereas that sorts out this turn, very possibly sorts out next turn as well. The really annoying thing here for Possessi, however, is that if he goes Illidari Studies and then plays I-Beam, whether or not it's in the outcast position, it eats up the 1 mana discount, and so he wouldn't be able to get down Skull for the discounted mana cost. Does it ever lead you to the point where you just go I-Beam on this turn to set up for Immolation Aura or Throwglaives next turn?
Possibly. I don't hate that play whatsoever. I'm just looking at a way to fit the Illidari Studies in the turn where he goes for the clear in order to also sweep up the Galloping Savior.
Wow. Okay, this is aggressive.
He's back on the game plan you were talking about, which, to be fair, this does allow him a faster Skull and also I-beam in outcast position. Although, like you said, it eats up the discount, so it's still a little bit awkward. Oh! Knight of Anointment?
Yeah, these are all pretty sick. Even Reliquary, you're not going to turn your nose up at.
May the light.
That's like first day of school creating Aldor Attendant. In Libram Paladin. Yeah, Reliquary definitely looks like it's on the menu here. It's still chump change in terms of pressure, but we do see these double Hands of Adal in Tiz's hand, which might make Possessi potentially regret having used the Immolation Aura, but he is able to maneuver this turn such that the Studies discount gets on the skull.
I think I like the look of Kurtrus. Yeah, just because it's the best if you don't outcast it.
Ooh, that top deck though.
This is getting powerful.
Playing that though.
Really? I think I like saving it. You can go hammer next turn. It's not like you're just passing this turn. You're doing some pretty strong stuff.
Fair, fair. This still just puts 5 damage on the board. Sorry, I keep forgetting that this is a corrupt card and it goes up to 8/8.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's how I like to play it, or how I like it to be seen to be played in this matchup.
Okay, if he plays one more card, the horse is going to go off. So it's probably just hero power into the 1/1 here. And this is when things start to get scary for Possessi.
Man, it's true, but it's when things start going into overdrive for Possessi as well. He has second skull, which obviously he has to make some hand space for, but I mean, he can quite happily do that on this turn.
But he also has to respect this board. He's at 15, and there's 14 threatened on the other side. The question is there 1 damage that can be generated outside of weapons for Paladin? And the answer is yes. Kazakus can give 1 cost golem. He has seen double Hand of Adal, to be fair.
Il'gynoth, not what you wanted to see. Obviously means that combo is kind of possible in the next few turns, but without reducing it from skull, it's not actually as close as I initially thought.
There's like no cheap minion to put the spell damage on, which makes this even more difficult to put together. Like, you can't even play the Kurtrus without it immediately dying.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
And so is it
Not an easy turn.
Is it just skull anyway? Bet that Tiz doesn't have 1 damage and hope that you discount a combo piece for lethal the next turn? It feels that desperate.
Then you have to get rid of a card first, right? Or you're overdrawing. Like,
I mean,
he just doesn't have time.
He just has to overdraw. That's how bad the situation is. He did discount a combo card.
Oh, no! He lost the use. He needed Moarg there. That needs to be like exactly Arcanist plus Moarg. And now for Tiz, he just keeps the pressure rolling. Absolutely no questions asked. He's 1 damage off lethal. Brooms can't go face, unfortunately. Oh, well, fortunately, I guess. But now for Possessi, he needs a miracle to pull him out as Moarg is burnt. Disaster.
3 secrets in play. I mean, he starts Philosophy to test Oh My Yogg, and then if he can maneuver a turn to stay alive with the heal, because Il'gynoth with 3 spell damage, but it's only 3 on the first spell scream, it's not working. It just doesn't get there.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a heal turn.
Yeah.
That's the game plan now. If he can get another Moarg, I don't know, maybe. Yikes. Absolute dead draws.
So it's like Immolation, Talented Arcanist, Ethereal Aug Merchant, and Fell Scream Blast would deal with 2 minions only.
Yeah. I mean, he has to go for it. He can get way out of lethal range here. He can do a lot on this turn.
Okay, fitting in the I-beam is huge. Alive. Winning,
Alive.
questionable. Alive, definitely.
Yeah, man, it's just the fact that Double Skull really didn't hit any of the combo pieces whatsoever that hurt him so drastically here. If he'd hit a Moarg, Il'gynoth, obviously, he could have just won on this turn. And yet another 8-8, N'Zoth the turn after to keep the damage rolling again and again and again. Even Reliquary Prime is just really, really difficult for Possessi to deal with, given that it's untargetable to him.
I just am not seeing the outs, even factoring what's in Possessi's deck that's left. Because to deal with this board, he has to use the other Fell Scream Blast, and that's his only combo piece left to actually activate the Il'gynoth damage with.
Yeah, I think this one might just be over. If he could heal for enough off of the Eldraki Warblades, then maybe we could talk. I-Beam for another combo piece allows him to use the Fell Scream Blast, or just to use the I-Beam, obviously. But maybe Kurtrus is just better.
It just doesn't deal with the 3-4. So he can't even stay alive on board with just Kurtrus. However, he can use other Kurtrus and I-Beam to stay alive on board. Kurtrus will attack the left one first, right? So it still gets to attack the Galloping Savior?
Well, it'll get destroyed by Reckoning, right, is the problem, so it won't be able to actually attack the other one.
Oh god, it's a disaster.
Yeah, it's just over. A tough one for Possessi, and really comes down to that second skull turn. That was where things obviously went really well for Tiz. He ramped up the pressure drastically. But I think, like, if Possessi has had 5 minutes to think about that turn rather than like the 75 seconds you get, then maybe he could have come up with a line. But there were just so many different things to consider. He wasn't just playing with what he had in hand, he was playing with the average probability of each individual draw in his deck, which is so difficult to calculate. And in the end, his gambit of going for discard the card draw, throw it out willy-nilly, and save for the skull to try and go for a combo draw just didn't happen because he didn't draw the combo pieces.
It just adds insult to injury that while Possessi was already under so much pressure, there was like 3 secrets, the full suite in play from Tiz as well. And even though you know what those exact 3 are, it kind of adds to the stress of all the things you have to consider. Secrets are like one of the mechanics in Hearthstone that I feel even like top players can trip up if there's enough of them in play. Not more so true than when it is Shadow Jeweler Hanar that gets random secrets involved. But if you have to think about having ways to set up lethal still, what combo pieces can you throw away, how do you clear the board, and then there's 3 secrets, yeah, it really makes the 75 seconds feel like 5 seconds. And we do see Possessi queuing up now, what is a very favorable matchup for sure.
I think so, yeah. I've played this matchup a fair bit on ladder because N'Zoth Paladin has been popping up everywhere. I will say that while I feel it's better than against the Libram Paladin, where the Librams of Hope are an absolute nightmare, I wouldn't call it super favorable for the rogue. Like, you can go nice and wide at the start, and then there's no Samuro in order to answer the board, which is a very strong win condition. But if you don't, it's that turn 6, 7, 8 where things just go so badly wrong for you. Again, it's another deck where killing off 8/8 Divine Shields is really hard. You often just have to freeze them in place and say, I'll deal with it next turn, or I'm going for a burn plan. Still favorable for the rogue, I would say, but if you're not getting those strong starts, the Paladin just goes turbo in the late game.
Yeah, it is definitely a deck that Rogue cannot deal with when it comes to the size of minions it's putting down. Basically, anything that goes in the N'Zoth pool is already a threat on the first turn it comes down, and then if it's regenerated by N'Zoth and the Rogue doesn't have lethal, they can pretty much pack it up. But I do think the Rogue still comes out in the lead because the early game is going to dictate so much of what the Paladin's actually able to do in those mid to late game turns. Like, they can't necessarily just drop down an 8/8 if they're facing lethal on board. And the Rogue is very consistently able to get even just 3/2 minions down on turn 2. If it's Mankrik on turn 3, even better. And those are the size of minions that Paladin just doesn't have the answers to. Like, the weapons of significant attack value come down turn 6.
Yeah, it's too difficult to deal with those early boards. Like, obviously, as ever, you are looking for the Octobot to enable those big swing turns at the start. And just the classic curve options, Man-Crit, Kazakus, very, very powerful. The 5-drop golems can be difficult for the Paladin to deal with unless they get their own 5-drop golems down first off their Kazakus. So while there's some things that can go wrong, I do agree. Generally, you are looking at a good matchup for the Rogue. Tiz on the play with Hand of Adal in hand. But I kind of feel like with how few 1-drops there are, yeah, you can't even keep it here.
Yeah, I definitely prefer mulliganing harder for Sword, Knight of Anointment, even for Stay of School to a certain extent. But it's really the Sword of the Fallen that is his main way of staving off what Rogue can really do to explode, right? Sometimes you can set up the Galloping Savior to deny a strong field contact turn, or even just the Omayog can potentially mess with Swindle and things of that ilk. Possessi, I would hear the argument for keeping field contact on the coin.
Yeah.
But if so, just that.
Yeah, like the One Thief is obviously good to go with it, but it's another card that isn't Octobot, which is the only thing you really want when you have field contact. The rest of your deck should sort out enough 1 or 2 mana cards that you can play with the field contact. And as it's looking now, hey, forget the field contact, you're just curving out 2, 3, 4, 5. This is premium.
Yeah, and then by the time you have drawn your next card on the 6 mana turn, the field contact is probably really good, even without the discounts. Works out nicely. But for Tiz, he has picked up good curve options himself. Like, you do want to get McGurgle down, but I like the Sword better because he can go Northwatch for the next turn.
Yeah, it just makes his next few draws so much better. Like you said, Northwatch activating, thinning his deck of all those bad secrets. And Murga plus Broom, like, you know, that could be used to kill off the 3/2s, of which there are a fair few in the Rogue's arsenal.
The Murger does challenge things like Neophyte / Foxy Fraud just coming down on curve, but I think the overall benefit of thinning the deck, getting the secret in play, and guaranteeing the Northwatch commander to go off next turn is far too high to give up.
Pretty spicy top decks being found now.
Okay, no problem for Tiz.
Man, we've got an interesting match already. The N'Zoth means that if it does get through to the late game, Tiz has absolutely no chance of losing board. It's just about making sure he doesn't lose it too heavily in the mid game, and then of course lose to the burn damage that will happen later on. But as it's currently standing, Man-Crick, a Shadow Step to go with this Foxy field contact hand. This is just super premium for Possessi.
It is, but the secret is a bit of a headache here. We actually know it's Reckoning that was pulled, which was the least likely outcome, given that Tiz is running 2 Galloping, 2 Omayog, so Possessi might not necessarily play around that. If the Cult Neophyte goes anywhere, it's into the 3/4 this turn, but it just might not attack. Just Man-Crick and Pass seems quite strong to me.
I'm kind of still interested in an attacking phase, I've got to be honest. Like, I know that it can proc the Reckoning, but it kills a 3/2, which is not that bad considering you have Kazakus Man-Crick. And if it's not, which you said it's very unlikely to be, or fairly unlikely to be, you just get 3 damage, and that's very relevant in the matchup.
I just feel like Possessi's position should be trying to take trades, though, because he does have a lot of value. I'm really worried about, like, if the Kazakus whiffs on any response plays, like, how does he respond to these smaller minions from Tiz?
That's fair. That is fair. And I mean, most of the time he gets to have his cake and eat it. Is just the risk that things could go wrong, as they did. And so now for Possessi, Kazakus just straight up is looking a little weak. Obviously just trades straight up with the 3/1 on the other side. So, I mean, you could obviously deviate with field contact on this turn. You could start with the coin to see if that's a possibility. Or you could go Kazakus and choose 1 to try and set up for a stronger field contact next turn.
I think the turn starts with coin, either way. And if the Kazakus can go off, it might even be 1 for this turn, like with Rush and Shoot. I don't know if that's good enough, but it would proc the Galloping, so perhaps better to just take the 5 and then hope that it's enough to get him back in the game. He is taking the 1, though.
I think you're looking at +1/+1 here.
too soon.
Had to end the field contact turn.
Right. I mean, the fact that it's not deal 3 damage is the really rough part here.
Did you see if he was offered Rush on the first choice? Because that would obviously be his main looking for herb here.
No, I did not. I mean, honestly, I kind of wonder if he's thinking about Ice Cap here. Like, Freeze is by far, in my opinion, the least picked option. But it does actually have some utility in just sticking a big field contact turn, because Paladin is not especially reactive.
That's fair.
Close.
It would be pretty sick if he's able to isolate the Carousel Griffin, but it's just so hard to do that. Tiz can preserve the Divine Shield on both of these. I think that's much better than trading the shield and the weapon charge into the Griffin, because like this layer of minions prevents just Guardian Aug Merchant from being able to take down a minion, because it would regenerate the shield.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this is the turn now to start rocking and a rolling with the field contact. See what coin can give. Flurry is okay. It doesn't go to rank 2, unfortunately, even though he's at 5 mana with the way that Oh My Yogg works. But yeah, definitely one of the better ones. Innovate, Lightning Bloom, Flurry, anything like that could be very, very good. Prep would be pretty good as well.
Too quiet.
Sorry, I thought it did go to 5 mana.
Oh, no.
Pretty good here.
It's still good, yeah.
Well, he knows the next card he plays will proc the horse. Looks like his golem has poisonous on it. Is really not that great. It's face down with second Sword of the Fallen.
Right. Yeah, there's no way that you can get Broom either. So can't rush it in.
Yeah, it might be like Brain Freeze the horse and then Shadow Step. Okay, interesting.
This was a weird turn, wasn't it? Not getting Foxy step down.
I feel that something
even
went
just
wrong
Brain
there
Freeze.
because Possessy very quickly hovered the Brain Freeze and then realized he didn't have the mana to do it. Something went wrong here.
The poison just dies now to the weapon. Like, it really did not go well. Tiz gets to mop up this board. No worries whatsoever. Possessy's losing straight up. This is disastrous.
And there's just N'Zoth in hand for Tiz, even if Possessy somehow manages to clear this board, which he does have Octobot with Aug Merchant to discount, but there's just so much pressure on the other side.
Yeah, maybe it's even a hand where you just go Octobot, Aug Merchant, pass. You're obviously afraid of another Galloping Savior at this point, right? Because he swung again. And so if you are going to play 3 cards, you want to really go in on that turn.
Probably.
And he can, right? There's like already a field contact possibility here. I think it's fine.
Okay, yeah. I guess
think
I was
he's under
underestimating his mana.
He's under too much pressure, for sure.
It's quiet.
Polaris Splendor will be able to get through a 5/5. And for Possessy's sake, I was going to say, hopefully he picks up another Shadow Step. That is enormous.
Huge deal. Absolutely huge here. He's obviously looking for any kind of another combo card that he can use in combination with the Foxy Fraud. Hasn't found it so far, but I think, you still just throw it down and pray that you get something good.
Not great, but he's in a much better position than last turn. Oh, this top deck for Tiz, though.
Kind of looking at that +1. You can then go Hand of Adal, right?
And so you might start Hand of Adal instead?
True. The only thing that would change that, I guess, is if you get Rush.
Yeah, it's close. Definitely close. It's like, I am looking at one to fill out this turn, but I'm also concerned about Tiz's turn 8 because that's really all he needs to bridge the gap into N'Zoth. So I don't hate taking a 5 as well. Okay, that is his turn 8.
Fair enough.
So this is going to be hand.
Ooh.
That's insane. Nana's
Pretty-
looking for.
Pretty good.
Move quickly.
Trades down 3-2. If anything, I think this goes in the Prize Plunder, if not...
Yeah. Those are the only 2 that I'm interested in. No Alex Straza. I don't mind the trade or the face. I'm pretty ambivalent.
Tiz also undecided there. Okay, One Thief, not enough mana to get Flame Strike, but like Combustion does some pretty good work here on the Murger.
Yeah, you could even get it for next turn, the Flame Strike, and just go Secret Passage here. A lot of good options, but he's got to find one of them. These, as I see it, are not it. Snap Freeze just to buy him a turn. Fair enough.
Would you rather play the Snap Freeze here or just have 5 mana to work with for Secret Passage?
I think Secret Passage first, right? You're going to Snap Freeze a 5-2 as your best outcome because you're just going to be punching through the taunt anyway.
Not great.
I wonder.
Okay, it could also just be Wicked Stab so he can punch into the 5-2 with minions. Trade. Kazaka is traded by the Foxy Fraud, dagger into the Murger, and I guess he just holds on to the passage because he doesn't have a turn 8 currently.
Fair enough. This is pretty good. It's a lot better of a clear than I was originally looking at, but by analyzing the trades, he sees he can get a very nice clear here. I didn't see what the option was for Tiz on the Golem, but if he picked +2/+2, obviously this has gone very, very wrong for him.
Okay, the safety drawing the other safety is sent here so that he can buff enough minions, but now he can buff even one more minion if he wants. Or just go to, oh, okay, it's the copy. Yikes.
Yeah, that's really tough to deal with. But now all of a sudden, for Possessi, with Wicked Stab available, the straight-up burn plan is online now. I was kind of tempted to just go Wicked Stab face here, honestly, just so that you could set up for Alexstrasza. I don't know, like, he's not winning board this game, right?
Yeah, I guess that's pretty fair to assume after having seen both of the Prize Thunderers. Like, if the passage had given him Jandis, maybe he didn't have to give up just yet. Oh, he could do the thing.
No. Oh, no, wait, he could. No,
passage?
because it's double passage, so it would go. I've never seen it already having cast passage. I don't know this particular interaction.
Alright. That's okay. We have so many interactions we need to brush up on this weekend, huh? But in reality, probably just Swindle. And Neophyte?
Maybe you do just do it. Yeah, you get to keep the evocation anyway. So fair enough. Last card ended on
Golem.
was Golem, which is not bad.
I think you take that. Obviously, Possessi's just praying that there is no N'Zoth to follow up, but he will get the bad news.
Yeah, I mean, it's two very different game plans. It's pray they don't have N'Zoth, or pray that you can get there with burn damage. I mean, I'm not sure which one was best, but there's a lot of damage that was sunk into minions on this turn.
The other 5/5 being unfrozen is huge as well, so like the Octobot cannot get any discounts. As for what's actually in the N'Zoth, I can only really recall one Carousel Griffin, but that's pretty good if it's just that, honestly. Oh, the Murger as well.
You could just go Hammer, right? Like, Hammer's pretty good on this turn. Get an Elemental with a huge taunt in play. Like, the weapon is just very powerful as well.
How about 5/7, 5/5, and 2/1?
Sure.
Let me.
Two of those have Divine Shield too. Oh, and a horse. I forgot.
Oh yeah, the beast. Fair enough. Yeah, this looks good enough to me. Alexstrasza Tenwu, technically available, but no mana available to make it work. And I think for Possessi, we're looking for some big ol' outs off of the evocation. Even Flame Strike doesn't even scratch most of these Divine Shield minions.
We're looking for Font of Power into Varden, but not a thing here. 3 mirror entities? Are you joking? Nope, no outs. Even if Primordial Studies gets Steward, I don't know, another Flurry, maybe that's out. Another 2 or 3 Flurries, something like that.
I like that he's analyzing or coming up with even any creative solution to get there. These are not it, though. He can get, another flurry off of this. Doesn't get it off of there, though. So he is just going to throw it down. An unfortunate end for Possessi, as I think, to be honest, he is going to be pretty self-critical of himself after that game. Not to say that he necessarily played poorly, but there were definitely some big decision points that could have been approached very differently. And Possessi is the kind of player to look back very critically at the lines he will have taken.
For sure. The one questionable turn that kind of led to this cascading disaster every turn afterward was when he went for the field contact and didn't fit in the brain freeze with Foxy Fraud that turn. It felt like a huge missed opportunity to not just soften the board, but truly seize tempo and forced his onto a responsive game plan. I will say, though, that for the first time, this Paladin has looked like a complete terror when it's actually able to curve this consistently. Not sure if that happens in the majority of the games, but when you are able to go Griffin with Kazakus and then end with N'Zoth, there's very few decks that can actually beat the board regeneration that N'Zoth provides.
Yeah, nothing fancy, just big minion every turn, go face, and it gets the job done. In this instance, a bit of a shake-up of the top four already. It's been a while since we've seen Tiz get through to the top four after his pretty strong start to the season in Grandmasters. And of course, High3, it's been a long while since he's been doing well in, or at least a couple weeks, since he's been getting through to the top four. And now for Bank Yugi against Alan, that either way is going to be a pretty big addition to the top four, because Bank Yugi has had pretty consistent middling results, but he hasn't had that huge pop-off so far this season to get all the way to being the champion.
Yeah, and you would definitely expect from a player of Alan's caliber that he would be doing better than he has been. And I honestly don't necessarily know where it's been going wrong. When we've seen him on stream, for the most part, it's been very, very calculated play. Cool lines taken. I didn't necessarily agree with how he played Mage in particular, but everything else when it comes to control decks in particular, Alan is just on top of everything, seeing the lines, even calculating, what was it, like the play that we were talking about to survive against OTK Demon Hunter with South Alex just didn't win at the very end a couple of weeks ago, and then he identified that the 50% to win was better than the 100% to lose, even though he could stay alive for one more turn. That type of thing is where Alan really shines. And I think we can draw a parallel to Bank Yugi, where it feels like Bank Yugi has not been bringing like the most standard lineups ever. He always has like one or two decks here and there that a lot of the field just do not even respect as a bring, but has been wowing us with how effective they are.
That's true. Even this week, going with the Libram Paladin as opposed to the N'Zoth Paladin, sticking with his guns from last week, given that it did fairly well for him. But we'll have to see whether or not he can take down Alan, who got a 3-0 sweep with the Control Warlock in yesterday's series that we saw from him. Quick break to get our players set up, but when we come back, the final match of the day here in APAC Grandmasters. the final series of the day here in APAC Grandmasters. Bank Yugi against Alan. And just to give a bit of behind the scenes from Bank Yugi, he actually sent me a couple of DMs during the week. We sometimes have a little bit of correspondence about his games, how he's feeling, his prep, things like that. And he actually just straight up apologized to me this week for saying he felt like he played really badly last week, to which I was obviously saying, don't be ridiculous. You know, you don't owe us anything. He played pretty well for the most part. Just a couple of blips on his priest that I think he could have tightened out. But if anything, I think it really demonstrates Bank Yugi as a player. He's eager to do well, but honestly, he's eager to prove himself as a deserving player in Grandmasters and to deserve the respect and the admiration of his peers, which is a powerful motivator to work hard and improve, as I think Bank Yugi has consistently done.
Honestly, it feels like we have the hero and the villain in this match. But I think Alan is a bad guy. He's just willing to play the bad guy here and there and throw out some BM, be a bit cocky on social media. And you know what? I respect that type of character as well. The confidence comes into play. But for Bank Yugi in particular, you're absolutely right that not only is he quite critical of his own plays, he's very humble. And despite him, you know, having won the favor of a lot of the scene, like a lot of people just generally think he is a cool person to be around because he is super friendly and he does play the game on a very high level. Bank Yugi is his own biggest critic, going to social media whenever he feels like he plays badly and saying that he's completely aware of it and will look to improve every single time. And it feels like week to week he has been improving.
No, I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because I actually forgot to say that Alan sent me a message saying, nice face, idiot. So it does perfectly outline him as the villain, obviously joking. Alan has also been messaging me a little bit, very helpfully explaining some of his prep process, where he's at this season in Grandmasters, which is to say, of course, he's a lot more committed. He's been in the Hearthstone scene for a while, but he's been, similarly to Bank Yugi, university student, had a lot of other real-life stuff to contend with. But with the way that his schedule shakes out this year, has a lot more time to prep both in terms of his play, getting that up to standard, and his decks that I think he's feeling very, very confident with, and I'm glad to see Alan do so well here, especially as he is kind of kindred to us in that he's very often a caster in both, usually for the Chinese tournaments, and he is putting us to shame, or putting me to shame at least, maybe not you so much, as a player who, caster who can actually play the game pretty well as well.
Wait, caster? He's not the villain, he's the comic relief.
He's the joke. Yeah.
Even though I don't entirely agree with you in the sense that he's not putting me to shame, because I generally just defer to Alan's plays, the one deck where I really have had the most divergence in terms of how I would have played it compared to Alan is the Spell Mage. Yesterday, we saw him face that up against Rush Warrior, and to be fair, he had a very, very slow starting hand where he had to face down early Rakara curve, and I think was right to deviate at the beginning. It just felt like he was never able to get a spot to stabilize, maybe not taking enough risks, in my opinion. That might not be the case against Bank Yugi's lineup, though, because it is significantly lower pressure. The warrior is not rush, it is control, and the mage almost always has free reign to parcel out their burst for maximum efficiency.
And you can just tell from looking at Alan's face there, that is just true chaotic neutral energy from him screaming from that picture. As Bank Yugi on the Warrior to get things started, and we've been talking mostly about Alan's decks, but on the Control Warrior that Bank Yugi is going for here, despite what you may think, or what I may have originally thought against Mage, where similarly to Rogue, you can clear all their stuff, gain a whole bunch of armor, I actually think this is a pretty bad matchup for the Control Warrior. Very difficult to outlast all the damage that Mage has access to, especially as your Rancor doesn't gain much armor, your Bulwark isn't going to protect you from much because of the Mask of Cthulhu dealing individual instances of damage. It can be a very, very tough matchup.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. For Alan, no flow in the opener, but he does have access to turn 3 Lunacy if he wants it. And with none of the discounts in play yet and none of the 7-cost spells drawn, there is an argument to playing Lunacy in this matchup, because while it's not your usual game plan to get on board, if you're able to do it as quickly and for as cheaply as Lunacy can get you, that's still pretty valid to approach a way to beat any deck, not just Control Warrior. Well, for Bankyugi, not the greatest opening hand, but he does have Outrider's Axe at some point to be able to draw a card, which is the most important thing. Oh, this is the big forking paths for Alan now, though.
Oh, what, you think he should go Deck of Lunacy and then Incantus Flow? Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. He agrees. I mean, he hasn't drawn any of his 7-mana spells, which is where the difference really creeps in as to whether you want Librams of Hope or the Grand Slams and Survival of the Fittest. And you know what? I respect it. If you got it in your starting hand, let's go. Deck of Lunacy time. I think in most instances here, yeah, this can get the job done before Warrior finds enough removal.
Bankyugi with the appropriate reaction there. I think for Alan, if you are playing Lunacy, it's always pre-flow, right? The Librams of Hope, not very good in this matchup. They got Coerce, they got Shield Slam or something like that. Even Bleedstorm, if it's the only thing on board. You're looking for the Kodos, you're looking for minion buff and immediate card draw. Of course, this is going to be the flow turn. But with that much card draw, I don't hate just slamming the Cram Session for 1 as well.
Yeah, not ridiculous. Like the Thalnos, you probably want to save that for if you ever discover Burn later on. Like you can still obviously get Mask of Cthulhu, Consecrations, Fireballs, things like that as well.
Consecration is Burn. Yeah, I guess.
It is! I see it all the time.
And because it costs 1, it's just better than Rune Orb in that sense?
Exactly, Gia. Now you're getting it.
Oh, wow.
Okay. For mana.
Ramp. That is very interesting. I did not consider this because Alan's deck is quite cheap to begin with, and you can still sometimes run out of card draw. Niche, but possible. But at the very least, he has like 4 draws, right? If the Thalnos goes with a Cram Session. And what this means is that if at any point he top decks in a Grand Slam, it is just playable. So this is probably really good, actually.
Yeah, I like it a lot. He has plenty to work with here and just clearing out hand space as well. Again, just as we always see from Alan, such lateral thinking, never taking things at face value, which sometimes I think leads to plays that you and I disagree with because he does deviate from the expected lines, but it sometimes leads to situations like this. Misses the 50-50 on his 7-mana spell, or 10 mana I guess would be more appropriate, with Survival of the Fittest because you would much rather than a Grand Slam, obviously. But with Stand Against Darkness into Survival of the Fittest, yeah, that sounds pretty good too.
That's insane. Of course, it's the type of board that Bankyugi will gladly Bladestorm/Brawl, but it's a board that Alan was meant to have to begin with, right, in a pre-Lunacy world, and he will have refill after it. The question is, does the survival get better, potentially? Because again, there's no minions in the deck. They would have to be generated on board or in hand in order to actually get that value.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that whether they're 1/1s or 5/5s on the board, it's kind of roughly equivalently easy for the Warrior to clear them off because Brawl, Bladestorm obviously will still deal with it. Barov can deal with it easily. It's the Rancor and the Minefield where things get a little bit more tough. So it may just be expendable performers into Survival or Stand into Survival on the same turn. But it's not ridiculous to just play them out and leave them.
Bankyugi, for Alan, you saw him ping his own Thalnos to deny a minion for Bankyugi to swing into and keep drawing. And Bankyugi has to be considering, is it even worth playing a minion here? Am I just giving Alan something to do if I play Kargath? Might be a little bit too deep down the rabbit hole for me to suggest that complete holding was better because he does have a faceless target if this sticks. But as it turns out, this initiation becomes pretty insane for Alan because he can survival the Kargath he gets, and then the other survival procs on the Kargath that shuffles in his deck.
Sure. Yeah, I guess so. And it's pretty... Sorry, go ahead.
Better than that is probably to build a board that's not just a singular minion, so he can go for a hybrid play of like initiation plus stand.
Yeah,
and then
I like
if any of that sticks, survival that.
I mean, it's worth mentioning as well that given there's quite a few 5-cost spells in the deck now with one Spring Water left and the Apexis Blast, there's a lot of 8-mana spells that have been, obviously, they've been turned into with Deck of Lunacy, which means you have Jewel of N'Zoth, like resurrecting spell damage is a big thing. You can get Commencement for 7 mana as well. Like, there's benefit to having a big minion in your deck.
Oh yeah, you're right. It would potentially just resurrect the Death Rattle because the Kargath Prime is part of that pool. Alan is just going for this play, which is max stats on board, because this is a unique board state where Blade Storm doesn't immediately blow everything up, right? Because Bankyugi played a minion. This is also pretty smart. Of course, it's not that great into Brawl, but Brawl often still leaves Alan a minion that is not just dealt with by the weapon.
Yeah, he's got double survival in hand. It's time to start making use of them, in my opinion.
I just feel like it was maybe a niche opportunity to get really good value off the initiation. Although, having said that, maybe later it gets him a Rattlecore. I don't know.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're probably looking at devolving it, but maybe there's some way you could go initiation first and then devolve. That's a good point.
That's a really strong win condition. And that's only if Bankyugi is able to deal with this first board. And he can. Brawl. Or Barov.
Yeah. I mean, many ways. It's like whether you want to go Barov Minefield is, I think, the big question here, whether you can make that work. And it does look like he's leaning in that direction. Or shield slamming his own Barov. Again, a few ways you could go about this. But he wants to prioritize card draw as well.
Taking the trade with the Kargath also just to prevent any disaster outcomes. However, this order means that his Barov dies, which is, I guess, not the biggest deal in the world. He's not looking to win on pressure anyway. He's just trying to outlast the many unknown variables that have appeared in Alan's deck and hand.
Ping pass? Did my man just ping pass with expendable performers and survival in hand? I mean, fair enough. Like, he expects it to be cleared, so he wants to get a little bit more value out of it by trading in first before he just rips it.
Yeah. I mean, this was a pretty juicy troublemaker for Bankyugi if it were there. Empty board.
I mean, who knows? I honestly wouldn't be surprised if already he's locked in his game plan to just copy and then delete the Rattlegore with devolving missiles. I think that was a great spot by you.
Yeah.
Or even just a troublemaker, right, would be big as well.
It would be, but if Alan's not taking Kargath, I think his sights are already set on the Rattlegore.
Yeah.
That's just the very best one. It still has synergy with what you said, the possible Jewel of N'Zoth in Alan's deck and Commencement.
Yeah, Commencement, Idol of Yashaj as well. Like, there's a few ones that get better from having a minion in the deck. Rally, I'm not able to think what it would res other than just a 1/1.
Yeah, Alan hasn't... Oh, the Thalnos? Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thalnos and a 1/1 from the Stand Against Darkness.
Good, right? I felt like Alan was looking for... Or maybe he's just completely deviated from any card draw game plan. Is he just waiting for Rattlegore?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I kind of want to just sit back and just see what Alan has in store for us, because whatever we can guess, I'm sure he's picked up or considering something way cooler. But this game plan already, I am thoroughly intrigued.
I am intrigued, but also skeptical, because if he just every single turn, he's losing in fatigue. Yeah. And does Bankyugi ever, like, not play a minion because he thinks of that possibility? It is so niche. Like, he has to dump cards at some point, but he doesn't necessarily have to play Rattlegore.
Like, Bankyugi realistically could probably never play a minion and just win. Because the amount of removal, on average, I would say stacks up favorably against the amount of pressure that Alan has.
I agree. Also, sorry, I just looked at Bankyugi's list again. He's not running Troublemaker, and there is
okay.
He has the Faceless Manipulator in there to pair with Rattlegore, you'd have to imagine.
So Mask of Cthulhu, again, has value in just throwing down while there's no minions in play. It also has value in saving it until the Bulwark comes down, however, because you might not be able to get burn damage through that otherwise.
Right. It's also just Alan's most dumpable card other than Chaos Nova here, because he's clearly trying to set up a game plan where he forces Bankyugi into playing a minion by not giving Bankyugi any targets to use his removal spells into. So for Bankyugi to not overdraw, it's just so weird that this is turning into an actual fatigue matchup now. He has to play a minion.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
I just haven't seen this pan out ever.
And then, I was gonna bring up Alan's remaining cards, because even though we can't see what they've been transformed into, we can see what their original mana cost were. But I'm not allowed to. The spectator client saying, nope, not going to be dealing with that one.
Okay.
But I think we can see there's still a mask, a flame strike. Oh no, those have already been drawn. Okay, yeah, so I'm just not even going to go off of that.
He played 2 survival, right? So there's...
Yeah.
Or sorry, he's drawn 2, so there's only one more potential originally 10 cost spell left. Okay, Bankyugi gonna let her rip with the Kargath Primes and the Faceless. This is, if he has caught on to this suddenly having transformed into a fatigue game plan, good for Bankyugi because he shuffles more stuff into his deck.
And Alan doesn't want to go with the Devolving Missile, saying, you know what, have your stupid 8-mana 10/10s. They aren't going to be doing anything, because I think this Devolving Missiles is just earmarked for exactly, as you said, that Rattlegore.
I don't know what's happening. If for all this setup, what if Bankyuki just never draws the Rattlegore and then Alan dies before that because Rattlegore's the last card? It will be so sad, because I think Alan has a very specific game plan.
Right.
We might never see come to fruition.
It kind of feels as well like Bankyugi, you have to at least suspect that playing anything big might upset the equilibrium. You don't know what's going to go wrong if you play Rattlegore necessarily, but something could go wrong, and you don't need to tip the scales. Don't rock the boat. You're just winning at the moment, I think.
Yeah, you would think so. Bankyugi is racking his brains, though, for what is the disaster outcome? Did Alan just generate so many burn spells that he is holding them all in hand, waiting to play them all for immediate lethal when he gets like that last piece of burn? It could be something like that from Bankyugi's perspective. He's just not playing Hearthstone right now. Bankyugi is playing just, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just can't play around anything.
I mean, maybe we're going too deep with Alan. He might just be saying these cards aren't good to develop, so he was just waiting for some good development, like he just got off of Cenarian Ward. But the problem is, if you don't play any minions alongside it, it dies to Bladestorm. If you do, it dies to Brawl. There's just no way to effectively play around all of Warrior's removal.
Alan had to blink this turn because he was going to overdraw otherwise, but I do agree, like, because he was actually forced to be the first one to develop, Bankyugi can in turn remove this.
Yeah.
Okay, he doesn't have... Okay, he has to play something to activate the Coerce, to be fair. I don't think he wants to tank the 7, ever. And Alan did buff this out of range, where just Kargath Prime can't deal with it.
I mean, just play your Shield Maiden, that's fine, right? Like, I don't really know what could go too disastrously wrong. Or Kargath, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to take the armor where he can get it. There might just not be minions from Alan from this point onwards, so I don't mind it whatsoever. Ay.
Yeah, now you wish you had the Kargath. Oh, you have to clear this, right? This has to be Chaos Nova.
It could be. Could be initiation and just give up on the Rattlegore game plan, but I don't see his win condition from that point if it's just that.
Taking it so slow. So interesting to see it played in this way.
It's unlike anything I've encountered in this matchup before, and to be fair, this is probably not what Alan was expecting to go for when he first got the Lunacy. He was just saying, oh sweet, I can get survival of the Grand Slam and win. But he's just whiffed 2 out of 3 on the Grand Slams. However, the Psyche split, super interesting now. Again,
that's 2 Rattlegores now. That's doubling up.
I can take the hit.
the thing is, he doesn't really need 2. Even 1 is really problematic for Bankyugi.
Yeah.
And if it just doesn't get played, there's no game plan.
Definitely feels that way at the moment.
Oy, oy, oy. Assassinate Ping. And I would die to know what is going on in Bank Yugi's head from this point on. Like, having seen this outcome from Alan, Lunacy into ramp, into draw, into do nothing for a million turns, what could possibly be Alan's game plan?
I think Bank Yugi at this point probably just like head empty, listening to bops, press hero power every turn, not a care in the world.
It's just so funny that Alan's win condition is for Bank Yugi to draw Rattle.
4 mana, do literally nothing. Is this what Deck of Lunacy offered him?
Like, he could have played a bunch of Kargaths in this situation, to be fair, but I don't think that would have gotten either. Like, if he had initiated the first Kargath, for example, we could live in that world where this Idol of Yasharaj could have gotten a 10-10, could have been buffed by survival, but then Bank Yugi has... Okay, finally something, but there's just Brawl in hand. And Bank Yugi could have dealt with Kargath Primes, with Coerce, with Shield Slam anyway.
There's no way you can go like Nagrand Slam and then survival really quickly. So it attacks with buffed attack. You can't do it preemptively because it's a spell. Like, even if this is 12 damage face, that's a scratch.
Just a tiny tickle. Okay, one of them trading is probably just good for Alan so that Blade Storm isn't an automatic clear. Bank Yugi just thinking, is this worth a brawl? Worst case scenario, there's another Nagrand Slam in Alan's hand. He still does have the other brawl for that, so I think this is fine.
Yeah, feels very brawl-worthy to me. You can just hear a power pass after that. Like, there's not even a need necessarily to actually clear what comes out.
You can also just Vulgin it. There's no minions in Alan.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
It would also force Alan to overdraw.
Yeah, maybe that was worth.
Well, of course, this is still very solidly winning. No Rattle Gordron. Oh no, the jewel! Dude, maybe initiation on Kargath was the win condition. All those turns ago, looking back, I don't know.
So, fell, I don't know, expendable into survival and just pray there's no brawl. Like, it's only going to get more likely that the removal is there the later on you go.
It's looking like it's just fell here. Alan is literally only playing cards so he doesn't overdraw what's left in his deck.
Yeah.
All he is doing is waiting for Rattlegore.
I just don't think Bank Yugi's going to play it. Like, even if he draws it, I think he's smart enough to realize that he literally just doesn't have to. He's winning.
Yeah. I mean, if Alan's already in fatigue by that point, then sure. Oh, cute play as well.
Very cute. Very, very cute. He's just gaining 1 billion armor this game. Like, you could just have a hand full of Pyroblast and you're still not getting them.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would force a brawl, right? And then the Kargath is dealt with most of the time if it forces a brawl.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's ever like Psych Split on the
Prime.
Kargath. Yeah, and then you can go Devolving, but again, as soon as you go Devolving, maybe they do just slam the Rattlegore at that point. Maybe not.
So it's trade Glowfly Survival is what I'm seeing. Oh sure, Expendable's just better, right? Because you regenerate the board and that's the one that you buff.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Can he engineer a board that is not dead immediately to Blade Storm? No, right? Because you have to trade them all for anything to regenerate.
Deliberately leave one of them alive? Oh no, he trades in there, but then the weapon is out. So yeah, I don't think there was any way to really manipulate it so that it didn't clear with Blade Storm as Bank Yugi take your pick. Again, you can brawl if you like, but I just like the look of getting this Blade Storm good while it's good. Or the one off the top instead.
That's good while it's good too. Bulwark equipped now. Again, I guess this was the other potential slight fear for Bankyugi was maybe there's a bunch of burn spells in Alan's hand, but that's now checked by the Bulwark as well.
I mean, it would be a very Alan game plan to say, okay, my win condition is my opponent is an idiot and they play the Rattlegore. It would be very on brand. I mean, again, maybe... Oh, okay, I was going to say...
Beasts.
Maybe there's some extra like fatigue or specific spell he was holding out for that I can't quite imagine what it would be. This does delay fatigue for 3 turns because Glowfly's a beast. You can shuffle them back in.
Wait, are they beasts? Sorry.
They are, right?
Why am I questioning this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think they were trees?
No, I was remembering that Treants
Yeah.
aren't a minion type, but they work with Flick because the name is Treant, and then I confused myself, as often happens.
They're honorary trees.
Was he supposed to wait to frenzy Bankyugi's Scorpion? I don't know. That's
Yeah,
cringe. That's
maybe.
cringe.
Bulk Up does nothing. Coerce is another removal piece.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So.
Just use it right now. Let's go.
It turns out Bankyugi's deeper in fatigue, but the thing is, he has a gabajillion armor, so it just won't matter.
There has to be no win con, right? Even with Rattlegore literally bottom card.
I can take the hit.
No, the Rattlegore is still sort of a win con because Bankyugi has used a lot of the single target removal. He can't do the thing he did that Alutamu did, against him, which is like put the Rattlegore all the way down to 2 in 1 turn. So it really is just a matter of whether or not he plays it.
Yep. If he plays it, he might lose. If he doesn't, I don't see any way he even conceivably loses.
Agreed. Oh my goodness, imagine it coming down to this. Alan had been setting up for this all game long. So many turns ago. Not initiating a Kargath Prime, even though it did have potential good synergy with things like Idol of Yasharaj and Jewel of N'Zoth, which were, very conceivably generated. He has to hold on to Fireball as well to actually be able to initiate Rattlegore to get it down to the kill.
Just going with the Psych Split now to try and stick something. Yeah, it's time to abort at this point.
Really?
You can.
If Rattlegore is the win con, don't you just hold on to that for Rattlegore?
You have to try and make them think they need to play it, right? If you just go Glowfly here and they trade off, like, you're literally just dead when they don't even have to play anything. I mean, Bankyugi, again, is not going to fall for this trap. It's a very long and elaborate ruse for Alan, but Bankyugi's too smart for that.
Fair enough. Oh, the rally's just bad for him as well. I guess it's more likely to summon Glowflies than Thalnos at this point, so...
Yep. And again, to an extent, we're putting words in in Alan's mouth because he has not expressly been keeping this hand for Rattlegore, but I mean, I definitely agree with you that it's the best guess that we currently have as to why he's playing the way he is.
He gonna do it? Oh, so smart.
Nope.
So smart. He just doesn't need it. That's just it. Alan knows for sure that the Rattlegore is in hand and Bankyugi doesn't take the bait, so he is just gonna throw it down. Easily the weirdest Mage versus Control Warrior game I have ever seen.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of it just happened in Alan's brain instead of on the board. I mean, it was a cool line of thinking, for sure. It just didn't pan out because Alan didn't get the necessary pressure to actually force the Rattlegore down early enough. And also, Bankyugi didn't draw it early.
Yeah, I mean, all of that was very fancy. The real question that you have to ask is, should it have been Deck of Lunacy at all? I feel like for Alan, it wasn't an especially disastrous pan out. Like, he got a couple of the dead cards, like Jewel and... the Idol of Yashaj. But to be fair, he had all his 7-mana cards in the deck. Double Survival of the Fittest definitely doesn't help, but he got the token generators to make it a bit more amenable. Like, it was fairly average, I would say, and it didn't even come close.
That's true. I am still very unsure as to what average Lunacy actually looks like, especially if you play it that early. Maybe against Control Warrior, if average means like some minion development, some burn, it's just not good enough, because to be Control Warrior, I think you kind of need to go all the way in either direction. Like enough minions that you outlast both the Brawls and both the Blade Storms, or enough burn, like is in the original Mage deck, to make it such that their armor isn't enough stacked over the course of the game, because they don't have the time to get all of it. I was honestly advocating for the Lunacy at the beginning, so obviously I can't criticize Alan, but to me it was really like the initiation not going on the first Kargath and maybe tunneling on having it earmarked for Rattlegore. If that was the game plan, we still have to talk to Alan to figure out what exactly was going through his brain. But it was just such an interesting way to approach the matchup, and it does come down to yet another slow matchup because of that pan out.
Yeah, yet another very, very slow one, and one that could get a little bit interesting with the kind of trump cards that are available to most players. Like, I will say right off the bat, I do think that Alan is in a very good position in this matchup. Having Ticketus, obviously double Ticketus with Yashaj, is the control killer. But there's not really an efficient answer to Rattlegore in this deck with no silence, no transform available. So maybe for Bank Yugi, if he goes for that high tempo game plan we've seen very often from the Japanese players with their Control Warrior, he may be able to go aggressive enough to take the win.
Yeah, this is definitely the complete opposite of last game, where Bank Yugi will be probably hard mulliganing for the Rattlegore and playing it immediately as soon as he is able, because this Warlock will win in fatigue very hard a lot of the time, and they do have the answers to deal with what little pressure there is from the Warrior, like 2 Shield Maidens. It just takes a cascading disaster to get through those. And then in terms of pressure that the Warlock can put out, as long as the Jiraxxus isn't super far down the bottom, it's literally infinite.
Yeah, exactly. It's just too much value for the Warrior to deal with, even with all their myriad removal spells. I think the main thing, honestly, that might be hurting Bank Yugi here is the lack of troublemakers, which can be good in the matchup, of course, especially if you can cheat them out with Vol'jin at the start of the game. I couldn't tell you really whether that's made up for by the fact that he has Faceless Manipulator, because of course that can offer a double Rattlegore game plan, which Warlock really struggles to deal with, even with their, again, myriad removal on their side. So it's going to be tough to predict this one. Still think Alan is in the lead, especially with the very, very adept play he's been demonstrating on his Warlock recently. But Bank Yugi, I hope he's going to give us a show and at least make it a little bit difficult for Alan to sail to the win.
Your soul shall be mine!
I would definitely agree on all accounts. I think this Jiraxxus is a straight up keep for Alan, even though it's 9 mana, it's coming down turn 8 because he's on the coin. And I also think this Rattlegore is a straight up keep for Bank Yugi, because that is the win con.
100%. This is just 9-drop city, I think, for both of these players. It's the win con. Like, the rest of their deck does all the same stuff in the early game. There's a few minions, but it's basically just removal. I wouldn't even hate Outrider's Axe being kept as well, to be honest, just to keep the card draw high.
Yeah, I don't mind that whatsoever. He's never winning in fatigue, right? Honestly, this keep 9-drop type of game, it's just such a throwback to the Knights of the Frozen Throne meta.
Right.
Keep Jaina, keep Malfurion, he's only 7 cost anyway, and keep Blood Reaver Gul'dan. These are just your best cards in the deck. It's been a while since the meta's been that slow, and of course, we only get to see this because it's LHS, but it's cool to see the other facet of Hearthstone, which is so rare, especially in APAC.
Yeah, I still don't think that Lorinda and I have covered from the Control Mage mirrors back in the day, where it was literally just, okay, can you draw your Jaina? And if not, what was it? The 9-cost card that summons dragons maybe could get the job done instead.
Yeah, Alana.
yeah. Oh, man. We got so good at it. We knew exactly what to look for, but still, my brain is just mush from that time. But we're kind of a little bit back there, as you said, with keeping these powerful late-game Death Knight cards, or hero cards, I suppose, with Jiraxxus, or just the meat of the deck in Rattlegore on the other side.
Rattlegore is pretty much a Death Knight on it.
It's true.
It goes away. I'm looking at the coil, potentially. Yeah, even if he can't immediately maneuver it to get a card draw, I think Alan, as long as he gets his Ticketus corrupted, which means drawing Ticketus in the near future, he's fine. And it turns out he will be able to get immediate value from the coil because of this Warsong Outrider from Bank Yugi.
Okay, respectable hand in the mid-game as well from Bank Yugi. He's got a lot of his threats for the mid-game. But honestly, not a bad hand from Alan either. Like, Ogremancer being able to come down next turn. Obviously, none of these minions are sticking in a million years for Bank Yugi with all the removal.
Deliberately not drawing with coil here, using the better spell, I would say, to get rid of the Outrider, means that maybe Alan doesn't actually want to draw ever in this matchup, because it still does come down to fatigue. It kind of matters how early you get Ticketus a lot of the time, because it affects whether you're able to play 2 corrupted Ticketus with the Yashiraj, and if you're guaranteed to do that, then you're fine to draw, but you're not guaranteed to do that, as we saw from Alan's game plan yesterday against Priest, was it? The Ticketus was kind of late, and he was also eventually fatiguing, so he did just take coil potentially as one mana deal 1 at some point, which can be useful.
Yeah, I would hypothesize it's less about not wanting to draw and just wanting to be mana efficient, because if you're spending all your cards with all your mana every turn, you're more likely to be able to dump them efficiently and then fit in the taps every turn. But again, maybe that's incorrect, as it does look like here, I think we're probably going to be seeing coil after, Armor Vendor then, try and find that Ticketus, because honestly, it doesn't matter if you draw a bunch of cards to find it. You're never ever losing in fatigue as long as you get it before you're dead.
Bank Yugi going to continue along his own draw game plan, get the Scorpid down. It's really turn 9 when things begin in earnest for these two players. And for Alan, looking back on it, if the plan is to go early Jiraxxus, then he does want to draw a lot before that, because he'll be deleting the tap hero power from that point on. And the Malagos definitely helps for that card draw game plan, because we've seen the cool interaction where it picks up the soul fragments, which draw him further cards. For Bank Yugi, I have to assume it's one of the removal options. Barricade just doesn't feel like enough, but maybe he's just so far behind in terms of actual threats he can put on board that he takes the Barricade.
I think I actually agree that it is a removal option. My initial instinct was to say Barricade because your hand removes so much as is. But once you hit Rattlegore, I think removal becomes premium. Any way to actually clear off the 6/6s every turn rather than having to hit in with Rattlegore or allowing them to attack into Rattlegore is premium. So I really, really like this pickup of Shield Slam.
Yeah. Long time before the Warlock is able to chip away any of that armor, so it's only going to stack up higher and higher. Alan shuffling in the fragments, making sure that when Malagos comes down, he will not be starved for value even if he has no longer the tap hero power.
Yeah, it's kind of one of the weird benefits of shuffling fragments into your deck, Malagos, is yes, you heal for a bunch, but it means that Malagos also draws minions a bunch of the times as well, because you draw the fragment and then the fragment draws a random card from your deck. And so that means, again, more likely to find Ticketus, dumping more hand space as well. So I really like just tempo on the School Spirits there, even if it does basically nothing.
Yeah. Currently 4 fragments in the deck, so if Malagos picks up any one of those, that could convert into a minion drawn, and any one of those minions could be Ticketus, which is very important in this matchup. But first of all, this Rattlegore has to be dealt with.
Yeah, here it is, the ultimate standoff, Jiraxxus and Jotaro. Sorry. Rattlegore, not Jotaro and Dio. I was getting my metaphors confused already.
How shall I destroy?
And I think it looks like he's just going to start chewing through it the old-fashioned way. Yes, you can go for Malagos to draw a bunch of cards from your deck, but this has to die at some point, and you may as well do it now before the Faceless Manipulator comes down. From where Alan's sat, there could be another one on board next turn, so it's better to make it an 8-8 instead of a 9-9, right?
I think if Faceless comes down, if the Rattlegore is anywhere above like 5-5, he's still losing.
Right.
So I'm more interested in getting something proactive done here. Granted, the Malagos is not entirely proactive because it doesn't allow Alan to fit in the hero power, which he really wants to do every single turn. So if he is going to Cascading, I think it's more to get the hero power down rather than chipping through the Rattlegore.
Yeah, it just makes it a little bit easier to deal with, of course, as well, next turn. And it means that if he goes Malagos and then Spirit Jailer, he won't be overdrawing any cards. Because even if it's unlikely that he overdraws the Ticketus, you want to make sure that it's just no chance at all.
Yep. Definitely agree. Ooh. Oh, this draw.
Wow, interesting.
That's so powerful. Is that not just slam it down this turn? It's not dead to just weapon, and if Alan has to face tank it, then you're very happy.
Yeah, it's just... Do you want to attack it in, or do you want to go shield slam as well? Because losing 4 health on it makes it a fair bit easier to clear, but having another shield slam in hand is very useful. It's kind of close.
I think the way that Alan clears this, after having seen Drain Soul, Soul Shear, School Spirits...
True.
He generally uses one of these destroy spells rather than damage spells, right? So I think it's fine to take the trade.
And Bank Yugi's one game plan here is just to clear the runway for Rattlegore. As long as he keeps a clear path and it can go face every turn, he is currently still winning this game. Shield Slam to take out the Taunt, most likely.
Yeah, extra Shield Slam
as well.
pickup is actually super relevant because...
Yeah.
I mean, Alan doesn't have infinite health. He can heal back up a lot with the fragments, which is another reason for holding on to the Malagos. Looking at it retroactively, it's definitely a lot better to hold on to that. But even after the heal, if Rattlegore just keeps going face, Alan is in trouble.
Oh, Rattlegore's just so sick. It's such a cool card.
Uh-oh. 2 fragments drawn prior to Malagos. So 4 in the deck currently. Okay.
Okay, still heals for a lot.
2. Militia for 0. Okay, 2 again, but really not great.
Yeah, no Ticketus found. Still without the ability to effectively clear off the Rattlegore as well.
Thank you. He can keep drawing. He can Scorpid Coerce. Puts Alan down to 11.
Still no Faceless, though. Commencement? There is nothing that good actually left. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, without the Troublemakers, it gets a bit difficult. But even if that pulls a Shield Maiden, I feel like we would have been kind of happy.
Yeah, it could pull Faceless, though, right? And then it's pretty disastrous. I think this is good as, again, just more removal, keep clearing the board.
This Tamsin is pretty clutch, though. He can get double dips on the Drain Soul and the Soul Shear, which then buffs the Militia a little bit further, and he fits in hero power.
That's true. That's very true. And at that point, the Rattlegore, it's still a 6-6, but he's kind of starting to chew through it. It's getting to that point where he may be able to out-heal it.
We've also seen both the Outriders acts from Bankyugi as well. So in terms of reach, it's just the one from Bulwark. So as long as Alan stays like 2 health above whatever the size the Rattlegore is, and there's nothing left on the board, then he should generally be fine. Looks like Alan's going for Militia this turn. To be fair, it is pretty good. This is probably the best it's gonna get because at this point the deck is so thin that you might just be top decking fragments at any given time. And it also corrupts the Cascading Disaster.
Oh, getting through 3 layers here is so huge. A 4-4 Rattlegore, it's close. It's still possible that it could get there. But I think Alan may have crossed the threshold here into just surviving. Only needs Ticketus, and then of course he demolishes the late game.
Bulwark is just Light's Justice here. That's the out, right?
Okay, he's set up lethal.
Unfortunately for Bankyugi, Alan has heal and fragments, but it's as good a chance as any that Bankyugi has. It's obviously a weird-looking play, but that's just how this matchup goes when it is in this situation. Bankyugi has no chance of winning in Fatigue because from his perspective, Ticketus is going to burn 5 cards, possibly 10, given the second one from Yashiraj. And so the superficial lead that he has in Fatigue is simply that.
How shall I destroy you?
Cascading, Tamsin, Drain, Weapon Swing, and the Rattlegore is finally vanquished.
There it is, the second time that Bankyugi has had a Rattlegore completely chewed through in the last 2 weeks of Grandmasters. Alotemu almost doing it in one turn, Alan taking a little bit longer to get through it, but the effect is the same. Bankyugi has nada left in this game. No value, no threats. It's pretty much just over now.
There's one remaining source of value in the athletic studies, and that can become 2 if he gets to pair it with the Faceless Manipulator, if he picks up Kargath Prime, maybe?
Right. Yeah, I think the more realistic victory condition, although that is worth considering, is Ticketus needs a turn to be juiced up after it's drawn, right? You need to corrupt it. So if Alan plays a card that costs more than 6, Bankyugi can take that as, okay, you've just gone for the Ticketus play and play Vol'jin and try and pull the Ticketus, but he just lets it rip now, and yeah, it wasn't Ticketus, so that is the game.
Quite reasonable, I think, for Bankyugi to take any chance of just sticking a minion onto the board at this point.
Was that reasonable? Like, if he had Ticketus corrupted, he would have played it 100% on that turn, right? And so, surely, again, you wait for the hint that they have it in hand. They play a card that costs more than Ticketus's cost, and then you go for it, right? I feel like that's a better win condition, because then you are winning in Fatigue. There's nothing left. Alan's deck is almost all Soul Fragments.
That's fair. He could have also immediately killed it with Barrow. Okay.
Again, like, if Alan doesn't play a minion, then that just falls apart. Like, if he just goes Twisting Nether Pass, then you don't have the ability to do that. But even then, you know they didn't have Ticketus in hand at that point, almost certainly.
But I guess we can also just math it out. Like, worst case scenario for Alan, let's say the ticket is at the very bottom of the deck. Even if he just hero powers every turn, is Bankyugi beating that? I know there's only 3 real cards left in Alan's deck, but he's going to heal off of a lot of those.
That's
the
fair.
6/6s stack up, and then there's like even just Yashiraj for not ticketus for strongmen is quite powerful.
Yeah.
So
And here it
Vol'jin
is.
was a desperation play. And
It was desperation, yeah. And I think, honestly, if Alan had not seen the Vol'jin yet, he would have played this differently. He would have literally just gone Twisting Nether Pass and not even played the hero power, just as the one out for Ticketus to be pulled out by Vol'jin. Now that it's already been played, of course, he can just do whatever he wants. Plays it out here, absolutely correct. Burn the deck. Next turn, you charge, do it again. Game over. Let's go again next time.
I'm almost out of cards.
as is the expected outcome. But to be fair, Bankyugi got very close there.
Yeah.
Even if the Rattlegore is not cheated out coming down on turn 9, it is incredibly difficult for Warlock to deal with. Their healing is not infinite. It often depends on drawing fragments. And if Bankyugi had hit the Faceless, like, anywhere in the top half of his deck, this could have been a very, very different game.
And to be fair, Bankyugi is still kind of winning in Fatigue just because of the amount of armor he has. I mean, the Ticketus didn't come back, but it honestly doesn't even really matter because all the cards are gone anyway. And for Bankyugi, if he can clear these boards, is there any chance? Like, there's no real cards left in the deck for Alan.
It's like one board he clears after that, right?
Oh no, wait. The throw was playing the strongman, right? If he hadn't played that, he would have overdrawn these soul fragments and effectively added 4 cards to his deck.
It's running out of cards.
No, that's true, but
This is a huge mistake.
he still just wins, right? Like,
I think he's still winning,
yeah.
but that locks out any hope for Bankyugi.
I think we gotta get past the habit of calling any mistake a throw because Alan has not lost this game.
Sorry, if I said throw, I did not mean that. I meant it was a blunder in this mistake.
Yeah.
I don't think it matters, but you know, it was incorrect, I still think.
Sure. Definitely not optimized. Like, Alan will be fatiguing a lot sooner than he could have. But I think the main thing is that he realized there's just no more removal for Bank Yugi, right? There's like one Rancor. The rest are cards that are known to him. And so he's free to go as wide on the board as possible, and he will easily offset the huge armor lead Bank Yugi has before he dies to fatigue.
It does look that way. Yeah, the Rancor, I think, not quite... well, not able to gain any armor, so not going to be making up for it. Bank Yugi throws it down a little closer at the end than I think it could have been. And, I mean, you can just tell, Alan shaking his head, he knows that that was a mistake. I'm not going to rag on him too much because it was just a momentary lack in judgment. But even so, does end up taking the win with the Warlock, outlasting the Rattlegore, which really was the only threat to him in that situation. And so, is able to take the win with the Warlock, the deck that he swept with yesterday. And so we have to immediately look at the counters that Bank Yugi has available after the Priest was left up, so Priest is available here, and the Mage was banned from him, so it's Paladin or Priest as the two decks left over, neither of which feel great, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, definitely not Priest. That's why Alan is primarily bringing Warlock in the first place. He's just managed to also get a good matchup into these Warriors in the meta, and also whatever N'Zoth Paladins are hanging around there. The Warlock is actually a very sick bring for LHS this week because it has so much sweet potential if you just get rid of like the most aggressive deck on the other side. And because the Priest is such a bad matchup, Bank Yugi is defaulting to Libram Paladin, which I don't think is like very good for the Libram Paladin, but definitely not disastrous, right? They can put forth quite a bit of pressure. They're able to milk their buffs with the Libram of Wisdom, and if they can get down the timely Liadrin, they can kind of abuse those windows where if the Warlock has not drawn enough cards, or if they're not able to stabilize, they just can't efficiently clear the board and develop.
Yeah, it's a big difference that this is obviously Libram Paladin, as you said, as opposed to N'Zoth. I do think that will make it a bit hard for the Warlock to get a win, just because those repeated Librams of Wisdom can be very, very annoying. But even so, if you can get down an early tickers, you can just delete most of their deck before that becomes too much of a concern. But it'll be a close one. I'm interested to see the game plan from Bank Yugi, whether it's a super aggressive start, as we can see with this secret Libram Paladin, whether he plays for more of a mid-game push, holding onto the Aldor Truthseeker, and going for the late-game repeated Librams of Hope. A lot of different ways that you can approach this, and you have to know the matchup very well to be able to pick the right one.
Indeed. In terms of mulligans, though, I don't necessarily think Bank Yugi will be doing anything different than the normal game plan on the Paladin, because you do just want to hit the curves and the discounts on the Librams in every single matchup. And it turns out that that is not differently played no matter whether your opponent is aggro or control, because playing a big minion and buffing it up is the way to beat both of those matchups, as it turns out, because removal is not unlimited. The cascading disasters for Alan are not always corruptible if you're putting down enormous amounts of pressure in the early game. Enormous is maybe a hyperbole, though, because again, this is Libram Paladin. It's not aggro, it's not running convictions of the sort. So in terms of reach, Bank Yugi has little to work with, and maybe that is what...
to be able to deal with those taunts later on. Alan with an interesting looking hand already that will tell us a lot about the matchup, because as I was saying, Ticketus can be very valuable, but I think it's just a little bit too slow to be keeping in this matchup. There's the threat of falling behind in the early game that I do think means you have to look for slightly more aggressive options, even if Ticketus can be nice to try and delete their late game.
That's right. If anything, I was thinking of maybe holding on to Lucky Soul Hoarder, but again, it's not that great if you're not corrupting it as well. So for Alan, just looking for any of the one-drops, right? He's got 2 Armor Vendor, 2 Spirit Jailer, definitely much better here, and the Scorpid as well. Oh, but what a great opener for Bank Yugi. Attendant and First Day and Libram of Wisdom. And he can take a value from the First Day as well.
Those are sick. Look at all those beasts. Well, there was recently a tweet from the Hearthstone Twitter account saying, what is the best beast? And now we're going to find out. What has Webspinner got available to us? Bloated Python? That'll do. That'll do very nicely.
Just a lot of value and annoyingly shaped minions because of the 4/4 death rattle for Alan to have to deal with. Although the best beast is objectively what Sottle answered with. It's the cute hog token.
Just hog. Yeah, I was tempted to reply with the picture of me as Togwaggle, but I think it's a little bit overplayed at this point. Maybe give it a couple weeks before it becomes post-ironic again.
Not even a beast. It's Cobalt.
I am a beast. How dare you?
Oh, I thought
I am going to post it now out of principle.
You were Togwaggle, but okay. Siphon Soul?
Kind of looking at Soul Rend, actually. Like, maybe it's too bad to delete cards from your deck. Yeah, Siphon Soul is nice for Librams of Hope later on.
If it was anything for me, it was between Soul and the Fiendish Circle even. It's not bad against Libram Paladin. Yes, they play
Sure.
player, but it's only one. Oh, but wow. With second Aldor Attendant found this early, the Librams of Wisdom can keep rolling. If at any point Penflayer is found, it is very powerful as just repeated value.
Yeah, can't go face, obviously, but just to remove minions in the mid-game, clear the runway for your minions to go face is a very big deal as well. And especially as Bank Yugi Taylan into Lady Liadrin, no fear of running out of value whatsoever. So for Alan, it's I think about trying to lock down the board in his own right, which I guess Ogremancer can kind of do.
Right, it does shut down the type of hand from Bank Yugi that relies on the Libram of Wisdom going off a lot of times. This is not one of those hands, though. He can even play the uncorrupted Libram of Judgment to get rid of
Sure.
this. I think that is just correct. Don't give the Ogremancer time to be more awkward. And he can Tailland the next turn. Still going to draw him Lady Liadrin, and things are fine from there.
Yeah, it's just the perfect answer here. You can even, like you said, replay the Libram of Wisdom. No fear of running out of value. At least for the moment. There's no silence effects available for Alan, though, so even if it's just like 4 or 5 Librams that are given off of Lady Liadrin, if that's just a 6/6 token that's generated off the hero power every turn, that's like Jiraxxus. He's got of his own at that point, and Alan can't even contend with that.
Now that you put it that way, dang, Libram Paladin's broken, huh? And we did see from Bank Yugi a couple turns ago weaving in the hero power when he could have gone Web Spinner and Omayog, and I think that's just correct in this matchup, right? Milk the value where you can get it. He wasn't particularly gaining that much by developing the secret on that board state or the 1/1.
Yeah, I was gonna...
The Omayog is better to deny the removal.
It's good. I was going to say that I thought we'd be leading up to Omayog coming down into turn 8, given that that's the very obvious straight-up play-twisting nether turn. But Bank Yugi going for it a little bit earlier, which is fine. Okay, I did not think that would draw anything, but that's pretty good.
It is. Is this worth a cascading, though? Like, it's gonna give Bank Yugi Lady Liadrin, but Alan's best shot is to somehow gain board control at some point, and later on there might be just more than 3 minions from Bank Yugi, so he's gonna play it while he has the chance. Scorpid is potentially gonna be big. If anything, I think Alan needs card draw or just time to tap to get to his Militia. That's the way I see him winning this matchup.
Now we're talking, though. Bank Yugi rewarded big for holding off on Lady Liadrin for a turn. Being able to go Libram of Hope, Liadrin, Libram of Hope again. This is where the Warlock is going to start struggling to deal with this board. Realistically, what I'm thinking for Alan, card draw would be nice, yeah, but it's Yashaj, right? He needs to get a big swing turn with the Yashaj, Strongman, play the Cascading Disasters again to swing the board back in his way.
Interesting options.
Ogremancer off of Raised Dead? Is that a thing?
It's unlikely, but not even good enough. Wow, he takes Demonic Study. Honestly, I was looking at that and thinking, Envoy Restwix is a demon. Remember that, Gia. But Ticketus is also a demon.
Interesting.
That's definitely one of the higher roll outcomes for Alan, but he might have been thinking he's just in that bad of a position that he had to go for it and could come in very clutch.
Yeah, Alan's getting some serious juice now with this hand. Jiraxis, Strongman, Ticketus, Twisting Nether. He can survive for a while and start to do his enact his own game plan with potentially 3 or even 4 Ticketus available in this game if he finds the Ashaj as well.
Oh, you're right. But he is going to be faced with a lot of pressure. Yes, the Libram of Hope gets eaten by Twisting Nether, but then Bank Yugi just windmill slams the Liadrin the other way, you'd have to assume. Yeah, trade the 2-2 into the Scorpid, then he can replay the Libram on the 1-1. He might be just counting how many Librams of Hope he's actually played because he doesn't want... Wisdom. He doesn't want to potentially overdraw the Libram of Hope from Liadrin's regeneration.
I must move quickly.
But I don't think he's anywhere in that territory yet.
Yeah, I guess you just have to plan out, like, what if they play Twisting Nether as the expected outcome here as well? Although he might actually have Oh My Yog in play, right? Or at the very least, the fear of Oh My Yog. So just playing out the Libram of Hope, I absolutely agree with it as well.
The big deal, this Yogg going into turn 8. Looks like the Libram got stuck
Broke
in
the
the Nether.
spectator.
Yeah. Right, it's not Oh My Yogg. It is Reckoning and Galloping then.
Yeah.
Oh, are we just going to have to see this Libram wisdom the whole game? Okay.
There we go. Big draw with Aldor Tree Seeker as well, though, just to cheapen the Libram of Hope yet again next turn, if that is to be the play.
I think this Liadrin's good enough. Just keep the pressure rolling. Don't get swung back the other way by like a strongman turn. We saw Bank Yugi hold on to this web spinner plenty of turns ago when he had spare mana to play it, just so he was able to get a cheap minion to pair with the Liadrin turn in case his mana wasn't flexible enough to fit in the hero power.
And the really important thing here for Bank Yugi is that this is honestly too much pressure to let for your opponent to just go Jiraxis. If he was to play that down here, even with the strongman, like, it just gets a little bit scary. The fragments might be able to help that. But for Alan, if he doesn't go for Jiraxis, I really just don't see a win con. So as scary as it is, it's time to let rip.
Yeah, he has to. It will corrupt the Ticketus as well, which he could only have done with the Twisting Nether at this point, which we know is not actually a Nether. It is a Yogg spell. And then you don't want to play Strongman for 7 mana, so it does have to be Jiraxis here. I agree. It's only 2 cards played with the Strongman as well, so Galloping doesn't proc. It sucks that
So many possibilities.
like the 6/6 is obviously just going to get value traded by the Liadrin. But at least Bank Yugi only has 2 Librams of Wisdom in hand right now, so from Alan's perspective, he can't just put the web spinner to 6 and then double up on that value and send it on the Liadrin to face.
Wow, he's just going tap? What is he looking for here?
Maybe a cheap spell to proc Oh My Yogg. You'd have to assume with this play, Alan was just trying to get the Oh My Yogg out of the way so he's able to Nether the very next turn. The plan was to look for something cheaper like a Drain Soul or a Soul Shear so that the Cascading would go off this turn and then there's the next board, but it is a very bad outcome.
Yeah, disastrous outcome. Like, honestly, I was kind of interested in 8 mana spell just to see what happens. Like, maybe you get Tidal Wave. I don't know. I guess there's a lot of bad outcomes that could happen there.
Maybe you get Jewel of N'Zoth.
Yeah, exactly. But now Bank Yugi just ramping up the pressure again and again. All these Librams of Wisdom are so sick just for more damage, more Penflinger activations.
Yeah, and just not getting baited into playing Libram of Hope. He knows that Nether is still a very real threat. And it's honestly still quite good for Alan next turn. Even if Bank Yugi does get all these Librams of Wisdom back in hand, he's only able to play 2 minions per turn max. I guess, and Penflinger, sure.
Honestly, I was kind of interested in just going like double Penflinger on the 2/2 there, just to get another Libram back in hand to push more damage. Either way, the Soulshare plus Sociologist is intriguing, especially as you can actually go Spirit Jailer as well. But that then takes up a board slot. I don't know, I'm just thinking if there's any way you can get away with not going Twisting Nether here, because as decent as it is, you want to actually get board control rather than just removing every turn.
Definitely worth consideration, but in the end, Alan decides he just cannot afford to take all this pressure. There's only one fragment in the deck at the moment too, so Militia is not that great. I assume he'll just want to hold on to the Spirit Jailer to play the same turn as Militia, so he doesn't have the chance of drawing the fragments before her.
Zixor Prime is a pretty nutty beast to get as well, for what it's worth, off of the Web Weave, especially as you can just buff it right now. Even ignoring the Prime part, it's just really, really good on this turn. You can go Zixor, buff it up, Libram of Hope. It's a powerful turn.
Just trying to see if Penflingers could be used to maybe save more health on the 2/4, but if you're going to play Libram of Hope, it's healing all the way back up so sure. And it is good to get the 8/8 down after he's just seen a Nether. He's also seen both Cascading Disasters. So really the only worry is your charge.
Exactly, you just want to punish them for playing Jiraxxus, Ticketus, Sociologist, any of their big slow minions. I guess less so Sociologist, but more Malagos as well. And this does that very well.
Okay, so Bank Yugi is still holding off on the Libram of Hope, I guess, in case there is exactly a charge. Because then he'll have the 8/8 stick after that board.
Oh, look at this, the second ticket is found as well. Obviously can't play both of them, even if the other one was corrupted, because it's the Demonic Studies that's making them cost one less. But even then, it's an interesting card to find, just to basically delete all of Bank Yugi's remaining deck if he gets the time.
Still a decent Militia for Alan. He can get 5, which is the perfect board utilization after the Spirit Jailer comes down. Although, from Bank Yugi, very smart to actually leave the minions at breakpoints just above multiples of
True.
The 5/7, and of course the horse does that on its own. Makes the Militia as awkward as possible.
What doesn't the horse do on its own?
Come down with less than 3 cards played.
So true. Yeah, man, it's getting a little bit awkward now for Bank Yugi. Like, I don't know, he can put a lot of stats on the board each turn, but again, like you said, a Ticketus for Alan, a couple of decent draws, and he could just get ahead for the rest of this game, dictate all these trades to the point where maybe Bank Yugi isn't able to keep up.
And that's why he is prioritizing putting the 8/8 down this turn instead of playing, say, 5 Flingers to get rid of the Militia, which he could have with all of these Librams. Just not giving Alan the breathing room to go for Ticketus Disruption. And it's kind of at that point where if Alan doesn't get the other Nether or your charge, he is just dead. Only 5 fragments in the deck, 4 after this. Oh, I forgot to account for this.
Obviously, that's big. But as it currently stands, if you just play that, you're dead. Even if you go for it on the 9/9, it deletes a lot of, it can delete a few Librams, I suppose. But you need something more, so it has to be either tap or a different option, as we see here from the Mali.
This will, if it draws all the fragments, get him not out of range of lethal on board. There's just 19 on board. And this only gets him to 18.
Is that so?
I think that's all the fragments drawn, so... Oh, if the fragment draws him into
Armor
exactly
Vendor?
Armor Vendor, yeah, that was the out. That was what Alan was looking for. And it was as good of a Hail Mary as any, but Bank Yugi already had lethal on board, going to push even more for good measure.
He didn't come here to count, he came here to win. And he does it in style with the Paladin. Big victory to take over the Warlock. Otherwise, we could very possibly have been looking at a repeat 3-0 sweep on the Warlock for Alan, because it would only have been the Priest left over for Bank Yugi. But it's a huge loss there for Alan, because not only does he, again, lose the good matchup against the Priest in this instance, he doesn't have a counter queue to the Priest now. The best he has is the Rogue as his one remaining deck if he's able to beat the Paladin here. So looking very, very good for Bank Yugi with his Paladin and his Priest left remaining.
And I honestly think this Paladin has a pretty good matchup against the Rogue as well. Like, not as drastic as a lot of the other Paladin matchups, but I wouldn't be sad to see this from the Paladin side, because just the exact thing that Bank Yugi did this game is also very effective against Rogue. Just build big minions every turn. Rogue, without the ability to generate Sap or Blackjack Stunner, has a very difficult time. It often feels like they're fishing for exactly devolving missiles from the One Thieves to actually have a way to delete that constant Libram of Wisdom value.
Very, very true. Not a matchup that I enjoy playing as the Miracle Rogue. I will admit that, like, when I'm playing against Paladin on ladder, it's not so much the case anymore now that Crab Rider has been nerfed, but beforehand, when both Libram Paladin and Aggro Paladin were a thing, I would mulligan very aggressively for removal, just looking for Prize Plunderer, obviously Octobots, but Brain Freeze as well, just because you had to clear their board at the start or you lost. And then if you matched up into Libram Paladin, you just have a bunch of removal kind of stranded in hand, and you want more value in that matchup. When you know that you're against Libram Paladin, I think you have the ability to just go for Field Contact, Octobot, maybe even like Swindle in your starting hand as well, to make sure that you have plenty of card draw come the mid-game. But either way, you are still, I think, looking for a nice big wide board at the start. Pray there's no Samuro to clear it off, and that's often your best chance of victory.
Yeah, it's also just a big deal that you have more leeway to go Kazakus in that matchup. I find that's often the win condition for Miracle Rogue if you get the good golems early. That often comes down to either challenge or the turn before Aldor Truthseeker. And if you hit Rush or deal 3, that can match up very nicely into Paladin's ideal play for that turn. There's also Cult Neophytes in there, which can make certain turns awkward if the Paladin does have that kind of hand where they're trying to milk the value from the Librams of Wisdom. You can often just shut down like a good Penflinger turn from that situation. I will say though that Bank Yugi has demonstrated, if not like straight up mastery, just very, very good play on this Libram Paladin. It's been honestly just a treat to watch him from last week until this week pilot the deck that nobody else in APAC was bringing in whatever matchups it was, because he did just sweep with it last week as well. And then against the Warlock, that was so good, like hitting the right breakpoints on the health on his minions, and also just the timing of when to go in on the board and never giving Alan time to do what he wanted, which was either Jiraxxus or Twisting Nether. At the same time, he didn't play too hard into Twisting Nether, such that if it did come down, he still had ways to refill the turn after. And while that's not the same philosophy of how you approach the Rogue matchup, I think his experience on the deck will still be very useful here.
Right, exactly. It was the secret timing was very, very clever, because even though I was saying you want to save the Oh My Yog into turn 8, what I failed to consider, as I always seem to do, is you don't have to play Oh My Yog into turn 8. You have to play a secret, any secret into turn 8, and they will treat it as if it is, because a lot of the time it's just you don't have the ability to play around it, or you have to in that instance. But for Alan here, right out the gate, does have himself a pretty nice looking hand. Octobot, a bunch of nice cards to discount. The early game, I think, is going to be very decidedly in the Rogue's favor. But Bank Yugi, already with Blademaster Samuro, kind of has the answer to that.
He does, and he has first day of school for ways to fill out his turn 2 and turn 3. Cariel can be a pseudo Libram discounter for at least the Wisdom in hand. And so it could get to a point where Bank Yugi, if he's not under that much pressure early, can even buff the Samuro for a bigger board clear. For now, Alan can just coin the Octobot though, and it's very likely to get an activation, if not guaranteed, right? Because there's no conviction in this list.
Yeah, this is the one time where it's guaranteed to go off. If you do it next turn, you're obviously looking at a Dahl into a Dahl or a Dahl into Libram of Wisdom, very importantly against Libram Paladin specifically. And it's just good. The rest of his hand works out. He has a combo activator with Neophyte, and then the rest of his hand either draws or clears very well.
Abusive is almost so good here.
Oh,
but
true.
not quite enough. Still, gladly take the Vulpertinger though, and the Gibberling might be a bit useful later if he does get those Libram of Wisdom hands, but it's all in the faraway future because right now Bank Yugi is staring at a huge problem that he has to respect. And Alan can get the ball rolling now. Cult Neophyte, Swindle.
Sounds good to me. You could argue that it's Cult Neophyte Wand Thief just to get another minion in play instead. You could argue it's just Dagger to play around any minions being in play if you don't want to go Prize Plunderer this early. But I think I would probably settle on like Neophyte Wand Thief Prize Plunderer actually just to clear the board and go super wide yourself.
Yeah, that's quite powerful. It could still be Prize Plunderer with the Swindle turn, to be fair.
True, yeah.
With the Swindle, I'm particularly looking for a good way to follow up this curve, like Mankrik or Kazakus in the near future. But if it's specifically Kazakus and not Mankrik, then you're fine to Swindle the next turn as well. Alan debating whether it's worth this last piece of removal. Again, the minions do get bigger, but there is value to denying buffs. I guess the Neophyte somewhat does that, but the breakpoints are a bit weird because Hand of a Doll is still potentially playable here.
Yeah, it just clears off a fair bit of damage. Personally, I just find in the matchup, I like being liberal with my Prize Plunderers. I appreciate that they can kill off the Aldor Truth Seekers, the Librams of Hope later on. But just going wide at the start before they can go for Samuro often feels fairly potent.
Now the Swindle becomes a little bit more difficult to activate, so it looks like Alan's actually going to take an Entity turn here. And he can still play the Plunderer, but if he was that precious about holding onto it last turn, you'd have to imagine he would trade the Wand Thief instead.
You'd think so. It's interesting just to think about how Samuro interacts with this turn, because if you go Prize Plunderer in addition to the Mirror Entity, it's very bad against Samuro. You get a 1-6 or a 1-5, I suppose, after the trade, which is not very powerful. But if you don't go for that, then it doesn't really bait them into going for the Samuro, so maybe they go for something else and you get a better minion. It's hard to pass through.
In the end, going for the Dagger to deny any more buffs. The Entity, granted, was also just not that good because he knows there's 2 more 1-cost cards in hand from the first day of school. But it's now just the best combo activator because I'm sure he has bigger plans for Tenwu than just being played on a Wand Thief.
Yeah, and it's also just not a bad turn, because even though they have the 1-drops, Talan or the Aldor Truthseeker are very, very likely plays here. So I think it's well-timed here for Alan, even if it meant just going for Dagger on the previous turn. And while this is all a little slow, hasn't got a bunch of damage in at the start, he hasn't fallen behind, which is very important. And can still try and set up for that Tenwu Shadow Step, and then Alexstrasza later on for a big swing.
Also trying to hold on to this Brain Freeze in case of emergency. Using Prize Plunderer there and the Weapons Swing also just develops a 2-1, so I think it's fine.
Wait to read these.
Pretty sick use of this Gibberling as well, it's got to be said. With Libram of Wisdom. Can't sacrifice it off to play it again, but I think that's still just fine with the hero power.
However, it's also a pretty good Gibberling for Alan because Bank Yugi just can't kill the Spell Burst one. So, are we just in a Token Druid mirror now?
It looks that way. Oh, Neophyte, that's the nuts against Druid. Slam that down.
Okay, well, obviously, Alan just a bit worried about Galloping Savior primarily here. I don't think the Oh My Yogg is that big of a problem. He has plenty of ways to test.
Yeah, you just don't want to be throwing in the Secret Passage into the Yogg, and I think you are all good.
Probably more valuable to test with Shadow Step because it's not a disaster if it doesn't go off, whereas I think Alan's priority should be being able to get rid of all the minions. Okay, Sigil of Silence is
sick.
Good.
Yeah.
Because Bank Yugi wanted to play Talan most likely the next turn. Or Samuro.
Yeah, very, very good. I think I actually agree with going for the Brain Freeze first. He can still clear off a lot of this board, and getting another spell here, there's some pretty good ones that you can hit, right?
That's fair. With the Penflinger turn, he can just clear, but it takes some trades, but it's alright.
Yeah. Needs to move pretty quickly now. Fireball. Oh, yes. Against Paladin.
Yeah. Okay, holding off at the Flinger there. Honestly, I was looking at Flo just to be able to play one more Penflinger turn and get the full board clear.
Oh,
he just
right.
has
Okay.
Sigil of Silence now, so this is really good. The Gibberling cannot actually trade itself on this board, which means that the Libram of Wisdom on it is going to get silenced away.
That is very, very cool. I am rapidly Googling Abusive Sergeant to see if it can target enemy minions. It does just say Battlecry, give a minion +2 attack, so he could buff an opposing minion and then sacrifice off the Gibberling.
That's pretty sick.
I think it's
that's
kind of
worth it.
good. Yeah.
I think it's super worth it. He has Penflinger in hand. And he could still Samuro at the end to clear everything. Maybe it's just not worth Samuro at that point.
Yeah.
He could also just Penflinger his own guy. But then you lose the Penflinger.
Boo.
Oh wait, you can Penflinger your own guy, hero power, and then put the but then you still lose the Libram.
You still lose it, yeah.
Yeah, it had to be. You're right.
Put the Libram on an opposing minion and say, hold this for later, and then I'll get back. No.
Well.
Damn, just loses it straight up. Very cool play by Alan. Very, very cool.
And also, the spell burst Gibberling is just alive? Wait.
Yeah, true.
You wanted to trade the One Thief instead of that? Not really worth it.
I mean, I was going to say you could argue that the spell burst is bad, but then if it's bad, Alan just trades it away anyway. So there's no potential downside.
Unless he's going for the think your opponent is dumb line of play where he just locks himself out of board, but I don't think Bankyugi's that type of player. More like he's just saying he's more scared of the threat of shadow stepping the One Thief in any way, and these Gibberlings can't really be buffed from Rogue, so Samuro cleans up either way.
Snap Pit counterspell here as well is interesting. It's still not in time for... Oh, sorry, Libram of Hope wouldn't be able to come down on this turn, I don't believe, right? Because it's only one attendant that's been played this game. But even so, I guess it could have been cheapened by the Carriel that was played earlier, so it's possible here that a Libram of Hope is played that he could counterspell.
A bit ambitious, but honestly, if it deletes any spell from Bankyugi, you're still kind of happy, whether it is just another Libram of Wisdom or even first day of school, because Bankyugi's quite quickly running out of stuff. So that's just both Librams deleted now. One
Just
from a
gone.
counterspell and one from Sigil of Silence. That's insane. Of course, Bankyugi can still regenerate a couple from the Adrin, but that's not in hand. He'll get it off of the Talon, but is that too late?
Yeah, I mean, straight up, I think that Alan has just kind of outplayed him in this mid-game. Bankyugi had the opportunity to go with a slightly different line and get back his own... could have got back his own Libram of Wisdom earlier on that maybe could have given him a better chance in this mid-game, but for the moment, Alan is just miles ahead on the board. Plenty of value thanks to the second secret passage still to come, and plenty of burn as well. Fireball in hand, still 2 wicked stabs as well. This is looking great for him.
Yeah, he's just very far in the lead, even though Bankyugi has that Samuro Sergeant combo, which I suppose is the big reasoning behind holding on to the Sergeant instead of regenerating his Libram. Again, I still don't like the play because if you had the Libram in hand, that's a way to buff Samuro as well. It's like 1 less attack, but Rogue breakpoints of health are generally 2 and not 3 anyway. So yes, the Samuro can deal with this board, but it's so little pressure and Alan is nowhere near short on value.
Yeah, it's a cool play to hold on to the Abusive Sergeant to clear the board. It makes a huge difference in terms of the amount of damage cleared. Obviously, you know, we were criticizing Bankyugi for not using the Abusive Sergeant earlier, but if it was holding on for specifically this purpose, then I can understand.
That's what I just said, Derek. Like, it's better to get the Libram back in hand. Because it would buff the Samuro anyway, and the Rogue health breakpoints are generally 2 and not 3.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
You gotta stop reading Soto's comments on Discord while we're casting.
I'm just trying to be nice to Bank Yugi here. I mean, it kind of made sense, but yeah.
And the stealth off the Jandis is absolutely backbreaking. Without the use of Samuro anymore, he can't just Libram of Justice it away. So Alan's getting essentially both the 5 drops for full value here. Okay, these are good 1 drops though. He can keep cycling.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty good. But he basically just needs the Librams of Hope at this point to really have any chance whatsoever. That allows him to thin his deck, which is nice. Babbling Book for card draw would be huge here. Removal, that's kind of card draw, but I don't see that ever going off.
He is just dead to 2 minions going face plus fireball. I guess Alan has to respect Oh My Yogg a little bit. Currently, the only way he has of testing it might just be bad for him because the secret passage deletes the fireball, but we'll see if he gets a spell. Oh, also he can just Vanessa for a secret to test.
That's true. That mana would work out. Yeah, that would have been a pretty cute lethal to see.
But also just swindle now.
Yeah, no matter how you want to do it. I guess this...
stuff.
Oh no, yeah, this was better. I was going to say you're afraid of Shadow Council, but that's 1 mana, right? Is the one way that could have gone wrong. So you do want to test with the 2 mana if possible, slightly optimized, whether or not Alan was thinking about that. But there we go. Game 5 on the table now, Gia. The Paladin dealt with by the Rogue, a matchup that we were anticipating would be decent for the Rogue, but not quite so good as against the N'Zoth Paladins of prior. And the final deck, the defining strategy of Alan's overall lineup this week is leaving up Priest, and it just needs to get 1 win for Bank Yugi against Rogue. A matchup that is close, but I think when piloted well by the Priest, they do just still about have the edge.
Yeah, it's close, but not always, Cigar. I mean, it's not impossible for Rogue, but obviously this is not the pan out that Alan was hoping for. By leaving a Priest, he very much expected to have either his Mage or his Warlock to still play with and have a decent queue into that. But it just so happened that the Mage getting kicked out early enough and then Alan being forced onto the Warlock somewhat to get that matchup done now has the Priest left in a relatively safe position. And the build from Bank Yugi is pretty standard. We're seeing Raised Dads and Sethic in there over Desperate Prayer, which I'm a fan of. The one of Ogremaster, back and forth on whether I think this is actually good against Rogue, because a lot of the time you play that and they happily play a Golem into it or Jandis and then it feels a bit slow, but definitely not going to hurt him too much overall.
Yeah, if you can lock down that board at the start and then follow it up with Ogremaster, it's like the umbrella that protects the rest of your minions from all the removal spells that Rogue is trying to levy towards them. The rest of it, just fairly standard stuff. Obviously, there's an insight, 2 insights in there, which are not seen in all the lists anymore, but pretty much just standard control priest that you would have seen from a couple weeks ago before we started seeing some of the tech with N'Zoth, the Giants. There's a few different ways you can go with priest now, but very old school, very standard from Bank Yugi, and I'm expecting, as I always like to say, just full development at the start, getting the Scorpids, Wand Makers, Sethics down, regenerating them over and over, and making it so Rogue has to spend all their mana just clearing the board before they can even get their own minions in play and start pushing damage.
And while Rogue does have some form of reach available, if they're able to discount Alexstrasza and Tenwu, the classic combo, Priest can play around that in many ways. One, Illusia is the big one. If you've seen them just set up completely with Octobot, then you can have a very solid read on there being cheap Wicked Stabs or Tenwu that they can dump from the hand. And the other is just being at a safe enough health total, because a lot of the time Rogue can't deal 30-0 in one turn. The breakpoint is usually around 22, I find. It's like 2 Alexes and a Wicked Stab. Otherwise, the mana is really difficult to maneuver if you don't get the big discounts. Of course, it can change. It can go up to 24 if you get 3 Alex in a turn. But Bank Yugi will be very aware of those breakpoints.
I mean, already for Alan, we have for me what is one of the most difficult decisions to make as Rogue against Priest. It's Tenwu and Shadow Step, because so often I'm presented with brilliant opportunities to use Tenwu to bounce a minion, Shadow Step to Tenwu back to my hand, and just hold it. Because if you can keep it for Alexstrasza, you don't need any discount from Octobot, guaranteed 16 damage later on. But then if they have Alusha, you are effectively conceding the game, because they can play Alusha, play a bunch of cards, and then with 1 mana left over, Tenwu and replay their Alusha, so you don't even get to work with their hand. I'll be keeping a close eye on if Alan is going to be going for that game plan in this matchup, or if he just throws it down liberally and leaves it on the board, saving the Shadow Step for another time.
Definitely tough for the Rogue to identify which use of Tenwu is better. Sometimes even on Jandis or Kazakus Golem is warranted in this matchup. But for right now, barring the long-term game plan, the Penflanger is actually a decent pickup here, if only to activate the Swindle in a way that Alan doesn't want to throw away any of his other resources to do so. He is just going to play it out to get rid of the One Thief, so he's saying, I don't need Penflanger to potentially come back into my hand many times in this matchup. I'm honestly a bit surprised by that. Like, I was looking more at getting the Swindle and the Swindle out and the Penflanger back in hand, even if the Cult Neophyte would die to the One Thief.
I think I kind of like it. Like, it's not going to do that much, in my opinion, in the matchup. If you're just going for it over and over again, like, maybe you can spend your mana to get multiple procs of the field contact, but generally I find in this matchup you're never starved of ways to spend your mana.
Fair. It's really more about the field contact, I was thinking, just to get cheap battle cries to go along with it, because the Penflanger does take the place of the Guardian Og Merchant. But it definitely accomplished a huge deal here, because Bankyugi had to coin out Samuro to actually get rid of the Octobot there. That's a big resource in terms of potential healing and board clear later on. Bankyugi does have Zyrella and Raised Deads though, so I think he was fine throwing out a Samuro relatively early. The big problem is he doesn't have a way to one-shot the Octobot right now.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much banking on the fact that he can get back this Samuro later on, because it's, I mean, it hasn't died yet, of course. Don't want to make the Samuro too afraid of what's about to happen. But he can pretty much guarantee get it back with the Raised Dead later on. And then as soon as you find a single buff off of Sethek, off of the palm readings from his deck, Alan is just never going to stick aboard. Samuro is a nightmare for the Rogue in this matchup. Feast, there we go.
Yeah, that's at least a way to finish the turn. Although, you might want to save it for Sethek, potentially. And Kyugi's just going to see what's in the box first and then evaluates. I kind of like the Feast, though. It makes the Samuro just stickier. It heals so much. And yes, you give the Octobot activation, but it at least puts a significant threat on the board.
I guess, yeah. I don't know. I kind of wanted to hold on to it to go with the second Samuro after you Raised Dead it so you can play it again. Like, have it. I guess with Zyrella in hand, there's a lot of board clears in the deck. Maybe I'm still in the Paladin mindset. But either way, the fact that he went for the bump here first is a big deal. It means that we can't see the play of Secret Passage and then bump in to reduce all the cards you get. You simply have to work with their original mana cost. But here for Alan, he gets himself a reasonable enough hand, damages a Samuro a lot, gets a bunch of minions in play. It's a good turn.
Yeah, he essentially just deletes cards in his deck that aren't field contact, so he can get them get the field contact a bit more consistently, and that's really the one that he wants to pop off with. If not that, then Kazakus or Jandis as well. This turn for Bankyugi is a little bit awkward because, again, the AoE is just out of reach. Zyrella plus Hero Power are too expensive, but it's fine to just develop, right? He's not under that much pressure. This is only going to get the 1/1 maker, but it gets the Mage Scribe activation and a 4/9 on board, which is much more valuable than trying to milk the value from the Raised Dead.
Ooh, this is getting spicy. Big minion in play. Palm readings is very nice, but Jandis on the other side with a Shadow Step into Jandis. Tenwu Jandis next turn. This is so much pressure available to Alan now.
Yeah. And he is going to step here for now, not valuing step on the Tenwu, of course, because it's already gotten the discount. Just trying to make sure he has threats to chain because he is expecting a board clear of some sort this turn. We now have Samuro guaranteed in the race dead pool alongside the other one maker. But no good way to buff it currently.
Yeah, I am pretty interested in just playing the Raised Dead preemptively here and looking for then any kind of buff afterwards. Power Word Fortitude.
Ooh, I like the wave just to stay alive this turn. It's a lot of it's a lot of pressure, right? He can't actually clear anything this turn.
No, that's a very good point. He is under a lot of threat right now.
Is the Fortitude playable this turn? If he gets it, there will be 6 spells in hand.
I mean, I didn't even especially want it to play now. It was just to go with the go with the Samuro next turn.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Alex for heal.
Yep. Even wave to save like 4 health on your Mage Scribe here, and also make the Foxy Frog less threatening, I think is super worth it.
No, I agree. That sounds smart to me.
Oh, Alan reacting at the Raised Dead there at the last minute, knowing that there's another Samuro that will check most of the Jandice turn as well.
Yeah, it's so brutal, right? Going for double Jandice here. Even if there's no buff, you know for a fact that half of them are just straight up dead. But even then, he doesn't see anything better. Double Burning Blade Acolyte, though? Hello?
Oh no!
Samuro is garbage!
It is! And because there's second Jandice, he can't really get away with not Samuro and Moonfang!
Moonfang!
These Jandices. I have no words.
I think Bank Yugi might have 1 or 2 words, but they're not safe for broadcast. Oh my goodness.
He was fishing for more healing with Zyrella, you'd have to imagine, but the Zyrella doesn't really do much. It just adds more on board, or more power on board. The fact that he can't go Zyrella and Samuro the whole same turn means that he's either threatened by this first layer of minions, Moonfang and Vol'jin, or the second layer, the 5/8s that pop out of these 1/1s. That's...
You don't pick the one.
It's just another wave is out here? Okay, Flash Heal Zyrella.
Ooh.
So he can trade 1 down, right? With the 1/1s. Then Flash Heal Zyrella, that will leave a 5/8 and a Moonfang.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but...
It's a lot.
He's got...
I mean, the fact that Alan has any damage on board here at all is a massive high roll. He cannot be that upset. But obviously seeing Zyrella at all is pretty brutal. Field contact off the top, though. I like the look of that. Let's turbo draw through this deck, find Alex Straza, and try and get there with the burn plan.
Getting so scary for Bank Yugi now. He has let her rip on one of the best AoEs in Zyrella. There's still the Samuro, but nothing to go along with it at the moment. If he can find Apotheosis, though, off the top, we could be talking something completely different. Deep Freeze?
Yeah. It's bad, but so are the others. Alex Straza for next turn. Okay, we're talking.
Neophyte. Oh.
Rain Freeze as well. These are just the perfect cards, one after the other.
Yeah, it's a full clear. Well, it's 1 freeze. Essentially a full clear. We can stop Neophyte as well. Just make things as awkward as possible for Bank Yugi.
I kind of like saving the step. You can just do it on Alex Straza next turn, right? You just go Alex Straza step.
But if he steps this Neophyte, then Bank Yugi's Apotheosis costs 5, so it can't be played with Samuro.
True.
Which is like Bank Yugi's best out here.
I'm on board, and I think if it couldn't have been timed more perfectly, that was Apotheosis off the top for Bank Yugi.
Was it? I'm not seeing the card.
Yeah, I mean, the storyline was built up, but the spectator issue is really harsh in my vibe here.
No! I mean, if it is Apo, or whether it was or not, Alan's play locked out any hope Bank Yugi had of coming back into this. Alan knows 100% that there's a Samuro in hand because of that raise dead that was played a couple turns ago. So the step Neophyte, I think, was super heads up here. He does have Alex for even more burn if this somehow does get cleared by some combination of Condemn and stuff, but it's just not there.
Yeah, again, apologies, spectator issues fixed as soon as possible. But if my eagle vision is as well attuned as I think it is, that looked a lot like an apotheosis off the top. And if it was, either way, Bank Yugi just thinking Alex Straza is the only way to go. Oh my god, it was the apotheosis. So Alan with the step at the end there. If he hadn't done that, he was kind of just losing this game. That one single play was the play that kept him in this game, won him the series, and look at what it means to him. A huge win to go through to the semifinals. He is pumped.
Alan popping off. I'm sorry I ever called him a villain. I mean, you love to see that type of dedication and caring about the game. Like Sodal was talking about how A-Rock was so invested in it. I think we have plenty of players like A-Rock in terms of their attitude towards the game in APAC as well. And for Bank Yugi, you see how devastating that loss was. It's not that he's in any danger of relegation, but he wants to cement himself as one of the best because he did go straight through to Worlds last year in the first season. And he had, I think, a very good overall game plan here. He did the best he could to survive. There were pretty unfortunate Jandice outcomes that allowed this Zyrella to be not that great, but it is Alan's time to shine at the moment. Everything from the Warlock gameplay all the way to taking down the Unfavorable. That was just such a banger of a series.
It really was. You know, commiserations to Bank Yugi. I think he gave it a valiant effort. That Jandice at the end, there's really little that you can do about that. And Alan just gave him zero wiggle room whatsoever to try and claw his way back into the series. Glory, High3, Tiz, and Alan Gia as our 4 competitors in the semi-finals. This is pretty stacked.
Yeah, very cool mix of old and new players that I can see here. Of course, High3 kind of waving the banner for the new GMs, but Tiz is still a relative newcomer, and even Alan to a certain extent. It's just that we've known Alan from the previous competitive systems that we don't necessarily see him as one of the new guard, but all faced up against Glory in particular, the world champion. It means a lot for High3 in particular if he's able to take down that series, not just to secure himself the points to get away from the relegation zone, but to really prove that he has what it takes to be in Grandmasters. If you can take down Glory, that is better proof than any I can think of.
Indeed, what a victory it would be for them. And that is us all wrapped up with our quarterfinal matches today. Tomorrow on Sunday, we're going to have our semi-final matches, crown our Week 6 champion. And then the week after, in Week 7, that is it. There's only one more week after this for the players down at the bottom to try and hit that miracle run to save themselves in Grandmasters. Players around the middle of the rung trying to get their push up to the right at the top to try and get that spot in playoffs. And that's what a few of our players are going to be doing here. Alan wants to get up to the top to secure his spot in playoffs, try and go to the World Championships. High3 trying with all his might to avoid relegation, and we'll find out all of that tomorrow, whether or not they can get it done. Given that was a very long day for us in Asia Pacific, I think we're going to be starting Europe, I would have to imagine, directly after this. So I'm going to send all of you off now to a short break, but Europe will come after this, and we will see you all tomorrow with more APAC Grandmasters.
dead. Rosen's, that's a loss. And his prayers are answered. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1. dead. Rosen's, that's a loss. And his Pazzer is
Look at it!
with the pop
He
up.
popped off! He popped off!
No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Hello everyone and welcome to another day of the Hearthstone Grandmasters over here in the European region. We are on that second day and that means it's top 8 Sottle, and we've got a pretty important top 8 at that.
Yeah, it's a huge top 8, the way things have developed out. Lots of implications for playoffs and potential World Championship spots and relegation alike. In particular, one individual series that we will be getting to quite shortly that I think has huge implications, in particular in the relegation bracket.
Yeah, it's going to be huge for a lot of these games here. And just a reminder, we are basically just edging towards the last week left for these players to gain some points. But let's just give you a bit of a reminder of the format, of course, is Last Hero Standing. And it's going to be the last week of Last Hero Standing, as well as the players will shift back over towards Conquest next week. And it's a big deal the way some of the players, I think, have changed up and kind of learned from the previous week's Sottle, whereas I think some players are either just happy with what they did last week or just wants to just stick to their guns.
Yeah, I think it's definitely been interesting seeing the development from one week to the next, and also just in the range of matchups that we get, right? Because, you know, some people like the idea of in Specialist, some people really like watching like grindy, super late game control mirrors, right? In Specialist, you get a whole series of that, and if it dominates the field, it might become too much over the course of like a whole day. And what I like about Last Hero Standing is you kind of get to sprinkle that stuff in, right? Because generally in a series, you can see that come up quite often, where someone has a control deck and someone has a greedier control deck to then counter queue with, right? So you get that one-off within the series, but you generally get a bit more diversity in different range of matchups. I think it keeps things very, very fresh. I've very much enjoyed our 1.5 Last Hero Standing weeks so far, and sure it will conclude in kind.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting just to see what the lineup actually is that ends up winning for each region. But let's take a look at what these players are competing for. Of course, it is about the money per week they can gain based on placements. There is that minimum of $500, of course, if you're going to do the, I guess, the worst in the week. But then it all goes uphill from there, with basically every win just gaining you that much more money. But also, it is just the points for me as well, Sottle. Like, it is everything on the line now. And as we move towards next week, as we discussed yesterday, some definitive statements might start creeping in, as we can actually just say this player needs to do X to either survive and get out of relegation, or, you know, get that spot in the playoffs.
That's right. And, you know, we saw already high emotions coming into play yesterday even. A-Rock not even statistically relegated yet, right? Like, he's not gone, but he was clearly saying his goodbyes because it's become very unlikely that he will be able to survive relegation with just 1 week left to play. And that's what these last couple of weeks lead to, where these points become so important that it really amps up the level of the stakes and the tension and the emotions that you'll be seeing on stream from all of these players as they get the joy of qualifying for playoffs and potentially looking forward to World Championship, or the low lows of perhaps being relegated and having to grind your way back from step 1 back into Grandmasters.
Yeah, if you're in a position like that, you've just got to think, what a great story it would be if the last possible moment you just win the week and just about scrape out of the relegation zone. Because, you know, as you said, it's not just strictly done and decided now. It's just with only 1 week left, the pressure is on, and it just gets progressively more unlikely, right, that you can win a week of Grandmasters with only one go at it. So it's a lot on the line for some of these players. But let's give you a bit of a review of what happened yesterday. We did start off with Frenetic versus Viper.
We did, and it was looking very, very straightforward, but it kind of set the tone for the day, which was one player looking dominant, and then it was the question of, can the reverse sweep happen or not? And in this case, you know, Frenetic with the Rush Warrior, which, yeah, I would say not too many people have really pegged to be a big sweep deck in the format, really did put in work and set up that reverse sweep coming through, as Viper was not just able to put the draws together on the other side.
And that's where we just see the difficulty of preparing and executing a last hero standing lineup, right? Because it's hard, because loads of players have gone completely different directions with their lineups. So things like this can happen, right? As we see Fnatic take the win, where just one deck can just slip past the lineup and think, oh wait, how do I counter this? Then we moved on to Boston versus A-Rock, and it was quite the emotional roller coaster, Sottle.
It was, yeah, one of the most difficult series to watch, certainly in Grandmasters this season, you know, possibly just in my casting career, as you'll see A-Rock's emotions amp up more and more as things go on, and then this incredibly difficult third game where, you know, clearly fighting to hold back his emotions. He was trying to find a way out of the game when, you know, clearly struggling even to maintain focus on the game with how overwhelming he was finding it as well, and in the end did go down to a 3-0 loss, which all but consigns him to relegation. He's not gone yet, but he has got a mountain to climb next week if he's going to survive.
And then we had the series between Letta and Tice, and we saw that really Swine Tush Shank is just pointless in the deck, as Letta just dominated the series really just with the sweep with this self-sharpening blade, which was interesting because he has chosen to put 2 in the list as well as Swine Tush Shank, and that is not something I've seen a lot recently with these weapon rogues, and it seemed to pay off as far as I could see it, Sottle.
Yeah, you know, always try and give credit to the player where it is deserved, and even though that looked like a straightforward 3-0 sweep, it was a straightforward 3-0 sweep that came off the back of a deck-building decision, right? Having twice as many self-sharpening swords in the deck as usual. But then speaking of straightforward sweeps, this was another one where Casey, like, I do feel sorry for him this season. He's clearly, you know, been putting the work in, had good, consistent performances, and he shows up on stream basically every week at this point, right? However, as soon as he appears on stream, he just gets bodied. Like, he just gets sent packing as soon as he shows up on stream to some of these most brutal one-sided draws. But outside of Casey, huge week for Bunny Hopper that we will get into more as the day goes on. So, you know, he's the player out of those two that's trying to avoid relegation, whereas Casey was pushing for playoffs. So for him to pick up a win while the likes of A-Rock and Zim around him have fallen away and had fairly weak performances overall, could be that big swing week for Bunny Hopper like we saw from Fnatic last week to really put himself out of trouble.
Yeah, and just one final shout out just quickly for Casey is he was facing Bunny Hopper, who he practices with, and had an identical lineup. Yeah. So that's just unfortunate, because if you go off, say, the Masters Tour approach with a practice group, and you sort of judge the success by how many of your group make it to top X, then it's just a little bit frustrating that in that, you know, potential match that it was just a raw mirror overall, so only one could get through. But let's take a look at the top 8 for the day. We are going to kick it off with Warmer versus Boston for match number 1, and then for me, Sol, the match with maybe everything on the line is Felkane versus Bunny Hopper for that match number 2.
That's the one I keep referring to, yeah. Felkane obviously won his group, went 2-0, got to this position. Bunny Hopper has caught him up by going the long way through the decider match to end up in this showdown. And Felkane is another of the players who is relegation threatened, alongside the likes of Zim, A-Rock, and Bunny Hopper around that area as well. Obviously, we just saw how A-Rock's performance went. He went out in the decider match. Zim did not have a good week whatsoever. So now these two, Felkane and Bunny Hopper, kind of had this head-to-head to decide who is going to be the Fnatic of the week, right? Who is really going to make that big run through potentially to the finals and potentially pick up those 5 points, which can instantly transform your season, as we saw with Fnatic last week, going from the relegation zone to 5th off the back of a single week's victory. So it's, for me, that is the biggest match of the day, coming up second in our schedule.
Well, let's take a look at the matchup we've got coming up first, as well, as we are going to have that Warmer versus Boston matchup. And we did see it was Boston who took the win over A-Rock yesterday, but now he has a very different lineup to contend with, because, as Warmer is wont to do, he has brought something just a little bit crazy with a Cthulhu Control Warrior, the Control Warlock, the Control Priest, then Token Druid, just thrown in there for a bit of variety. And it is just a lineup that I think, from the majority of the field this week, I don't think anyone's going to go against Warmer and be like, I expected this. Like, here's my plan to destroy this lineup, because it is just an odd one. But as I mentioned earlier, these are the kind of things that Last Hero Standing sort of kicks out, right? Once you feed the submission into the LHS machine.
Yeah, you have kind of got to be prepared for the field in Last Hero Standing. You know, you might have the idea of an ideal lineup that you'd like to face, where you have like a really nice sweep set up, or you have a really nice back and forth counter queue set up. But you do need to account for every deck that you're expecting to see in the meta to some degree, whether that's going to be with a ban, or at least with a deck where like, okay, if they're playing something really weird, I queue this deck and it still has like 55% win rate, right? Like I'm still okay in that matchup. I still kind of have it covered. Yeah, Mage, pretty much, for all of the above. But yeah, Wama definitely has one of the most unusual looking lineups in total, and starting off with this Control Warrior, super greedy, like as greedy as you can probably get away with building it. Cthulhu in there, Rattlegore in there, Bulwark in there, and the Magtheridon as well, which we've really been seeing more as an exclusive tech in the Americas so far from the likes of Eddie, but Wama now bringing it over into Europe, and sliding a Corsair Cache into his deck this time around, which was a card that I think was rather criminally missing from his Control Warrior deck last time around when it came to some certain key matchups to be able to find that Bulwark. So I like the way that his Control Warrior has come together this time around, but clearly it's targeted at just not being able to be out-greeded very easily, right? Like it has a chance against Priest, for example, because it packs in that Cthulhu as well. So interesting to see where this one goes.
And that's a good thing, right? It has a chance against Priest because it's not only got Rattlegore, right? You don't have to play Rattlegore, which can be a weakness and something you want to avoid versus Priest a lot of the time as well. So there is that backup Cthulhu. And it does remind me very closely of one of the lists that Wyra posted, who's had a lot of success recently in Open Cups and just deck building in general with some pretty, like Wyra does, with some pretty out there lineups himself. But taking a look at Boston's Spell Mage, and it is, of course, going to be Deck of Lunacy. I do feel that we're starting to see a few players change towards the Deck of Lunacy path, such as yourself, Soto. But I believe Boston has been playing this for quite a while now.
I think so too, yeah. I think Boston has trended towards Deck of Lunacy for quite some time. One ring toss is the omission in his deck to make room for that one shooting star that most people do like to play. I've really liked the shooting star development because I think when we started off, it was like, oh, it's a tech card, right, to deal with Face Hunter and maybe a little bit of Rogue here and there. But you quickly realize that because it's just another card that can cost 0 in your deck so often, that it has such utility in so many matchups, right? Like, even if it ends up being Devolving Missiles, Shooting Star, and then all of a sudden every shot from a mask goes face, right? Like, that's still Shooting Star pushing 2 extra damage to face.
Right.
If it's cleared 2 minions off the board at the end of it after a Devolving Missiles. So there's all this nice little niche utility that it can put together even in the matchups that it's not designed for. Whoa! Never mind!
Yeah,
welcome
shut up,
to European Grandmasters, baby! We start as we mean to go on.
And just look, Boston's face tells you everything you need to know. And with how ridiculous this is, and I know you are quite passionate about this discussion, Sotil, but 2 questions. 1, should Boston keep this hand? 2, does Boston wait, because he is off coin, till turn 4 to Lunacy, then turn 5 double encounters with this keep?
All right, here's the clauses. If you're going to keep this hand, yes, that's how you do it. You do not play any flows before you play Deck of Lunacy. However, I respect this decision enormously. This is like a hot take that I'm not 100% comfortable with, because I feel like people bring Control Warrior potentially with the idea of countering Mage. I have quite a limited sample size of playing Mage against Control Warrior, and it's not really a matchup that we've got to test a whole bunch, even in like our caster practice sessions or whatever. But within my small sample size, I am very successful with Mage against Control Warrior by just burning them down. And I think particularly when everything in your deck is so cheap and all your Spring Waters are still in your deck, right? So your opportunity to just go outright miracle turns with Spring Waters and Burn are still available. I really, really respect just sticking to the Burn plan. And I think just based on my limited experience so far, this is what my instincts would tell me to do in the matchup as well.
And I'll back you up on it as well, because just under a week ago, I was actually playing Wyra's list, which is, I'm pretty sure, like 28, 29 cards, the same as Warmer, has the Cthulhu, and has all the main standout pieces in there. Yeah. And I did struggle versus Mage because of that reason, because you look at cards like Rancor will are you actually getting a good Rancor against Mage? Not really. And then you've got a kind of dead card in the hand. And just in general, the actual armor gain isn't that great when Mage's damage can be fairly consistent. Right. It's not like Demon Hunter, right? Or or like Control Priest, where you're pretty confident that you can just armor up a lot and not really be messed with.
I mean, this seems like a pretty powerful start as far as I'm concerned. This Impex's Blast can go face, deal 6, cut off all the armor, play around Shield Slam, and then even the Brain Freeze can come down and do...
Why not? Take an extra card as well, Sol. Enjoy. Oh! You know what? I love that Boston is just appreciating this, because I still think there would be players who would be quite, sort of stoic about it, even though it's an insane draw. But Boston's just like, this is ridiculous, and I'm here for it.
I know I've already beaten this dead horse so hard to the point where it just kind of sounds like I'm bullying the dev team at this point. But man, this seems so in line with the options available to other classes. It's just brutal. Look at this draw. Like, literally, if you'd have given him his deck and told him to put the cards in the right order, he would have come up with something very similar to this.
Yeah, I mean, if you're really asking me, like, Combustion would be a second Fireball? And that's a stretch? You know what I mean?
No, I think actually the first Fireball would have been just some other card that he's never going to play, right? Because actually what you want is for those first 2 cards that aren't discounted to just be garbage that you never play for the whole game. So it's the other way around, in my opinion. It's the Fireball costing full mana that's the bad choice. He gets a Mazaki. His whole deck costs 0 and he just has a Mazaki in his hand. Incredible scenes, Raven.
And now a lot as well.
Why not? Yeah, sure.
Pretty difficult to deal with. And look how fast this is as well, because you look at this board and go, okay, Heart of Cthulhu, swing, wait a minute, what happens with the Alar Ashes? And then you're like, oh no. And even this brawl isn't even a particularly good answer either.
Swing into the 0-3 and leave the 2-3 up. So that's actually the good outcome for Wama, but,
It worked out as best as possible, but that still doesn't mean he's feeling comfortable by any means.
Right.
I'd be a huge fan of just dropping Mazaki here, honestly.
He does have a 3-mana Refreshing Spring Water in his hand, though, Raven. The potential for that to juice the Fireball to like 12, 13, 14 damage is pretty high right now.
It's true. I mean, I guess he could just play his 5-mana Mask and just, I don't know, tip Bob or whatever people say with the with the 1 mana.
There's the Dance of the Bulwark in this matchup, right? Where you generally don't want a Mask in case you see Bulwark come down, and they don't really want a Bulwark until they see Masks come down, and vice versa, right? It goes kind of round in circles, so kind of holding onto it.
And I guess like that was my sort of where I got to with Mazaki, is that, well, what's the turn? Do you know what I mean? And I actually, looking at it, quite like Boston's approach of actually, you know what, spend the mana on the expensive Fireball, because there isn't actually much else to do.
Sure. And if you are going to play a Mazaki turn later, you'll just, you're going to draw so many cards, ideally, that you'll get through to another burn spell to finish it off with anyway. Makes sense.
I mean, here, Boston can actually just overuse his removal, I would say, because he just won't need it. There's obviously points of keeping some cards for Mazaki, but for example, can this 3-mana Combustion just be used this turn? Just get it out the hand, get it out the way?
Yeah, I like going 3-mana Combustion and the Ring Toss this turn, since, bizarrely, your Combustion actually corrupts your Ring Toss this turn. And then that preserves all the 0-mana spells and the Refreshing Spring Water for next turn, right? So you have maximum pop-off potential. Look to find that other Cram Session. Oh, he's actually going to go, though. Okay. Was not expecting this.
Yeah, he can use the Ring Toss to defend, and he can actually just devolve in Brain Freeze as well this turn. Because, of course, if he doesn't do anything, his Mazaki just dies, right, to the weapon in the trade.
Yeah. It does surprise me, though. I feel like his potential to just juice this super hard from a standing start, essentially, next turn. It's pretty strong with the Refreshing Spring Water coming online with the Mazaki.
we can see Warma's going to have an answer through any combination of secrets, right? Because he can just bust the counter spell with Shield Slam and then just coerce this away.
Gives up the Corsair cache to the counterspell, which means his Bulwark is left fairly stranded in his deck now at this point. There is that War Cache.
Yeah, you can just War Cache it, it's fine.
Which we have seen that Warma has a little bit of a tendency for. And he hits one of the only possible minions in the game that he's not able to Shield Slam here without taking damage.
Ouch. But yeah, but it'll deal 5 to Boston.
Yeah, sometimes that's an enormous low roll, right? When you're playing mage, but in this scenario, absolutely not. That is the nuts.
I think
that's lethal. What was I talking about?
Yeah.
What was I talking about? Shooting star pushing damage. I'm a prophet, Raven. I saw this coming a mile away.
Well, I was gonna say as well, even when it does just like deal a damage, right? When you've not even gave it spell damage or anything like that, as long as it just deals the damage, kills off a minion, it's gonna help, and it really did there. But just a funny game number one, if I'm honest. Not very funny for Warma, of course, but in terms for Boston, like that is just one of those like dream games and those dream opening hands, right? And again, I do think just the keeping his cool and not keeping Deck of Lunacy was a pretty good heads up play there.
Yeah, I like it, honestly. Like, people might view that backwards. And again, like, I don't have 100% confidence in this statement. Like, you know, normally I will shout with maximum pomposity about how I'm right and everyone else is wrong. But I think some people might view the matchup of like, oh, Deck of Lunacy is probably a good card against Control Warrior, right? Because you get the ability to make all these extra threats and play Grand Slam and survive the fittest and just make huge boards and beat them up. But I actually think Control Warrior is better equipped at just clearing 6 or 7 boards over the course of the game than it is at trying to build to generate a million armor, right? Like, I think, but even old school players kind of have this tendency to think of Control Warrior as a deck that gets to like 90 total effective health with Justicar or Odd Warrior or whatever else it ends up being. This really isn't that deck anymore. They don't stack that much armor. So if you can kind of play around the couple of traps they have with Rancor and the Bulwark of Azzinoth, I think the ability to just burn them out with Mage is very much there, particularly when all your burn costs nothing because you just drew double blue card in the opening hand.
Even so, just looking at Warma's hand at that point in the game, right? It was 2 Cthulhu pieces that are removal. It was a Shield Slam, a Coerce. Like, those are all things you want to do on 1 to 2 minions. You know, now and again he used a Brawl. But to stop actual damage, there's no shield block or anything like that to help out. So a bit of a rough opening there. But now Warma gets to pick his Token Druid into the Mage, which is a much better matchup, especially if Boston won't be pesky and draw double Incanter's Flow for the opening hand.
Yeah, this is the kicker, though. It's a better matchup, but I don't think it's one of the best matchups. We've talked a lot about the dynamic of Mage and whether it's too easily counterable, perhaps to be like a top-tier deck in Last Hero Standing. But I think some decks, you know, Face Hunter and Weapon Rogue, for example, have the ability to like, okay, cool, you spent your first 4 mana of the game playing 2 Incanter's Flows. Well, you're at 12 now, so enjoy that, you know? Whereas Token Druid kind of takes that little bit of time to get going as well, so it's a little bit vulnerable to those Incanter's Flow starts still coming out from Mage. That X factor still exists. Obviously, it's still a favorable matchup for the Druid, and it's the correct counter queue in this position, but it's not a favorable I'm as confident in as just queuing like a straight-up hardcore face deck going up against Mage on the other side. So if there's another double blue card in the opening for Boston, we might just see this one be a little bit closer than you might expect.
Can't see it yet, but this is pre-mulligan, of course. And I don't know, the Token Druid as a deck, and as a deck we've seen a lot, especially in other regions, really does just fascinate me, because it feels like, I don't know, yes, there's obviously skill involved, I'm not saying it's completely skillless, but it feels like so much power.
Yes, you are. That's what you want to say, Raven, come on.
It feels like there's so much power of the deck just based on hitting those 1 to 2 key cards. And of course you can say that about Incanter's Flow, but Mage does plenty of other stuff without Flow, right? It's obviously not as powerful, but it still does it. Whereas without Glowfly or Gibberling, you're just not doing anything with Token Druid, right? So you are playing a bit more of a dicey game, I feel.
Yeah, I do think that's a valid criticism of the deck. It's kind of like, it has a very clear win rate split, I think, between, you know, the games where you have the good cards that you can build off, the board generators, the Gibberlings and the Glowfly Swarms, and the games where you're just stuck, stranded, you know, scraping together little boards here and there while you wait for those things, right? But that doesn't really change the fact that it still wins a good percentage of games, right? On average,
of course,
the amount of card draw that it has packed in there. So, you know, it's still a good bring in a lot of positions just because of, you know, decks just have a win rate. And this idea of consistency and inconsistency is very strange. But I do side with you just philosophically and just as a feel and as a player experience thing. Like, Token Druid is just not a deck that I really get down with.
Well, Warmer's doing good work so far. Did manage to get one of those Gibberlins, and he is going to go pretty wide as well. So it's all on Boston whether he has something to clean this off. Like, the Ruined Orb is an okay start, does have Brain Freeze, but unless the Ruined Orb gets something very powerful, that falls a little bit short for me.
It does. He can still go like Ruined Orb into Combustion, which would be pretty strong here.
Right.
And if he misses, he gets to go Ruined Orb, Brain Freeze and Ping to still clear up 3 minions here. So I think you start Ruined Orb on just any of the 2/2 minions, leaving the 1/1 alone, because that still gives you maximum options for the future.
Like, the other weird option is if you're hoping that there's no buff, because unless there's some kind of Innovate or Bloom, then Arbor Up's still a turn away. There is just like a Pexis Blast and get a 5-drop on board, which it might not sound like the best plan, but if you have a 5-drop, you would expect it to trade at least 2 of the minions, and then next turn there's the Ruined Orb, there's the Brain Freeze and such.
That's fair. This is option number 3 as well, where you can just go Ruined Orb, Brain Freeze, and AI, and just take that over the Ping instead. The problem with that is that you... Oh, that's the dream. That's the good one. Love it, right? Shoot second from right. Yep.
Yep. Shoot the spell first minion. Even though Boston could have removed more damage from the board, that's the fear factor one, right?
Yep. Love it. Yeah, so that was the good outcome, and I think, you know, regardless of whether he intended to go with Arcane Intellect that turn, I think that was a good catch from Boston in terms of sequencing, because every fibre of your being as a Hearthstone player has this drummed into you, right? Draw first. That's just the rule. That's what you do in that situation. But even if Boston was going to play that turn as Ruined Orb, Brain Freeze, Arcane Intellect, and forego the Ping, I still think Ruined Orb first was the best thing to do because of exactly that out that you saw there.
And now I actually quite like this Thorngrove Sentry, because you have to assume that Boston struggled to do that, right? Because you saw it, the Ruined Orb into Combustion, right? That is but you know what I mean. As Warmer, you'd be like, okay, he struggled, so just make an okay board again, and then still have Arbor up. The only thing I think he's dealing with here is if the board gets cleaned up, he's one less spell in hand for the Glowfly refill. I do think it's worth the risk here.
Agreed. And this is the turn where you really want to build into your Soul of the Forest, because you know one flow's been played, right? So you know Flame Strike costs 6. So you know if you're generating a board next turn and not just landing the Soul of the Forest straight up next turn, that might already be too late, right? Because Boston can just straight up Flame Strike away your whole board, and you're never going to get to land that Soul of the Forest.
And Warmer's got that nice position of choice, right? Based on what Boston does this turn, he can like Arbor up for lethal if like nothing's cleared whatsoever. Or he can say, okay, you cleared like 3 minions, do I actually just soul?
Yeah, worth noting that he does have that Moon-touched armlet amulets built up, so if he goes with the Arbor up, like there could be a position where Soul of the Forest looks like the best play, right, because it plays around Flame Strike, but you can put them in a position where if you go Arbor up and they Flame Strike, you just kill them on the following turn anyway, so Warmer will be on the lookout for those spots as well.
Okay, so... yeah, it looks like he's going to go soul, okay. I was looking at whether you just... There's always the thought as well of, okay, it's going to turn 6 against Mage, which would be the Flame Strike turn, but the second they don't have it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just... You've just potentially missed a chunk of damage, but this does front load.
That is the draw, Raven. Shooting Star second from the left, trade on the right, and he can still go full clear with the Flame Strike here. He's going to go fishing, though, with the spell damage instead. Try and get in some outs here. It looked like such a clean turn with the Flame Strike. I'm very surprised that he's, going in, looking for different answers.
Well, he got kind of an answer in the Brain Freeze. I think at this point he wanted to generate Farden somehow.
He just wouldn't have had the mana to play it, right? Even if he'd have generated it.
I mean, if you got a Font of Power, right, and just straight away.
Mm-hmm.
I focus on clearing those treants off. Of course, killing a 1/1 Death Rattle to then make a 2/2 is not normally the best plan. So there's Arbor up, and he could Bloom Moon Touched.
Yeah, still short.
Yeah.
I wonder.
This is such a weird game because it keeps being not quite enough, but the more defensive Warmer plays, that being enough is further away, right? So I actually do like the Arbor up here and just kind of push some damage instead of trying to, build another board and go slower again, because I think that's what Boston kind of wants him to do.
Yeah, at this point, this is very much cross your fingers, no Flame Strike, though. But honestly, I don't even think that's a bad read, based on the play last turn, right? I feel almost like if I was Warmer, my read would be, okay, he probably doesn't have Flame Strike, because Flame Strike was sick on that last turn. Although I guess, from Warmer's perspective, it does involve the Shooting Star, but he did see the 0-mana Shooting Star, so you can kind of add in that deduction as well, but... yeah, regardless here, the Flame Strike is going to be savage on this turn, if even needed, because now Boston has so many extra tools with the Combustion, Devolving Missiles, and everything else.
It's weird again, though, right? Because Flame Strike will clear the board, no matter what. It's going to start with Devolving.
Nuts. Well, now just Combustion and Pings clear the board, right? So he does again just to get to preserve his Flame Strike.
Runs out on me.
Does he need the 2 damage ping here?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
Because even after this, right, he still just has 2 minion attacks to go through.
Boston was born to win GM this week, so that's what I'm reading based off these games.
Boston, mate, get yourself out and buy a lottery ticket today.
Yeah.
This is, oh my goodness, this series. He knows. He's got that face of a Hearthstone player that's just embarrassed to be winning this badly because, sure, he's playing fine. I don't think he's making catastrophic mistakes or anything, but it's just one of those days where, as a player how much you complain when your opponents do this to you. So when you do it, it just feels embarrassing. So you're just oh yeah, this is the thing I complain about all the time, isn't it?
I think I just like the fact that he seems to be trying to cover his mouth to stop himself from laughing on camera. It's no, Boston, just laugh. Obviously, no one's laughing at Warmer, your opponent, but the situation in itself is just funny. And this is pretty much Warmer's last hope here, and I think he has to go for Soul of the Forest, right? What is the possible draw that makes it worth not playing Soul this turn?
Who knows, right? Random outs with Nature Studies and Resizing Pouch and all that kind of stuff, just having all the different blooms and stuff to get you to different points of mana manipulation. We saw the power of Alex Straza, for example, from Eddie in a lost game, which could potentially come down here and you need something to scam with, but more importantly, how much is this on the other side? 8, 12, 14, 15, 17 plus 12 plus 2 spell damage. Yeah, that's lethal. I think that's just lethal. 12, 14, 15, 17 plus 12 is 29 plus 2 spell damage is 31. Yep.
It's plus... Oh, right. Sorry. Yeah,
plus 1 spell damage.
Yeah, twice. Yeah, sorry. I was like, no, Sol! Solarion's not +2 spell damage! But no, that is just going to be the game, and Warmer's just a bit of a raise the hand. It's just like, right, another one. So game number 2 seemed to be close to as rough as game number 1 from there. And honestly, the thing that stuck out for me the most from that game, as Boston just lets us all know he only needs to win 1 more game to win the series. Thank you, Boston. Is that like Boston's approach
let me write that
to
down.
Yep. make notes, everyone. Boston's approach to like half clearing boards when full or pretty much full board clears were available, and it's just something I've not seen too often against Druid, because normally you're like, oh my, they've got a board, can I clear it? Yes. Okay, get it gone quick, because they'll buff it. Whereas Boston took what I think 2 turns of like more or less half board clears.
Yeah, I think the second one I was very on board with. The first one, like the Flame Strike, just looks so juicy because you were still preserving a minion anyway. I think he opened himself up to get punished by like a Solar Bloom kind of hand on the other side, where it's like Solar Bloom buff or something that then came down and just hit him for 1 million. Obviously that's a niche scenario, but I think he was in pretty comfortable control of the game. But it almost didn't matter, and I'm sure his line, of course, preserving the Flame Strike, played around a different hand that had more board generation time after time in it, right? Where the boards could keep coming down, and he preserved that Flame Strike to be able to deal with the next wave that came down, and then continue to preserve the Flame Strike to deal with a potential next wave coming down. So it's not to say his line didn't have merits, it's just I was seeing the game another way. But again, just to this point is disingenuous and contrarian for the sake of it, but it does go back a little bit to the point I made at the start, right? Where I do think Token Druid is a deck that can lose to Mage if they hit the good stuff. Whereas I think, other decks that you can play as your potential Mage counter queue have stronger matchups if they're being played and mulliganed and so on optimally. So even though it looked like there is 0 agency in what happened to Wama there from his side, I would argue there is a tiny percentage of agency just based on the lineup and the decks that he's chosen to bring to the tournament this time around.
And now if I was Wama, I would be, I'd be afraid after those first 2 games just anyway, but that means he has Warlock left, and it's another deck that is pretty susceptible to just the raw burn plan. So again, I imagine that we're not going to see a plan to go for the Deck of Lunacy here from Boston, as just raw damage often gets the job done from this Warlock.
No, it can't be done. Nalgadon told me so. You can't kill Warlock with damage. Yeah.
No, I'm not making the notes.
No, I completely agree with you. I think burning Warlock down is fairly straightforward. Perhaps if you were kind of on the train now with Malagos, we can talk about that.
Sure.
The healing is so much more consistent coming out from the fragments. I think it's very hard to kind of get your head around how much extra healing that is, because not only let's say that you do draw just 4 soul fragments from the Malagos, right, and you heal for 8, which is the same amount as the Alexstrasza would do. Each one of those soul fragments that you draw also then redraws another card, plus the rest of the spells that you draw to fill up your hand, right? So that's more soul shards, that's more drain souls, that's more siphon souls, right? That you end up or just having in your hand to add to the healing on top of that as well. So over the course of a whole game, it's just more. Over the course of a whole game, I think the Mali adds a lot more healing, but based on conventional builds as it still stands, I think the ability to burn out is still very much intact for the Mage.
Well, let's dive straight in, and in typical European Mage Hearthstone fashion, we have an Incanter's Flow in the opening hand for Boston, and he does have that Apexis Blast. Obviously, that means that one of his Apexis Blasts is not going to cost 4 mana after this flow, which is a shame. But yeah, it's still not looking too shabby at all for this start for Boston.
He floated a Mana Raven. Didn't believe. So upset.
I think he has to believe. I think his deck just believes more than anything based on the games we've seen.
His deck certainly does believe. There's double Ogremancer on the other side, which is certainly something to look forward to. But I think Boston was looking at this hand as a coin Apexis Blast kind of deal as well, which I do think is important in the matchup, especially when there's double Ogremancer, because your ability to go coin Apexis Blast puts you in a spot where you front load a minion against the Ogremancer turn, right, which is important. It's much harder to deal with an Ogremancer from an empty board than it is from actually have a minion down landed first. So I think that curve does generally makes sense, just holding on, passing turn 1, flow on 2, and then hold the coin for the Apexis Blast.
And with these choices here, you've got to give a quick nod to Deck of Lunacy, but I think Netherwind Portal versus Warlock is so strong because all their spells are normally removal. So they're like cascading you, and then you get a minion, right? So I think it's nice and defensive there. Proves a bit of a problem for Warmer, but it's just when Boston is going to squeeze that in. It's going to be my question.
Preload Moarg is very interesting. I think Warmer keeping tabs on the same thing here, right? What coin Apexis Blast means on the other side, and this means that the Apexis Blast would have to target the Moarg, or he would have an incredibly easy play to respond to it with the Drain Soul on the other side, or the Soul Shear, but Drain Soul would end up doing essentially all of the damage that has been done by the Apexis Blast on the other side.
But like you said, I think the goal of the Apexis Blast really is the minion at this point in the game, right? As opposed to just raw burn damage to the face. Of course, you want all the damage you can get to the face, but I do think it's important. When you know your opponent runs double Ogremancer, you just want to get something down. Boston is going to bail, though.
Yeah, Diversion here, because now the game's changed, right? Now, if Warmer wants to play an Ogremancer, well, he's playing an Ogremancer into a board that just has a Moarg on it still, right? Which Boston can just leverage from the other side. That gives him 8 damage combustion if he really wants it. 10 damage combustion even, because he has spell damage to manipulate as well.
Looks good to me.
Yep. So weirdly, those 2 turns back and forth of, I think, both players really planning around the Apexis Blast on curve. The battle, even though each turn made sense in isolation and the turn it came down, the way it's just panned out back and forth, I think, has ended up in a pretty favourable spot for Boston.
Trying to work out whether devolving ever improves this scenario or not.
I think you just combust it, right?
What to do?
Fairly sure.
I think so. It's purely because the Moarg stays up, doesn't it? If you combust it.
Because the taunt spawns in the middle.
Right. So I'm just trying to get my head around the idea of devolving, spawning a taunt that you can then potentially combustion, still with that spell damage. Or whether it's worth to just do it straight up and let the Moarg sit there. It's probably just combustion, but you know what I mean? It's
now you spell
I'm
it
close.
out. Yeah, now you spell it out, I can kind of see the argument, yeah. This is something that I was not really considering.
Yeah, just get him.
Dropping the Apexis Blast. Good outcome. Denies the Moarg. It's interesting, the combustion line, right? So you combust, the 3/7 dies, and the 2/2 that spawns next to it also dies immediately, right? So even in that world, if you want to deal with the Moarg, you can just trade your mini-mage and ping with your remaining mana to kill the Moarg if you think that's actually important. This line obviously protects your mini-mage as well while dealing with the Moarg, which has upside. But you've just pointed an Apexis Blast not at face when you had other options to remove the minions, which is kind of a red flag to me.
There's even the added bonus where Boston doing the combustion play, he could have ended on devolving, right? So then it just leaves the Moarg as a 1/1 on the board. Obviously, he wouldn't have a 5/6, but as you said, he would have an Apexis Blast in hand.
No, hang on. I'm thinking about this wrong, aren't I? Because the Moarg and the overkill damage thing doesn't work how you want it to. So the splash damage probably would not go onto the taunt next to it, right? Because it's like how Moarg and piercing shot doesn't work, for example. But like the Moarg, the overkill part of the combustion, I think might not factor in the Moarg damage, which maybe changed the way the turn pans out. I'm not actually 100% sure how that interaction works. Obviously, the combustion damage itself would be doubled. It's just whether or not.
Yeah, it's whether like 1 or 2 or 0
on the left
goes
and the
across,
right goes. Yeah.
Now the window is open for Boston to just chuck an Apexis Blast face, but he is starting to hit some of those scary turns against Warlock. Once Warlock hits like turn 7, 8, 9, they start to do like the really powerful things the deck can do.
Right. Double Drain Soul and Siphon in hand as well. Means that there is pretty much maximum potential for healing here for Warmer.
I'm even looking at potentially like Netherwind Portal into Ring Toss. And just make Warmer deal with 3 different secrets. Seems pretty good.
That Luminary is pretty powerful here, though. The ability to play a couple of big minions, get some extra value out of the Keyword and Ivory.
Nope.
Oh!
Best card in the game.
Why would you not want 2 Alex Strazas, Boston? Think about it.
Oh, come on. Strict misplay.
Why do we love resizing pouch so much? How has this happened?
it was good once, and you know what? That's all it takes sometimes.
Yeah.
Just a quick check. Only 2 soul fragments in the deck, I believe, from Warmer. So this Militia is not really the best turn 7 on curve one I've ever seen.
Right.
So many
But maybe
possibilities.
Ogremancer Drained Soul? Probably it's not enough, is it? So if you Drain Soul the Luminary, then there's just enough damage to just kill the Ogremancer on board, which is upsetting. Warmer just takes a step back and goes for Cascading into Drained Soul, which would clear the board. Well, Drained Soul into Cascading, obviously. If you're doing it that way around. I think he's trying to just work out what to do with the rest of his mana. He could just Lucky Soul and Drain Soul as well. That has the benefit of actually just beefing up this Militia.
Yeah, I like the Cascading line, though. It seems with the hand that he has, he should just resist damage as much as possible. That seems like his primary win condition to me, right? Sometimes as Warlock, you do just have to keep playing threats because you're never going to survive the damage, right? So you have to stick things and play around Mask and try and counter pressure and all that good stuff. Warmer has a hand with a lot of healing stacked up in it, so I think he does have good potential to just reduce damage wherever possible and just try and outlast for as long as he possibly can.
And Boston needs to get some of these cards spent. His hand's looking quite full right now, so he needs to get rid of some of this. It's just... Even like, the combustion clears the board, but how much does he even care about this board right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. He could just start Ring Toss just to get cards out of his hand, and then...
I think I do want to see secrets here.
Go Spring Water from there. He needs to do something, I can tell you that much.
He does need to complete his turn, yes.
Yeah.
Hit Ring Toss, maybe like Mirror Entity Netherwind Portal would be okay. He picked Oasis Ally and Mirror Entity, so close enough.
Yep, and that is the perfect draw from Warmer to be able to defuse that situation. With the Spirit Jailer for the Mirror Entity. Can be a little tricky spot for Warlock to play around, because even giving a Spider Tank to your opponent just does not seem ideal, right? It's a lot of damage being represented in the grand scheme of things.
My question is, if he plays the Jailer and then Militia, does he trade a 3/3 into the Boston's Jailer? Now that's the question.
Yeah, so currently 2 fragments in the deck. If he plays Jailer, there would be 4. So he would then have to trade 3 minions, right? 1 into the 1/3 and 2 into the 3/6. One of those would be a value trade, so he'd be left with 5/5/3/3/3/2 at the end of the turn, which doesn't seem all that powerful, right?
And 1/3.
True, you are right. Mirror Entity does not, in fact, just give the minion.
Jeez, that would be insane. He's going to trade because also as well, you don't want to like not trade and then Flame Strike comes down, right? And you're like, oh, even though it's just a 1/3, you don't want to pass over that, right? You want some instant value from your minions.
These 4 Brain Freezes that Boston has might be able to start putting in some work.
Now, if these were resizing pouches, I think Boston could go toe-to-toe with Priest.
Like, I know we meme about it, but I genuinely wish they were resizing pouch. Like, the ability for so much, like, extra burn damage at the end of the game is kind of ridiculous. Oh, no. Speaking of ridiculous, Raven, this game just took a turn for the weird.
Yes. I am with you as well, because it might not come into effect, but if, like, Waba did Ticketus, like, on curve or something, well, those resizing pouches could just completely make up for that, right? Very interesting, but who cares if he's just going to get some extra primes in the deck afterwards? Why not?
I get it though, like Brain Freeze is one of the most efficient cards that you have. Again, it's like I was talking about Shooting Star right at the start of the series and how that ended up being a prophecy of just how they do low-key push damage because they clear boards very efficiently and then Mask gets to go face. Obviously Brain Freeze is just right up there in terms of dealing with that, as well as if counter pressure starts coming down, right? Like if Ticketus gets jammed on board just as a tempo minion, if Jiraxxus comes down and starts generating 8/8s, all that stuff, right? Like Brain Freeze can just be buy a turn by isolating your big minion and just be able to push face. So they do have a lot of utility in the matchup, even though they kind of get pegged as anti-aggro cards a lot of the time. I think they're surprisingly effective in a matchup like this. Pam's in. I'm sure Wama has been hoping for that for as long as he possibly can before dropping this second Drain Soul, second Drain Soul and the Siphon Soul, which can both now be stacked up with that Tamsin.
It's the big question though, isn't it? He's made the decision harder now because he probably wanted to just siphon the Rustwicks, but now with Tamsin in hand, he could do all of that next turn and gain the double effects.
Yeah, so what is that, 12 healing total? He doesn't need 12 healing total right now, but he might do at some point over the game. So yeah, I don't mind this, right? Just divert, cash in the Tamsin right now, get a little bit of extra board presence.
Do you like second Drain Soul and then just trade the 1/3 into the 1/1 here?
I would say no, personally. Like, I'm not sure how much this extra 1/3 is adding. Feels like this is a board that's going to get picked apart by, spell damage, Shooting Star, Flame Strike, that kind of thing anyway. So the extra minion doesn't really do a lot for me. But it is just straight up raw extra stats on board for Mask to have to chew through and all that stuff. So there's definitely upside to it.
Beauty discovery.
Picks up the discount on the Aegwin with the Luminary. Beefs up that spell damage Shooting Star that I was talking about. I think ideally he will want to cash out some of this damage to face though while he has this +2 spell damage.
Yeah, it's getting a bit tricky, isn't it? Because although Boston's got more than enough to win this game, it's just not quite coming together. And now, because Wama's put together a reasonably threatening board, Boston has to spend a turn cleaning this up. And if he does, well, okay, there goes some more of his damage. He's just ruined off a minion, which is a bit of a problem. Doesn't get burn offered to him as the Discover, which again, now suddenly we're looking at just a Fireball in hand.
Grand Finale's nuts. He played an Elemental this turn, right? Luminary is actually an Elemental, so he just has freaking 6 mana 8/8 currently. Especially if or 6 mana for 2 8/8s, yeah. Luminary lives, or even if he has to pay 8 for it, it's just a massive refill on the following turn. So I kind of like it.
I think Boston really needs some of these minions to start sticking though to push some extra damage. Wama now on 32. Okay, less now with Backfire, but still.
You can see he's like slowly eroding the value even from Wama's hand, right? To the point where Wama is going to have to start life tapping to keep up on resources. And lest we forget, even though this spell damage +2 was not really cashed out for a lot of face damage here, there's 3 more minions in the deck now that also have spell damage +2 every time they get drawn.
Okay, 4/5, reasonable. It's obviously not quite the power level of Aegwin, but still, it's close.
It's stuck. It's just 6 mana 2 8/8s, Raven. Best card I've ever seen in my life.
What about 6 mana 4/4s with Rush?
And spell damage +2. Wait! Oh my god, it works, right? They all have spell damage +2?
But it's a copy, right?
It's summoned 3 copies of this minion.
No, it has to, right? Because the beast buffs work on it.
Yeah.
I wonder.
So he has spell
just
damage
lethal
+8.
next turn. It has to.
Well, the Luminary could die, right? And then he wouldn't be able to play it. But I think it's got to be worth the greed. It's spell damage +8. But
right now,
the Death Rattle's going to go off 4 times because it's a Death Rattle enchantment on each of the minions that then goes into his deck and gives the minions spell damage +2.
I'm getting Blizzard on the phone.
Yeah.
Who decided Boston's winning this game?
Strictly illegal. Just cascading only juiced 2, right? Yeah, it was only down. Oh!
It's okay. He plays it anyway.
It's not Raven.
No, no. I mean because he can stack the thingy.
He's dead.
Is he just dead anyway? Oh yeah, it's 6. I forgot. This is a way less fun way to finish this game. Oh my. This series was one for the record books, I guess, Sol, because even Boston's just like, I'm sorry everyone. This was ridiculous, but I won. That was insane. I was getting so excited to see the quad spell damage shuffle. It would have been awesome. And Boston, you've disappointed me. I'm just putting it out there right now. You should have just passed and carried on.
Honestly, that is strictly illegal. Not getting to see the Zigsaw Prime interaction after all of that nonsense. Like, come on. Clearly, if anything was demonstrated that series, it's that the gods would make sure Boston won that series no matter what he did. So even if he just threw and missed lethal on purpose, just so he could see the sweet interaction, he definitely still would have ended up winning. But yeah, in the end, it was a much more back and forth encounter that I was expecting. Honestly, like poked a little bit of fun at Nalkadan saying that he thought that building boards and tempo and so on was the way that you beat Warlock, and that burn damage doesn't really get there. In his defense, that's kind of what happened, right? And Nalgadan actually has one of the best mage win rates in the world right now at a top level in Grandmasters, so he certainly knows what he's talking about. And actually, it was just boards being generated by the mage in the end that actually did the majority of the damage to get over the line there in that one. So in the end, well done for Boston. Not going to say it was the most difficult day of work he's ever put in, but nonetheless, he is sitting pretty in the semi-finals now, waiting for the winner of what is, I'm thinking, going to be our biggest clash of the day, our most important clash of the day between Felkane and Bunny Hopper coming up next.
Yeah, 100%. And I do just think that Boston, I hope is feeling a lot better now about Grandmasters. I know he didn't really have the best start into the season, right? He wasn't really up there in contention for a long time, but the last few weeks seems to have paid off pretty nicely. Maybe LHS is just Boston's format, who knows? But that match was pretty ridiculous in the best of ways, but it could have been better, is all I'm saying. I'm just putting it out there, so I'm a little bit disappointed. But you are right, we do have a hyper important match coming up next, and one that might decide the eventual fates of 2 of our players here. So we're going to go to a quick break while we set that one up, and don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back. No, I'm only messing. We're not really muted.
I was literally going to do that same bit. I was going to do the exact same bit, and we didn't plan it. Amazing. Yeah.
So good. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that slight tech issue we had there, as I decided to worry production again. So my bad, guys. We are good to go with our second match of the day, and it is going to be Felkane versus Bunny Hopper. And we've just had our fun, Sottle, but things get awfully serious now for these two players, as both of them pretty much just need to win at this point.
Yeah, huge deal. They are both currently favourite to be relegated, at least above 50% to be in one of those relegation places come the end of the season. So, that changes very quickly if you are the winner of this particular match, because not only is it a head-to-head between two players that need to have points, so in football terms, it's that classic 6-pointer for relegation, right? Where not only are you picking up the win yourself, you're denying a win from one of your direct rivals and pushing them further down below you. But also, because of the way that the rest of the league has panned out this week, no one else really in and around is going to have a huge week. So there's an ability for them to really leapfrog, do something very similar to what we saw Frenetic do last week. Lorinda has provided us a very helpful stat that if the winner of this matchup goes all the way to the final, they will end this week in 10th, which is a much more comfortable position overall than where they find themselves at the moment. But again, more importantly, not only are they stacking up points and pulling themselves up into mid-table, they are consigning their defeated opponent to still be hanging around in that relegation zone come the final week.
Yeah, and in this match as well, we are going to have that double Priest ban, so no more Priest being left up, at least for now. We are going to start with Felkane on this OTK Demon Hunter, and he is going to be going up against Bunny Hopper on Rogue. And now we are, nearing the end of 2 weeks of LHS. Have you formed a solid opinion on Demon Hunter in this meta, Sottle?
I like it. I like it as part of the last hero standing meta. Yeah, I think it's very strong. I do think this ooze tech, I was originally like, yes, this is sick last hero standing planning, right? Like you don't want to be counter queued by just Bulwark of Azeroth. You want the ability to queue this into a Bulwark of Azeroth. But suddenly, after playing with the deck a little bit, testing with the deck a little bit, having a tech card in OTK Demon Hunter in particular is dangerous business. It's something that you have to consider very carefully, because as soon as you're playing against Control Warrior, Ooze just becomes another card that can get stuck on the left-hand side of your hand, right? It can become Il'gynoth number 2, just a card that you can never play that's stopping your skulls and so on from being outcast. So I think what is a very, very good idea on paper is still a good idea in reality, but perhaps not as, must include as perhaps I was thinking it was originally. But Demon Hunter overall, very, very nice inclusion into the last hero standing metagame, as I think is this Rogue, particularly with the 2 of Cult Neophytes being played as standard now, which I think is a very big deal, Raven.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Neophytes have just pushed the deck to going from good, because Rogue that can normally draw a lot of cards is historically good, to actually being a real contender for just a top tier meta deck here, as just naturally Cult Neophyte slots in so well, because not only you can shadow step it, bounce it in various ways, but it also just disrupts so much of the other meta decks, right? When you look at, Priest is being banned, but when you look at Mage, Demon Hunter, which we know about has some very clear spell specific turns that they want to go for, as well as plenty of other stuff as well. So it really is a good inclusion. But again, I always take the approach of when I'm casting Rogue to just have half of my mind just trying to recall all of the plays and be like, I still need to learn this, because however much I practice this deck, I think there's such a big gap between someone who can play this deck well and someone who is truly very, very, very good at this deck is so big. I think there's always little things you can pick up on.
I agree, yeah. Derek was just throwing in the Parks and reference, playing the game of saying that Demon Hunter is like a microchip, a single grain of sand can bring the whole thing down. I think that same thing can be said of Rogue as well, because, we were making the point yesterday of this deck just has exactly the amount of stuff it needs to win every matchup and nothing more. So suddenly if you become wasteful with one resource, if you misplay one turn, if you play one turn suboptimally, I say the same thing about Millhouse in Battlegrounds, right? Where as soon as you are 1 gold inefficient while playing Millhouse in Battlegrounds, you lose the game immediately, right? And I think that's very much the same thing with Rogue in this format. So I think all those combination of things that we were talking about makes this particular matchup that we're about to watch very, very interesting. Because I think if you take like Cult Neophytes out of the deck for the Rogue, this is one of the most one-sided matchups in the game, right? Like I do not respect the ability for the Rogue to put on pressure quickly enough through Immolation Aura and, you know, the one fell screen blast that you can throw away as removal to be able to get it done. But when you can block Skull turns with Cult Neophyte, when you can block key Immolation Auras with Cult Neophyte, when you throw Shadow Steps into that as well, I think it goes so far to even up the matchup. Just Raven for the sake of one card in your deck.
Well, it was interesting actually because we talk about that so much because we've cast this matchup a fair bit over the past week and a half. I can't remember whose list it is, so I apologise. But one of the Demon Hunters, I believe in Europe this week, has 2 Sigil of Flame in there, and my first thought was, it's pretty good against Rogue, right? You know, just because we talk so much about Immolation Aura, and the second you don't get the max use out of one, you feel like you've missed out, right? Whereas with 2 Sigil of Flame and 2 Immolation Aura against Rogue specifically, it feels much easier to kind of use them way more liberally. But that's not the case here for Felkane as we do dive in to game 1 of our second match of the day.
We'll wait some time for Bunny to mulligan, but this is not... I know I've played this game before where I actually saw it on Spectator while I said this, but just purely based on Felkane's reaction, and I haven't seen it, I think he has Skull far left, or he has a dumpable card far left and Skull in his hand somewhere else, just based on his reaction to how the mulligan has gone down, because he's certainly seen it already. Shout out to his webcam setup as well. I like this. A nice clean room, a made bed, and a nice flex on a podium in the background of just reminding everyone of why he's here in the first place. Very nice framing indeed.
Here on Bunny Hopper's side, though, I was going to say okay, Sol wins this prize, though I'm pretty sure he cheated.
I didn't. I swear to God, I did not cheat.
Okay, well, we'll see. I don't know how we'll see. There is Octobot there for Bunny Hopper. He did choose not to keep Swindle, and I have seen that now and again as pop up as a discussion, right? Of is Swindle good enough to keep? Is it not? Because card draw does unlock the potential of the deck, but you are effectively drawing an additional card by mulliganing, right? So it's a very tricky card to choose, and at least when I play Rogue, it's one of those ones where I always consider keeping it a lot with a decent hand, but always end up throwing it away.
Yeah, it's one of those dangerous statistical traps that you can fall into, because I think in a lot of matchups, particularly when you get down to very refined sample with like top 1000 legend or whatever, as thin as the sample gets, Swindle is a high win rate card, but it's not 100% kept rate card, right? Which generally means that people are keeping it with specific curves, specific combinations. Like you always keep Foxy Swindle, for example, in most matchups. So that pushes up the win rate of Swindle as a card in the opening hand, because it's being kept in the good situation and thrown away in the bad situation, whereas a card like Octobot is close to 100% kept win rate and still has this colossal win rate in the opening hand, which makes it a much better mulligan card overall.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here from Bunny Hopper, just Octo. And Demon Hunter doesn't often have good ways to really deal with this, right? Especially on curve. It's not likely that there's a really good answer.
Okay, zoned in today. We've already done our bit to build this up as how important this matchup is going to end up being, and you clearly saw the focus. Even before when I was talking about the mulligan, he was giving the big exhalation of breath. He was making sure he was calm and focused. He made the mulligan, and then there was the celebration as he saw the skull come into hand.
Yeah, based on what he's doing, I think he's zoned in and zoomed in at this point, because his head looks like he's getting closer to the monitor. He wants to see every pixel to make sure he's making the right choice. Just going to go with Spectral Sight, keeping the card draw. And again, as much as Demon Hunter can't really kill this off too easily at this point in the game, it also, due to that and due to Demon Hunter not really playing out minions against it, it does mean that Bunny Hopper does have to plan to try and proc it himself, at least in the short term, right?
Yeah. There is now the threat of Chaos Strike, coin Chaos Strike on the following turn, although I'm certain it's not going to come down with Felkane's ability to go coin Skull a couple of turns from now. Honestly, Bunny's hand isn't really even that exciting to discount right now, right? Like, it's a great hand to discount if he tops Field Contact on the following turn, but outside of that, there's not really a lot going on in this hand.
especially with that throw glaive for Felkane, there is actually a little bit of a fear of like Moag throw glaive to even deal with this. If Felkane's feeling extra spicy with the Moag plays early. Onyapa probably just going to look at Dagger up at this point. Like you said, reducing the brain freezes in this matchup is not the best. Not really what you're aiming for.
I promise you this match means as much to Bunny Hopper as it means to Felkane right now, even though the visuals on their webcams would seem not to suggest that. This is just kind of the nature of their personalities, right? Wow, he is actually doing it. He's actually doing it, Raven. I was not expecting this to happen, but okay. Right on, double Chaos Strike, fair enough. But yeah, back to the point, it's just a reflection of the personalities, right? Bunny Hopper just very, very stoic, very straightforward, very business-like when it comes down to the business of crushing noobs at Hearthstone. Whereas I think, Felkane has always had that expressive, rubber-faced, likability to him that has made him really fun to watch over the course of his few seasons in Grandmasters up to this point.
Yeah, Bunny the Terminator Hopper, I believe is what he goes by now.
That's right.
Got a secondary game attack.
We like this double Chaos Strike to kill the Octo.
This is a comment you'll probably hate, which means I'm going to say it.
Looking forward to it. Yeah.
I think Felkane's might just be considering, like, we can see the hand is bad for Octo, right? But there are so many hands that could be insane, especially if you just leave it up and let Bunny Hopper draw 3 more cards, let's say, then does that become too strong, right? The reduction on a larger hand size. And I think the fear of that probably forced Felkane into this. And I don't even hate it because although you might think it's a bit overzealous, I do think there's just that level of, well, what if Octo just hits 5 okay cards? Is that too many at that point?
Right. I think perhaps from Felkane's perspective, what he's looking at is like this weird slow hand where nothing's been happening, right? So maybe the hand has Jandis in it and mid-range threats like that. So he feels like clearing out the Octobot to slow down the Jandis is well worth it in that position.
Or like we saw earlier, and it's a hand like that was happening in APAC earlier on, I think today, where it was like double Wicked Stab Alex Tenwu in hand with double Octo reductions or something like that. And it's like, wait, what if it's that and I get OTK'd?
Right.
That's embarrassing. Onyapa is piecing it together now, and with 2 minions on board, I think this might be the time to just cash in this field contact. It's about as good a time and as many targets you're ever going to get against Demon Hunter, right? For these brain freezes, this prize plunderer, whichever one he decides.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was the exact situation I referred to early, right? Where it was a pretty trash hand to discount unless you drew exactly field contact, and then unfortunately for Bunny Hopper's position, he did draw the field contact but did not get the discount because this hand just goes this turn, right? If he got everything down to 0.
How do you feel about Throwglaive, by the way? I know you've played a lot more OTK Demon Hunter than I have. It's a card I like, but what do you think about actually making it into the deck list?
I like it. I don't necessarily play it on ladder. I actually haven't played that much Demon Hunter on ladder for quite some time, but generally I hadn't been playing it on ladder. But you have to read your metagame, right? I think if you're playing against Rogue, Token Druid, those two in particular, if that's your idea, Throwglaive is the nuts. Because even on like a Token Druid board where like Arbor Up comes down, right, you still have Moog Throwglaive to still clear up like 4 health minions. And actually push through. So I think it's very, very effective against those 2 decks in particular. Where really, I think Demon Hunter just kind of has this 1 to 2 floating spots that can either be like second Ethereal, Throwglaive, an extra card draw card. Just, each of those cards kind of has different strengths and weaknesses and different matchups. And just goes back to Last Hero Standing theory, right? Where it's what do I want this deck in particular to be in the way that my lineup functions holistically.
I see.
Okay, I'm going to start getting rid of some of these cards. The old philosophy on nothing. Obviously looks kind of silly, but makes sense because he does want to just rip that skull next turn.
And since he wants to rip that skull next turn, no better response to that than just jamming a Jandis.
Okay. Let's get the carousel, which I heard earlier Derek has a real problem with it being a mech.
Does he? Wait, did I miss this?
Oh yeah, there was a rant.
Why?
Because he just thinks it's a guy on a mechanical thing, whereas I think it was, what's it called? The 4/5 that did 10 damage, the Omega bot thing, wasn't a mech, and it was a person in a mech.
Right, okay. Interesting. Well, I'd argue the flaw then is with the Omega Defender, because the card's name is Carousel Griffin, right? The Carousel Griffin is a mech. The card's not called Man Riding Carousel Griffin.
You know what? I wish it was. I would love it. I'd love if card names just described what was the art. Man with pink bear. Okay, someone work on a mod.
Well, I think Bunny should just jam woman in purple and black armor this turn.
What makes something?
And then maybe use a block of ice around an orc's head.
It doesn't look that bad. Yeah. Imagine the illusion goes on weird purple worm monster with gaping mouth.
Yeah, makes sense. Yellow glowing gold guy has a lot of health, doesn't he? So.
All right, okay. We're done.
We're not doing the whole game? Okay.
We've had our time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to brain freeze. Why not? Like I said, against Demon Hunter, you're not really expecting to be able to interact with too many of their minions, right? So just use it to your advantage when you can. And suddenly, Bunny Hopper's just putting on a ton of pressure. Although there is like 2 Immolation Auras and the I-Beams and the Throw Glaive for Falcane, so...
It'd be much harder if we tried to do that bit on Bunny's turn, on Falcane's turn, right? So he should play card with swirling green art, and then card with swirling green art, and then card with swirling green art.
Yeah. We'd have to just describe what the art means to us. Like, what do we see when we look at this art?
Yeah. Demon Hunter card art is kind of like mood charty, right? What emotions does this evoke when you look at it?
Say the first word that comes to your mind when you see this card. Lethal. What about this card? Lethal. What about this card? It's probably lethal.
Well, Falcane doing bits here, but he's dumped a lot of resources to clear that board up. He has done it very nicely. While we've been, not taking the game particularly seriously for the last 2 turns, Falcane obviously has, and I think he's navigated an extremely difficult part of the game very skillfully. Where the board has come down, it's basically done net 0 damage over the course of the game, and he's re-engineered a skull back over to the left-hand side of his hand, which is very nicely done. All it's cost him, of course, is the resources he has had to use to deal with that board, which were significant but not game-breaking.
Yeah, I think that's what's impressing me here, because he has the skull, which is great, of course, that's priority number 1. But look at what he's retained. He still has an Immolation Aura to defend. He has combo pieces of Moarg and Fellscream Blast, and still has that Studies as well to go fishing for anything else, or reduce the skull for next turn, like whatever he wants to do with it. So it's not like he's had to spend his whole hand, and now he has a load of like just random spell damage minions that feel clunky locked up. Like, he still has good cards to continue these turns with. And I believe he finished on I-Beam, right?
Yes, I think so.
Van Cleef I-Beam could be a turn hit.
True.
Which is, okay, he's going to use the Ruined Orb because he might just get a secret. Okay, oh no, sorry, of course, Ruined Orb is a rogue card, isn't it?
Yes, it is. No, a bit of an issue with Bunny's Discovers there. So the original choice was Ring Toss Wildfire and the Ruined Orb, which he ended up taking the Ruined Orb off. The Ruined Orb choice went way too quickly for me to see what the other options were, but there you go.
So the 3 options for that were Cold Blood and 2 not Cold Blood. Is all we need to know.
They will never catch me.
Well, that was the one card he didn't want to draw for full cost, but here we are. Still has so many combo pieces left remaining in his deck that it's hard to imagine that this doesn't quite get there. There we go. So now with double Moarg on the following turn, as long as he sequences it properly, he'll be able to get both down for 0 mana. Like, he basically just has for 4 mana next turn. Which, yep, job done.
Yep, kind of tough, right? And again, Bunny Hopper will be almost expecting something close to this, right? 2 schools have been played. Your opponent has 4 cards left in the deck. I feel like it's more unlikely you are not dead next turn than anything else. So now is it time to Secret Passage for Neophytes?
It's the only out, right? He has 1 Shadow Step and 2 Neophytes left, and he's probably going to need all of the above to be able to stack enough debuffs on the spells to get him out of this spot.
That's an upgrade. Probably.
The only out I really see.
So he's going to take some healing up to push some damage, because he still has enough mana after doing all of this to still play Neophytes.
Yep. Still has enough to play double Neophyte and Shadow Step even if he hits all 3 of the good cards from this position, right? That's the thing he limits himself from, like Swindle Outs instead, being able to get there, but he actually has limited options left in the deck to be able to...
There's Shadow.
Anyway.
Oh.
Yeah, okay.
Good effort to go digging. I think it was 100% the right choice there, and you can just see if he just got a Neophyte, then suddenly it's game on, right? He set up a lot of damage on the board.
Well, the problem is that Fellscreen Blast on the left costs -2 mana right now, right? So even with Neophytes coming down, it really doesn't change that much about how much Felkane's hand costs to execute the lethal. That's why I was saying, like, you almost needed 3 of them to really do anything significant to Felkane's hand. And even then, with the breadth of discounts that Felkane had, I think he still would have just had lethal through the maximum amount of Neophyte that Bunny Hopper could have done that turn.
Yeah, I'll be honest, didn't really look at how minus that number is, even though it says 0. But yeah, you are right, of course. And that means Felkane is going to take that game number 1 and off to a fantastic start. As again, Demon Hunter very quickly, especially last week, came up there as one of the decks I think can just sweep a lineup. It's happened in Grandmasters already. It's not like it's an odd thing. And I do think it's just a strong start now, which means Bunny Hopper has Paladin and a Warrior left over, I believe, to kind of counter Felkane here. And Bunny Hopper's Paladin is the Libram Paladin with the secret package, and his Warrior is of the Rush variety. So with that knowledge, Sottle, how are you fancying his chances going up against even just this Demon Hunter from Felkane?
Yeah, I think in general his deck has moderate weakness across the board to Demon Hunter. It's not a deck that you would expect to sweep you necessarily, because it's not like your lineup is catastrophic against it. I've seen some lineups throughout the 2 weeks where like all 3 decks are really bad against Weapon Rogue, for example. That's not the spot he's in, but it does start to feel a little bit scary when Demon Hunter starts to stack up wins against you, because I don't think you have like a devastating matchup to really counter Q into that. Rush Warrior is fine, just the amount of chunky minions that you can throw down, especially with Ogremancers stacked in there, which Bunny Hopper does, which is to his benefit in the matchup as well, because they're very difficult to deal with. Paladin, very similar, right? Big pack of mid-range minions and then a little bit of disruption. If you want to call the Ogremancers the disruption in the Warrior deck, you can look at the Oh My Yogg, for example, as disruption in the Paladin deck instead. So they both approach the matchup in very similar ways, which is to just play mid-rangey boards and destabilize on the other side when they can. But you know, Demon Hunter has all the tools to be able to sweep this series if Felkane can put together a couple more decent, skull on the left type draws. So I think I think Bunny Hopper would be well within his rights to be concerned about the way this series has opened up so far.
Yep, and that is his Paladin list. And I do like the fact that we're seeing Conviction just sort of appreciated as not just a card you put in like pure aggro Paladin. Just like it's only a one of in this list, which is fine, but it's like so often 1 mana Fireball, right? If you want to oversimplify things. And it's just such a good card if you ever want to stick things to the board, then Conviction gets a good job done no matter what. It's also a holy spell, which means it's an additional option of draw from Knight of Anointment, because sometimes, depending on that secret package, Knight of Anointment drawing a secret is not really what you're after. You want something else. You want like Hand of a Doll, you want Libram, you want something just that's actually a playable card. So we'll see if it pays off for him, but I am with you. I think just looking at it, I would be a little bit worried now if I was Bunny Hopper, but also I would have actually queued Warrior at this point if I was him. Maybe I don't have enough confidence in the Paladin in this matchup, but I think I would have gone Warrior, but let's see how it pays off.
I think that also speaks to the way the series pans out in general, where he would rather have his Warrior in reserve For him, so like this way, he goes Paladin, he wins with Paladin, and then say Falcane Q's Rogue to counter Q that. Then he has the Warrior to then counter Q the Rogue afterwards, as opposed to going in the other way around, which I think is a little bit more beneficial in the long run. But I like your conviction point, because I think when I'm playing Demon Hunter, the one thing I absolutely love as Demon Hunter is when I can reliably know how much damage I'm taking on any given turn.
Right.
So, you know, for example, against Rush Warrior, they're very scary with the size of board that they can generate. But if you're at like 26 and they have 18 damage on board and they don't have 8 mana to play Troublemaker, for example, honestly, you can just kind of pass that turn and play Skull and do whatever, right? Because you know you're not going to die and you can rebound later with Moargs or whatever else that you pick up. So being able to consistently just say, this is how much damage I take, is a big buff for playing Demon Hunter. So as you say, the ability to just go, well, 1 mana Fireball, here's 6 extra damage that you weren't expecting on this board being built up is a big deal.
And here, look at the opening hands. Although Immolation Aura is good versus this opening, just the fact that Bunny Hopper can make a board out of nothing, which is the first day of school basically, is pretty good, right? Because if he soaks an Immolation Aura through first day of school usage, then it's just one less AoE card that he needs to worry about if he can get in some of those earlier, beefier minions. Also, interestingly enough, that Oh My Yogg being in hand is not actually the worst case scenario. Normally you don't want to draw the secrets, but against this, maybe having that secret to play on turn 5 is going to be pretty powerful for Bunny.
True. Yeah, I think having a high degree of control as to when Oh My Yogg comes down. Oh, he actually hit it. I've been waiting so long for Combi Chow to appear from first day of school, Raven. Everyone else gets it. I have not yet been blessed with the Combi Chow, and there it is. Bladed Cultist. Just a 2/3.
Now, interestingly enough, with this hand, do you think it's worth coining out a 1-drop? Especially since that Dormant is going to take a while to get going.
I think he'll hold on to the coin. I think that this was the big question, right? Is like 2-attack minion now or big 2-attack minion later, and Bunny's chosen to go with the Dormant instead, which obviously I respect. Like when you have Dormant minions in your hand, we've seen it with Felmore, we've seen it with the 3/5 rush, just getting it down as early as possible, even coining it out, right, just to make sure that it pops up as early as possible is generally the way. So I respect it, but I think with the hand that Bunny currently has, the coin is also just too valuable to be wasting in this spot.
Yeah, maybe I'm just over negative, but with the hand he's got, I'm like, well, if he doesn't, okay, that helps. But my original point was, well, because it's Libram of Judgment and Libram of Hope, they're so expensive. Like, if he has to coin one of those out, is it then just too late? Would be my worry.
You just got to believe in the Truth Seeker, Raven.
I mean, yeah, 100%. If you just rip Truth Seeker, then fair enough, I'll be quiet. We'll very quickly find out whether Bunny Hopper wants to go 1-1 here and get this Oh My Yogg live, or whether he does really want to hold on to it.
You're not that sharp.
Kind of got to plan out what you'll be doing on the turn you want to play otherwise, right? Because if he goes coin Truth Seeker the next turn, that's then the 5-mana turn, and then he gets his hand back. He'll want to be playing like Libram of Judgment, right? Which uses up all his mana at that point, and he won't have the mana available for the Oh My Yogg to block the Skull turn. So I don't think holding on to the Oh My Yogg for the Skull turn really works out particularly well in Bunny's curve. So kind of respect playing it there.
And it did just happen to Cram Session with spell damage on board, so worked out not too terribly for Falcane.
Yeah.
I grow impatient.
Yep. Good old Oh My Yogg.
And Falcane's in the same spot now as Bunny Hopper to an extent where he has to work out what his next turn looks like, because there you go, Immolation Aura looks fine, but it only looks fine, right? It's not a good Immolation Aura. You're not like, wow, this cleared so much, especially knowing that this is going to pop out this turn, but it does just do the job instantly of clearing that space in his hand for Skull on the far left now.
Right.
Coin Truth Seeker just looks too good. It's one of those plays that in any game, if this is an option, you'd have to do some pretty good convincing to say you don't want to make this play and do something else. It's so strong, especially because, as you mentioned, he can Libram of Judgment next turn to just start really piling on the pressure.
Right. Weirdly enough, having drawn exactly Cariel, he may have been rewarded for holding on to the Olma Yogg, right? He would have been able to go Cariel Yogg on this upcoming turn and just block out the Skull perfectly while still having a very respectable turn by playing a 4/3 Divine Shield. But again, based on the hand that he has, you can see it a little bit more clearly now. He would be playing Libram of Judgment this turn, guaranteed, because he has nothing else impactful to be playing, which means he wouldn't have been able to fit in the Olma Yogg, which is why you see a card that's normally used to interrupt the Skull in the matchup just being thrown out for very minimal value.
Oh, Falcane's going to go fishing. And it's kind of pick your poison right now. Does he want to have to deal with the Libram of Judgment now? Or is he more afraid of the healing from Libram of Hope?
I don't think you care about the healing from Libram of Hope. You might care about the 8/8 Divine.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah. Going to toss it.
It's a little bit misleading though, right? Like, Falcane has to account for how much that actually costs in Bunny's hand, which to me would have made me feel like it's better to discard the Libram of Judgment instead, because that's the thing that's coming down right now and pressuring you next turn while you play Skull.
That's true, yeah. He does have I-Beam, Moag, Fell Screen Blast in hand. I'm not saying he needs to use it all to recover, but maybe Falcane just thinks, okay, well, just as much as I'm not afraid of his healing, I can heal all this damage back up. And as you mentioned, outside of Conviction, the damage is very reliable, right? Like, Falcane can pretty much know what he's going to get hit for in the next few turns.
Yeah, I think this deck has a little bit more surprise factor than like Rush Warrior that I was talking about, because there's Libram of Wisdoms, there's Libram of Judgment, there's all that thrown in, even without the Conviction that we were talking about specifically. But yeah, I think Bunny will be in no rush here to throw out as much damage as possible, and he is understanding exactly what the deal is here, even diverting as hard as possible, going with that Conviction, because now he didn't have the option to play Olma Yogg to disrupt the Skull. This is the next best thing, right? Just threaten lethal. If you play Skull here, unless you hit the 0-mana cards that can dig you out of this, you are just dead this turn.
I also love the fact that he did it in such a way that he would spend all of his mana.
Well, he did it in the way where the buff's guaranteed good to go face, more important.
No, it was purely about the mana expenditure, so.
Okay.
Now, the real question, though, does Falcane want to play this Skull? Can he afford to? Oh, decision made pretty quick, man.
Yeah, Grimace from Bunny as the Throwglaive starts coming in clutch.
Yeah, and honestly, the more I see Throwglaive, the more I like it, actually.
Fine card.
It's kind of the worst draw, right?
Definitely up there. Definitely up there.
Bunny Up is in trouble, I think, now. There's Skull for Falcane, and also 2 very dumpable cards for his next Skull as well, which is pretty sick. And just the fact that Bunny Up's decision was good, and you point out perfectly, right? If you play that into the Skull turn, there's either a Skull and he probably dies, or there has to be a delay in some kind of clear, and the clear still has to be pretty good. But Falcane managed it.
Extremely good.
Yeah, Falcane
minimal
managed
resources used. It does mean that now the Il'gynoth and the second Fell Screen Blast probably have to be found before Falcane can win this game. He does have that I-Beam, but getting it done with an I-Beam is very difficult unless you have a lot of Moags specifically. So, there's good potential now if Bunny Hopper, if he's being optimistic, that one of those 2 cards can be in the bottom 3, bottom 4 now for Falcane and might just get stranded down there.
What kind of impact does the double Arcanist make at 0 mana? Is that going to change a lot up here for Falcane in terms of speed?
It changes a lot in terms of just how quickly you can do the combo, but again, primarily with Falcane Blast. Then I literally can't name a card properly today, Raven. I know.
We're going back to talking about artwork.
Yeah, I know I'm generally not that good at it, but normally the ones I at least know the name of, I can just pronounce. Fell Screen Blast. it will speed up a lot with Arcanist, but still with I-Beam, it really is just Moargs that ramp up that damage quickly with I-Beam, and adding spell damage to it because it only hits one target individually doesn't really ramp up that quickly. So, you know, them costing 0, is it going to be impactful? Not particularly, because it's still just about finding that Il'gynoth and finding the other Fellscream Blast, which, you know, could still be buried at the bottom of the deck.
Well, you say he needs a lot of Moargs. There's 3.
There's 3, yeah.
Let's get in there.
Do all cost 2 mana, though, which is a problem. Normally the...
Not for long.
I mean, they do kind of still all cost 2
One
mana,
costs
though, is the problem.
0 mana.
Yeah, but normally the I-Beam lethals come from when you skull a Moarg and then copy that Moarg repeatedly with the philosophy, so that you can just play loads of them for 0.
Falcane just obliterates Bunny Hopper's only minion here.
Yeah.
Bunny Hopper pretty much has to go for the Aldor Trueseek here. It will reduce down his weapon so he can still cast it, but I think he can't value the lifesteal, right? And he must value the card draw at this point.
I think so, yeah. I mean, critically, he currently just cannot kill that Moarg that's on board.
My next question was going to be, is there a worry that because the Moarg just sticks, he could just be dead anyway? But does 5 health ever really change that? I'm going to choose to say no.
I mean, it does, because it drags you above 24, which is the fair amount of damage that your opponent can do. But over the course of the game, no way. Like, if you can't get significantly above 30, your health total is really just a fraction of the things you have to worry about.
Well,
and game. Not this turn, because he just doesn't have the 4 he needs to play the Il'gynoth. But yeah, that is going to be impossible to resist, I believe, from Bunny Hopper's side now.
Yeah. 0 mana Falcane Blast is gonna get the job done.
So he has 1+2 spell damage from the Talented Arcanist, doubled twice to 6 and 12, hitting 3 times for 36 damage.
Ooh. And even importantly, has the Immolation Aura now to, I'll say, beat the Secret. But is there anything that the Immolation Aura could cast that would mess Falcane up here? I don't believe so.
Not with it being at 0, I don't.
Yeah. The big one is Glide.
The big one is Glide, you're not wrong.
Only because it's happened to me before.
Yep.
But Bunny Hopper just gonna do it again.
Shadow Council or whatever the card that turns all your whole hand into demons is, but yeah, at 0 mana, it's just...
Yeah. And, oh my, Secret Passage.
Yes.
Quickly.
Yeah, none of those are 0 mana.
But we are continuing to not name 0 mana cards, making the answer to your question still no, he's fine.
Celestial Alignment.
Cataclysm, even in the game. Not even sure if that's the actual name of the card.
Yeah, the extra health even for Bunny Hopper, maybe in some circumstances could have made a difference, but not these. Falcane's going to lock it in. And what a weird game. Felt very odd in it. I actually think, looking at it now, maybe easy to say, but getting rid of that Libram of Hope felt like it paid off for Falcane.
It did. He certainly allowed him to resist a lot of pressure, but honestly, I think he would have been absolutely fine regardless. Because I think on the kind of turn where that came down anyway, that was the turn where he was like, you know, as you said, like obliterating that Aldor Truthseeker that was down as like a 6/8 that turn anyway, right? So I think he would have had the tools to deal with it. I think, you know, the game really turned on that choice from Bunny Hopper to just go maximum damage onto the board with Conviction on the Skull turn, and then that was the real checkpoint, right, for Falcane of saying, okay, I've pressured your Skull out of this game, now you need to have a big answer, and he did have a big answer, basically going back to full with Fellscream Blast #1, and then also using that auxiliary Throwglaive to clean up the remainder of the board afterwards, because it was a big ask that Bunny was presenting. Bunny will have known that just like spell damage, Moarg, Fellscream Blast was not going to clear that board. It would heal, but it wouldn't clear the board. So the big ask was for Falcane to have big healing, because he needed big healing to resist the Libram of Judgment coming through, 15 damage on a stick that would follow it up, and a big board clear, which is very tough to do in that hand if you're also giving them credit for having Skull of Gul'dan on the far left as one of those cards, right? So, you know, big deal overall. That was a crucial turn. I think both players approached it very, very reasonably, and Falcane, you know, navigated his way through a tricky-looking Demon Hunter game and came out the other side with a 2-0 lead, meaning now Bunny has to do what he did yesterday, Raven, and that is sweep the series with Rush Warrior.
Yes, and if he can get through this matchup of the OTK Demon Hunter, it looks pretty doable from the way I look at it. It will be going up against then either Mage or Rogue next, and then so on, of course. But yep. I think this is doable, but I do think, for me at least, this Demon Hunter is the matchup that he has to win, right? And I know, obviously, if he loses, he's out, but this is just the tough one. And it's one that is winnable. Like, we tested this a lot, actually, a couple of weeks ago, right? It was still, I can't remember where we were. Was it Specialist at that point we were testing a lot? And it was a closer matchup than I thought it was going to be when we did a lot of testing, but it's still, I think, just favoured for the Demon Hunter, unless everything goes very, very right for the Warrior.
I think you might be giving me way too much credit for my phenomenal skill as a Demon Hunter player, Raven. I think the stats came out that, you know, I was winning my fair share as Demon Hunter when we were practicing it. I think it was in Specialist, right? Because it was the weird build that I was playing that had like the 2-4 taunt in it that Shaxi was running, I think.
Right. At least for a couple of games you played that, and then you were like, this is dumb. Yeah. I'm not doing it anymore.
I want this out of my deck. But yeah, like the stats on ladder at least say this is a fine matchup for the Rush Warrior, and it does come down to, you know, just too many big, thick boards coming down over and over again. But again, I really do enjoy this matchup. I think it's very fun to play from the Demon Hunter side, because I think, you know, as you said, the results we got were fine for the Demon Hunter, and primarily what I was doing in the matchup is just being as greedy with my health as I could possibly bear to be, right? Like, as long as I just wasn't straight up dead to Troublemaker from hand, or Alexstrasza from hand, then I would really just tank board states and just draw cards, right? And just say, I'll deal with this board next turn, right? I'll sweep everything up with like a big spell damage, Moarg, Immolation Aura, all in one go. And I'll tank 25 in the process. I don't care. I'll heal it up later. Which I think is a really important method to be going for. But far more important than any of that is getting clear routes to Skull of Gul'dan on the left-hand side of your hand. And that is what Falcane has done very, very well so far throughout this series.
Yeah, and these are the small plays that are very, I think, like, difficult to learn as a newer OTK Demon Hunter player, right? Because you could look at that Discover and say, well, if I pick second Skull, and then you could just get rid of Moarg, which sounds a bit silly, but you understand what I mean, then have already played the Raging Fell Screamer, then have Skull into Skull, like back to back, right? But the actual philosophy allowed him to just throw away this Moarg and still retain one in hand, which is a big, big deal.
Yeah, and also just play a 3-5 against a deck that doesn't really punish it for being a Moarg, right? There's no real tools that Bunny Hopper plays that can take advantage of this spell doubling effect. So it just gets to fight for board now as a 3-5, which is actually super clutch for Falcane.
And important, yeah, it just wins that fight because it can kill this parade leader, and Bunny's got nothing to really do about this.
He's got nout, Raven.
Yeah. That's definitely a northern thing, that, isn't it?
It's extremely northern.
I thought so. I've never heard you say that word in my life.
Yeah.
These old bones just keep moving.
I do like this, though. It's saying, well, if you're going to kill a parade leader, I'm still going to start my turn with a parade leader, right? Until Falcane just says, not today, and just absolutely wrecks it. But I do like the idea from Bunny Hopper because it retains the advantage of sticking parade leader on board. Or at least attempts to.
I like just periodically over the course of the series how, you know, Falcane started off the series, and I called this out quite clearly, that he was looking focused, he was going deep breath, he was trying to stay calm and composed, and gradually, turn after turn, game after game, he's just slipped back into pure Falcane mode, where he's emoting, I mean, you know, facially emoting as opposed to emoting.
Even his arms. He looks like one of those inflatable, wacky... Here, though, Skull opened up on the far left of his hand, and again, just a decent hand to be able to just throw away as and when, to just keep the card draw cooking. Nothing's stuck there. There's no awkward Ilganoth that he has to start thinking about. Everything just looks good here for Falcane, but Bunny Hopper, not quite the case on the other side, as once again, he's been beaten on board, on curve by a Demon Hunter, which is not something that really should even be allowed.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to reconcile, right? It's like, yeah, Rush Warrior, one of the best board-based decks in the game, and currently losing to my opponent. What did they do? Well, they played a 3-5 and then a 4-4, and I just kind of lost. Why? Like, how did that happen? But it's just the story of the game so far.
And it's not getting any better. There's no, like, at this point in the game, if Bunny Hopper had one of the 5 drops, whether that's Runtak or Watley, I'd be like, or even an Ogremantcer, I'd be like, okay, rough turn, but there's a plan. There isn't really a plan right now because he's got an Alexstrasza and Troublemaker in hand that aren't going to be active for a very long time.
Yeah, and honestly, there are iterations of the matchup where those are the good cards, but it tends to be the slower ones, right? Where it's not Skull on curve.
It's not the one where you're getting out-tempoed by the OTK Demon Hunter.
Yeah, it's not the one where you're just getting beaten down by Moargs on curve and then your opponent's just going to rip Skull on 6. Because, yeah, as mentioned, you do have the ability to be very liberal with your health in this matchup as the Demon Hunter, and the only cards that really punish you for doing that, now there's less and less Outriders Axe in the meta for Rush Warriors, is just Troublemaker and Alexstrasza. So being able to follow up with those cards late is usually very important for Rush Warrior, but in this case it does just look like Falcane's going to go way too fast for either of those cards to be relevant.
Because there's a setup for the Skull here, it's all just about what Falcane wants to commit to this board. Okay, he's going to throw Glaive. I think he was looking at Blood Mage into Immolation Aura to clear things off, but going to do it this way, and yet again, just another nice use for Throw Glaive, considering it's just one card that he's been using, you know, obviously able to use multiple times because of effect.
Yeah. I think he was always going to do this turn. It's just he went to play Blood Mage first, and then I think just as like a security check, his brain was like, well, it works perfectly without playing spell damage.
Right, so I'm just
going to do it that way first, so it doesn't, so I don't have to think about whether it messes up with spell damage or not.
Although I normally just lean straight to Kargath, I am looking at Stonewall and Command because I think Bunny Hopper just needs cards at this point.
Agreed.
Does get a nice little clear there with the Blade Master, but again, it feels weird to even say like, the Rush Warrior did a good job of clearing this OTK Demon Hunter board. You know what I mean? Like, it feels wrong to be saying that, but it's true. Bunny Hopper needs to just stick something for more on the turn here.
All right. It's about as bad as a Skull as you can get without being a total whiff on combo piece discounts. The Ethereal Org Merchant is obviously the lowest impact combo piece, is getting down to 0. Not only does it just literally add the least damage to the combo, but it's the smallest discount as well, since it only costs 1 to begin with. But it's not to say that Falcane isn't in a wonderful position, because he absolutely is here.
Demons?
8 cards in hand, not really seeing any reason for for Falcane to commit anything there.
Double jump was the thing, but that doesn't actually do anything, right? That you can't do next turn anyway, so that's good. Bunny Hopper does get hold of Watley, though, so he can at least be saying, right, there's a plan now, as he can smooth out that curve for Troublemaker and potentially Alex.
Yeah, and with the Athletic Studies discount still available, he can just jam out a bumper car if he would like to.
Also, that does just, if it sticks, naturally reduce the Tent Trasher as well.
Yeah, Tent Trasher would still be 4, though. It's currently receiving the Athletic Studies.
Sure. It would, like, keep it at 4, right?
Keep it to 4, yeah. I think the consideration for Bunny was, whether holding on to the studies discount allowed him to do more impactful things next turn, like maybe get Anchorman and Tent Trasher down in one turn, but I don't think that was ever going to be particularly realistic, so he just went with front-loading the 1 extra damage now.
Oh! I'm being quiet to work out whether that's lethal somehow, as Felkane seemed either very excited or very disappointed at that draw. I was going to say...
yeah, it is.
Oh my.
It actually is.
I was just about to say he could get, if the mech lives, he could get Sword Eater Tent Trasher down, but Felkane, who cares? That is going to be game, that is going to be the sweep, and he's going to be the victor here.
Yeah, exact mana, 32 damage. And as I said, multiple Moards is how you get the lethal over the line with the I-Beam in the end. Bunny Hopper headset off already, looking dejected as you might expect. But that's the story of the day now. It's Felkane who has done exactly what he has needed to do today, and that is defeat Bunny Hopper, look forward now to a semi-final and a potential final tomorrow, because as Lorinda pointed out to us, he could be looking as high as 10th by the end of this week if he's able to get out of it. It's not just creeping out of the relegation zone, it's catapulting out of the relegation zone. Not quite to the degree that Felkane did last week, but you can see how some of these draws and moments really meant to Felkane. But really, it was just another brutal sweep in Last Hero Standing. Not quite to the level what we saw from Boston in the previous series, but it was 3 Demon Hunters, 3 Skulls, 3 victories, and a very dejected Bunny Hopper on the other side.
Yeah, it's a rough way to lose, of course, being swept by a single deck, and it's why LHS, although a great format, can feel very punishing and a bit negative sometimes, where it's like, oh, I lost to OTK Demon Hunter 3 times, great. But I mentioned even, like, I think a day into last week, which was the first week of LHS, as soon as I saw OTK get played in Last Hero, I was like, wait a minute. This looks insane, because there just aren't that many decks that have real game against it. And once again, with everyone generally banning Priest, well, you can't ban 2 classes, right? And then you look at that and say, well, OTK just does good enough. Maybe if it doesn't sweep, but it gets, as you mentioned, like 1.5 wins per series or so, then like that's a fantastic deck. And as you can see, with the right draws, it very easily can sweep. So again, just a rough one for Bunny Hopper, of course, and I know we won't be too happy about that, but congratulations for Felkane, because both of these players effectively equally needed to win as much as the other player did. So a great job for Felkane there, and he has to, and is clearly pumped at that win due to his reaction at the end there.
Yeah, now the 2 bullies get to face off against each other. That's our solution. We're just going to send them out on the schoolyard together, and they can pick on each other in the semi-finals.
Imagine if teachers did that. Right, we're going to start this the old-fashioned way. You bullied that one, you bullied that one. Now go and try and bully each other.
That seems like a good solution. You're a jerk. You are also a jerk. Go be jerks together over there. Seems like a good way of solving things. But yeah, obviously, being facetious, Boston and Felkane just put in a couple of savage performances, really. Very one-sided series, and that means they're going to face off now in the semi-final against each other. And we are going to move on to the other side of the bracket now to see who is going to fill out those other 2 semi-final positions.
Yeah, I do feel like there's something wrong with the world today, as we have cast both Boston and Bunny Hopper, and it has been one of the quicker European days so far, with a double 3-0 in both matches. But that does mean we are halfway through the day, and we have 2 more matches left for you guys to go. So we're going to go to a break while we set up our match number 3, and don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This week we take a look at the most potent combo deck in the current meta, OTK Demon Hunter. The deck's ability to churn out huge amounts of both healing and damage make it a strong counter to several archetypes, and thus a popular choice for Last Hero Standing. The deck is heavily dependent on Skull of Gul'dan for both the draw engine and the ability to cheapen combo pieces. So obviously, Skull is the best card to keep. When it's far left, it's a snap keep even in aggressive matchups, but otherwise, the rest of your mulligan and early turns should always revolve around a simple question. How do I get Skull outcast from the left as soon as possible? When Tom60229 faces Blitzchung's Druid, he keeps Skull in the far right position as well as Scorpion on the left. He knows he wants to go Scorpid on 3, and most of the other cards in his deck will be playable in those other early turns, so the Skull can easily be moved to outcast position. The one card that could have ruined his game plan is Il'gynoth coming back from the mulligan. Even though Il'gynoth is the centerpiece of the OTK, it's also the only combo piece you can't throw away at least one copy of, and therefore it can lock the Skull in hand. When that unfortunate situation happens to Rami, his reaction says it all, because he knows he's never going to be able to get discounts off his Skull. A few turns before Disaster though, Rami kept the other two most common cards in the mulligan, Illidari Studies and Double Jump. While Double Jump can technically be used to draw and immediately outcast Skull on 7 mana, it's rare that you actually have the time or hand space to do so as OTK DH. And so it's just a fine way to begin cycling through your deck on turn 1. You're more likely to get outcast cards that aren't Skull, and of those, Spectral Sight is often fine to play on turn 2, even without outcast value. Although that does depend on how badly your hand needs card draw. And even if you do get the Skull early, it's fine as long as you can get it to the left by turn 6. That's exactly what happens with Zim versus Bunny Hopper's Miracle Rogue. He does have 4 cards and the coin left of Skull, but they're easily expended. Ooze and Fell Screamer can potentially come down on curve, the Immolation Aura is likely to see use against Bunny's early board development, and even if Zim doesn't draw a Moarg, it's usually fine to use the first Philosophy for no value in this matchup. With Demon Hunter, you've got to map out your next few turns right from the get-go, because budgeting hand space and banking mana are important to keep the fluidity of your draw and board removal. Illidari Studies is a good keep because of its flexibility. If you don't have anything to do early, it can grab card draw, and later in the game it can be removal, board presence, or disruption on demand. With only 13 outcast cards in the current standard pool, you're 23% likely to hit any one specific card you need. But most importantly, if you already have Skull in hand, Studies can get it down 1 turn earlier, as Frenetic demonstrates. When No Hands Gamer faces Luna's Rush Warrior, he gets the best of both worlds with his 2 Studies. On turn 3, faced with a bumper car, all 3 of the options from his Studies have their merits. The weapon clears on curve, the Sigil Runner keeps his cycle going, and the Vilephian can be coined out for max board presence. However, the weapon is low impact later on, and he already has a way to gain board presence. So he takes the Sigil Runner, uses the rest of his mana on another Moarg on board, and banks the discount for Skull, which was his initial and best plan. The Skull comes down nice and early on turn 5, and the Sigil Runner can also eventually be outcast from the left for further draw. He was under barely any pressure at that time because at the beginning of the game, he kept Moarg Artificer. Rush Warrior does not play any damage spells and therefore cannot abuse its effect. The Moarg is a 2-mana 2/4 with upside for No Hands, which is great for early tempo. Or, since he ripped a Philosophy off his first Illidari Studies on turn 1, a 2-mana 3/5 with upside. It's quite strong on turn 2 to challenge Luna's bumper car, and she has to respect it by the time she builds a big board or Immolation Aura is too scary. We actually saw this kind of keep and play from Glory all the way back in week 2, this time faced with mid-range Demon Hunter which doesn't play I-Beam. High 3 was forced to make trades to clear the Moarg, and I suspect this tempo keep would also have the same effect against decks like Aggro Paladin. Glory was still killing it as DH in week 5, especially versus Dawn's Rush Warrior. In addition to Double Jump and Studies, he keeps I-Beam in outcast position as a cheap, easy way to answer a potential Parade Leader, Playmaker, or Rakara early on. On turn 5, the reigning world champ definitely wants to dump that I-Beam along with his left-hand Moarg in order to free up his consecutive Skulls in the next turns. If he does only that though, he floats quite a bit of mana and his hand space becomes an issue. So, he decides to include the Fell Screamer in his clear turn, recognizing that he almost certainly won't need the discount for his combo if he gets to play 2 Skulls, and gets way ahead on board for his trouble. Identifying what you can and can't afford to throw away is key to top-tier DH play, and as early as the mulligan, Alutemu identifies that his Ethereal Aug Merchant is better on turn 1 than being held until the combo when he faces Bank Yugi's Control Warrior. With outcast position Skull and Double Jump already in hand, Alutemu can afford to keep such a niche card because his draw is already spoken for. Unless the warrior plays out exactly Armor Vendor, the Aug Merchant is unlikely to be cleared until the Outrider's Axe turn, and could have pushed 4 to 6 damage in the meantime. Unfortunately for Alutemu, Bankyugi does have the vendor, but on turn 2, he identifies that he's free to send the Og Merchant face, as Bankyugi will certainly trade it for him. In addition, he saves his double jump for turn 3 in case he gets Spectral Sight off of it. Against Control Warrior, Alutemu can definitely afford to be a bit greedier with his card draw, and floating mana is not the end of the world, especially if the hand has nothing better to do on turn 3. On the opposite end of the matchup spectrum, Killin All Day keeps 2 circumstantial cards versus Face Hunter, Immolation Aura far left, and Spectral Sight. The Immolation Aura is going to be necessary to clear early boards, so it's a keep, just like versus Token Druid. And because the Spectral is right next to it, Killin is reasonably likely to be able to outcast it. The toughest part about facing aggro as OTK Demon Hunter is timing your removal turns. Monsanto is very keen on denying a Skull turn, so ideally, Killin should fully clear the board the turn before Skull. That's why, even if he's under quite a bit of pressure, Killin holds his ground on turn 3. He's preparing for a full clear with either Moarg or Talented Arcanist plus Immolation Aura on turn 4, and saves his coin for turn 5 Skull. He'll certainly end up in a dangerous health range, but he does have Arcanist and Fellscream Blast in hand for tons of healing. And that's all for this week. OTK Demon Hunter is no doubt one of the toughest decks to pilot optimally, and if you want any more in-depth explanations, I highly recommend checking out America's Grandmaster Frozen streams because he is a master at the deck. Other than that, tune in again to GM this weekend because with all these greedy N'Zoth decks getting popular, I'm sure OTK Demon Hunter still has a place in LHS lineups. Catch you next time!
Welcome back everyone to the European Hearthstone Grandmasters. We are ready to dive into our third match of the day, and it is going to be RDU versus Frenetic. So a bit more of a potentially fast-paced match, and I don't mean in score like we've had previously, but I just think both these players are not really ones that tend to mess around in terms of taking the time over the turns.
It has historically gone that way, yeah, but if it follows the trend of the day that we've had so far, we will probably find that this will be a very fast-played series that will go 3-2, right? Because we've had historically slow players in the opening series but had 3-0 sweeps, but yeah. Frenetic, of course, was the hero of last week. We keep referring to him, you know, he was in that relegation zone and showed that with one big performance and one big week, you can drag yourself out really just flip the season on its head and just start thinking about playoffs as opposed to relegation, right? Which is a very, very big deal. So I think if he's going to continue on, he's now really looking to cement that playoff position. But RDU, having pretty much already done that, is really looking to just put some more prize money on the board, really cement his position, fight for seeding as it goes off into those playoffs. But I think it's going to be a very exciting match between two very informed players right now.
Yeah, and we do have a double priest ban here, and what interests me a lot is we're going to have a mage mirror to kick it off. So we are going to obviously see a strong advantage from whoever wins this mirror. But then the big difference for me is like one player has Rogue, one player has Hunter. And it's just that's the big difference to see who's going to get the edge from just the difference in classes there. But speaking of differences, Subtle, I believe RDU has also been converted to the School of Lunacy, as I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, he is pretty much historically just been Burn Mage plan in terms of his spell mage build.
Yeah, I absolutely think that has been the case. It's interesting to see more and more players come around. And again, I kind of organically had come to this same conclusion as well going into this week, having, you know, swung back around to Spell Mage, played it a little bit more. Like I jammed it day one after the nerfs and was really just finding I was winning the games I drew flow and losing the games I didn't. Kind of left it alone for a little bit, worked on prepping some other things, circled back around to it recently, put Deck of Lunacy back in, and did start to, you know, feel the power a little bit, as instructed by Senpai Yala in his new way of greedy Yala style playing of Deck of Lunacy cards. Did really start to see the light in how it can be useful in a lot of matchups. And I think particularly motivated by the fact that there is just nothing to do on that 4-mana play now. You can't just cast Refreshing Springwater on 4, regardless of what our graphic might mislead you to believe there, with Refreshing Springwater still in the 4-mana slot. So you kind of need something to do in a lot of positions, and sometimes that is just Deck of Lunacy, and it can fix those openings where you didn't hit the blue card in your opening hand.
Yeah, and we'll see we'll have to see, how this Mage Mirror does play out. But in terms of the lineups overall, Subtle, do you have any kind of favorite here, just based on the lineups in general and how they'll interact with the winner or loser of this game?
I think you called it out very nicely in that it is the difference between the Face Hunter and the Rogue. Obviously, that is the big difference. But it's also been the story of these two players going through the week, because RDU has had a very successful week so far with the Miracle Rogue, whereas Frenetic has been a solid Face Hunter player throughout the whole season. It's really, you know, paid out for him when he's chosen to rely on it. But just the way with Last Hero Standing works, you can see it as early as the game that will come after this one, right? As to what is your counter queue into Mage if you lose this opening game.
Right.
Frenetic has that sorted. He just jams the Face Hunter in to counter it out. Whereas if RDU loses the opening game Mage Mirror, his counter queue is a little bit more ifs and buts, right? As to, you know, what kind of matchup he wants to pick up. So I do think that Face Hunter might just come out and pay some dividends here for Frenetic if he can't get the better of the Mage Mirror straight away.
Well, we're about to start that Mage Mirror. RDU on the top, of course, does not look like he has access to a flow, but then again, neither does Frenetic. So both players have fairly even hands so far. RDU, of course, does have access to that Refreshing Springwater a little bit later on, so that might come into play if Frenetic can't get hold of some card draw anytime soon.
Frenetic, the master of routes to Incanter's flow, from what I have seen so far. Lorinda and TJ played a very interesting game of Where's My Alucia last night when they were casting Priest versus Demon Hunter. The opening turns with Mage can very much be along that same lines where you're digging for Incanter's flow, but we've seen Frenetic probably do it in the most interesting way so far, which is getting it off a Trick Totem, which he got from his turn 1 Font of Power.
Yeah, I'll be impressed if that's beat, at least this weekend, because that's just seems optimal to me. But both players having a fairly clunky opening. RDU now has access to a Phoenix. He could go for Mini Mage here, but... Oh, his hand's just kind of awkward, isn't it?
It is a touch, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out what even the plan is for the Phoenix. Of course, there's like coin Springwater X into the oh my, what's the Epex's Blast? Sorry, on the natural turn 5 for when the Phoenix will prop. He's just gonna coin Epexis now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was eyeing the Mini Mage a little bit, just because it was mana efficient. I think I used to regard Mini Mage as underrated in the matchup, and then everyone started playing Shooting Star, so I think it went down in value quite a lot. But if you look at Frenetic's list, he's actually not playing that Shooting Star, which means it's really just the Combustion that's able to take care of it effectively. Outside of that, you're getting a Devolving Missiles out of your opponent's hand, which is pretty effective a lot of the time. So I was eyeing up the Mini Mage just a little bit there because he doesn't have the huge payoff turns for the Phoenix, but Phoenix is never far from being right. It's such a powerful card with the synergies it has with the Spellmage plan.
I was just going to say, right now, after seeing Devolving, after knowing their next draw is going to cost one more because the Watchtower, I would have, I'm with RDU on this. Slamming that Mozaki seems fantastic. We can see that it will get cleaned up, but I do think the idea was completely correct there.
Yeah, so I'm just giggling now because every time RDU plays correctly around Combustion, I expect him to stare directly into the camera and say, "Are you happy now? That one's for you, Sottle, okay? Will you shut up now about my positioning?"
Look at these draws from Frenetic. He got 2 mana Refreshing Spring Water. I thought that thing got nerfed.
Still a little bit short of being able to clear this up, though. Cycle of Hatred isn't bad, but it's not great either here. It solves a little bit of the problem with the spell damage, but
I think he just has to double Combustion and just say okay.
Was that the right target?
Time runs out on me.
Interesting, right? Because he could have just straight up double combustioned the Mozaki.
Yeah, I thought that's what he was going to do.
Yeah.
And now he can't kill a Mozaki. I mean, there's no flow for RDU, but I think this pause has certainly made Frenetic think about this turn a little bit more and maybe a little bit too late.
Yeah, even with no flow, like a Mozaki just left up on the board is still scary because of Refreshing Spring Water. It just still opens up the ability to throw so much extra damage out. Obviously, the other minion just naturally had spell damage +2 anyway, so it's a lot closer than it might seem on the surface. So, I'm not going to necessarily just call that an outright mistake. But certainly my instinct there was just to remove the Mozaki because, not only can it probably stack just as much spell damage, it's just bigger, right? It's just a bigger minion that Cycle of Hatred, for example, doesn't answer on the following turn.
That's it, because if the next turn is Combustion Ping, that is 5 mana when you've played Deck of Lunacy on not Lunacy cards, right? Which seems like a huge delay to the game plan here.
Yeah.
Whereas I do think if he left the Phoenix up, he might take a punch this turn, but he has Cycle of Hatred, he has just other options going forward. How do you just trying to work out what he wants to get from this turn? Whether he wants to just cash in on the spell damage he already has with that Fireball. But I think quite rightly he's just said, you know what, Mozaki's still alive, it still has to be dealt with. I'll just play Flow now, and maybe in the small chance it lives next turn, I probably just win the game.
Yep. And I like this response. Combustion, Cycle of Hatred to pick up the 2 3/3s. He now has Nagran Slam as the follow-up. Shame that he hasn't been able to squeeze in that ring toss here, because it now means it might not come down for a couple of turns, at which point it might just be too late in the state of the game to have a real impact.
Looks like RDU might be using this Devolving Missiles to go for a Mask this turn. The Spider Egg, though, is not really what he planned on seeing.
He needed 8 to go face, specifically, right? Because then that would put Frenetic down at 12, and he would just have double Fireball and the follow-up to end the game, but that's not going to be the reality here, probably with 4 health on board.
There must be a way.
And if he doesn't have 2-turn lethal set up, Nagran Slam is going to have something very real to say about this game state.
You can't even do weird stuff, right? Like, you can't put enough minions on the board to make Nagran not good, right? Or less good, should I say? This only puts 2, right?
I can take them. Wait, not all of them.
Always tickles me how slow this animation is. There's Nagran Slam.
It looks like he checked with the Blackjack Stunner preemptively. Oh, okay. Only 1 going in.
The thing for RDU is he has Flame Strike. So he can just delete this and hope that Frenetic doesn't have any more burn to the face.
That's right. But he still does not have a clean 2-turn lethal set up right now, which means that he might just need a whole additional turn to get out of this, and that's a whole additional turn that Frenetic can draw another big board generator or another big burn to face, even if that's what it comes down to. None of those things, though.
He needs like both minions to live, right, to be able to do this, which is obviously extremely unlikely.
Now there's an ice barrier even, which can potentially mess with that, which I assume is what Frenetic took in that spot.
The thing here, though, is if RDU's got his mindset on just burn at this point, he can go intellect to test for counterspell and then just mask.
Just funny. You saw the slight look of visible confusion from RDU as he got his Blood Mage Hex, but yeah, it pretty much makes sense in that spot, right? Just deny the card draw.
Yep, gonna go for intellect. Does draw his Solarian Prime as well.
It's a big deal because it raises the effectiveness of this Apexis Blast significantly.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this trade. Again, if it's Ice Barrier, RDU has no desire whatsoever to swing face with a minion this turn or for the rest of the game. Frenetic's going to need a heal. Oh! If only there were minions. Can dump this Soul of the Forest.
Yeah, should still cheat enough mana with the Skull to be able to get himself out of this, but yeah, no way to get that Tidal Wave castable unless there's, you know, another one coming off this Skull of Gul'dan potentially, but even then that's not going to get down cheap enough now. Oh, the Cenarian Ward! The 2 mana he spent. To be fair, he had to spend 1 mana on the Soul of the Forest, right, to get it out.
Yes,
so there was no way he could have kept the 2 that he needed at the end of the turn there.
Wow, and that is that. RDU knows that there's nothing stopping him chucking these spell damage to face, and now he's going to end this game relatively quickly there. 1-0 to RDU, but as we mentioned, Frenetic had a clear plan for this outcome. So, although obviously Frenetic did not want to lose the game, he wanted RDU to be in an awkward position, Frenetic does have this face hunter, right, that he can queue into, and I'll be shocked if that is not the next pick for him, which I'll find out in just a second.
Yeah, can't imagine he's going in any other direction with this, but yeah, he was the player that could afford to lose that opener, let's say. He's still in a bad position because just the way Last Hero Standing works, we will get, you know, functional queue and counter queue now, and RDU having won the opener, he's the one that needs to get his serve broken now, essentially, right? He needs to queue a favorable and lose it in order to lose this series, or have his lineup, you know, not built effectively in a way where a matchup comes up that he doesn't have the ability to queue a favorable for. One of those two things has to happen. But I do think if he'd have lost that mirror, he was in a much, much worse position than Frenetic is now because of the potential for that face hunter to come through the other way. And even though we've been talking a lot about how effective Deck of Lunacy can be now in the matchup, you saw there that even like no flow mage, standard straight up burn at your face, was able to defeat Lunacy on the other side. And it wasn't a bad Lunacy draw. It was effective removal into Nagran Slam, which is about as good as you can possibly hope for when you do generally start off a little bit behind when you play Deck of Lunacy now, so it's the right order to draw those cards in. And it just wasn't able to get over the line in the end. So you can see just the pressure of straight up burn damage making you need something very specific from your deck, which is healing, right, to prevent that damage coming through. When you have to ask Deck of Lunacy for something very specific, that's when the weaknesses do become apparent.
And it was a big bonus to RDU that although it wasn't a flow game for him, it was a draw all you burn in the first half of your deck game, right? Which they're the ones you win in that instance, even if it's not mana reduced. But to no one's surprise at all, Frenetic does have his face hunter locked and loaded and ready to go for this game number 2. And again, it's just simply a good matchup. It's winnable by Mage, of course, but honestly, most of the time when I win this match, it's off a very good Apexis Blast minion coming down, or I've done the whole like Mazaki and then just 30 them in a turn, even when I was dead in the turn after, right? It's those kind of silly outcomes that happen, but really for me, it's about either a disruptive ring toss that's corrupted, obviously, like early as possible, or just a strong Apexis Blast outcome.
Yeah, and I did mention earlier that when I was talking about Mini-Mage that Frenetic isn't playing the Shooting Star in his deck, which is probably one of the best cards you can have against Hunter, particularly in the early game. RDU isn't either, so he is really going to have to be all in on that Incanter's Flow discount, just do things too quickly and too effectively for your opponent to deal with. And step 1 complete. as Incanter's Flow does appear in the opening hand. But I think if you've built your deck in a particularly anti-aggro way where you have Shooting Star, maybe have an Ice Barrier in there as well, you can do things. You can do bits here and there without having the Incanter's Flow start, but RDU's deck is built in the way where he basically needs this exact opening to be able to stave off the onslaught from the other side, and it's the opening that he has.
Yeah, the only thing he's missing now is a 1-cost spell, whether that's naturally 1-cost or obviously flowed, but this Firebrand could actually make a very big impact if what exactly Brain Freeze next turn comes out.
Yeah, this Firebrand is fairly disgusting.
Yeah.
You would imagine that this Combustion even would just do absolutely horrible things to your opponent, but Frenetic building a board in such a way here that Combustion actually just isn't really enough to deal with the board state.
I mean, we saw it, didn't we see it the other day, right, where the board, this kind of push was dealt with, and there was still enough hunter damage to end the game.
It was exactly Frenetic as well, yeah. I think it was Frenetic against Viper where that happened, and he looked very downtrodden when the Combustion came down in the early game to clear up this kind of spot. But it's just such a huge opening. The difference, I think, last time around is that the initial initiate also got dealt with.
Right.
It wasn't just there, beating away on the following turn.
And also as well, the pack leader didn't go to 4, right? It was still at 3, I believe, which obviously, as we've just seen, that required the whole Combustion there from RDU to deal with, and Frenetic's not letting up anytime soon. Already down to 21. RDU has to dig himself out, but yeah,
get out!
The speed in which he played Firebrand then, that was 100% a castable, and Brain Freeze was the best one.
Proceed immediately to the bin. What have you done this turn? Come on. That's disgusting.
At least for Frenetic, he has gas, right? He has the Wrangler into Trampling Rhino that he's just picked up now, so he has a next turn. Because RDU's played minions, unless like he does something very strange to get these minions dead, then Rhino's going to have a good target. Then there's Tracking, Arcane Shot, Quick Shot. So there is still plenty of gas here for Frenetic, but yes, that was the one outcome you did not want to happen.
Going to ping and preserve the Runed Orb here, functionally the same thing. I guess slightly more mana efficient here, although you can argue that, whether using a hero power over a card in hand, whether using a hero power over a card in hand is ever truly mana efficient, but all of that pales in comparison. I think what was important there for RDU was just to keep those 2 minions on board at all costs to reduce the outcome of exactly what happened. But now that that Rhino has gone face, that's pretty much undone all of the good fortune that RDU has had through the opening turns. And you can start to see now why this is such a brutal matchup, because it's hard to imagine this going any better for RDU than it actually did, and still Frenetic looks like he's got all the tools he needs to end the game.
Yeah, again, I think even though this was fantastic, he just didn't have the one big minion, right? Like the one big 5-drop, he just didn't land it safely. And as I mentioned, although RDU had this opening, Frenetic still has gas. Like, look what he's got. He's got access to all the burn in the world right now with double tracking.
Is upon us.
We can just set this up right, that he's just done, basically, next turn.
Yep.
As long as RDU doesn't deal, like 1 billion damage to him, he's okay.
I mean, he only needs 19 more, and he has 11 of that in hand with the mask already. But there is nothing he can do defensively to prevent Knife Vendor lethal. However, he can take Frenetic into draw territory as well.
Yes.
Let's not forget about that.
And now he can't.
Short though, yeah.
Yeah.
In a little bit short. But yeah, if he was going to do anything spectacular there, he needed the Spring Waters from his deck. Obviously, that was an extra discovered Spring Water that he had, so it started off at full cost, whereas the ones in his deck would have been discounted by the double flow he's already played, so would be gaining him more mana than the other ones you've been seeing. That was what he was going to need to be able to piece together anything spectacular, but wasn't able to find it in the end. So despite all of the gross things that the mage has done this turn, it is shown to be fallible. Frenetic going to get there with the Knife Vendor.
Yeah, matchup has gone as expected so far between these players. If RDU won the Mage Mirror, he'd struggle against the Hunter. If Frenetic won the Mage Mirror, I things would potentially unravel for RDU, but now it really is on RDU to decide how he needs to progress in this series, because he has his Rogue left, which is not especially strong against Hunter, at least in my slightly biased Hunter opinion, and also Rush Warrior, which, although again is fine, because it doesn't raise to the extent that Face Hunter does, and Face Hunter normally gets what it wants out of its minions within a turn of playing them anyway, that being able to then trade them off doesn't normally do much either. I think both matchups just aren't that terrible for the Hunter.
Yeah, I agree. If you look at like very high rankings, then it's a slight favourable against the Rogue and a slight unfavourable against the Rush Warrior from what I've seen. But they are both fairly close, both to the point where, you know, a little bit of skill expression either way can really just twist the matchup in your advantage. So, you know, not looking good in the position for RDU now, because he doesn't really have a clean counter queue, it worth to be saying, against the Face Hunter. But honestly, we've talked about this a lot, and I think it's natural because we're excited to come back to Last Hero Standing, right? So we want to talk about the intricacies, but it's not to say that this still wasn't a thing back when everyone played Last Hero Standing. You know, we talk about bring 4 good decks as a conquest strategy. This is a thing that people used to do back when we played Last Hero Standing as well, is I'm just going to play the 4 best decks and let everyone else figure it out, right?
Right.
Which is very much the kind of strategy that, you know, RDU is running.
And I think it's important as well is, even if you make a great read, it's not like every opponent you're going to have will have that sort of read lineup, right? Like, you will just run into matches where you go, oh, okay, like, he's the guy who brought Face Hunter. You know what I mean? And that's it's just going to happen. It's not like everyone you're against is going to have either this lineup or this lineup, and you need to pick which one you're good against. You're going to get the odd deck, right, where people have that flexibility to just do something else. And it's just, I think the key, as we've just said, RDU isn't completely ruined. It's not like I just can't win versus Face Hunter now, series over. It's just he doesn't have a strong counter. But that's as good as you're going to get, at least in my opinion, right? Where if there is an outside deck you're not really going to build your lineup for, if you're at least not super weak to it, then you've done a decent job, right?
It is going to be the Rush Warrior from RDU, which, as described, is the slightly better of the two matchups, at least on paper. I believe HS Replay has it at around 45% for the Hunter within top 1000 Legend. So, you know, no great surprise to see RDU running out with this matchup first and foremost. But Frenetic has a very strong opener of his own. However, RDU has the best possible response. Gnarg Dog on 1, Raven.
Yeah, I actually think Warmall Challenger is a big deal as well, because on this turn from Frenetic, if a Kolkar Pack Runner comes down, even if he respects the initiate enough as well, he can coin out the Challenger and just say, your sort of big threat minion in the early game is just insta-dead, right? And I think that's such a huge difference, because otherwise, even if he's playing like any other minion more or less, he's just not going to have that snap answer to the turn 2 play.
Is he not playing Felmore on 2 here?
Magical.
This is an enormous amount of power being developed, don't get me wrong. I totally see the merit of this.
Well, I think the worry is, because of the Gnarg, if he plays Felmore, then there'll be like 1 minion for RDU to swing into, right? So it won't even be a problem. Whereas I think Frenetic wants to just go a little bit wider into the weapon turn.
Well, no, because he would have done the same thing, right? He would have played Felmore the turn before, then whatever turn from RDU happens. Then he goes 3-1 drops this turn. He goes Initiate, Infestation, and plays this turn. So it's the same number of minions into the Gnarg waking up. It just feels like you're not front-loading your dormant minions. Seems a little bit strange to me.
Maybe he thinks that the dormant minion might be too slow, and it only really got played because there was nothing else that turn. Because he did push pressure a lot of earlier damage, right, by doing it the way Randy did.
Hungry, aren't ya?
Now things are starting to get a little bit dicey. Rakara's just on board right now, which is scary. And in the opposite fashion to the previous game, Frenetic doesn't have the juice, right? He has the Wrangling to Rhino, fantastic, but double Arcane Shot is not double tracking, right? Because with tracking, you can obviously like pick the options you need for the moment, whereas, well, Arcane Shot's about as simple a Hearthstone card as you're ever going to get.
Yeah, but again, there was a game changer in the previous game against RDU where the Felmore just went face in a situation where it was unfavored to do so, and it can just do that again here. And suddenly, if you're going to start counting damage, 5 extra off this 18 when you add in, what, Rhino dealing 4, right, against a 3 health minion? I guess there is now a 2 health minion left remaining with the Warmaul Challenger as well. So Rhino dealing 5, that puts him down to 8, and then a hero power and 2 arcane shots. He's only 2 short of just 2-turn lethal at that point.
Yeah. What if RDU just kills him, though? Because it's pretty close with Rakara just still on board.
Yep.
I do like the play from RDU as well. Just get that conditioning down early, who cares? Get the parade leader on the board, plan for Ogremancer next turn, and just keep pushing.
I think this is the biggest decision Fnatic will make this game. 2 extra damage, or potentially an extra turn by taking care of one of the key minions, right? The Rakara or the parade leader.
Going with my gut, I think with this hand from Fnatic, it's just the extra damage.
I agree.
What is he going to draw that's going to make this game last a turn longer worthwhile? It would have to be, like, maybe exactly Rinling's Rifle would be the draw that would extend the game, maybe?
Yeah, so the default answer to that question is his hero power. He gets to press that one more turn. But if he gets to press his hero power one more turn, all he gets back is the 2 damage he missed in the first place by not trading into the smaller minion, right?
Right.
So outside of that, you do have to then present your argument of what makes the extra turn worth it. And even then, it's a hypothetical next turn. It's not a guaranteed next turn. It doesn't necessarily exist, right?
Yeah, so it might get you another turn.
Very much in favour of doing exactly what Fnatic did here. And I kind of wanted to snap back at you, Raven, when you said, what if RDU just kills him, and ask you how? Because there's a lot of trading that needed to take place on RDU's side of the board to be able to get this done, as far as I could see it. And you see the level of respect being given from RDU to the board.
And this is just a weird game of Hearthstone right now, because Fnatic's kind of put in check by the Ogremancer until the lethal turn, but RDU now kind of has to hero power every turn, which is comfortable for, at least for the immediate future, because he has the mana to do so. Rakara number 2! Yeah. Insane. Just play it trade, right? Race! I told you, it's all about the race.
Yeah, certainly the race is on now. Now Fnatic has hit this situation. He's just in stalemate. He's just making 0 progress. It's just hero power meeting hero power, and now this is going to get melted away. I think the Warpatinger is supposed to come down there. I understand Piercing Shot is a concern, but also so is Quick Shot, right? And that is now an extra mana that you have to spend in order to empty your hand and go digging for Quick Shot.
And he also has Wound Prey for Piercing Shot, right?
That's true. Yeah, good point.
So as long as you've got one, you don't need the others.
That's fair.
Well, 12 damage from RDU here. And that's not okay. Oh, never mind. Yep. I was working out whether Troublemaker, he could do anything weird to make it work, but never mind. The weapon is just going to be enough. And wow. RDU got away with it. I'm not saying that in a negative way, it just sounds like it in my head as I said it, but he got a good win over Fnatic there with that Hunter, because that was looking awfully close just for a moment there. And like I said, with the double arcane shot, I think if those were just other cards, Fnatic could have just played the game differently, right? He could have maybe took it a little bit slower, but again, like Rakara sticking for a turn or two into another Rakara that you just can't kill was pretty backbreaking in most matchups, never mind Hunter.
Yeah, and to be clear, it still was guaranteed lethal, because all you need to do is just trade the exact 4 from the Rakara into the 3/4, and then you get exact 6 to go face instead.
Right.
The 4 damage you would have got. So you make the damage back very easally. So he did have guaranteed lethal before the top deck, but obviously the Sword Eater just made things nice and simple. But you just see the explosive power of Face Hunter coming out there, because even though that looked utterly miserable from Fnatic's point, I called out, I think the most important decision he had to make was that Rhino trade, and I think that was the most important decision, and I think he got it absolutely right. But he just needed to not draw, 2 1-drops in a row from that point. He could have potentially raced the Ogremancer over 2 turns if he had the damage to back it up, right? If he was able to look at his hand and go, okay, I play like Knife Fender Hero Power this turn, and then go Arcane Shot, Wound Prey Hero Power on the following turn, right? And actually race this situation. That was a possibility. But when he was looking at his hand and looking at an Ogremancer, and the only backup he had was Intrepid Initiate and a Wolpertinger, you just can't really justify starting to throw spells at that point, right?
It really just needed to be Piercing Shot, didn't it, to be honest, right? It just needed to be Piercing Shot, or I guess second Rhino would have been fine to work something out. But it does mean Frenetic, of course, does have to change his deck, and that means it's going to be a good old Warrior Mirror here, Subtle, as the Rush Mirrors are going to have this face-off, and this is a really tough one to play, I think. I think it's very sort of snowbally for one player if they get the conditioning especially and the other player doesn't and can land relevant minions. It gets very difficult to fight back.
It does, and we saw how impactful a curve was. We saw the reactions of the players yesterday, right, in Casey versus Bunny Hopper, when Bunny was just landing Gannarg over and over again, and then particularly in the Warrior Mirror, Casey was just, giving the old sarcastic clap over to the opponent, because I think, as important as conditioning is, and it can create big swings, without it hitting exactly the right minion, like conditioning Blademaster is obviously fantastic, and conditioning with the Murloc can be a decent consolation prize. But if you're able to curve out and go, Gannarg into Bumper Car or whatever else, when you're able to do...
Lead your gaze to the top of the screen, please.
Whenever you're able to do exactly what RDU is doing in this game, even if you're not backing that up with the conditioning as RDU is, it still takes 3 or 4 turns for even the larger minions in the other hand to catch up with that, right? Even if they have conditioning landed on them. And we saw that from Casey's series, where even though Casey had these huge minions, he just ran out of value, whereas Bunny just curving out and just being very effective and sticking to the board was able to win over time over the course of the matchup. But RDU honestly just has the best of both worlds right now, with the minion curve and the conditioning to back that up.
This is what I find tricky about this deck, though, is situations like this. Like, a huge part of me would want to play conditioning this turn because it's like the safest turn to do so for now. I know, of course, it's only the rank 1, but he could just swing into the 1-3 with his weapon and then carry on with his day. It does buff the Warmaul Challenger, and the Crab Rider, which are minions you want to have that instant board impact. He could just play the Challenger instead, but I do feel like if he does that and then maybe draws dead next turn, he's in a bit of a tough spot.
I like this, honestly. I think there's always a fear, right, when you start playing out all your minions from your hand. It's like, well, how good is this conditioning going to be anyway? I think because he has Bumper Car on board, he's always going to get some kind of value out of the conditioning, regardless of how small his hand becomes. I think with that Troublemaker and with the board in his favor, I think he's in a pretty good spot where just curve out, buff up your hand on 5, and then land the Troublemaker on 8, buffed up, and it should be just like a big game-ending threat that Frenetic's not able to come back from.
Yeah, I guess I was worried about is how much the board is going to be in his favor, because although Warmaul Challenger is a great minion, it's a 1-attack minion, which might not really do too much. But now, with Playmaker and the Dark Moon Riders, then we can have a different conversation now, Sol, because this hand looks sick. Frenetic, on the other hand, just needs something to combo into, I guess, right? He needs something to be able to Parade Leader, Dark Moon Rider, or Crab Rider into to then fight and get that board back so we can land the Rakara and the Tent Treasure. Easiest run thack of his life?
It's the easiest run thack of my life. I don't know if RDU is leaning anywhere different.
It just can't be.
But now, do you jam it this turn, or do you still go Conditioning Crab Rider? Because they're both pretty effective at chewing through this board. I guess if you were going Conditioning Crab Rider, you would actually Athletic Studies last this turn, I would imagine. just to be able to bank the mana for the following turn.
I think you jam it mainly because, one, it's just good. You clear off the enemy minion. And also, it's got 4 health, right? So it is going to demand something reasonable from your opponent. Whether it's a weapon swing plus one of the riders, that is still a decent ask of your opponent. And it already just pre-buffs everything to an extent where condition's just going to make it even stronger. So I actually like this choice from RDU.
And the cards on the right of RDU's hand that he's just buffed, what are those called again?
Dark Moon Riders, are they not?
Okay. No, they are. It's just for some reason, I've never made this connection before. There's something about the way that you say Dark Moon. Whenever you say it, I hear Dark Moomin Rider. I think like
no. I
One Punch Man Season 3 spoilers, like Dark Moomin Rider coming back.
I wanted to say multiple times, how does the artwork not just have a bicycle in the background? Like, what? Who missed it? Who missed the trick there? I'm just asking, because that would have been sick.
Now I feel obliged to make the consecutive normal Rush Minions joke, but there we go, it's done.
How does RDU want to go about this? Because either way, I imagine conditioning comes down this turn. I don't think there's going to be a better turn because he can just conditioning, stage dive and just play one of the riders to kill this 5-2, and then really go big with Playmaker next turn, right?
Why, that order doesn't make any sense. If you were going to stage dive, you stage dive first, because you give it +2/+2.
Was it corrupted? Oh, right, sure. You give it more.
+2/+2
yep. No, you're right. You're right.
Is just bigger.
Well, look, all I mean is play those cards this turn, okay?
But yeah, when I say, like, because he went conditioning first, I was relatively sure he was going to take a different line, because, yeah, doing it that way doesn't make any sense. And I'm relatively confident RDU is a better player than you and wouldn't make the same mistakes.
We'll see.
Fight.
Look, I'll concede it, right? At Battlegrounds, yes.
Oh, shade. Amazing. I'm looking forward to not being the caster that's in trouble in RDU stream chat this week.
That's fine. You'd have to go in his stream chat to care, right?
Wow! Whoa! Raven, oh my god. Wind it back in, mate. Come on. Jeez.
Most importantly, though, I do like that RDU did try to do the, I guess the hallowed play, right, of landing a Playmaker for a whole turn, because if that stuck around, which it could have done,
what?
and...
What?
Wait.
Raven,
did he just miscount mana?
Yes, he did. That's exactly what happened.
No, this shouldn't... You just lose if a Playmaker survives a turn. I think that's in the rules.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. Yep, RDU's confused. That's his confused face. He's like, wait.
Yeah, and that is Frenetic's devastated face. This is not the follow-up that he was going to want to the previous week. And in classic Hearthstone fashion, you give it an inch and it takes a mile. Of course this was a mistake. Of course it deserves to be punished. But you have to feel a little bit of sympathy to just how brutal the punish ended up being.
And especially in a matchup like this, like a moment... Just that 1 second of attention loss or just something happened has just almost certainly caused him to lose this game, right? Because how does he come back from this? How does he even deal with this board? Never mind the Troublemaker that's coming down next turn that's Omega buff. I'm not even sure what the stats are on that Troublemaker, but they may as well be 100-100.
They are 10-12.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
And trust me, no one's more upset about this than Frenetic himself.
Right.
Because no one feels more upset about mistakes like that than the player, because it just shouldn't happen. But now, he's got to focus on digging himself out.
Right? We need to contextualize, right? Because Frenetic has kind of felt like he's done his job almost, right? And you'd be forgiven for thinking that that's done, right? He's survived relegation, right? He dragged himself out. He's not one of the players being relegated anymore. But his week last week was so good because he ended up actually winning the tournament that suddenly he does get that complete flip where he's like, I can go to playoffs now. Yeah. So suddenly he's actually on the verge of having a really, really good season. And that's where a series like this and really building up and going back to another semi-final, maybe even making back-to-back finals, back-to-back victories, that's playoffs form. That's World Championship form. But you can't afford to be throwing away games like this if you're going to be in that spot.
Yeah, and none of these players are okay with just not being relegated, right? They wouldn't have made it to Grandmasters if they were just okay with mediocre kind of performance, right? They want to win, they want to be at the top, and Frenetic's mistake there might have and probably did just cost him that game and that series, as RDU is going to take it.
Honestly, Raven, I can think of a couple of players where even just surviving would be too big an achievement for them, and they'd be happier being relegated. But good riddance to them is all I can say.
Where you were going with it, I was like, what's the line here? And I was like, okay, full savagery. So I was trying to one-up me because of my comments about RDU.
I know, dude. You can't actually be the most savage caster in the pair. I have to go in. You give me only one choice.
I'm trying out a new style this week.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, you see it. There it is. Exactly the moment. You see it, right? It's just brutal. And the punish is so multifaceted because not only did he did he ruin his mana that turn and not be able to kill the playmaker, but then having essentially skipped that turn, do you know what he really needed to be able to clear the board effectively?
Was it a playmaker?
Sorry, a parade leader, not a playmaker.
Yeah, I'm just copying what you said.
Yeah. My mistake.
It's tough as well because, and this is not, make excuses for the Grandmasters, but it happens, right? Sometimes you start making a turn and you go, hang on a minute, there's just not enough mana for what I want to do, and it was clearly not enough mana by 1 there for Frenetic. So unfortunate, but like I said, no one will be more disappointed than him. But RDU does make it though, and as you mentioned at the start of the day, he's now really running for that contention of that first place finish for Grandmasters, right? Because he's right up there with the likes of one of our players from our next match, which is going to be Yala.
Exactly right. Yala is going to have something to say about that, and he's going to have something to say about that very, very shortly, because it's his series, our final series of the day now, going up against Letta. And this one might be spicy, because so far, I believe Yala has been leaving up the Priest, and Letta has a pretty interesting build of Priest that he is keeping up his sleeve for moments exactly like this. So this one could go in all sorts of directions.
Yeah, so if you want to stay tuned for the rare moment that I want to see a Priest game, then make sure you do stick around. We'll be right back while we set the next game up. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to kick off our fourth match of the day, and it's going to be Jarla versus Letta. It's going to be a very interesting one because Jarla, especially known for his love of Warlock, and the direction he's going, it has seemed to work so far, Subtle, because we've not really seen too much Warlock in the European region, at least.
No, not a great deal. It has been more prevalent in the other regions, I would say, but Jarla clearly coming at this where he is doing things a little bit differently for everyone else. We are seeing almost universal priest bans across the board in Europe, whereas Jarla is choosing to very deliberately leave that priest up and then saying it doesn't matter what deck you ban from my lineup, I have a counter queue ready for your priest. So that then gives me flex ban throughout the series. I can just literally look at the percentages and see what statistically the best deck is to ban out from your lineup. That's been Miracle Rogue primarily throughout the week so far for him. But it does mean that we now have our first series of the day where not one but both priests are available. But as mentioned before the break, Letta is doing something a little bit different with his.
He is, yeah. Jarla's Warlock has been banned, so Letta's shown a lot of respect here. But yeah, his priest is cool, basically. So it is running the N'Zoth package, which we have seen before, but it's also running those double Clockwork Giants. And against Jarla, Jarla is running Weapon Rogue once again. But against the other two decks, like the priest and the mage, you have to say that those Clockwork Giants are just extremely likely to at least deal a lot of pressure and get some value out of it there. So I just love the way he's built this deck overall, and I think it's going to be a pretty tough one for Jarla to take a win with if he can't queue his rogue up against it.
Yeah, and I do believe it was our Lord and Savior Wyra who was doing this originally. He posted that he free rolled an open cup just by having 6 Clockwork Giants in his lineup or something like that, and then people started to experiment with it. But I think there's also been a new wave of experimentation where people are just trying to slip N'Zoth into decks, and they're just trawling through their collection going, okay, what bad cards can I put in my deck now that I have N'Zoth in there? Let me just search for different tribes, see what's a mech, see what's a pirate, and see what utter garbage I can slip into my deck with the excuse that it buffs up my N'Zoth. And I do think there's a factor of that going on, but honestly, the cards that you can fit in Priest, Clockwork Giant, you described, it's the mech, right? It fills the tag, and it can come down very, very cheaply against a lot of decks in the metagame. And then outside of that, Light Shower Elemental is your Elemental, and South Sea Scoundrel is your Pirate. They're cards that have seen play in GM already in various lists, right? So I don't think the Priest in particular sacrifices too much to be able to play that N'Zoth.
And do you want me to phrase something in a way that will make N'Zoth seem insane?
Okay.
So you put all these, okay minions, let's call them, in the deck, right? Would you rather do that and play N'Zoth, or would you rather put Cthulhu in your deck to beat control matchups?
Well, if you're going to put a gun to my head, I'm picking N'Zoth in that one.
There you go.
For sure. But if there's one thing more certain than me not putting Cthulhu in my deck, it's Jarla reaching a quarterfinal, because as you can see, GM, every regular season quarterfinal that's been available, Jarla has been in them. He is. We need different superlatives for him, because we're running out at this point, and just calling him consistent just really doesn't do the job. It's the right word, because he doesn't really put up those spectacular wins, right? He won Hearthstone Global Games with the Czech Republic. But outside of that, he doesn't really put in spectacular performances. It's not even a perennial second place like we've seen with some people like Dog in the past, who kind of just build a reputation for always finishing second. It's just always top 16, top 8, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 32, over and over and over and over again in every single tournament since the beginning of time for Jarla. So it's a ridiculously solid performance through multiple different iterations of the Hearthstone competitive systems.
Yeah, he is simply just gravity. He's just always there. So there you go. That's one we can make up. Letta is going to be at least kicking things off on the Warrior. And again, just a deck I think you talked about yesterday where it seems to sort of be an ebb and flow kind of style deck, where one week it feels like the best deck in the game, next week it's just non-existent, then it comes back again. And I guess it is just one of those decks that preys on certain meta, right? And what's going to be strong at any given moment. Because when you look at, everyone's bringing Rogue, for example, then you think, okay, well, Warrior might be good. We've seen an influx of Paladins, which I also think Warrior is strong against. So it does just seem to just fit in at the right time here.
Yeah, and I do think Warrior is kind of tied in popularity to that Rogue. And I think the reason why we're seeing upswing in Warrior again is because we're seeing upswing in Rogue. I think Rogue has a lot of momentum behind it. You know, a lot of the people who are warring away at the very top ranks of ladder right now are doing so with Rogue, and they're seeing that with a little bit of finesse and a little bit of creativity, you can come out of even some of the most difficult matchups unscathed with that Rogue. So since you're betting on Rogue being almost ever present throughout the field with Miracle Rogue, then suddenly Rush Warrior becomes a very attractive proposition, like you were saying. However, that then flips on its head when instead of the Miracle Rogue, you're going to be bringing Weapon Rogue instead, which, you know, in this case, both of these players are. We've seen Letter's level of success with his double self-sharpening sword, but obviously Yala has been the Weapon Rogue player so far throughout the two last hero standing weeks of Hearthstone Grandmasters. So that does put the Rush Warrior in a slightly different spot than it would be in your average series, and it really does feel like, you know, everyone else's series are doing one thing, and then you get to the Yala series here in Europe, and it's just a completely different story because of the way that he is approaching the matchup by leaving Priest up.
Yeah, and just one last, I guess, big difference between the lineups is Letter just isn't bringing Mage. And again, although I respect, you know, trying something a little bit different, for me, Mage just feels like a go-to and almost a guaranteed pick, purely because of its ability to sweep, or its ability to just steal one extra win, right? It can win its first game and maybe just grab a second one out of nowhere, just because of the nature of how explosive certain draws can be. So that's my, although I love Letter's lineup in general, that's my one worry, is just because it doesn't have Mage in it. You just don't have some of that potential X factor in LHS.
What do you think about this lineup? Well, it doesn't have Mage in it, therefore not a fan.
I am a fan though. Maybe Clockwork Giants just outweigh not having Mage. I don't know. We'll have to see.
But you can see the far-reaching implications of leaving up Priest and getting to ban something else with the way you build your lineup, right? Because now, Yala's kicked out with his Mage. Letter has queued a slight unfavorable in the Rush Warrior into that Mage. And now, if he loses this game to the Mage, well, kind of, then what, right? Like, because it's Letter's had his Rogue banned and not his Priest. So suddenly, where is his counter queue deck for the Mage at that point? He has to then rely on Libram Paladin, I guess, at that point. Maybe the weird build of Priest kind of has some advantages that I'm not necessarily seeing in the Mage matchup, and he goes up queuing that instead. But you can just see how different the series become when Yala gets involved because of him just leaving up Priest, and it really does change the dynamic of the series.
I will say, though, the Priest has double Ogremancer, Light Shower Elemental for additional healing, and the Clockwork Giants, which are all good cards against Mage, so maybe that actually outweighs the Libram Paladin here. But Yala, in true theme, as we've mentioned of the European Grandmasters, does have access to Flow on 2.
Does he now?
He also has access to Deck of Lunacy, and if it's something I know about Yala, it's if he can play Deck of Lunacy, oh, he will.
I was going to say, how convinced are you of Flow on 2 here, Raven? Because I'm not sure that's going to be the case.
I think if you'll rewind to the old video, I said he has the option of Flow on 2. I didn't say he was going to use it.
I think actually you said he has access to Flow on 2. If we're being entirely
that was a test that you were listening. Good job.
Yes.
1 gold star for Sottle. Here, though.
Imagine not listening to what your co-casters.
What? Doesn't go for the Ganag, at least initially, wants to open the box and see what's available for him in the rush pool.
Kind of digging this 8 health on the Rusty Raider.
Oh, really? Okay. I was thinking of Warsong Outrider because for some reason I'm feeling negative right now, and I'm thinking it could be a good way to answer a minion from Apex Blast.
Okay. I can see that.
And it's just that little bit cheaper, right? If the reduction sticks.
Whoa, okay. Completely out of right field, I guess, since that was the one on the far right. But yeah, was not expecting that one to come down.
Just checking if Letter's running N'Zoth in his Warrior. It would be a good pick if that was the case. He is not, but maybe he's just planning on having the option to hold on to that until he plays Watley.
Really? Really? I'm honestly constantly so surprised by some of the sequences that Yala plays out with this deck. Deliberately, with full knowledge, none of this was a top deck. He had all of the knowledge involved. He just played Flow on 2 and then coined Lunacy. This is just the deck he wanted. Very strange to me.
He's just done the mental gymnastics and just been like, no, this option includes all the cards I want for this match.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Next.
Yeah. Again, and like I've tried to make this point before and failed, but I think we focus a little bit too much on like what Incanter's Flow does with specific card pools, and just like playing Incanter's Flow first means you cheat 1 less mana per card than Deck of Lunacy, just straight up, right? Pools aside. So you do have a slightly weaker deck in comparison to what your original deck was, which I think is the part that people forget to factor in. But yeah, obviously, you know, Yala clearly has something very deliberate in mind that he wants to do with this deck setup. If there's ever someone I'm willing to go to school with when it comes to playing Deck of Lunacy, it is Yala.
Interestingly enough, this generally is a good Apexis Blast, right? You can get it down on turn 4, seems good, but just do it to face and then have already minions and weapon to go, and this is clearly what he was after, Sol. He knew.
This is it. This is why he does it. He just wants those 7 drops really, really badly so he can hit Celestial Alignment. It's a very bad deck to be playing it out against, though, I would argue, on average. Like, obviously, his deck becomes incredibly explosive when he plays Celestial Alignment, but playing against Rush Warrior, especially after they've just jammed the Watley, I think is not an overly attractive proposition when the threat of Alexstrasza, Troublemaker, all these big Rush minions are able to come out later in the game.
I'll tell you what, though, Yala's just one beast away from a good time right now, isn't he? I mean, look at that hand.
True.
Start with Springwater. Oh, I just want to see alignment. I just think Yala's going to win if he plays it, because historically that has been true.
He'll just get Troublemakered. Like, how does he win from there? I don't understand.
Just like rip Twisted Nether somehow. He'll be fine.
Okay.
He is in a tricky situation, though, isn't he? Because let's just remove all Celestial memes aside. What does he actually do versus this board? Never mind what you can expect to see in the next couple of turns.
Yeah.
Is this just down to just Apexis Blast the Watley at this point?
It might be. The problem is, like, how cheap then Tent Trasher would be, and you know that your opponent's just played Watley, so they have a good chance of having Tent Trasher in hand.
Yep.
So they can arguably then just clear your Apexis Blast minion for 2 mana from hand with a Tent Trasher, which is particularly scary. So I actually kind of like this diversion a little bit more and just spread wider, take care of more of the board, and just look to speculate into your opponent's hand a little bit more before you throw out.
Look at this turn, though. Flesh Hoof Tent Trasher. Oh, no, it'll be 3. Oh, the reduction, never mind. Thought he'd have enough.
Yeah, that's right. He'd lose the Athletic Studies buff, right?
No.
And there's not really much value to try and do Playmaker Tent, right? Like, that doesn't really achieve too much.
Nope.
It's not like there's a big minion he wants to trade into.
Parade Leader Samuro seems okay if he just wants to get as aggressive as possible and ship all the damage to...
What about Parade Leader Flesh Hoof? Like, that's just a big minion at that point.
It's a pretty freaking big minion, isn't it?
Because I think at this point, I don't know if just Samuro down this board is sort of aggressive enough, right? Especially against Deck of Lunacy. I think Letta wants to really put his foot down on this game.
That's fair.
Okay, it's going to go halfway, get the 8/8 on the board, but use this Dark Moon Riders to actually just trade off this final minion instead of the Parade Leader.
Initiation can get him the Fleet Hoof Pearl Tusk if he drops like a Dire Frenzy. No, if he cast Dire Frenzy, he'd have to cast it on the Pearl Tusk.
I mean, that's a big minion, Sol.
It is, but you then wouldn't be able to kill it with the Brain Freeze and Initiation, which was the entire point.
What if he just
of
Dire Frenzy Brain Freezes it and deals with it next turn?
That seems ambitious.
Well, look, Yala has played Celestial Alignment before. He's played Deck of Lunacy at every opportunity. I think Ambition is Yala's middle name. Like, what would there'd be 11/11 4-mana Rush minions?
5.
Oh, sorry, 5.
Out on me. I wonder.
Still. Point stands.
I mean, they're pretty big. Okay, I mean, let's engage with this line of thinking. So if you just freeze it this turn, what's the plan for killing it next turn?
I've not got that far.
Well, then it's a problem, isn't it? If you're going to
let me do a cool Dire Frenzy. It's not like I get to do it in Hunter anymore.
Okay, fair enough.
He's just going to get rid of the threat, though.
Yeah, it was just such an awkward turn, right? Like, all he needed was something to combo Brain Freeze for 2 mana or less. And then he could just go something, Brain Freeze, Initiation, get a monstrous minion on his side of the board, trade off 1 more minion on the other side. And would have had a really, really powerful swing turn, but just didn't have any option because the only thing that was available was Dire Frenzy, which obviously just didn't work for the reasons we discussed.
The good thing here, though, is this appears to have at least stopped the stomping from the Flesh Hoof, right? So Libram of Hope is likely to be able to come down next turn, along with that Brain Freeze as well, to just buy him some more time and, of course, land that 8/8 Divine Shield on the board.
I gotta move. Maybe.
Let's just go in with a slightly slower approach here, just going Ganaga, armor up. Could have tried to sort of preload a Parade Leader or a Playmaker that turn instead.
Devouring Plague lining up now. Yala not really hitting the explosive plays that he needs, but again, that's kind of emblematic of the style of Lunacy deck he has, right? The one flow Lunacy deck generally doesn't do as explosive a thing as the full cost one.
Yeah, it's definitely trickier to manage, but again, I imagine, yeah, this Libram of Hope's going to come down. Not going to bother with Brain Freeze here. Going to let Letta do what he wants with this board for now. Suddenly, with Parade Leader, he can probably get a lot done here in terms of just value, well, not value trading, but trading it down with from-hand minions instead of having to use his board.
Yes, we have talked about this before, but when you get to play Playmaker and Parade Leader in the same turn, it just does not matter what your opponent has on their board. It's dead. His hand is now going to become absolutely flooded with riders. The Libram of Hope absolutely smashed through on the other side, and now even this, just playing out a 1/1 here, represents so much extra damage on board.
I like it. He's got plenty of stuff in his hand, and this is just more damage that Yala has to clean up. And again, at this point, Letta would be afraid of... I'm thinking of just Core Mage cards, of which he has 2. Yala has 2 in hand, right? He'd be afraid of, like, is Mask even really a fear? Yes, you've got some 1-health minions, but you've also got the Pirate defending against Mask, and even the Playmaker and Parade Leader have 3 health.
Yeah. Ice Barrier can buy some time here, I guess. Counterspell generally considered quite effective against Rush Warrior in particular, because there are very few spells they can use to test with. They want to be able to land a conditioning. However, I do think in the position that Jarla's in, he doesn't really have that luxury. He needs to be concerned with Ice Barrier first and foremost. And takes rigged fair game, yeah, which is ambitious, but I like where his head's at, because right now he is very much suffering for card draw.
Right. And also it's one of those things where, well, if he doesn't clear the board, he's going to lose.
Yeah.
So to win the game, he needs to clear the board, in which then rigged helps him outright, so it makes sense.
Weapons for my master!
Pretty nice, actually. If Letter can test the secret with a Dark Moon Rider and then just drop Troublemaker, right?
Yeah, just check for Mirror Entity first.
Yeah.
It would be bizarre to pick Mirror Entity at this point as Jarla when you know that the hand is just full of Dark Moon Riders, but there's still no reason not to test for it, right, with the hand that you have.
Yep, just even if this 1-1 achieves nothing for the rest of the game, it has done a decent job. It can go home happy.
There's the test for Oasis ally. See Letter furrows his brow, a little bit confused as to what's going on now.
I gotta move! You're in my school now! Job done.
But Jarla needs something massive here. He needs like Skull off the top. Obviously still possible. He still has 6 mana cards in his deck which have a huge density of card draw. They have just come from his 4 mana cards originally as opposed to his 3 mana cards originally.
Okay, Chaos Nova. It's not enough, but it's something.
Yep. Yeah, worth knowing as well with like a conventional build, you still have just as much card draw on average when we're just factoring in the 6-drops when you do it this way, because the standard mage deck starts with 4 mana cards in their deck now, right? 2 ring tosses, 2 fireballs, and then most also have 4 3 mana cards, right? 2 arcane intellects and 2 combustions. So those are the cards that can potentially be your 6-drops, whether you play 1 Incanter's Flow first or not. So you just have the same amount of, potential nourishes, Skull of Gul'dan, Hand of Gul'dan, all that good stuff. So even though I would argue that Jarla has deliberately made his deck a little bit less impactful, he is still entitled to draw just as much card draw as usual with the way that he's done it, and has just kind of whiffed on that so far.
And now, honestly, probably sounds a little bit weird to say, but Letter's got a lot on this Troublemaker, right? Because the rest of his minions are good, don't get me wrong, but they're not huge threats immediately, right? Like, nothing to rush into for this run thack, no true value gain from Tent Trasher apart from it just being a decent-sized minion. Like, all of this kind of requires your opponent to have things on the board to be threats. But maybe, again, seeing that Jarla's kind of struggling, maybe it's just like Parade Leader, and then just play Run Thack, play Crab Rider or something, and just set up an actual just high damage board.
I absolutely want to play Run Thack this turn. Your opponent just floated 5 mana and did not have a way to kill a 6/3 Troublemaker.
Right.
They absolutely do not have a way in hand to kill a 5/7 Run Thack. So for sure, get that down and start beefing up some of these riders and so on that you have in hand. Yeah, it's just absolutely has not been the game so far for Jarla. He has clearly had the power of lunacy on his side up until this point, but he's deciding enough is enough, and we are going back to turn 1.
Oh.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's just funny.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he can just face tank this?
I think the fear, and this is a very niche fear, and I think it's what Letter is considering, is if he doesn't have the weapon anymore, say that there is a top deck Twisting Nether or some nonsense here from Jarla, right? Then there's not necessarily any... Oh, never mind, it's just lethal.
It's lethal,
Forget all of that. Face tanking it is good. Okay.
Yeah, it turns out, face tanking it was correct as Leto wins the game there against Yala. A few things to think about, but he did get through it in the end. And wow, that was just an uphill climb there for Yala that just never really paid off with that Lunacy. And again, I'm not saying, oh, he shouldn't have played Lunacy, blah, blah. Of course, we've seen him do great things with that card, and the card is strong, but it just didn't really come together that game, right? And Letta it felt like he was just ahead throughout pretty much most of the game.
Yeah, and right up until the point it twigged that was lethal, I was going to make the point that I actually felt like holding on to the time vortex that you throw into the middle of your Hearthstone broadcast. Holding on to the Fiery War Axe was very important, because if he was to use the War Axe there, chew through, and then say like Twisting Nether or something comes off the top, he then wouldn't be able to defend Rigged Fair Game anymore, right? Because all of his minions just have Rush and he can't necessarily go face, and suddenly 3 card draws might have got Yala back into that. But yeah, I wasn't accounting for the fact that trading inefficiently was better because they were both Rush minions, right? I was looking at trading 3 and then 5 into the 8/8, but instead obviously just using the 2 Rush minions to overtrade it ended up being better. But from Yala's perspective, yeah, I still have questions, and he has done this in the past, and I've still never got to the bottom of it, where he very, very deliberately chooses to go with what I would call the weaker deck of Lunacy deck by playing Incanter's Flow first. In situations where it's not very specifically like Face Hunter, right? You know, Weapon Rogue. Situations where you very clearly want 3 or 4 Libram of Hopes in your deck, which is the 1 9 mana spell that you can manipulate. Overall, I think that version of the deck is weaker, and I've now seen a couple of spots where Yala has chosen to go for it deliberately. Usually, he gets rewarded for it, so I've never really questioned it too much. But so now in the worlds of results-oriented caster thinking, I now get to pile on the pressure, as he did look like his deck was a little bit of a damp squib there with the discount coming first.
And now with Letta being on his Rush Warrior once again, of course, it means Yala's got a choice between his Control Priest or his Weapon Rogue. And it looks like, I was going to ask you, what would you favor here with the Control Priest or Rogue in this scenario? But already looks like those questions have been answered, as Yala is going to be on this Priest.
Yeah, this is a very good matchup for the Priest in the way that the Warrior has panned out. These days, it's a very strong matchup because the Warrior's been slimmed down to the point where they really don't get through that much of their deck, right? There's Watley, which is a very good card engine, but outside of that, they really don't draw that many cards. So if you can beat their one hand and then their one big refill with like bumper cards or whatever, and then their one big conditioning, they kind of just run out of stuff and flail around helplessly. Whereas very early on in the meta, I think before No Hands Gamer got his hand on Rush Warrior, the original iterations of Rush Warrior were playing like Outrider's Axe, for example, which was suddenly 2 copies of Outrider's Axe was drawing you 6 extra cards over the course of the game, and that was just, you know, whole extra conditioning that you could get hold of, even more minions in hand to buff up with that conditioning, and that made greedy matchups like Priest very different. But now this slimmed down version, very happy being the Priest, I think.
Okay, we'll see if it pays off here. And yeah, so this is where it's tricky, right? Because let's just live in the world where Yala wins with Priest. Then Letta probably just queues his Priest? Or do you think the Paladin would be a better matchup? I don't even know. We can talk about that later. The plays have already started. I'll be honest, I thought they were going to take longer to start. So here we go. Yala on the top with Priest, and Letta on this Warrior once again. Not a bad start for Yala, actually, at least in terms of just having proactive things to do.
Yeah, snap pick on the Rakara there for Letta. Nice, honestly, just to have a playable minion this turn, because he has not really got off to the ideal start here. Yala just picking up those chunky mid-range dragons already with the Onyx Mage Scribes, which I think are pretty much ideal here. Now, personally, I'm of the opinion that, you know, this matchup kind of sucks and you should just try and do scammy things like landing a Rakara on the board. But obviously it does get answered very cleanly straight up by Holy Smite if it's to come down on the other side. So it is a big risk, and he can even choose to hold on for a long term, just drop the conditioning here, and then just cheat out a Runthak instead in the early game by using the Athletic Studies buff long term to land that minion instead. But personally, I've had a little bit of success with just trying to cheat out Rakara and just kind of running away with the game early on against Priest.
And Yala is only running one Holy Smite in his list, right? So it's about as good as it's going to get in terms of you getting away with it.
Right.
Oh no, that's a minion you play on curve. Maybe not in this matchup, but it is a minion that we've seen work wonders. What was it yesterday in the last match when ETC just sat on the board all game and just dealt 1 billion damage?
Yeah, it just got played on turn 2 and just pushed like 20 by the end of the game. It's kind of ridiculous. They're choosing to go with this 1-2 curve now. By dropping the conditioning, he does pull the Rakara outside of the range of that 1 Holy Smite in Yala's deck, but it does slow him down by a turn. He's also going to need his deck to be a little bit kind to him here, because he currently does not have a particularly impressive follow-up to this turn.
He doesn't, but if you're... Because of the way Rakara works... If you are going to play a minion with it, ETC's not a bad one. Yeah, due to Hysteria, I mean, that's also a good one.
That is the draw. 3-8 at the end of the turn. Rakara goes face. Rakara's now a Yeti. Does mean that the Hysteria, I believe... No, even the Hysteria... I think that... be saved on 1 attack, I believe, right? No, it would still clear. Be fine.
Yeah, on the Rakara, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
I wonder.
So it attacks once, goes down to 2, and then up to 3, and then on the second attack, it doesn't survive, so it doesn't get the buff again to survive.
Just got to make sure you Hysteria the correct minion, because if you did it on the Challenger, things would look a little bit different.
Is the kind of start that can run away with it, though. Yala's hand very minion heavy, very removal light right now. Psyche Split honestly might just be the go-to here. Though I guess Power Word Fortitude, maybe you can turn these Onyx Mage Scribes into spells quick enough that gets cheap to play with the Blade Master Samurai.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out what Psyche Split on Rakara would do here.
Exactly.
And if that's going to be enough.
It wasn't necessarily Psyche Split on Rakara, but just, Psyche Split on a rush minion on your opponent's side of the board, just to actually fight back against some of this, because right now, Yala is just desperate for some removal, just doesn't have it right now.
I thought you just got to say dead. It's like, Yala's just dead. It's looking that way.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, what Letter really has to do is say, okay, Yala has floated 3 mana. He's done very little this game. What's likely to be in hand? Well, he knows there's a dragon. 100%, and he knows there's a couple of spells. One thing he has to constantly consider now is Hysteria. That's priority number 1.
And if you're following his eyes, eyebrows, and lips, carefully mouthing to himself, I think that's exactly what he's doing this turn. And it's very complicated because he currently has Rakara in play. But I think that is the implication of everything that he's testing. What does Hysteria mean if I play this? What does Hysteria mean if I play nothing? Should I just play my biggest minion, go face? Answer, probably yes.
Well, there's also weird questions, depending on how good you are at the maths and how deep you want to go, of do I not attack with 1 minion and attack with another one to make Hysteria better?
Yeah.
Right? Because it counts. It's a big deal.
Can I create a situation where Yala would have to Hysteria exactly my run thack to get a board? In which case, we take those.
And in which case, you just play the 100-100 ETC and just win the game. What does he even do?
It's such a janky hand, right? No Zyrella, which would just pair so perfectly with the Desperate Prayer. He's still a little bit away from the Samuro and Apotheosis combination. He didn't pick up the additional buff to go alongside that, so even then, a 3-attack Samuro is actually just barely putting a dent in this board.
And it's not a matchup where you can just say, okay, I'm in a bad spot, Elucia, go. Because what does Warrior have that deals with this? There's no devolving missiles. Oh, and this just doesn't kill anything.
It just doesn't kill anything at all, no.
It's just... Now he has a minion. I mean, fair play. Runthack does the good thing in that Yala's hand is full of minions. So, okay, makes sense. But it's the fact that, how much damage is he going to take now? 14? So he can do 18 this turn?
Yep, 2 of these are additional rush minions in play. That's a bumper car as well. Oh, this is so much damage stacked up over the next 2 turns now with ETC and bumper car. Like, we are a playmaker away from a good time, Raven.
Well, even now he can do 20, right? Because he can actually trade the bumper car off and then play a 1 cost with the ETC.
True, yeah. And then 14 more goes face, and you get 4 more extra. It's actually 22, is it not?
Oh, is it? So hang on,
So.
14.
14 plus 4 from the
18.
minions that you have, and then plus 4 more from 2 more rush minions. 22, I think it's 1 off.
I gotta move.
Yeah.
I think because it's 1 off, you just
don't do it.
ETC. Yeah.
Because
look for more rush minions to pair with it.
Because guess what? Jarl's going to have to play some minions at some point in this game. If he wins the game, he is playing minions, so then just wait, right? Also, he's just creeping close to Alex Straza at this point as well.
Right.
There's Hysteria. Jarl, close your eyes, pick one, go.
All right. Okay, so realistically, the only big target that you can point it at is the middle Warmaul challenger, right? You cannot point it at the Runthak. That has to be absurd.
Well, I guess my next question is Blade Master coin Apotheosis just correct?
But even then, like, it clears 3 minions and it leaves the 5/10 and the 6/10 still up in play. Like, everything sucks.
Yeah. So pick one. That's the problem, right? Because can you even work out if Hysteria's good in this amount of time?
Right.
Like, if it was me, and I'm a lot worse than Yala at this game, of course, I would just make this play and say, this heals for 1 billion, reduces the board back down to just a couple of minions, which makes Hysteria maths easier next turn.
Yes, and then my Hysteria gets good on the following turns. Exactly.
Yep.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, what? I guess he heals so much that he just leaves an extra minion up.
Yeah, he doesn't care particularly about the extra damage being left up on board. He is fully Renoing this turn, regardless of what he does. So I think he just wants to leave, cut into the problematic minion right now, because it's still quite difficult for that thing to be dealt with on the following turn. So I think he'll take this, just leaving up a 4/1, potentially taking 4 extra damage. The big difference, the big downside of this is that now the bumper card just gets to smack straight back into the Blade Master on the other side, which obviously does kind of suck.
Or even maybe not, right? Because I'm even looking at just why not just push more damage to face and just get the Tent Trasher or Rush Minion X from this and just take 4 damage, because unless it gets silenced somehow, you're always going to gain this damage from ETC in the bumper car, right?
Yeah, unless it gets silenced or elucidated, which certainly can happen.
Sure.
Maybe.
But if you trade it, it could get elucidated with ETC, right?
Yep. Yeah, no, that doesn't actually change anything.
Yeah, like this. Just push max damage. Because he's also sitting on Alex Straza, right? There's ETC potential next turn, then Alex Straza to follow up with. It's just relentless damage. And I think Jarl has already shown Letta that he doesn't have smooth ways to clear up these awkward boards.
Yeah. There is an additional level of complication that you have to factor in, though, because, he picked up Fishy Flyer here instead, which kind of served the same purpose. But by trading the bumper card first, you then get 2 2/2s in your hand as opposed to 2 1/1s, which allows you to put on pressure over time with slightly bigger minions. As I said, he managed to do that with the Spectral Flyer anyway by trading that instead, but obviously there was no guarantee that he was going to pick up a minion that put more minions back into his hand. But overall, I agree. Damage first.
And yeah, and I guess you can always fish for it and see first, right? So, makes sense. There's Hysteria. The 5/6 still lives. And weirdly enough, is there a world in which Yala really just doesn't play minions for a while and just tries to get to Yogg?
Yes, I think it's a very realistic world. I don't know how much Yala smells ETC right now. But Letta kind of has the classic endgame now for Rush Warrior, where it's rationing out the damage between Alexstrasza and the ETC and any potential Sword Eaters that he now draws from the remainder of his deck. So it would not surprise me. Yala... Ooh, okay, interesting.
Well, would you like an Onyx Maze Scribe? Maze Scribe and Sethic, I think, deny the potential generation of spells. Because Yala having an Ogremancer and a Maze Scribe is kind of good for Letta, right? Yeah, play that high health minion I can rush stuff into. Perfect. Oh, I was just going to say, he could just get more rush minions.
So that's so bizarre now. Obviously, the Runthak is going to be buffing all these minions and then handing them back to Yala, but I think the minions are just still too slow from Yala's perspective, so I kind of like it. Like, obviously, the Rakara is pure upside now for Yala, but he wants rush minions to deal with the Alucia, so he can just smash face again with the Warmall Challenger, right? So I'm kind of into it, even though it gives hand buffs over to Yala in this spot.
What if he just uses Warmall to kill the 2/4? He doesn't attack. He's gonna leave Runthak. Okay.
Fine. Now Runthak can be played for 5 mana and trade into the Rakara on the other side. Oh, and Apotheosis was picked up! That is the dream draw for Yala, otherwise he was still really suffering.
I guess this Ogremancer shows up some level of defense to the one thing that Letta's worried about, which is spells. So I don't mind the pick.
Can still go Runthak into the Rakara, then Apotheosis, then trade into the Taunt. I think he needs to, right? I guess this way does heal for all. Yeah, you just do it in this order, then trade into the Taunt, then trade into the Rakara. That makes sense. And this was needed, right? Because I think this is the reasoning behind the way that Letta played this out, is that he knew if he gave this hand back to Yala, and Yala did the expected play based on what he was handing back, then Letta just has Alexstrasza to deal 18. And Yala needed that Apotheosis on the follow-up to be able to deal with this.
And even this, right, as a worst-case scenario, Alexstrasza, the Apotheosis minion, now there's just an 11/11 on board, as well as an Ogremancer, and ETC plus multiple rush minions is still in hand to do that final extra push.
Yeah, it's just smart. And the more I look at it, the more and more clutch this Ogremancer is becoming. And I think I would have been baited by the Runthak, personally. Been in a worse position this game.
I would have been right there with you, because until it hit the board, and then I thought about what Letta's worried about. Because as I said, right, let him have big health minions. That's kind of what you want, because you want stuff to repeatedly rush into. It's only spells that could have dug Yala out of this situation. And Letta grabs the win, and that's now 2-0 with Rush Warrior.
And that is a hugely unexpected victory to pick up. You just don't believe that can ever happen with the way these decks are built these days. But, you know, Letta just played out such an aggressive curve early on, and Yala's hand just got clunkier and clunkier and more mid-rangey as each passing turn went past. You know, he had bits and pieces of all the powerful board clears, but the board just got massively out of control from that tempo Rakara that I was advocating even earlier. That meant Blademaster Samuro just didn't even clear up the board with Apotheosis when it came down. He had the Desperate Prayer, but he didn't have the Xyrella to go with it. He was just one board clear away from stabilizing the entire game, but through a combination of a bad draw from Yala and some incredibly skillful play from Letta, he was able to just keep sticking a board turn after turn, keep pushing a damage turn after turn, and just in the end just got over the line.
Yeah, and although clearly unfortunate, right, there's the Scorpids in the list, there's One Makers, the Sethics earlier on, things like that, which would have helped out this game. He is also only running one Hysteria in the list, which is normally a great tool versus a deck like this, which is so sort of chunky minion focused that Hysteria often gets a big job done. But Yala electing to only use one in this list might have not really helped with the situation. It's not like it would have saved the day and won him the game, but maybe just not helped. But most importantly, Yala now only has his Weapon Rogue left, and although the Priest obviously is a good matchup versus that Warrior, which is why Yala went for it, how good or bad is this Weapon Rogue versus the Warrior?
I mean, it's one of those matchups where you have no chance of keeping control of their board state, right? You just, with a couple of coerces, maybe if they're playing, you know, 1 minion at a time, if they're just having to like play a full cost Tent Trasher and that's their turn, sure,
right.
maybe you can coerce and gain tempo. But if they're having a smooth curve as Rush Warrior, it's going to get out of control. It's not really one of the matchups that Weapon Rogue is designed to prey upon, but it's where those auxiliary tools come in of, you know, big prize plunderer turns where you pair together Cutting Class, Secret Passage, all of those things together and end with a prize plunderer to take care of one huge minion. And then when you finally get to the point where you can't do any of that anymore, that's where Cloak of Shadows becomes, you know, crucial to the way the game goes. Because up until a point, you can sort of stay in the game by, if you get Shank early, which Yala absolutely has here, if you put Paralytic Poison on it, which I'm sure he'll be trying to do as soon as possible, you can stay in the game for quite a long time. But at some point, regardless of how long that goes on for, you have to just flip the switch and start going face, right? And that's when suddenly Cloak of Shadows becomes very clutch.
Yeah, Cloak of Shadow is very, very powerful. There is the small caveat that ETC has no care in the world about a Cloak of Shadows if there's minions to rush into, of course. So there is that. You've just got to keep in the back of your mind that Cloak is not guaranteed safety. It's just likely to be a level of safety there for Yala. But as you mentioned, he does have this Shank nice and early, and even just a good set of card draw, right? He has the Poison to help out. Yeah, Secret Passage for those turns where he just needs to dig, and also Cutting Class for the near future. And Yala, well, where else is this Sinister Strike going to go this game? That's it. To the face.
Exactly. Benjamin, get it done. And here we go. Letta, of course, with this version of the deck under his belt as well, in his version of the lineup. Yala has banned it away, so it won't be involved in this series. But obviously, that will probably be to his benefit, as he has a good knowledge of the intricacies as to how this deck works, little pockets of opportunity that he can exploit. It's a very polarizing deck. It is a deck that you do need to put some time into to really understand you know, how it works at maximum efficiency. So I think it will be to Letta's benefit here, and you can kind of see that right now. Just as early as possible, maximum minion damage in play, right? Make Yala have to deal with things.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And to just go on, it was a point I was going to make as well, is that, yes, all our Grandmasters will have a good knowledge or strong knowledge of every deck that's relevant in the meta, but there's a difference between having knowledge of the deck, doing some practice against it, to it being one of the decks you have submitted to GM, right? And you were prepared to play in high-level games. So I completely agree that, you know, Letta also having experience with this rogue is going to be to his favor. And already Yala, first weapon swing, not to the dome.
Yeah, and as I said, this can go on for some time, especially if Paralytic Poison is picked up on in a timely manner. And Yala still has, Yala still has plenty of tools to be able to do that, but the pressure is coming so thick and so fast that this is what I was saying, right? Like, you just can't keep control of this. Dealing with 1 minion per turn with your weapon or with coerce, it's just not good enough if they get a smooth curve.
Yeah.
So suddenly, you know, already we're on turn 4, and already it seems like some kind of Cloak of Shadows scam is going to be the only realistic route out of this game for Yala.
And I think it's important to note as well that, yes, this board is a lot of damage and very scary, but the 1/1s from these minions will be scary too, right? Because, again, Yala doesn't have great ways of just pinging off 1/1s in the deck, right? It doesn't really exist. So it's one of the matchups similar to how Face Hunter can play out sometimes, where these 1/1s are just hard to deal with, and that damage really does start to rack up over time. Yala just digging. But what is he looking for at this point, Sol? What are the cards? Is it just Plunderer?
Plunderer, yes. Also, if he's prepping the Cutting Class to only save 1 mana, I guess he was considering what Coerce looked like off that draw as well, just so he still had 3 mana available. But even then, like, you could still Cutting Class and still save 2 mana on the Coerce after the fact. So, interesting choice to prep the Cutting Class in that position. But if he doesn't pick up exactly Prize Plunderer from this Swindle, I think this could spell disaster sooner rather than later for Yala. But there it is.
Hey, that's something. Gets rid of 1. Gets rid of 2. But again, it's cost Yala not only well, a lot of his card draw, a lot of defensive measures, but time, right? Because although you can say, well, he will die slower, but he isn't killing Letta any faster, right?
Oh, that's disgusting. Okay, this could matter. It still could not, even though like there's a lot of damage being pushed here, and there's double Cloak of Shadows in hand. Because remember, there still needs to be rush minions that can attack. And yes, if there's rush minions already in play, you'd think, well, those can attack. Well, not if the face has stealth, right? They're still not able to attack. There needs to be minions in play if the ETC is going to be relevant. And I think Yala will be planning around this. Even if he wanted to play minions, he really doesn't have that many in his deck to be able to play out. And they're all pathetic little 2-1s and 2-2s anyway. So even though the ETC might be able to add a little bit of damage, you overestimate very quickly how relevant it ends up being.
I just really like your phrase if the face have stealth. It's like when you play hide and seek with a child and you can just see them, but they're covering their eyes. And it's like, no, you can't see me. I'm hidden. If I can't see you. It's like, that's what I imagine now Yala's going to do. Cloak of Shadows. And it's just it's a handkerchief over his face. And it's like, you're right there. I can see it. No, you can't.
It's just the new way of describing how children don't have object permanence anymore. Their face just have stealth. And then they disappear.
Okay, that's removal. Again, I'm actually a little bit surprised Yala didn't... Well, it's tough, right? I was surprised Yala didn't cloak that turn, but also, if it's just the same problem but next turn, then why cloak? It's like the ice block scenarios, right, of old. If you play ice block just to get it procced and you're in the same spot the turn after, then how much difference does it make?
Right.
So that's 11, 12, 13 is maximum this turn?
4, 7, 9. I'm only getting 11. Where are you getting 13 from?
You can rush the Darkmoon Rider into the 2-1, right?
Oh, right, yeah, sorry. In my head, I thought like Crab Rider had also lost Rush this time.
Yeah, I was like, wait, I thought the same, and I was like, wait, is it Wind Fury and Rush?
It is a Rush minion that gains Battle Cry, gains Battle Cry Wind Fury. So, yeah. Which is important in this exact scenario.
For a good time.
But again, Letta just going wide.
Good time.
And again, I think it's not real. I think in some scenarios, in some matchups, you'd be like, oh, well, bank the ETC damage while you can. But it doesn't make a difference, because if Yala doesn't die, he isn't dead. And then he can just do it the turn after. There's no extra way for Letta to deal face damage with, say, a Mask of Cthulhu like Mage does, right?
Right.
Here,
you're about to see it, right? Where even in this situation, even though you have ETC and you're like, well, it just doesn't matter. There's no way he can defend against all this extra damage coming through with Rush. This is where you see just how flexible Cloak of Shadows is as a card. We've seen applications of like how it denies healing from Priest. You can just leave a minion on board when normally most classes have to deal with it to play around Apotheosis. You just don't play any minions, give the face stealth, and then boom, there's just no threat of Apo. And now here you see exactly the same thing. Even though all Letta needs is just some rush minions to be able to come through. It's just not good enough in this spot.
Yeah, he's going to lose, right?
Mm-hmm.
What an insane game to lose. You know what I mean, though, right? It just doesn't... I'm just having memories of Ice Block. It's like, no, I put you to 0. Let me do it. I have the damage.
Yep.
As long as Yala doesn't play a minion, which I am pretty sure he will not do.
Yeah. But even then, he can play a minion, right? Because all a minion offers up is 4 damage to the opponent. So if it really got desperate and he really needed like an extra Sinister Strike or something, he could play a Wandmaker if he wanted to.
Oh, sure. I was wondering why you said 4 damage when I'm sat staring at Mancrick, and I'm like, But yes, with the Wandmakers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And Yep, Cloak of Shadows doing its thing, and there's the concede from Letta. It looked like such a strong opening, but when you can just tell your opponent they're not allowed to hit you in the face for 5 minutes, that's what can happen. I think Yala did a really good job there. Like I said earlier, there were moments where you could have made an argument for Cloak of Shadows if you were going to be at least adventurous with what your next draws were going to be, but Yala held on to them till literally the last minute, and it saved the day.
Yeah, and again, when I talk about how you do need to put some time into this deck to really understand it, you know, I do stand by that, because I think a lot of people might look at that situation and think, you know, I can't afford to spend another turn like going Secret Passage, Coerce, hit a minion, right? I have to start hitting face or I'm going to run out of time. Yala recognizes that if you're playing 2 Cloak of Shadows, you have 3 turns on either side of those 2 Cloak of Shadows to be able to deal damage. If you can't deal 30 damage in 3 turns with this deck, you're doing it wrong. Like, those are the only 3 turns you really need to be concerned about whatsoever. And I think you saw it perfectly. Yala just didn't really care about dealing damage. He ripped a Sinister Strike on 1 because he didn't have anything better to do. Then outside of that, basically all the face damage he did was either side of those 2 Cloak of Shadows turns, which gave him every single point of damage that he needed.
Yep, and it looks like Letta is choosing to go for his Paladin as the answer to this Weapon Rogue, and if that doesn't work out, then he's going to have to rely on that Priest, and I'll tell you, the Priest matchup probably isn't what he's after, even with some more defensive tools that he does have access to, so going to be reliant on this Paladin. And is there anything that sticks out in your experience with Weapon Rogue that the Paladin can do very well here that stops Weapon Rogue having a good time?
Well, obviously, there's one particular card sat right at the very top of that deck list. Yeah, Underlight Angling Rod. What a card. Yeah, obviously the Libram of Hopes are huge. But it's one of those things where I think, you know, Weapon Rogue evolved over time. I think early on, the Cloak of Shadows Coerce build was not really the most common build being played. And so something like Libram of Hope could just be a game-ending roadblock to what Weapon Rogue tries to do. Not the biggest deal anymore, you know. They're more than well enough equipped to deal with a couple of Libram of Hopes over the course of the game, because they can deal 30 plus 16 healing, no problem. That's 46. They do that in their sleep. And then if they can pick up those 2 Coerces to then deal with the actual taunts as well in a timely fashion, absolutely no problem. The big deal is when you actually get smooth curve of discounts, right? So you get multiple discounts in the early game, and then you play 4 Libram of Hopes over the course of the game. That's when it becomes difficult. However, that doesn't happen very often, because we've seen so many times Weapon Rogue just draws their deck by 9 mana. And Libram Paladin, if there's one thing it doesn't do particularly well, it's draw cards. Yeah. So they're probably only going to get to play with 12 to 14 of the cards in their deck by the time Yala is decked out. You are not favored to be able to play 4 Libram of Hopes at that point.
And I will say, Underlight Angling Rod could be the secret god tech. And this isn't even a joke, because there is the Murloc that deals 1 damage to all enemies for each Murloc you play afterwards, right? That will go through Cloak of Shadows.
All right, I like where your head's at. We're getting creative.
Tell me I'm wrong, Sol. Tell me I'm wrong.
To see. You love to see it.
Now, if Letta can put Yala down to exactly 1 health, and he retains, not only gets that Murloc, but the other one, and holds onto them all game, this is going to be a pretty good call by me, I'm not going to lie. You know, Letta, although off to as good a start as you could want, I guess a Libram would be, a Libram of Wisdom would be the better option here. And Yala currently not having access to a Shank means that he's going to have to do it the Letta way, at least for now.
Yeah, and that's where damage can become limited, right? If you are forced to go all in on Self-Sharpening Sword instead, that's suddenly where Libram of Hope can come into play. And suddenly, that curve I was describing of efficiency with discounts in the early game with the Outdoor Attendants and the Outdoor Truth Seeker, just into multiple Libram of Hopes, that's looking quite realistic now for Letta with the way that this curve has worked out, especially since he has the Talon in hand already to be tutoring out that Liadrin. I think Silverleaf? Yeah, okay. Sense. It's one of the most expendable poisons in the deck, I would say. Obviously, even the poisons that don't add damage do add damage to a Shank because they add an entire extra charge. So, you know, however much attack your Shank has, it technically adds that much damage. But Silverleaf, I think, is the most expendable one that you can choose to use on a self-sharpening sword, or even just a regular rogue dagger sometimes, just to really force through that card draw, try and find yourself a Shank as quickly as possible.
Sounds like some deep, meaningful quote. Sometimes the poisons that do no damage deal the most damage.
It's inspirational Facebook quote. Sometimes the words that feel like they deal the least damage deal the most damage.
There you go.
Yeah.
You know, Yala with the yoink. And none of these really jump out. Like, is this just Fire Blast because it's the most flexible one at this point?
Probably.
They're all kind of meh, aren't they? And by meh, I mean none of them are Hunter Hero power.
Yeah, or Warlock, right? Which I think is the other big concern, especially when you don't have Shank already.
Yeah.
Warlock still becomes premium.
That's right. Yeah.
Really want to focus on that card draw.
Cariel, nice pickup. I wouldn't have even hated just Blade Master this turn if he didn't draw anything better. But the Cariel was perfect. Just gets the extra reduction of Libram of Hope, and basically is forcing Yala to kill this if he can, because there's a huge punish for letting just Cariel just hit you every turn.
There is, yeah. And even so, obviously, if it does get to attack again, Letter can just go straight into Libram of Hope if he wants to. But even if it doesn't, the curve of Talon into Libram of Hope is pretty ideal anyway, even if the additional discounts don't come down.
Yeah, Cariel's just like a great bonus potential right now, isn't it? As opposed to just having a guaranteed curve. It's got that potential extra. But Prize Plunder is picked up here from Yala. Which means he can get rid of the Cariel if he wants to. I imagine he does want to.
Yeah, Prize Plunderer and Paralytic Poison picked up by Parla. Sorry, Derek made that exact same joke in top 5 like 4 weeks ago, just with different alliteration.
I feel like Derek's was better.
I mean, probably.
It was the pause.
Give me that! Not what I want!
Yala not play Cutting Class that turn?
He did not play Cutting Class that turn.
I guess he doesn't have to. There's no weapon removal unless I'm being blind in Letter's deck, so it's not like he's not going to be able to Cutting Class next turn.
Exactly. And then, so he has Cutting Class next turn as like a combo activator for Coerce. If it draws Coerce, it's also just then another card on like Prize Plunderer chain if he goes for a Prize Plunderer again. So, please stop laughing at my inability to say words for some reason. I am being attacked right now, Raven, okay?
Look, you're normally quite good at that talky talk thing, right?
I know.
But
I don't know what's happened to me today.
You're pretty bad. So today's the one day probably this year that I just am going to laugh at you because it doesn't happen often. It's a compliment
today. I might just be having a stroke, Raven. You ever thought about that?
Well, don't joke about that. I hope not. I don't want to cast this on my own. Here, though, Letter deviating slightly here from the Talon.
Mm-hmm.
Does still get extra reduction on Libra of Hope, which is fantastic, of course, but does... This is good. My only slight worry is, will there be the time and wiggle room to play Talon? I guess yes. It's just something I have to think about here because the curve was so good even without the reduction on the Librams.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was calling it out last turn, right, that the curve of Talon into Libram just seemed totally fine in this spot, but it's still just a big, obnoxious taunt every single turn from now until the end of the game, and as I mentioned, there is a limited number of coerces from Yala's side.
And there is the immediate potential payoff of like drawing Libram of Judgment off the top next turn, for example, right? If he can then get that corrupted quickly and then go. But this is just 9 damage to the face.
Also just the end of the weapon though, which is a pretty big deal because it means if that was a Shank that was still trucking along for Yala, then Libram of Hope could come down here and Yala could respond quite comfortably, right? With like Secret Passage, pick up the other Coerce and still have that weapon swing to go face after the fact. But now, even if Secret Passage into Coerce is found, where's the damage coming from?
And Letta just seeing a Coerce, now goes Libram of Hope, pushes extra damage with the Hand of a Doll, and that's Oh My Yogg to, yes, it's not like the craziest deck to play Oh My Yogg against, but it does have some level of disruption, and at this point, Letta will take it, right? Because he is now on the home stretch of this game and this series.
There is a Wicked Stab though, that's damage over the top, and Letta does need multiple turns from this point to be able to set up a second Libram of Hope. He does need to play the Talon, have the Talon die, pick up a Liadrin, play the Liadrin, play the Hope. That takes 3 turns at a minimum from this position.
And of course the Hope isn't as reduced as the one he just played, right? Because that had a carrier reduction. But this is one of those downsides that we mentioned of not playing Talon initially, is that now there's just almost an infinity amount of time added to that plan, right?
But back in the original hand for Yala, I believe there is just one more Wicked Stab, so he is still short on terms of damage. Even if he like plays Mankrik Wicked Stab here, even then with the Mankrik getting wife off the top and then getting that 3 damage to face, he's still short of damage and still needs help from the rest of his deck. Namely, that Wand Maker.
Oh! Insane! And look at Letta's response. His response was pretty much our response. Libram of Hope, there's the claps from Yala, because I think, yeah, that is just going to be a little bit too much. You can't really survive through that with no extra weapon in sight, and that means Letta is going to take down Yala and get that final spot in tomorrow's bracket. And a really big win for Letta. Obviously, Yala, he's here every week. You'll see him next week, no doubt. And he's sitting pretty at the top of those standings. But Letta has not had nowhere near as smooth a consistent season as Yala had. So this, even just this one win to gain that extra point is such a huge deal for him here.
Yeah, and you can look at the position that Yala was in. I was talking at the start of the game about how cleanly Rogue can plow through all of that defense from the Paladin if they get the Swine Tusk Shank draw, right? But Yala didn't have it. And that's why the conventional wisdom says 1 Self-Sharpening Sword, 1 Swine Tusk Shank. And it's why Letta has bucked the trend and why it was such a cool thing to see yesterday where he was 3-0ing with his Self-Sharpening Sword instead. Because he was playing 2 of them instead of 1. But you can see the difference there, right? Because maybe the second Libram of Hope still ends up being backbreaking for Yala. But if Yala still had a Swine Tusk Shank that was still growing in charges, that had Paralytic Poison on it, that was still pushing damage, there was still a Coerce left in the deck, there was still like Wand Maker that could give another poison to give another charge back to the Swine Tusk Shank again. Like, you can keep going so much later in the game. And I think Letta identified that the game ended finitely at a certain point, and that's why the Talon didn't come into play, right? Because he understood once the Self-Sharpening Sword was done, that was basically the end of the game, and he had enough resources in hand at that point to kind of play up until that point regardless.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket for today, because it's been a bit of a whirlwind of one, hasn't it, Soto? We're not used to these relatively fast European days. Started off with 2 3-0s as Boston took down Warmer with his Mage, and then we saw Felkane take down Bunny Hopper 3-0 with Demon Hunter. So a big, big day for Felkane there, just taking that one extra step above almost direct rival Bunny Hopper this season. And then we had RDU take down Frenetic, and then just Letta taking down Yala. And again, another convincing match. So all off the back of getting that Warrior over the Priest, right? I think that was the key point in that last matchup of the day.
Yeah, and it was an absolutely crazy game. Obviously, the more that we looked at Yala's list, it is a little bit vulnerable to exactly what happened, right? You carve out a Holy Smite, you carve out a Hysteria, and you pack in some more mid-rangey stuff in that place. You are vulnerable to the exact kind of hand that we saw from Yala, where he just kind of built up a bunch of very, very strong mid-range minions. But seeing that game, just every turn, there's just 20 power in play, and just Yala had no way of dealing with it. Definitely an outlier in terms of the series, but very much looking forward to the top top 4 that we have tomorrow now. Really, really stacked bracket, as is always the case in Europe. We are missing our customary Yala, but outside of that, 4 great players all fighting it out to take home the title of weekly champion.
Yeah, I simply cannot wait as each week gets more tense than the next. And of course, we do have that top 4 tomorrow. So make sure to come back and see us and see who's going to take that first place. But for now, we are done for the day. And that does mean that we've got Americas coming up very, very soon to see who's going to progress into their top 4. So make sure to stick around and keep an eye on that. But again, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Dead. Rosen's, that's a loss. You have been. And his parents are in. Look at it! He popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1. dead. Rosen's, that's a loss.
And his parents are in.
Look at it!
Pop
He
up.
popped off! He popped off! No, survival of the fittest looks like it's going to add up to simply lethal from where I'm sat looking at it. Zim going to take the series over Warmer 3-1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back for another day of Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas with myself, Frodan, your host, as well as TJ Sanders, the one consistent factor. You may see Lorinda, you might see a blue-haired Asian guy up here on broadcast, but TJ is always here to break down the action. How was Friday going into this week, TJ, for you?
It was weird, a little bit uncharacteristic of what we've come to expect of America's play this season. We've been hyping up America's as one of the best as far as Grandmasters in terms of level of play, at least for this season, right? But yesterday was a change. A lot of awkward moments, a lot of just question marks going into the day. But today, it's time to turn over a new leaf. It's the top 8. Everybody's feeling refreshed, and we're ready to go.
It's a new day. It's a new opportunity for these players to forget yesterday. You're only as good as your most recent Hearthstone game is what I like to tell a lot of players who feel like they're kind of getting in their own head. Let's go ahead and break down what we can expect to see once more for people who are kind of tuning halfway through the season or who check in every now and then. This week, once more, it's Last Hero Standing. 4 decks per each player, 4 unique classes, and then we'll ask them to ban one of those classes / decks prior to the series. From there, the winning deck will stay on, and you can choose to queue a deck if you lose until, of course, you have no more lives left. In this case, it's the losing decks. So Last Hero Standing, a matchup, or rather a format that we actually have been seeing lots of sweeps. I'm kind of thinking about Europe today. It's so many 3-0s. We saw plenty of 3-0s actually going back the past week and change now. But at the same time, you see these like counter strategies of if I lose to this deck in game number 1, I'll have something prepared, ready to go.
Yeah, it's Last Hero Standing's a format that allows for a little bit more creativity when you're building a lineup. A lot of times, what it ends up being is you're building counter decks for decks that you expect to face, and so that's why you see a good amount of sweeps. Is because you lose game 1, you coup your counter deck. If you then lose with your counter deck, you have nothing else prepared for it. So, but I like those series that go long and we get to see like the full breadth of strategy that the players have available to them, and we get to see those counter strategies in action to see who has the better lineup. And we have a large variety of lineups coming into today, which is exciting.
That's right. We'll talk about that in a second, but for now, let's cover what is on the line once more. We have thousands of dollars. For each placing that you're able to improve, you get $500 additional dollars. So $1,500 for just making it this far today in the top 8. And then $2,000, $2,500, and $3,000 all the way going into tomorrow's top 4. But I think for every player, what's really on their mind, money is nice and great, but the points and how things are positioned for the playoffs will be crucial going in. Some of these players, it's pretty much their last chance or so. You're looking at players like Killing All Day and Language Hacker, players who really want to make a big point jump to separate themselves and get out of that relegation zone. And it's really competitive because if you look at the points, there's 2 main clusters. People who are kind of, just below the very top where, there's No Hands, there's Eddie and Luna. And then there's like a little bit of a gap, and Rami. And then the people at the bottom with like Muzzy, Language Hacker, Killin, who all could be at the very bottom of the standings. Even though there's only 15 players this season, just because we have an open spot, doesn't mean that it gets any easier. It's still just as intense, it feels like, for those bottom 3 spots.
Yeah, you could just imagine that the last slot is a player that was also relegated that's just earned 0 points and gone 0-2 every week. That's essentially what it is. And his name is Bai. It doesn't make it any, you're right, it doesn't make it any less stressful. And those points will be looming over the player's head. And, kind of speaking of relegation, right? We had Impact versus Killing All Day as a decider match yesterday. Both players were in the relegation zone at the beginning of the day, but with a chance after a win to bail themselves out. And overall, it was a hard-fought series. And despite Impact beating Killen All Day 3-1 in the group stage, he just wasn't able to overcome the OTK Demon Hunter from Killen. And Killen was able to take the series, and he is now out of the relegation zone for the time being. Currently, Muzzy, Briarthorn, and Impact are the 3 players at the bottom, and Killen All Day still has a chance to earn even more points this week.
Yeah, just wild to think about how competitive it is that one of America's greats, Muzzy, is in there alongside of some of the most consistent players like Killen and the rest of the gang there. Let's go ahead and also show another head-to-head that just seems to be an eternal battle happening in the Americas. No Hands and Luna, 2 of the top 3 players that are ranked currently in Americas. And OTK Demon Hunter just seems unstoppable. I mean, to the point where, you know, to what you were saying, it did feel like there were a lot of clunky plays, but at the same time, there's not many plays that you can be doing when you have a matchup like this. OTK Demon Hunter mirrors, where it's really about drawing your combination of cards, having devastating your opponent. No Hands gets yet another top 8.
Yeah, and you know, that series was pretty high level, the No Hands versus Luna. Both players, you know, I think playing the decks to their limits. No Hands showing some great understanding of OTK Demon Hunter. Eddie, great player. You know, last week he impressed us, but the game 1 with OTK Demon Hunter was shaky. And, you know, he still was able to bring it back and put up quite a good fight. But overall, he didn't manage to defeat Nalgidon. Nalgidon's going to be facing Fled today in the top 8 to see if he can make it to a top 4 and improve his place in the standings, because currently Nalgidon is in 5th, including the points total that he has now, the guaranteed point that he has for making the top 8, but has a chance to pass Eddie and Luna with a win this week. So could end up in 2nd place at the end of this week if he makes a deep run.
Well, we shall see if they can continue that run here, as it is really crucial. Of course, as we talk about coming down to this week, not just about avoiding relegation, but how can you best position yourself for playoffs. And Monsanto could make that deep run to get to the top of the standings if he's able to string together a couple of really good weeks. It is week 6. Now, we do have one more week after this and then the playoffs, so it's not entirely set in stone just for making it far, even on Monsanto's end, as you can take a look at how Briarthorn is trying to climb back into this series and bring it to a game number 5. But yeah, you know, like, Mage seems to be very good. A lot of people still pegging it as, you know, the best class or one of the best decks in the metagame despite its nerfs. Kind of see why it is. Even if you have a nerf series of cards, Deck of Lunacy is just ridiculous with the amount of pressure that you can put out, as this Cycle of Hatred all but sealed it, and Monsanto has booked his spot in the top 8. As such, our quarterfinals today will be Rami versus No Hands, Language Hacker versus Monsanto. In the bottom half, the second half of today, will be Dreadeye making yet another top 8 versus Killen All Day, and then Fled versus Nalgidon. What match are you looking forward to the most? I'm sure we're all anticipating these 4 matches, TJ. Which one are you looking forward to the most here?
That's really tough. In the first quarterfinal, it's could be a battle for first place, right? If Rami beats No Hands and then wins the week, Rami will overtake No Hands as first place in Americas by 1 point. So that could be a big deal. And then, of course, Killen All Day. Always love watching Killen All Day. But I think Language Hacker versus Monsanto, just because Monsanto's always a character, has showed consistent play throughout the season, and Language Hacker, Language Clapper, he's just fun to watch in general. So I think I would pick Monsanto versus Language Hacker as the one that I'm looking forward to the most today.
All right, well, the match I'm looking forward to the most actually is this one, Rami versus No Hands, not because of any other reason, just the fact that they keep meeting each other. I believe they've played each other, 4 times so far, and it's been kind of even, split 2 series each. I'm sure it would be a great boost of confidence for Rami, who is very easily the most improved player going from the previous season to this one. I mean, he was barely scrapping by just narrowly surviving relegation in the previous season of Grandmaster, comes back at the beginning of 2021, having put even more hard work and effort, dedication, and preparation into it, and is now in the top 4 point standings right now, ranked 4, I believe, in America's Grandmasters going into this week. So, well done. Quick look at the lineups here as Paladin banned on both sides. You don't really get to see much Paladin getting through, despite the fact that we're not too big fans of Paladin right now, or at least the secret Paladin. Libram Paladin, you might be able to convince me of.
Yeah, and Rami's bringing the Zoth Paladin, which is, a whole nother level of Paladin that I'm afraid to even go to. With some interesting text for himself as well. So it's essentially a control deck with the added benefit of having some early game control with Sword of the Fallen and pulling the secrets from your deck. So I think it's just hard to figure out like a counter strategy for those decks, right? And that's why in Last Year Standing it's banned away. Whereas every other class on the table, you can kind of see more so what the matchups look like, and that's important when you're talking about Last Year Standing. But they are with the bans in place, mirrored lineups except for one deck, and the difference is Token Druid for Rami versus OTK Demon Hunter for No Hands. So I think the OTK Demon Hunter is going to be a pretty big deal for No Hands, whether or not he can get it across, because both Token Druid and Priest are tough matchups for that deck. So I think we're going to be seeing this series hinge on where No Hands can line up that OTK Demon Hunter. Rami's going to be opening with Spell Mage. He is in the majority this week playing Deck of Lunacy. I think there was only one player in the top 8 that's not playing Deck of Lunacy, and it's actually No Hands, his opponent, for this match. Still, I guess, not a fan of it, even though I think that Deck of Lunacy has earned its spot back in Spell Mage lists.
Oh, it's very reliable, I think, as Spell Mage just does the same thing every single game, and then you put in Deck of Lunacy where it could go completely off the wall in terms of its range. And so it's going to be very difficult for any deck to stop it, but we'll see if Control Priest can do that. Control Priest from No Hands Gamer, pretty much what you've come to expect. Nothing too out of the ordinary, just good, solid defensive cards, lots of generation of different spells for various situations. We'll see if No Hands can get off on the right foot here against Rami. As we have a brief moment here, just like to bring up that this is the 5th time once more that Rami has played against each other this season. And so this could be, a nice little 3-2 in the overall standings. It's like a best of 5 of their best of 5s. Going into it. I guess they also did play in special this week, so it wasn't always best of 5, TJ.
Yeah, and judging by, their spot, I believe they're both locked in for playoffs at this point. Rami guaranteed 15 points at the end of this week, even with the loss. No Hands guaranteed 17 points at the end of this week, even with the loss. So could end up seeing them match up again in playoffs, which, we could go into season 2 with them tied. Ooh. If one of them takes a series here and the other takes a series in playoffs. So let's get underway, though. I see a beautiful golden blue card in Rami's opening hand that always just makes me incredibly happy.
Huge. And No Hands holding on to the venomous Scorpid as we go into the early turns here. Really passive to start things up, but the action will ramp up soon when Mage gets off to the right foot. No Hands introduced with 3 really powerful legendary dragons here. Alex Straza giving him the most flexibility. Which I didn't get a chance to talk about today's fact in history, TJ. And I feel like it's appropriate to bring up for this first one. On May 22nd, back in the year 323 BC, we had Alexander the Great defeat Darius from Persia, and it was an arch nemesis of his in terms of Greece versus Persia. They battled all the time, and Alexander the Great, of course, one of the greatest conquerors in history, was able to get that win. And I feel like we're seeing the emerging rivalry of Rami versus No Hands Gamer. 2 new bloods that's coming to Grandmasters, TJ, as they forge their epic rivalry back and forth in the first season of 2021. You see, look, we crack open the Font of Power, and look what Rami gets. A Janus Barov, as well as some quality minions to play in the mid game. The only challenge is it's going to be a little bit rocky getting there, right? Because he doesn't have a smooth turns 2, 3, 4. I mean, he could play the Rune Orb here for sure to find a better spell. Whoa! Shoot himself with the Rune Orb, and that was not a misclick. That's very deliberate to try and avoid giving priests opportunities to heal themselves.
Yeah, No Hands does play Flesh Giants in the list, and the Devouring Plagues, which does mean that, you know, the more damage you deal to the priest early game, which is usually insignificant because they're going to heal it back up, the cheaper the Flesh Giant can become. And an 8/8 is tough for mages to deal with. They don't want to have to throw burn at an 8/8 like that. So, love that play.
Very unique stuff. And it goes to show you the small little edges that he's trying to go for. He's going to Hero Power Pass. No need to use Combustion in this position. No Hands going for a second Venomous Scorpid. Finds ways to deal with board states when it's not really a board-centric matchup. So a little bit awkward. There is some additional utility through things like Holy Nova healing himself. Maybe there's going to be application for a Shadow Word Ruin if the minions that Rami got, which incidentally will be summoning 5 attack minions most likely, is going to end up coming to fruition here. Rami picks up the Brain Freeze. He can use the Rune Orb to also look for a card this turn, but he's just going to hold on to it. Every single point of burn that he can mass together to go to the face is going to be super valuable as well, and giving just No Hands no opportunities to really build upon his momentum. But the double Raise Dead getting him 2 more Scorpids to discover 2 more spells. Pretty soon we're going to get to the point where No Hands has more generated spells and cards naturally from his deck.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit tough for Rami because he doesn't know what to play around. But honestly, at a certain stage in this game, there's not going to really be room for him to play around much, right? And essentially, No Hands is at this point, since he does have like big minions to fight back with Ysera and Alexstrasza, he's looking for just ways to heal. And he did pick Shadow Word Ruin over like Holy Nova, which just makes sense because Holy Nova is not an efficient heal, 4 mana, and doesn't have like the added benefit of clearing everything off. So, but other than that, he's just looking for ways to kind of bounce his life total back up.
No Hands can eliminate this Ethereal Conjure in a couple of ways. I like that this is presenting a pretty significant threat. And Rami trying to keep up in the resource count. No Hands going to start off with the Palm Reading. Finds ways to build up the board now with Powered Fortitude and Gift of Luminance. My first instinct is that Gift of Luminance and Powered Fortitude get easily dealt with if your opponent has a way to get that Devolving Missiles into the hand. And at the same time, what would he want to draw with Insight in particular that he doesn't already have? His hand is not really lacking in the resource count. When you look at cards like Ysera and Raise Dead, it feels like he wants to dump as opposed to keep cycling through. So I am curious what he wants to do with this Insight in particular.
Yeah, I mean, it still helps him cycle through the deck, but hand space is still going to be an issue. Cards that are great to pick up from Insight, you know, Onyx Mage Scribe, even Mindrender or Lucia in this matchup.
Ozaki! And he instantly chooses Ringmaster Watley because Mazaki has huge potential to pop off with the 2 copies of Refreshing Springwater in the hand for Rami. Those will draw cards and ramp up the spell damage. No Hands, Corrupted Insight, finds a Blade Master Samuro. All right. I mean, that's some good stuff. Now, how does No Hands capitalize onto this? He has the Apotheosis in hand. He has Hysteria. I mean, that's already, I believe, a guaranteed clear, but I think he's limited on a mana right now.
Well, he could just go Wand Maker Hysteria. That would be a clear. Assuming the Mazaki is not the illusion target, right? Because, oh no, it wouldn't be a clear. It'd be 1 off. At the beginning of the turn, he could have Wandmaker Apotheosis Hysteria, which would be a guaranteed clear, but maybe not a clear on the other side of the board if the Mazaki attacked the Apotheosis Wandmaker first. But this will at least guarantee kill the Mazaki, and might even go! Okay. Worked out.
Yep, worked out. Not the best case scenario, but still good enough. Minimizing the amount of damage as much as possible. Rami can get started with the Refreshing Spring Water. Fill up his hand using the cheaper one first. Finds an Incanter's Flow. So you want to use a second Refreshing Spring Water now? Seems good to me. Picks up 2 free cards to play right now. His hand space is also a factor and consideration at this point. Moyo Study's going to dig, finds an opportunity to pick up more value in the form of Thalnos or Solarian.
I don't... Oh, okay. I guess Solarian's just overall pretty good in the matchup because sometimes you will run out of damage. If the Priest has a decent amount of healing, which they do, especially with how this early game's gone. A lot of discovered spells in No Hands' hand. From Rami's perspective, those could all be healing. And so having Astromancer Solarian, or Solarian Prime rather, as a way to maybe get some burst damage could be beneficial.
Makes sense to me. I think that a lot of times as Mage, it's easy to feel like you just don't have enough damage, even if your deck is mainly damage at that point. And it's completely understandable. Priest just has so many different tools that they can get. I mean, we're looking at one of the more powerful ways to rebound. Even if Rami sets up a 2-turn lethal, if there's a big board, he can use Blademaster Samuro and the Apotheosis to swing back the board state. Oh, well, 2 Wandmakers, 2 Focused Wills. Which is interesting because if No Hands holds on to one of these Focused Wills, has a way to respond to an Astromancer Solarian and ensure that there isn't a Death Rattle. And the Wind Portal summons Il'gynoth? I mean, we're cutting a little bit ahead to a preview of the OTK Demon Hunter and what they want to do versus Priests. I don't think that card's very applicable right here. It's also a pretty rough card to use Hysteria on, which is pretty funny.
Yeah. It's essentially a 4/6, but with the upside of, like you mentioned, Hysteria or some ability to force you to attack multiple times in a turn. It could turn into even more than that.
Jeez. All right. Well, that's a lot of card draw available for Rami in the form of the Cram Session that is now free.
Yep.
Just to make a little bit of hand space first.
No Hands does have a way to bounce back in life total with the Blademaster Samuro Apotheosis, but Rami could just use this as an opportunity to build up resources or perhaps play Ring Toss and maybe not throw as much to the face, but a Pexus Blast with spell damage on the board, very hard to pass up.
Looks like a Counterspell was potentially offered there. It was a really quick choice. To get confirmation on what was exactly chosen, but it's a pretty big board. Rami doesn't have to do too much more. No Hands has to figure out a way to swing this board while diffusing the secret and navigating through it very carefully. Good news is that he has a couple of ways that he could go about this. It's not even just Blademaster Samuro. This is Irela in hand. First tries to see if he can activate the counterspell. Does get the diffuse on it. Focus Will not getting the silence on the Astromancer Solarian isn't a big priority because in No Hands' mind, he might not even survive to that point. That being said, we are getting to the point where he feels like he has to go for a Blademaster Samuro. It's a 15-point life swing if he wants it.
Yep. Could make it even higher with Devouring Plague because it's not a clear as is. He would need to find a way to deal the last point of damage to the Pearl Tusk. Could just use Devouring Plague at the end, though it would be rather inefficient. It would be a clean clear on the board. And actually, this is going to be incredibly clean because this will actually be exactly 4 health on the board. So a great turn. No Hands diffusing secrets, healing to full, and clearing the board. All in a single turn. Oh, he's going to go Zarella instead.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I think this is more tempo, and I think from No Hands' perspective, wow, 17 damage AoE. A little bit overkill.
Yeah, just a bit. Yep.
But, you know, I think No Hands is considering the phase of the game where Rami is probably going to try to win through Burst, and one of the ways you can do that is Mask of Cthulhu. So getting health onto the board is pretty relevant. Also, inevitably, he needs to find a way to win. And dumping cards in the hand to help him get Ysera to push a little bit of tempo also makes sense. So there's a few reasons why No Hands could end up choosing this line, which I think makes a lot of sense. And you combine it with the fact that Mage doesn't play a lot of minions, so Zarella might not get a ton of value in general in this matchup, and that gives him an opportunity to extend. That being said, Rami immediately uses Devolving Missiles, draws, finds Astromancer's Solarian Prime, getting more spell damage, figuring out how to layer everything. And I'm kind of wondering if he just wants to take it just a little bit slower for one more turn, say use Firework Elemental, win back the board, use a lab partner, clean up a little bit of what you see. This kid uses Ring Toss. I'm also cool with that too.
Oh, it says explode!
Interesting.
He's gonna run out of time here for this Ruined Orb. He's got to pick quickly. Grand Finale over a Pexus Blast?
No, that's just a straight up running out of time. I think if he would have the opportunity, he would absolutely pick a Pexus Blast. That's just what the deck wants. So an uncharacteristic mistake there from Rami. Is usually a little bit better about that. Small note, by the way, it was brought to my attention that I actually read the wrong date for this day in history for any of the history buffs. I said BC. It was 334 BC when the Macedonian army of Alexander the Great defeated Darius. And the army of Mage is right now not looking too hot here against, rather the army of Priest, is not looking too hot against Mage. As all you have from No Hands' side is just a cool Taskmaster. Netherwind Portal summons. Oh, sends in Shield Master. It's been quite some time since I've seen that card be an annoyance. Every now and then pops up, and it's kind of annoying for opponents to deal with. Looking at Hysteria immediately to clear it off. Has opportunity to play another minion on board here.
Yep, just going to go a second Venomous Scorpion. Another Devouring Plague. Again, really just looking for ways to bounce the life total back up. Because at this point, Rami's sort of out of time to play like a deck of Lunacy game plan. I mean, this could be lethal in a rare scenario. Okay, a Pexus Blast. Oh, Graybo!
Well, a couple of other useless spells here to follow after. Not the best. You know what is nice, though?
What?
The fact that Astromancer Solarian is still just a big threat, right? There's 11 damage onto the board. Your opponent has used a ton of removal, including their Hysterias. This is a 7/7 that just can attack with spell damage. I mean, that's still a big amount of force. I think a lot of people obsess over the fact of what spells Astromancer Solarian Prime casts. And they kind of forget that sometimes the raw tempo, the pressure that can be generated is good enough. To the point where No Hands, Alex draws it to use the Battle Cry and eliminate the Solarian.
And the cycle of life
More than called for.
And gets to develop a free 8/8 behind it. I'll take it.
Let's see, with 5 cards left remaining, probably not what he's looking for. Although, is there certain costs that can change any of that, right? Because he did play 2 Incanter's Flow. Probably not. Gonna start off with the Font of Power. Yikes. These are the minions that you want to see at the beginning of the game, not necessarily the end. Troublemaker and Cairn Blood. 2 very annoying minions. I'll take back the Alexstrasza and the Flesh Giant, please. Undo, Control Z. This is the part where if you're playing a single player game, you quit the client immediately and restart from your save state. Firework Elemental at least deals with the Troublemaker. I'm not even sure what deck Lunacy you would even, or what cards deck Lunacy would even be good at this point. I think that's just a dead card for the rest of the game.
Yep. Really not anything, especially with the double encounters flow played. It just doesn't seem like anything will be super worthwhile.
And then from No Hands' perspective, most efficient way to clear. Condemn deals 3 damage with the Devouring Plagues. But he doesn't want to have to use that unless he has to. Also, Greybow is still pretty annoying.
Yeah. Though the, well, I guess not.
Can't
if they're not dying simultaneously. He could go like Ysera Dream the Greybow and then trade over the Fireworks Elemental.
Oh.
Force Rami to spend like a full amount of mana on the Greybow if he wants to replay it, knowing that he just has the 2 minions left and he could find a way to defuse the situation afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that play. You don't get the full value of your Ysera because you're missing the Emerald Drake. But that's A-okay with me. Oh, he's a Nightmare. Again, maximizing his health. Look how protective No Hands is playing over his life total. This is pretty interesting, right? Like, we don't really see lines of play where you try to sustain the burst of Mage because they're so good at it, especially when they put 2 Encounters Flow effects onto their deck.
Yeah. And there's double mask left for Rami, so No Hands knows that he kind of just needs to keep the maximum amount of health on board each and every turn. And this is a way to do that because you'll still get the 5/5 the next turn from it, so it's not that big of a deal to have the Nightmare kill it off.
It's
true.
Greybow's not an elemental, right?
No. Greybow is really nothing. If anything, Greybow should just be, I mean, kind of like a tree imp, but not really. He is a tree, I think. Or a very elaborate Christmas ornamental. Ornamental. That's a Christmas-themed elemental tribe. I heard you had positions open on the design team, so there's my application. No Hands has a way to clear off everything, but again, has to kind of factor in how he wants to deal with the Greybow. I believe Condemn would leave a 2 health and a 3 health minion, so Devouring Plague just a little bit off. I don't know if it's worth using Ysera Awakens here. It might be. Do like the Condemn.
Yeah, again, no, he wants to keep as much health on board as possible, so this could go wrong, and it did go wrong.
God Gaming.
Yeah.
Rami's God Gaming. All right, well, he was hoping that he could isolate the Greybow, but No Hands. He's a very unfortunate Greybow death battle falling onto his minion there. Laughing Sister piling on top. This is kind of lining up very clean for a Flame Strike, though. That's exactly what Rami wants to see.
Yep, Flame Strike trade over ping. Rami's left with a Greybow, empty board. At this point,
Last
the Flame
card in
Strike
deck.
It is a Fireball.
Oh, Fireball.
So, I mean, his hand is just straight burn. And No Hands is at 30 with a Renew in hand, Devouring Plague in hand as well.
Right. 27 damage. 2 Master Cthuns is 20. Plus the 2 Fireballs. Sorry, that's 37 damage. Because the 2 Fireballs is additional 12. So 32 plus the Pegasus Blast is 37. But that's assuming that you can get it all in one turn. We know that No Hands has plenty of heal with the 2 Renews. Second Renew comes into the hand. Has a way to activate the Spell Burst. Is it even more heal and disruption? It is not. from Rami's perspective, is it the time to try and see if you can get something good off the Pexus Blast? To target the Onage Meg Scribe, because the Apotheosis is too big of a threat.
Well, yeah, and he actually gets the Greybow back over to the Shield Maiden to try and get recurring minion damage, because I think he realizes that he needs that. Another Devouring Plague. Honestly, at this point, No Hands could just win in fatigue. He could just out-heal everything as long as he finds a way to take out the Shield Maiden, which he has available to him in hand. And he, outside of the last randomly generated spell from Rami, there shouldn't be any way for Rami to generate any minions. Funnily enough, it's Grand Finale, which now No Hands has given up his ability to deal with an 8/8. So maybe he gets there at that point, and you just play the Grand Finale and then ping. Hope that this 8/8 can get in a ton of damage.
Many ways to find removal for this elemental.
Oh.
Wave of Apathy is pretty interesting because you have a Flesh Giant to challenge that. That's one thing I'm thinking about right now. And then from No Hands, he's taking some inventory. So what are the 4 cards? And he should know that it's just 3 burn plus Deck of Lunacy. Everything here is might as well just be face up for No Hands.
Yeah, so he could preemptively put the Apotheosis, like wave Flesh Giant, Apotheosis on the Flesh Giant, knowing that Rami will just lose if he doesn't double Fireball it. And then with double Fireball gone, No Hands can really just find a way to deal with this. I guess he has to double Fireball it anyway if he wants to kill it, but there's a world where he can like Fireball it once and then mask. But I guess still okay, right? Yeah, that's a clear.
That is a clear guaranteed. Is there a more efficient one? Yes, there is.
That's more efficient.
Do it. Game number 1 going to the Priest. No Hands playing complete keep away. Maintaining his life total to be very high. And while he didn't have an offensive plan, he has inevitability as his control Priest able to get the win versus Spell Mage. And that's a big deal. Rami doesn't have that OTK Demon Hunter to try to answer that Priest immediately, right? Versus if the roles had reversed and No Hands was playing the Mage, Rami playing the Priest, Rami got the win. We almost know exactly what would come up right there in terms of just like finding ways to deal with it. But the problem is that even decks like OTK Demon Hunter struggle against Priest when there's Mind Render or Lucio. So now you have to wonder what is going to stop the Priest from Rami's side. He has his own Priest, and he's got Druid. We'll see if that's going to be enough as we take a look once more at some of the highlights going on here. And could have been a potentially huge, impactful Solarian Prime, ended up being kind of nothing.
Yep. It did get, a little bit of stuff on the board, but that was about it. Not enough damage, not enough disruption to be worthwhile. And I think No Hands used his resources wisely, right? He kept refilling his hand, kept just looking for heal, prioritized in the later stages of the game having health on board above all else to play around the possibility of taking too much damage from Masks of Cthulhu. So obviously a super high-level understanding of the matchup. And now it's a difficult decision for Rami. You mentioned it's about what Rami thinks is the best deck that he needs to answer OTK Demon Hunter and Mage. And he thinks that Token Druid is better suited versus both of those than Priest in this instance. So, and I think he's correct, right? Token Druid should have good, favorable matchups against both of those, I would say. Or at least, even. Whereas Priest, it's a one-card matchup against OTK Demon Hunter, and versus Mage, it can be a little shaky. So he's going to just take his chance with the Priest Mirror.
Yeah, all right. Well, I mean, it's theoretically 50-50, right? So if you know, his best chance feels like to get this win. That'll potentially be the difference maker. He does lack the Flesh Giants. I'm looking at the deck list a little bit closer. So he doesn't exactly have that big meat, but you know, maybe that extra generation that he's able to find throughout the game could be something that helps swing things into his favor. Because without those Flesh Giants, there just seems to be a lot more raw power in No Hands' side. No Hands doesn't have the Ogremancers, though. Maybe that's something to consider.
Yeah, no Ogremancers. Onyx Magescribe is a huge card in the matchup. So Rami has 2 naturally, where No Hands only has the 1. So I think overall Rami probably has a slightly better deck for the mirror matchup, but it's oh so slight because you're getting to the point where you're just generating so many spells and minions from Raised Deads, Venomous Scorpids, Palm Readings, Wand Makers, etc., Draconic Studies, that those small differences are fractions of a percentage point. Oh,
okay. Well, Sethic Veilweaver survives. Rami immediately hovering over the Venomous Scorpid, recognizing that there's value in holding on to that stuff because Venomous Scorpid builds up a strong board. Sethic Veilweaver gets to trade. Apotheos isn't really high value. He has Raised Dead in hand. Shadowward Ruin, Rally, Empowered Feast. Rally is certainly interesting, but not something that's good in his situation. Rally would be good in Rami's side of the board, given that Venomous Scorpid and the Sethic Veilweaver will have died by the time you end up playing that card.
Consider.
Shadowward Ruin is like the next level choice, right? Because a lot of times you're limited by your ability to remove to like 2 or 3 for 1 your opponent in later stages of the game, and the other 2 just aren't significant enough, whereas Shadowward Ruin has such a high upside. And this is one of those matchups where you can afford to just pick things that just have a potential high upside because you're going to be generating so many other things. And the other things that he generates, he may not have the choice to have a card like Shadowward Ruin, which is always nice in his back pocket. So I like the choice.
Yeah, another way that I like to look at it is that this Priest deck, for all of the kind of tools that it has for many situations, does end up kind of struggling a little bit with those tall and wide boards if you don't have Soul Mirror. And that is something that his hand lacks. And so if, you know, Rami, for example, found Psyche Split, summoned a couple of Sethic Veilweavers, that's just a really quick way for him to deal with it and not have to sweat like falling too far behind, like you said. Going for those big value 2, 3, 4 cards destroyed for the cost of 1. Be huge later in the game here for No Hands. And then for Rami's side, On's Magescribe just for the tempo. All right.
Okay. Very unlikely that No Hands would have a way to clear this on 5, so he'll likely get the Spellburst effect.
Funnily enough, I think there might be a way for it to clear. If he uses Wave of Apathy?
No, it'd be 8 damage.
And Hysteria? Nah, this is fine too. This Hysteria is fine.
Yep.
I was trying to think if there's a way for him to maintain his board, because control, you know, having something on your side of the board is, but you know, obviously Hysteria is just easier and cleaner to just clear up the entire board, and then Rami can't really do much to it. And as we're talking
it's
about
back
Rami,
more value.
Yep, just finding the Sethic Veilweaver and the Venomous Scorpid. This is a good opportunity for Ogremancers, right? Because it's a clear board. No Hands' deck is mainly spells. No Hands does actually have the Flesh Giant to just drop here on 6 to challenge that.
Yeah, one thing about Ogremancers, though, it can sometimes be a liability in the later stages in this matchup because it's not putting on enough pressure to like really threaten unless you have like insane buffs like Apotheosis, Psychic Split, things like that. And then your opponent can just kind of load the board up with 2/2s, and then while they're trying to find a way to deal with it, and then those can clog up your raised dead pool later on in the game, which is not a good thing because you want to be just generating more value. But No Hands doesn't even have like a long-term plan to try and deal with Ogremancer at this point. Only has the Venomous Scorpion in the ways of trying to find a solid answer. So I like that. Just played the Flesh Giant on curve. Force Rami to have a way to deal with it outside of his deck because he doesn't play Shadow or Death or Shadow or Ruin naturally.
All right, wow. No Hands. Plenty of ways to disrupt with this Condemn. He's going to play Condemn anyways. Can find a way to maximize the amount of value that Condemn can get by playing the spells first. Another Condemn opportunity, that's funny. I wonder how good the Shadow form is in this spot. He also could think about Holy Smite to try and deal with the Ogremancer, because that, I believe, is a full mana expenditure. Holy Smite, Condemn.
But yeah, he can just look for answers over multiple turns, and there's not really a downside to it. He's going to take some damage, but it's rare that you get into a situation where a board full of 2/2s when you're playing Priest is going to kill you. So I do like that he's just kind of incrementally going for this. Isolates the Ogremancer with Venomous Scorpion, making it really difficult for Rami, and found a lot of stuff along the way, which I think is quite key.
It's true. The true Priest Mirror are the spells you discover along the way. Holy Smite finds a Condemn, and Rami finds Initiation of Auspicious Spirits and the Desperate Prayer. Not really too much good stuff, although Auspicious Spirits and Initiation both have really good potential to maybe give something really good. The thing I like about the Initiation is that it makes it difficult for No Hands to reliably play something that has a ton of value, and then he can summon a copy of it on his side and get a really powerful swing. Like the Honor's Mage Drive, for example, just getting that onto Rami's side would be huge.
Yeah, it would be. Because then you get the activation of it right away, can keep the value train rolling. Now, it feels like Onyx Mage Scribe is just like the key to this matchup in general. Just who can get the most and who can get the best stuff from them. Pretty insane.
Yeah, it's true. Onyx Mage Scribe has this, very Hearthstone-like attribute of being able to go infinite with itself while providing value. Onyx Mage Scribe could give you a spell like Draconic Studies, which can help you discover a card like Onyx Mage Scribe, and because you have that extra spell from the initial spell burst, keep that chain going theoretically infinite times. And that kind of creates this dynamic where in Priest Mirrors, you're never truly out of it, even if it looks really bad. Having Onyx Mage Scribe to chain value generations turn after turn can be massive. So rally from Rami is interesting. Oh, has the Initiation. We just mentioned that, and then can rally afterwards. So nice and clean. Well done by Rami.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
House of Mirrors starting up. Rami has 1. No Hands has 2. No Hands picks up Zyrella. So the Renew plus Zyrella would deal 3 damage AoE. Has Condemn and the hero power to really piece things together. Hovering over Soul Mirror, which would probably just be one of the easier ways to deal with the board, and also it's a clunky card. because it costs so much mana. Get behind it. And it does the same thing it wants to anyways, which is deal with a big portion of the board.
Yeah, but he's got 2 of them. Doesn't deal with the Onyx Mage Scribe, but he's plenty okay with that. This matchup still has a lot of time left. It's all about just trying to eke out as much value from your cards as you possibly can. I feel like I've seen that's like the 6th or 7th generated focus will just in this series alone, in the 1.5 games that we've played in this series. Everyone's got 2 in the last game. We've already seen 1 in this game, plus the 3 more.
Yeah, maybe a very not so subtle way for Hearthstone the game telling me and TJ what they think about our casting. Just wants to silence everything. Like he split, summoning a second Orange Maze Scribe. It's just a lot of stats, but this is where the Shadow Word Ruin, almost exactly the scenario we described too. Which is that it's very efficient. Is there a better play than that though, right? You first want to evaluate if there's something you can do even better. The Shadow Word Ruin.
I don't think so. Just seems so high value at this point. Can't get enough healing for Zyrella, even with Desperate Prayer and Renew. And this is kind of where the Shadow Form kicks in as well, right? No Hands has kind of sunk into a defensive posture in this game, which is not a bad thing by any means, right? Usually throughout the mid game, there's one player who's the aggressor and one player's the defender. Oftentimes, it doesn't really matter who's who, as long as the player who's on the offensive, in this case Rami, is not overextending or spending too many resources to try and push their initiative. Then it'll still come down to who can, find the value late game when they need it. There are some times where you can pull so far ahead that you just sneak wins. But it rarely happens in Priest Mirrors because they have so many ways to find answers, and Priest is not a deck that can innately pressure you through just the minions / cards in their deck.
Not you.
There are 2 main lines that I was kind of thinking about for Rami. The first was committing to tempo like he is with the Ogremmancer. The second was his hand's looking kind of mediocre, so I wonder what he's going to think about Mindrender Lucia. Considering how much No Hands is discovering, and the follow-up plays for Rami aren't great, there's a lot of disruption that can happen. But that being said, you can't ever truly know what to expect when you go into a Mindrender Lucia state. No Hands finds an opportunity to find more AoE, Gift of Luminance to build up his board state. And hold on to that for now. Draconic Studies again. Onyx Maze Scribe. Here we go, TJ. We're well under our way to finishing up the early game of Prees. We're almost done with the early game.
We need to develop an Onyx Mage Scribe counter just for Priest Mirrors, right? Because it always feels like that's by far the most played card in the series. Sorry, I'm a specialist on the brain in the game. It can sometimes feel like a series in a single game. But No Hands does have just slightly more value in the hand. Sethic, Onyx Mage Scribe, and Ysera versus, Soul Mirror, great defensive tool. Venomous Scorpid can find you some spots. Mindrender Lucia can be used, like you mentioned, when your hand is completely dry and you know that your opponent has some. But I think No Hands might start to potentially take a lead here.
Yeah, especially after those series of discovers, Rami got what felt like the same exact set of choices twice in a row. Devouring Plague and Desperate Prayer on both sides. Ended up picking the 2 non-Desperate Prayer and Devouring Plague cards in Hysteria and Shadow Word Death. Onyx Maze Scribe comes down once more. Big focused will. And auspicious.
Another one!
Another focused will. And if you're Rami, you kind of have to wonder What are you going to do? Okay, well that's certainly something that's to think about.
Time may pass, but the dream is eternal.
Yep. Some much needed value added back to the hand. This will be a burn, but this isn't like a Cthulhu mirror matchup, so while there are some good cards to burn, value generators, like palm reading, they're not game losing.
Yeah, there's nothing truly game losing, I feel like, unless it's the exact card that they need to destroy a board state that is pressuring their life total. No Hands doesn't have that right now. He's at 30 life despite having no access to healing hero powers.
Oh, that's exactly what he needs, another focus will.
I suppose so. Gonna summon the Auspicious Spirits for a 4-mana minion. Finds an opportunity. Oh, it does not have the Wave of Apathy anymore.
Nope.
Oh well. Missed opportunity.
We'll get him next time.
It is what it is. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Alright, so now that Rami has stuck the Ysera, what can we really do with this? The first thing that comes to mind is, does Rami have something to follow up AoE? Oh, Focused Will?
Oh my gosh. It's been in like every Discover.
Yes, or Generation off of Anj Mayscribe. I'm thinking about Renew just to get the health back onto Ysera.
Yeah.
Or Psyche Split. I think for this turn, he wants to play a Ysera Awakens. I'm okay with Renew just because it's more lean. And then finds Wave of Apathy, Power Infusion, and Holy Nova. From here, Holy Nova does not have that much application because he doesn't have a Devouring Plague to combine it with some kind. I just feel like that's the weakest one. So I'd be okay with the other two. Chooses Power Infusion. How wide do you want to build up this board is also another thing to consider. Have to be mindful of Hysteria math. One more time. Onyx, Mayscribe.
Does just feel like No Hands just has more longevity with the hand. Obviously, that can change with a single draw, but okay, no Focus Will picked up.
But
big deal.
Chance to finds a Renew, which has a chance of getting him 5th Focus Will. Unlucky. On a more serious note, Powered Fortitude, Initiation, Raise That, these are all really good cards to consider right now. I'd probably say that the Powered Fortitude just has the most raw power at the moment, and considering his hand is almost entirely spells, there's a lot of additional flexibility of when you play it.
Yep.
Whoa, value cards galore. All of those cards give you something extra on top of the body that they already give you. So Ysera number 2 finds way into No Hands collection. Rami digs a little bit deeper. Powered Fortitude offered for himself. He has 7 power on the board, so that put him at just enough to actually trade into it with the Powered Fortitude and the Power Infusion. So something that I'm eyeing immediately.
Yeah. You always have to make the decision in this matchup as well as to like when to like overreact to remove a minion that's on the board, or when to just kind of sit back, see what happens, and then decide. Because if this gets buffed, Rami has Shadow or Death, right? If No Hands goes a little bit wider, he's got Soul Mirror. So I don't think it's like necessary to just say, oh, I need to remove this minion right now, just because it can, you know, start to become making you run low on resources when we really need it, when No Hands inevitably reloads on the following turn.
Okay. I can dig it. it makes sense making sure that he can find additional opportunities to squeeze out his value. One way that he could is leveraging his hero power to heal 2 life and keep his minions onto the board. No hands with another focused will. Yes!
This is insane. Has powered fortitude as well. Double focus will Holy Smite. I mean, this is essentially 4 free Sethic Veilweaver cycles. Hand space is going to become an issue because he doesn't really have cards to dump, and he's putting 2 cards in his hand for each of these that he generates.
I think he'll be okay, because even if he's only getting 1 card at the end, he can just play Condemn. Oh, Power Word Feast.
And then we'll dump Condemn, which is 10 mana, which means Power Word Feast by itself is enough to clear that off, but gonna look for just a little bit more.
Yowza.
And then could dump Shadow Form so he doesn't overdraw a card at the end here. Oh, nice. So, quite the efficient turn. Obviously not the most high impact spells, but Raise Dead is great. Powered Feast can sometimes be good, especially when you have the board.
Yeah, the only caveat is exactly this. Soul Mirror is a pretty decent setup here for Rami. Has the ability to immediately Holy Smite and start chaining spells himself. Holy Smite and... it's not a Devouring Plague, that's a Hysteria in the middle.
Yeah.
Still, I think you go for it. You might get Devouring Plague. It's interesting. Don't know if it's good enough. Shadow Word Death?
Yeah, he
down.
No matter what he does, he's going to end the turn with a full hand at this stage. Everything he has left is targeted abilities except for like Mind Render or Lucia.
We'll see. I mean, you might be able to get a spell that's playable, like this Desperate Prayer, for example.
Okay. Yep, that can be dumped at the end. Shadow Word Ruin again, not terrible.
Yeah, it was okay. And I think Rami also recognized that if he was going to like Holy Smite a minion and then death it, but not like he's Holy Smite because he thought he was going to trade into it, but then recognized he had an opportunity, he didn't have to. I mean, these kinds of pre-situations are all very conditional, and you might encounter them like twice in all of your time playing this deck. There's so many complex interactions that the normal fundamental rules of Hearthstone get thrown out, and it almost feels like you're playing in a sandbox mode. I mean, people have made comparisons to Priest vs. Priest. Feels like Tavern Brawl at times. There's just like, you just really don't know what to expect. It doesn't feel like you play by the rules of Constructed anymore. And that almost doesn't matter what deck you build going into the game mode.
I mean, yeah, look at No Hands. Look at No Hands' hand. It's literally, except for the Ysera on the far left, every card is generated. Every card. So, you're right. It's at a certain point, you're not even playing your own deck anymore.
Wow. Finds a Desperate Prayer to just cycle out. Not even really cycle. It's the wrong word. Cycle usually implies that you're drawing a card with it. But just to dump it. No consideration of the environment, just dumping. That's what priests are. Dumping all their cards into the ocean.
How dare they?
How dare they? Rami finds a Hysteria, so that can clear off the Sethic Veilweavers. And then has a way to remove it at the very end with the Shadow Word Heart. That's one way to deal with it. Another thing to consider could be just waiting to take damage and then utilizing the Zyrella. The problem is that Rami is at 10 cards and needs to find something to use, right?
Yeah.
Kind of thinking Hysteria Pass seems good to me. Oh.
They're
Powered Fusion Hysteria? Okay. Wasn't anticipating this. Very cute play,
Yes.
though.
yeah. All right, and it worked out. Nice little clear there.
Yeah. You know, you don't really think about using Powered Infusion on other minions that aren't your own. Hands can start off on this turn. I'm thinking about Draconic Studies. Might just find a good tempo minion to drop. Or more value. That's cool too.
Yeah, can he dump another card? I guess Flash Heal is a dumpable card in this instance. Try and make hand space for the dragon that's going to come off Skeletal Dragon.
Devouring Plague's also kind of useless.
Yeah.
Devouring Plague doesn't seem particularly strong because you will end up being in a situation where the 4 damage is not that impactful. You know, part of Devouring Plague's power is the early game against aggression. And of course, the synergy that you have with Flesh Giant.
Enough Rally as a card to dump too. I guess
Power Rally has good hits, right? If Rally gets the Sethic Veilweaver, okay. It just feels like he's giving up an opportunity to collect even more value. But if you look at his hand, does he need any more? Okay, Runaway Blackwing.
That's very good. Very good.
Share your thoughts with the class now.
Wow.
All right.
Mind Render. Full information being exchanged on both sides. I prefer screen share over Discord. Some people prefer to play Mind Render to Lucia. Not even the greatest application of it either.
Yeah, because Soul Mirror in this spot, sure, it gives you a Skeletal Dragon, but then it adds a Skeletal Dragon, or a dragon back to no hands' hand.
Right.
Which is awkward.
Quickly.
Yeah. The
There's
initiation
not a lot of
thing, you could... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. This feels like such a weak Mind Render Lucia.
Yeah, because it is. To dump an Initiation to get a Venomous Scorpion and then play a Flash Heal. Meanwhile...
Honest Mace Scribe, and not activate its ability.
Could also go for like Blade Master Samuro Apotheosis, which is one of the big comeback tools. Could go Blade Master Samuro Powered Feast Apotheosis, which would put now a giant minion on the other side of the board, dumping 3 cards, none of which regenerate value. At the end of the turn, he'll add a random dragon into Rami's hand, but I don't think he's particularly concerned about that.
I like it, TJ.
My blade ceases.
I like it a lot.
Zonix Mage Scribe. Oh, he doesn't want to give him a dragon. Oh, he could dump a nightmare too.
On top of it. Yeah.
All right. If it's gonna die anyway.
Yeah.
It's all about value, and right now he has a chance to dump a lot of value. Oh no, this is way better because he gets to dump Honest Mage Scribe and not play a spell. And still Blade Master Blade Master, because Blade Master is the most important piece amongst Blade Master Apotheosis, right? Because you can't do it without the Blade Master to begin with for that big swing. So this ends up being quite good.
Yes, it's actually a fusion. Like no, it's almost like No Hands took the best part about the play I was suggesting and the best part of the play you were suggesting.
Yeah.
Said, you both are idiots. Let me do both of that with one fell swoop. I'm about to end this man's whole career. And that is why he is sitting there and we are at home casting in our boxers. At least TJ is. I am no mere pleb that does that. Rami finds the Ogremancer and the Risen Skeleton that comes back, or rather that comes out with the Ogremancer when your opponent plays a spell. Needs to figure out what he wants to do to answer this board if he can. Is it another Hysteria setup? It is.
All right. Again, though, a lot of resources being used for this. And doesn't even clear the Onyx Mage Scribe from the board.
Yeah, if he wanted to do that, I guess the Risen Skeleton could have been tossed in as well. This didn't really do anything, actually. He eliminated minions onto the board.
When he knew the Powered Feast was in the hand, he saw it. And the concede.
Tommy concede. He's like, you know, I think I messed up. I recognize that this game was over and I was really far behind. 2-0 in favor of No Hands. 1 game away from sweeping with Priest. And people talk about Priest being the deck of the format right now. In last year's standings, so people also pick Mage to be in that leading candidate. We can see why these two classes are as represented as they are. It's just so strong and hard to stop.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. And you know, that game, Rami did take like the position of the aggressor. And sometimes you can feel forced to do that, but you do also have to like always keep your mind on value towards the end of the day. No Hands was perfectly fine with just being the player that responds, knowing that as long as he was assembling that late game value in hand, he was going to be in a good position. So definitely like the way that he went about that. And at the end of the day, when Mindrender or Lucia played by Rami benefited No Hands like 10 times more, that spelled the end of Rami's game. And now, No Hands, 2-0 with the Priest, has 3 decks remaining to take down a Token Druid. Can he do it? Probably.
It'll be tough. But something that I think is entirely plausible. Priest just looks really hard to beat when it starts getting rolling like this. And No Hands is very much just dialed in, figuring out, like, I feel like he just recognizes what he needs to do to be the aggressor and also be the one that's just collecting the value. Right now, his Priest hasn't there was no need for him to be aggressive the past 2 games. So far, what he's been doing is systematically removing his opponent's board, collecting additional value, you know, and just rinse and repeat to the point where he just has too many resources and it's difficult to overwhelm him. So now it comes down to Druid versus the Priest. Rami is his back's against the wall, and even if that Druid ends up getting that win, can it defeat the Mage and the Lifesteal OTK Demon Hunter? We've seen it happen. Druid's been able to sweep before. Just a really tall order against the #1 ranked player currently in Americans.
Yeah, but Token Druid is one of those decks that can just nut draw people into oblivion. You know, we've seen it even multiple times in the past couple of weeks. Token Druid has seemed to be a popular choice in last year's standing because it does have some pretty polarized matchups. And of course, it does have that insane high roll potential and that sweep potential, which is an X factor in a format like last year's standing. I do like Rami's Token Druid with the 1 Pride Fury, 1 Soul of the Forest. This seems like one of the most flexible variations, playing a resizing pouch, especially in order to craft an early game plan, as well as have some, you know, outside the box win conditions in the late game. Love that card. So I do think he has, at least going into the series, probably the optimal build of the deck. It's just going to be about how many games in a row can he get those starts of Gibberling, Fungal Fortunes, Glowfly Swarm, right? And then be able to capitalize on it. Priest is going to be the first test, and No Hands is playing a decent Priest list to be able to challenge it, right? Double Condemn, double Devouring Plague. That's kind of the start to being able to deal with the boards, because if you can deal with the first couple of waves from the Priest perspective, then you have a lot more mana to work with to go for like these big Discoverers or Blade Master Samuro in the mid stages of the game to try and answer whatever the Druid's going to do. So from Rami's perspective, it's about, you know, calculating in the early game when you do actually know what could be in the Priest hand before all the created by nonsense starts, is trying to just play around what he can. Play around Devouring Plague when No Hands has the mana for it. Play around Condemn and not leave like a board full of 1/1 Gibberlings out there to get removed. So, and then draw the goods. That's it. Simple as that.
All right, well, we just got a notification, and part of the reason why TJ just did an excellent job stalling for as long as he could is because, as you may have noticed at the beginning of the series, Rami turned off his webcam and decided that he was not feeling well and has decided to concede the rest of the series. I think this is just due to his own personal reasons, and we are accepting that. So apologies for that, as it was kind of a surprise to us as well. We weren't sure exactly on his playing state. We wish Rami to feel better. Hope that everything's sorting out okay. Health first over everything else. And I suppose that No Hands does get the win. The epic battle that we kind of pitched at the beginning of the day, as these two players have fought 5 series so far. Now No Hands is up 3-2. But it does come at like an asterisk. I'm sure No Hands would prefer Rami to be at his best as well. But another top 4 for No Hands, and I mean, he was in a really down position to win that series. Extremely favored just from a probability perspective. So a job well done. Can anybody stop this guy? No Hands is just on a tear. Whether people, rain or sunshine, this guy comes out and plays, at his highest level almost every single time. Even if he's not playing his best, it feels like it's just a cut above the average Grandmaster play in Americas at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to watch too because he is one of our newer Grandmasters, and I do hope that Rami does feel better. I know it can be a drag to try and play Hearthstone when you're not feeling 100%. So I respect his decision to bow out and hope he feels better. But excited to see if No Hands can make yet another deep run in a week of Grandmasters.
Yeah, that's right. So with that, we're going to take a few minutes and get set for our second series of the day. The one that TJ is potentially looking forward to the most. It is Language Hacker versus Monsanto, a battle between 2 Canadians. There's a lot of stories behind that series as well. So we'll tell you all about it after the jump. Don't go anywhere. More Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas continues right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the Americas. This is week 6, day number 2, as we come up to match number 2. Language Hacker versus Monsanto. Battle between two Canadians is upon us. And what an important series this is for both these players, in fact. You have Monsanto and Language Hacker in the middle of the standings. A win here, of course, extra money, some bragging rights, some opportunities to throw some zingers on Twitter, maybe even an opportunity to clap on your webcam. But none more important than how your points will look at the end of this weekend going to week number 7.
And I believe we've also been promised quite the interesting get-up for Language Hacker in this series. He had a sub-goal on his stream to wear a cat onesie on a Grandmasters match. And he hit it. So it's now or never, because there's a possibility that he just might not appear on Grandmasters broadcast this season anymore. So he's got to do it now or let all of his subscribers down that helped him reach that goal. So I hope it happens. But it is a big match for him, you know, despite what appearances may look like with Language Hacker wearing a cat onesie while he's playing a very important Grandmasters match. It is just that important because he is not safe from relegation where he is. He's not currently in the bottom 3, but with only 7 points total guaranteed at the end of the week with a loss here, players like Muzzy, Briarthorn, Killing All Day can catch him quite easily and knock him down if he has a poor performance in the final week. So looking for a win after a couple weeks of what self-admittedly he would think as disappointing performances.
Yeah, that's right. And I love that they have both banned the priest to start things off, and we got ourselves a good old-fashioned best of 5 last year standing with no priest. Count me in. Start things off with Language Hacker and a Spell Mage. Nothing too out of the ordinary whatsoever. Got the Deck of Lunacy in there for some extra spice if he wants to play it.
Yeah, their lineups side by side are nearly identical. In fact, the Rogue and the Warrior are exactly identical, and the Mage differs 1 card, -1 cram session for Monsanto, +1 shooting star. That's it. The decks that remain in both these players' lineups post-ban is a single card difference. So this is as close as you're going to get to a mirror matchup in last year's standing. And that can make things a little weird, right? Because, you know, if you're going by just straight up matchups, you're going to have a mirror matchup in game 1. It's just correct, right? Unless you're trying to get the edge, which is hard. Countermatch game 2, countermatch game 3, countermatch game 4, and then mirror match game 5. So if you look at it that way, when you have a 50-50 matchup like this in last hero standing, theoretically it should go to game 5, right? Unlike Conquest, where you know the matchups can sometimes be mixed. But it is crazy. This is the first time throughout both weeks of last year's standing that we've seen on Americas at least lineups that were this similar.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm looking forward to, of course, the fun decks being played, but also a little bit of playfulness. I do feel like these two guys in particular, Language Hacker and Monsanto, always give multiple reasons for fans to tune in. The cool plays and the fun decks and cards, but also what's going to happen on camera. About to begin. Second match here. Monsanto versus Language Hacker, Spell Mage Mirror.
There it is.
Excellent.
Dan,
I am
it's the
amused.
cat versus the hat.
I love that. I love that a lot.
Actually, Monsanto ditched his hat yesterday, so I don't know how much power his hat has left. It might be distraught by the fact that Monsanto threw it off his head in the final game of his series versus Briarthorn and won without it. So if I was the hat, I'd be feeling a little bit sad right now. Yeah, it's a Bluetooth hat.
Yeah, he had to plug it in because, you know, wireless, that just is how it is. You can't always just keep it on.
Yeah.
Look at that hand from Language Hacker. as Derek Brown just messaged us, the perfect hand.
That's right. That hand is very formidable.
Yow. Now, what does Monsanto want to play on turn 2? You actually could justify any 3 of the lines that you have with Primordial Studies, Wand Thief, Trick Totem, or Imprisoned Phoenix.
What to do?
I mean, it's Incanter's Flow here. You just play Incanter's Flow.
Right. Okay. So there's 4 lines of play that you're always considering. But let's say theoretically in this world where it doesn't happen very often, but a mage does not draw an Incanter's Flow on turn 2.
You play the Trick Totem and get Incanter's Flow.
I see.
Oh, Feral Rage. Oh, attack. No.
The armor, if you got the armor, actually it would have been pretty lit. Not going to lie.
Actually, would have been great for the matchup, honestly. But now, Monsanto already fighting from a disadvantage. Yeah. Without having the Incanter's Flow, especially in this matchup when it becomes so one-dimensional. It's just your opponent operating with essentially multiple additional mana crystals every turn. Because of the discounts can sometimes be too much to overcome. Trick Totem, though. Still on the board. Still a threat.
It's true. The Trick Totem getting you anything from useless spells to turn to be able to throw Burn to the face.
4 attack again. Oh!
That's a keg. Oh my goodness. Monsanto, after this turn, when you see what Language Hacker plays, I think a clap is in order. Agree?
Agree.
Language Hacker contemplating what he did yesterday. Was it the dinner that he ate? Was it the side of the bed that he slept on? Was it the cat onesie that he's wearing that has summoned this type of early game hand? He is, all jokes aside, he is considering if there's anything else to do, because he could, for example, go for a deck of Lunacy and then Incanter's Flow. Because if you go into
Incanter's Flow, Arcane it.
Exactly. If you go for the Incanter's Flow first, you actually but you change the way the deck of Lunacy interacts with the existing spells and their mana cost. So there actually is consideration here of what he wants to do.
All right, Deck of Lunacy it is.
I like it.
He's got the follow-up to it as well, right? Incanter's Flow, Arcane Intellect, reducing the already changed cards of Deck of Lunacy to make them even cheaper, and then having double Apexis Blast Fauna Power in hand after that to be able to find you minions to place on the board if you have some dead draws from Deck of Lunacy, which happens, especially with one Incanter's Flow played prior. And then having some ways to just spend your mana to fight for board in that same situation with the Apexis Blast is also good, or having ways to finish the game. So,
yeah, and this is something that has been a point of discussion where it has felt like some players, even at the very highest level, are a little bit averse to playing things like Deck of Lunacy if they feel like they're giving up too much of their burn. Not recognizing as much the strength of just these randomly generated spells that are expensive but discounted after the Deck of Lunacy is played, and you just spend a lot more mana crystals than your opponent, at least the more mana that you should be getting. Oh wow, drawing card. All right, all this considered,
yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I don't think Trick Totem's going anywhere. Still more opportunity for shenanigans, which I like.
Yeah, Trick Totem must be protected at all costs. I am down. If Monsanto wins with this Trick Totem, I am down for him to cosplay as a Trick Totem next time we see him on camera.
He already is. Look, the brim represents the horns. His arm represents the... What are those, wings?
That's right. Every play, he has to maintain the totem position, so you just watch him twist his body as opposed to move his arm, because he has to maintain the totem wingspan. I like it.
He just has to keep his arms tucked into his body with just his hands floating out.
Exactly.
Play Hearthstone like that. Oh. There's a lot of spell damage on board. He could just cash in right now if he wanted to.
It's true.
With the fireball.
It does feel a little bit bad to not play an Incanter's Flow here when you have 2 refreshing spring waters ready to go to start cranking out the cheap cost stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, it's something that I can't blame him for if he just wants to Apexis Blast phase. That's 7 damage.
Sword, shield, axe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, the Baron's Blacksmith.
Bamboozle?
Bamboozle?
It's the idea that the secret could represent a lot of things. We know it's Bamboozle. So Language Hacker has a lot of card draw. Acrobatics. These no dirty tricks. Consecration.
Okay. Also can play both, which means can draw 2 more cards from the Acrobatics.
I'm cool with that. I kind of want to just draw more cards. What say you? I guess Language Hacker is also considering the possibility of just using a Apexis Blast here.
Yeah.
Baron's Blacksmith actually does pose to be quite a big threat when you use Consecration because of the Frenzy. I had forgotten about that.
Oh! Bamboozle!
Bamboozle turns into...
Is it alive? Oh, it's a voice. Oh, it's alive.
But he gets these Consecration afterwards. And the Trick Totem survives.
I mean, this Trick Totem is just getting there.
Yeah. I'm really hoping for like a lava burst to the face. Just one time for me.
I wonder.
Or like a Sinister Drake or something.
Or an Incanter's Flow. Still waiting for it. Still good.
It's still good. I still think that based off the way we set up this line, Monsanto could just play the Incanter's Flow next turn with the Refreshing Spring Waters. So you could instead play Blood Mage Thanos and Apexis Blast this turn. Okay, so he does want to commit to the Incanter's Flow. I'm okay with it. When we had it a couple turns ago, I was trying to figure out a way we can squeeze it in. But part of the reason why I felt like the Blood Mage Thanos and Apexis Blast makes sense is because you're just starting to threaten to kill your opponent. There's all these cute tricks with Deck of Lunacy. Just get him. Oh,
just get him.
Runic Carvings with Arbor up? TJ, we're Token Druid now.
Still not like, okay, it's really good, but it's still not like game ending, right? It could be game ending with the second Arbor up in hand. But Flame Strike is still a possibility at the moment.
Yeah. It's a possibility, but Monsanto hasn't played the Incanter's Flow. So if he doesn't draw it next turn, he doesn't have a way to deal with it.
Yeah.
At least from what we've seen. There could be something else that we're not thinking about. Oh my goodness. Libram of Hope. Arbor up. Perfect board state for him to set things up. Threatening a 2-turn lethal. TJ, remember how you said that this wasn't threatening enough? Doesn't win him the game? Want to take any of that back, or...?
No.
Hey, we respect the double down in Americas.
Yeah. I'm going down with Monsanto here.
Oh, yeah.
He's fine. Things are fine.
He said, sipping his coffee, surrounded by flames.
Yeah. What I more meant by it was, like, that's it, right? That's the hand. If that board got dealt with, there was nothing else.
Maybe the Devolving Missiles can do something here.
Well, he's not clearing anything off the board, so it has to be a lot of power removed. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot.
A big amount. I mean, he still has another Arbor up. Actually, a second Evolving Missiles might be more than he would want, because if he hits Silas, there's a pretty decent chance he increases the power on board. So he's just better off using Brain Freeze here. I like it.
Yeah. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 plus 10, 26 plus Apexis Blast. That's lethal.
Cat does it. Texas Blast. Arbor up. And what looked like to be a situation where people weren't sure the performance of Deck of Lunacy. Once more, I come to you asking. A round of applause for the Spell Mage. I come to you asking once more, is Deck of Lunacy still not just the best card in the game when you pair it with the Incanter's Flow? I mean, Language Hacker gets rewarded for it, and it's again another case study that we can add to whether or not we should just be jamming Deck of Lunacy almost every single time we come into encounter with it, even at 4 mana. That was a very, very strong series of draws there from Language Hacker. Of course, anything could happen, right? We've seen people fizzle out. They get Deck of Chaos. They get really useless cards that don't affect them whatsoever. But either way, the moment Language Hacker had both of these Incanter's Flow and card draw as a recipe for success. You could argue that he would win either way, regardless of whether or not he's the Deck of Lunacy, because of what we saw transpire.
Yeah, there was essentially two lines of play, both that had very high win percentages, right? And Language Hacker just chose one that he thought might be higher in the long run, and might let him also have the ability to come back from a potential deficit, since his Monsanto did have like a slightly better early game without the Incanter's Flow.
I like the zoom. I like the zoom onto Monsanto's face when there's just no reaction. He's just looking left and looking right, contemplating what battery percentage his head's at. That's gonna do it for that first game. A good little summary of what we just witnessed. Shenanigans all the way down. Game number 2, Monsanto has the ability to queue up his Miracle Rogue here. Gonna go for it, featuring, of course, the combination of Alex Strauss at the very top with 10 move the Red Smoke if he can get there, with a bunch of card draw and small little ways to collect value and tempo along the way. Rogue has been one of the Swiss Army knives of many formats, and in last year's standing, it is no different because of the way that you can outfit the Miracle Rogue in a couple of different ways. You can use it to respond to all different types of archetypes. Rogue has always been one of the more flexible classes, in all kinds of formats, and it kind of takes me back to see it in last year's standing where it could be used. At the same time, it feels like Rogue is slowly losing its grip week after week, TJ. You know, it started off as being one of the most popular classes on top of the other classes that were really strong for a while, and people were saying how it's just a really powerful class. Octobot can give you so many options. I feel like with each passing week, though, we've been kind of lowering it on the power scale just a tiny bit. Am I wrong on that?
No, I think you're right. I mean, obviously, you know, in Specialist, it wasn't a deck that you could really tech super hard in either direction. It doesn't have those crazy polarized matchups like some other decks in the metagame. So it can be a deck that struggles from just being average, right? I mean, in the right hands, it's a very good deck, but it doesn't have like any particular scenario in last year's standing where you're like, this is the time. This is when I'm going to play the deck. This is how I'm going to play the deck. And I think that's what it kind of